Yi Ziming lay on the bed in a motion of utter disbelief flickering in his eyes. Had he not collapsed and died while researching an ancient acupuncture technique? How was it that when he opened his eyes again he had arrived in this place? Just as confusion churned in Yi Ziming's heart, a surge of unfamiliar memories forced their way into his mind. Only after he had fully absorbed the memories flooding his mind did he realize that he had been reborn into another world. This world was strikingly similar to the one he once lived in, with the same level of technology and the same kind of civilization. Moreover, the owner of this body was also named Yi Ziming, a complete gambling addict whose wife had divorced him 3 years ago. In recent years, he had lived with only his young daughter for company. After understanding what kind of life this body had led, Yi Ziming could only let out a bitter, helpless smile. In his previous life, he had been a towering figure who dominated his field. At merely 35, he was revered by the entire medical community and honored as a divine physician of his era. Never had he imagined that after rebirth he would awaken in such a wretched state. Just then the door was pushed open. A little girl walked in carefully, carrying a basin of hot water and speaking timidly, "Daddy, please wash your face." The little girl was only 4 or 5 years old, and even holding the basin was an effort. Her small face was flushed red with strain, her steps wobbling as she walked. She was Yin Yin, the daughter of this body's original owner. Looking at Yin Yin, Yi Ziming sighed inwardly. In his previous life, he had devoted himself entirely to the study of medicine, never once falling in love, let alone having a child. Yet now he had inexplicably become a father overnight. With that thought, Yi Ziming instinctively reached out, wanting to gently pat Yin Yin's head. But she reacted as though terrified by some familiar threat. The moment she saw his hand stretched toward her, she hurriedly backed away. With a clatter, the basin fell to the floor, and hot water splashed in all directions. "Daddy, please don't hit Yin Yin, didn't mean it," she cried, curling up in the corner, clutching her small head and shouting in panic. Yi Ziming could not help asking, "Did Daddy used to hit you often?" Yin Yin's large eyes were filled with terror. She gave a tiny nod, then lowered her head quickly, not daring to look at him. Seeing her like this made Yi Ziming's heart ache. He recalled how the original owner of this body would lash out and beat the child whenever he lost money gambling. He had been nothing short of a monster. Yi Ziming hurried to reassure her gently, "Yin, be good. How could Daddy ever hit you? Daddy swears from now on I will never hit you again, all right?" Yin lifted her head, her small face streaked with tears. "Daddy, you really won't hit Yin anymore. You're not allowed to lie to Yin." Yi Ziming nodded solemnly. "Of course. We can seal it with a pinky promise. Then Daddy, please don't sell Yin away, all right? Yin can cook, can do housework, and can take care of Daddy. Yin doesn't eat much either. Just a small bowl of rice is enough." As she spoke, Yin raised her little hand and gestured the size of a bowl barely larger than her own fist. A sharp pain stabbed through Yi Ziming's heart. He pulled Yin into his arms. "Don't worry, Daddy will never let you be taken away." As he soothed her, his mind raced, searching for a way to resolve the crisis before them. Before his rebirth, the original owner of this body had indeed sold his own daughter, even signing a formal contract of sale. Those people were due to arrive at any moment. Just then a series of urgent knocks sounded from outside. Yi Ziming quickly got out of bed and went to open the door. A burly, broad-waisted, middle-aged man strode in with 2 underlings at his back. "Yi Ziming, you've got guts, huh? My guy came to collect the rent, and you dared not pay. This time I came myself. Hand over the rent now?" Yi Ziming's expression darkened. This middle-aged man was Pang Dahai, general manager of the Xinghua nightclub, commanding over 100 subordinates. He also owned several properties in this area, including the one Yi Ziming was currently living in. "Could you give me a couple of days' grace on the rent?" Yi Ziming asked, frowning. He did not have a single coin on him. Everything had been squandered away by the body's original owner at the gambling tables. "Don't you dare spout nonsense with me. You're paying the rent today, or I'll throw you and your daughter out to sleep on the streets." Pang Dahai barked. "I'm not like those other people who are easy to talk to." Cursing Yi Ziming as he spoke, Pang Dahai kept rubbing his waist. Noticing this repeated motion, a glimmer of insight flashed in Yi Ziming's eyes. Drawing on his many years of medical practice, Yi Ziming was certain that Pang Dahai's waist was injured and that the bones there had already been displaced. "You've got a problem with your waist," Yi Ziming said. "I can treat it for you. If I cure it, you'll waive this month's rent for me. How about you?" Pang snorted. "I've gone to countless big hospitals for this waist of mine, and none of them could fix it. You think you can?" He cut him off sharply. "Enough with the excuses, pay the rent. I've got other matters to attend to later." Pang Dahai's tone grew more impatient. "Exactly. Yi Ziming, since when does a gambling rat like you know medicine?" One of the underlings jeered. "Quit talking nonsense and hand over the money. If you delay Brother Dahai's affairs, you'll regret it." The other chimed in. The 2 subordinates continued to curse him loudly. Yi Ziming spoke evenly. "Your waist flares up with excruciating pain every night around midnight, often jolting you awake. On overcast, rainy days, the pain is even more pronounced, as if your bones are being torn apart. In another 2 years, your condition will deteriorate further, and if you still don't get proper treatment, you'll spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Am I right?" In his previous life, countless high-ranking officials and wealthy elites had sought Yi Ziming's help, and whether he treated them or not depended entirely on his mood. Now, however, he was forced by sheer necessity to offer medical help to Pang Dahai for the sake of survival. A jolt ran through Pang Dahai's heart. The situation Yi Ziming described matched his condition perfectly without a single discrepancy. Could this kid truly cure his waist injury? Peng Dehai could not help asking, how confident are you that you can fix it? As long as you let me treat you, Yi Ziming replied with calm assurance, your waist injury will definitely be cured. Fine, I'll let you treat me. If you can heal my waist, forget the rent. Peng Dehai will owe you a life-deadening favor. Yi Ziming stepped forward and pressed twice along Peng Dehai's spine, immediately determining that it had already become deformed. He had Peng lie face down on the bed and began to knead and press along the spine, using precise Twina massage techniques. Bear with it, Yi Ziming warned. The moment his words fell, his hands exerted force. Crack! What the hell? Yi Ziming, what did you do? It hurts like hell. Peng Dehai screamed, cursing furiously. The two underlings rushed forward and pinned Yi Ziming down. You dare hurt Brother Dehai? They roared, raising their fists ready to strike. Off to the side, Yin 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 was terrified, curling up again in the corner and sobbing uncontrollably. Yi Ziming shouted, try twisting your waist. Peng Dehai instinctively moved his waist. A look of wild delight flashed across his face. It really doesn't hurt anymore. Kid, you've got skills. Cradling the trembling Yin 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 in his arms, Yi Ziming explained, this waist problem of yours is an old injury with bone displacement. Just now I used Twina techniques to correct the misaligned bones. Rest properly for 3 days and take some medicinal decoctions. Then the problem will disappear completely. Peng Dehai trembled with excitement. Numerous doctors had examined his injury, yet not one had a solution. Never had he imagined that Yi Ziming would actually cure it. He couldn't help asking again, is what you said really true? Yi Ziming nodded in confirmation. Brother Yi, thank you so much. Do you know those doctors told me I'd spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair? Since you've healed my waist, Peng Dehai owes you a life. He declared. Whatever you wish to do in the future, as long as you say the word, I will never hesitate. Then he swung a kick toward his two underlings. Hurry up and call him Brother Yi. The two quickly bowed and fawned. Brother Yi, our boss's condition is in your hands. Excuse me, is Nyan Nyan's guardian at home? At that moment, a voice like a silver bell drifted in from outside the door. One of the underlings opened it, and a woman stepped inside. She wore a white short-sleeved top, blue jeans, and flat shoes. Though her outfit was simple, it could not conceal her delicate features and graceful figure. Taking in the state of the room, the woman's brows knitted slightly. I am Tang Wanshi, Nyan Nyan's new homeroom teacher. I'm here today for a home visit. Which of you is Nyan Nyan's guardian? Teacher, this is my dad. At that moment, Nyan Nyan spoke up. Yi Laodi, since you have something to deal with, I won't disturb you. If you run into any trouble, just call me. I'll come whenever you need. At this moment, Peng Dehai also spoke. After leaving his contact information for Yi Ziming, he turned and left. After Peng Dehai left, Yi Ziming brought over a chair for Tang Huanxi. Teacher Tang, please sit. Tang Huanxi settled onto the chair and looked around. A hint of surprise flickered in her eyes, as she had not expected Yi Ziming's home to be this impoverished. Seeing the look in Tang Huanxi's eyes, Yi Ziming could only feel helpless. The original owner of this body had sold off everything in the house to fuel his gambling, leaving the home stripped to the bare walls. Nyan Nyan's dad, Yin Yin Yin, hasn't been to kindergarten for 3 days, and no leave was requested. I came to find out what exactly is going on. Tang Huanxi said. Yi Ziming replied, I'm sorry to trouble you, Teacher Tang. We've had some issues these past few days. Don't worry, I'll send Nyan Nyan to kindergarten tomorrow. In truth, the original owner of this body had been afraid that Yin 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 might run away midway, so he had kept the child confined at home. With patient earnestness, Tang Huanxi said, it's good that Nyan Nyan can come to school, and I also hope parents can give their children a healthy environment to grow up in. Don't always let them be around certain people from the streets. That kind of influence can ruin a child. Yi Ziming smiled inwardly. He knew Tang Huanxi was referring to him and Peng Dehai. He nodded and said, I know what I should do. I'm Nyan Nyan's homeroom teacher. If you're facing any difficulties, you can also talk to me. Tang Huanxi said seriously. Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Tang, but Nyan Nyan and I don't have any difficulties. Yi Ziming smiled faintly as he spoke. Tang Huanxi frowned. Oh, she had not expected Yi Ziming to be so stubborn. She had taken the initiative to offer help, yet he still refused. What Tang Huanxi did not know was that in his previous life, Yi Ziming had been a legendary divine physician, famous from a young age, and in his heart, there was a pride that belonged solely to him. As long as his medical skills remained, making money had never been a difficult matter. But Tang Huanxi had just opened her mouth when a loud bang sounded, and the door was kicked open. A young man with dyed yellow hair strode in, followed by 2 lackeys. Yi Ziming, we're here for the girl. Here are the IOU and the contract you signed to sell yourself. Hand over your daughter, and we'll call it even. The yellow-haired thug sauntered into the room with a lazy, arrogant swagger. At the sight of him, Yi Ziming's heart jolted. The fused memories told him that the original owner of this body had indeed signed that contract with this very thug. Yi Ziming drew a deep breath and said, sorry, I'm not going to sell my daughter. I'll find a way to repay that 100,000. Yi Ziming, are you trying to act tough with me? The contract is already signed, and now you say you won't sell? Let me tell you, my boss has taken a liking to your daughter. Today I'm taking her no matter what. Cursing as he spoke, the yellow-haired thug strode toward Yin Yin Yin. Yi Ziming had just tensed to move when he saw Tang Huanxi step in front of Yin Yin Yin. What do you think you're doing? What am I doing? This guy signed a contract with our boss. From now on, this little girl belongs to us. Get out of the way and stop wasting my time. The yellow-haired thug snapped impatiently. No, as long as I'm here you're not taking her anywhere. Tang Huanxi spread her arms wide, shielding the terrified Yi Nianyan behind her back. At the same time, she turned on Yi Ziming with a furious curse. You bastard, are you even Nianyan's father? How could you even think of selling her to someone else? I adore her more than anything. How could I possibly sell her? Yi Ziming answered coldly. Yi Ziming's voice was icy. Yi Ziming, your signature and fingerprint are right there on the contract. Are you planning to go back on your word? The yellow-haired thug sneered. Yi Ziming said that wasn't signed by me. He was not lying. The handwriting belonged to that gambling addict and had no— Brother Huang Mao, don't waste breath on them. Let's just take the girl. I don't believe they dare cross us. One of the yellow-haired thug waved his hand. What are we waiting for? Take the girl. The two lackeys shouted excitedly, yes boss. As soon as the words fell, both of them lunged toward Yi Nianyan. Tang Huanxi backed away, shielding Yi Nianyan while shouting at Yi Ziming. Why are you just standing there? Get in there. Are you even a man? Yi Ziming did not rush blindly. He locked his gaze on the yellow-haired thug, waiting for the right moment. Years of heavy drinking and gambling had left this body painfully weak. If it were his former self, that little thug would already be kneeling and singing in defeat. Yi Ziming was searching for an opening, a single chance to end it in one move. Ha ha ha, you're counting on him. He's just a gambling degenerate who'd sell his own daughter for his habit. Hand over the child, and we might spare you. The yellow-haired thug laughed. Get out of my way. Without knowing where the strength came from, Tang Huanxi snatched up a chair and swung it hard. The sight made Yi Ziming jump in shock. He had never imagined that this seemingly well-behaved, gentle Tang Huanxi could be so fierce, striking out without the slightest hesitation. This woman was ruthless enough. His gaze then settled back on the yellow-haired thug. In his previous life, he had not only possessed transcendent medical skills, but had also trained in military close combat techniques. Unfortunately, this body was in terrible shape, and he had only one shot. At that moment, one lackey grabbed the chair in Tang Huanxi's hands while the other reached out to seize Yi Nianyan. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired thug's gaze was fixed entirely on Yi Nianyan. He did not spare a single glance for Yi Ziming. A perfect opportunity. Yi Ziming's body shot forward like a sharpened blade, his kick driving straight into the thug's abdomen. Damn it. You actually dared hit me. Clutching his stomach, the yellow-haired thug cursed and charged at Yi Ziming. Seeing that he could still stand, Yi Ziming sighed inwardly. If this had been his former body, that single kick would have left the thug spitting blood. As the yellow-haired thug rushed in, Yi Ziming slipped past his fist, and using every ounce of strength drove his own fist into the thug's lower back. With a dull thud, the yellow-haired thug felt his body go numb and crashed to the floor. Planting a foot on the thug's torso, Yi Ziming panted heavily and roared, "Let go of my daughter, or I'll kill him." Yi Ziming's icy gaze swept over the few underlings, sending chills down their spines. The two thugs stared at him in shock. Was this still Yi Ziming? He felt like a completely different person. Yi Ziming, I'll F you up. How dare you touch me? The yellow-haired man cursed. Yi Ziming's face turned cold as he stomped on the yellow-haired man's arm. With a crack, the yellow-haired man screamed as Yi Ziming directly broke his arm. Get the hell out. Yi Ziming roared. Fine, well leave. Just let brother Yellowhair go, the two thugs shouted. Yi Ziming finally removed his foot. The two thugs quickly rushed over, helped the yellow-haired man up, and hurried out. Yi Ziming, I'm not done with you today, the yellow-haired man snarled, turning back after being helped out the door. After the yellow-haired man left, Yi Ziming finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly pulled Yi Nianyan into his arms. Why didn't you step in sooner? You made me fight so hard too. Tang Huanxi complained after the yellow-haired man left. Yi Ziming said, there were too many of them. I had to seize the right moment. Thank you for this, teacher Tang. I'm sorry you almost got hurt. It's just a bit of exercise. Besides, I was protecting Nianyan. By the way, that yellow-haired man said you sold the child to him. What's going on? Tang Huanxi asked with a frown. That's none of your business. I'll handle it myself. Yi Ziming said calmly. Can you handle it? How? Today I was here so Nianyan didn't get hurt. But what will happen to you and Nianyan in the future? Tang Huanxi said, dissatisfied with Yi Ziming's words. This is my own affair. You don't need to worry about it, teacher Tang. He planned to leave this matter to Pang Dehai to resolve. Why are you so ungrateful? Tang Huanxi glared at Yi Ziming, knowing it was useless to argue with him, so she turned to Yi Nianyan and said, Nianyan, if you're in danger, call the teacher immediately, okay? Okay, teacher. Yi Nianyan nodded obediently. Seeing this, Tang Huanxi felt relieved. After exchanging contact information with Yi Ziming, she left. Nianyan, are you scared? Yi Ziming asked, looking down after Tang Huanxi left. Yi Nianyan shook her head. Looking at Yi Nianyan's pitiful expression, Yi Ziming's heart ached. Her little face still bore tear stains, yet she insisted on pretending everything was fine. Dad, you must be hungry. They'll make you some food. Seeing Yi Ziming silent, Yi Nianyan thought he was hungry. Yi Ziming was stunned. Before he could react, he saw Yi Nianyan dragging a small stool into the kitchen. He followed and watched her busy figure standing on the stool, skillfully moving about. His eyes grew moist. The old Yi Ziming had been a real scumbag, making his own daughter do such things. Yi Ziming strode into the kitchen and lifted Yi Nianyan down. Nianyan, be good. Today Dad will cook for you. Dad, can you cook? Yi Nianyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course, and Dad's cooking is delicious. Yi Ziming smiled. In his previous life, he had learned many life skills to take care of himself. Cooking was nothing to him, and as a divine doctor, he had deep knowledge of medicinal cuisine, not only strengthening the body, but also tasting great. Fortunately, there was still some rice and vegetables left at home. Yi Ziming made a simple meal, and soon the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Wow, it smells so good. Dad, you're amazing. Yi Nianyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Yi Ziming smiled, and brought out the dishes, a plate of stir-fried greens. The father and daughter ate happily. That evening, Yi Ziming lay beside Nianyan, coaxing her to sleep. Yi Nianyan blinked her big eyes and asked, Dad, when will Mom come back? The question made Yi Ziming's body stiffen. In his memory, Nianyan's mother, Song Xinhui, had despised him for gambling. After divorcing him, she left without a word, abandoning the child. So he had no idea when Song Xinhui would return. If Nianyan is obedient, Mom will come back. Having no choice, Yi Ziming could only lie to his daughter. Dad, you're lying. Nianyan has always been obedient. Why doesn't Mom come back? Is it because Mom divorced Dad so she doesn't want to see Nianyan? Yi Nianyan asked. How do you know that? Yi Ziming was sweating. How did kids these days know so much? At his age, he didn't even know what divorce was. My classmate told me. She said Mom doesn't come back because you two got divorced, Yi Nianyan said honestly. Yi Ziming probed. Nianyan, if Mom came back now, would you go with her? No. She abandoned Nianyan, so Nianyan doesn't want her either. I want to stay with Dad forever, never apart. Yi Nianyan said angrily. Yi Ziming was deeply moved. In his excitement, he kissed Yi Nianyan several times on the face. He hugged Yi Nianyan tightly. Dad swears that from now on he will work hard to earn money, raise Nianyan like a princess, and promise whatever Nianyan asks. Really? Dad, you're not lying to Nianyan, are you? Yi Ziming said earnestly, of course it's true. Then Dad, fine. Yi Nianyan looked at Yi Ziming with pure, innocent eyes. Yi Ziming nearly fell off the bed. In the early morning, Yi Ziming was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Yi Ziming, didn't you say that Nianyan would come to kindergarten today? Where is she? Tang Wang's sharp voice came from the phone. Yi Ziming was taken aback for a moment, glancing at the time. It was 8 o'clock. Oh no, he had overslept. Yi Ziming hurriedly said, he'll take Nianyan there right away. Okay, please be careful. Upon hearing Yi Ziming's words, Tang Wang's tone softened considerably. Yi Ziming woke up, Nianyan clumsily helping her wash her hair and braid it. After failing for the third time, Nianyan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yi Ziming and said, Dad, let me do it myself. You're too clumsy. Hearing Nianyan's words, Yi Ziming broke out in a cold sweat. By heaven's conscience, in his past life, he was a single dog. How would he know how to braid hair? After Nianyan finished getting ready, Yi Ziming took her to kindergarten. Yi Ziming called Tang Huanxi in advance, and upon arriving at the kindergarten gate, he saw Tang Huanxi waiting at the entrance from a distance. Tang Huanxi shot Yi Ziming a glare and said, What happened? It's not Dad's fault, it was Nianyan who woke up late. Yi Ziming wanted to come up with an excuse, but unexpectedly Nianyan quietly explained. Seeing this, Yi Ziming felt a pang in his heart. It was my fault for waking up late, not Nianyan's. Yi Ziming, as a parent, you should be responsible for Nianyan. You should think about how to be a good father. Tang Huanxi said irritably. Yes, there definitely won't be a next time. Yi Ziming quickly nodded. Nianyan, let's go. Tang Huanxi snorted coldly and took Nianyan's small hand as they walked into the kindergarten. Nianyan waved her small hand and said goodbye, Dad. After Nianyan entered the kindergarten, Yi Ziming began to think about ways to make money. What he lacked the most now was money. Nianyan was still young and needed proper nutrition for her growth. Should he charge Pang Dahai a medical fee? After all, he had cured his long-standing ailment. A medical fee shouldn't be too much to ask. It should be noted that in his past life, those patients came to Yi Ziming with tens of billions or even hundreds of billions for treatment, and he didn't necessarily take action. Just then his phone rang. Yi Laudi, do you have time now? Pang Dahai's voice came from the phone. Yi Ziming asked, Is there something wrong? Actually, my boss has a back injury too, and I thought you could treat my back injury. Perhaps you could also heal my boss injury. So, I would like to invite you to the Xinghua nightclub. Pang Dahai said. I can treat people, but the compensation. Yi Ziming found himself in a bind. He was in dire need of money. Compensation is negotiable. As long as you treat the person, you can name your price. Pang Dahai quickly replied. When should I come over? Pang Dahai was delighted. The sooner the better. They'll be waiting for you at the entrance of Xinghua nightclub. Half an hour later, Yi Ziming arrived at Xinghua nightclub by taxi and saw Pang Dahai waiting anxiously from afar. As soon as Yi Ziming got out of the car, Pang Dahai rushed over and said, Yi Laudi, you finally made it. My boss is almost going crazy waiting. Yi Ziming nodded. You pay for the taxi fare. After saying that, he walked into the nightclub. Pang Dahai paid the driver and hurriedly caught up with Yi Ziming, saying, Yi Laudi, whether I can get promoted this time depends on you. What are the patient's symptoms? How long have they been ill? And I need to see the person right now. Yi Ziming said, Well, Yi Laudi, I'm not too sure either. You'll find out when you get there. Pang Dahai stammered. Then I need to know the patient's name. Yi Ziming replied helplessly. Okay, Yi Laudi, I can tell you, but you must not tell anyone outside. The patient is Fang Yarou, the boss of Xinghua nightclub. Pang Dahai gritted his teeth and said quietly, Fang Yarou. Yi Ziming was taken aback. The original owner of this body had a strong impression of the name Fang Yarou. Fong Yaro, a name almost legendary. Although she was just a woman, she single-handedly established Xinhua nightclub, becoming the largest establishment in the vicinity in less than 3 months. It was rumored that she was exceptionally wise and incredibly charming, earning her the title of the Enchantress Empress. The original owner of this body had encountered Fong Yaro once by chance, hence the strong memory of her name. Soon the two arrived at a room, and Peng Dehai knocked twice on the door before pushing it open. Upon entering, Yi Ziming found he had come to an office. The office was quite large, measuring over 100 square meters. There was little decoration inside, just some essential items giving off a very capable vibe. On the sofa at the far left of the room sat 2 men, and across from them was a woman with a female bodyguard standing. "Boss, the person I brought is here," Peng Dehai said respectfully. "Is she Fong Yaro?" Yi Ziming couldn't help but look at the woman sitting on the sofa. The woman was exquisite in appearance, wearing a daring black long dress, slightly lifting her leg, revealing her long and pale legs to the air, making one feel parched. A woman named Yaro truly lived up to her name. Just then a voice suddenly came over. "Oh, Brother Dehai, is this the doctor you found for the boss? So young, can he really treat illnesses?" A middle-aged man on the sofa holding 2 antique walnuts sneered. Yi Ziming looked at the man, and his name immediately surfaced in his mind. Sun Sen, the casino manager and another general manager of Xinhua nightclub. That blonde guy yesterday was his. Sun Sen sized up Yi Ziming and sneered. "Isn't this the deadbeat? Brother Dehai, why did you bring him here?" Upon hearing Sun San's words, Peng Dehai's expression changed, and he looked worriedly at Fong Yaro on the sofa. He was relieved that Fong Yaro showed no reaction. The female bodyguard snapped. "Sun Sen, what nonsense are you saying in front of the boss?" "Sister Lon, I'm not talking nonsense. Been worried about the boss. This kid is a regular at our establishment. He gambled away his child. To let someone like him treat the boss is a joke with the boss life." Sister Lon, Fong Yaro's personal bodyguard, was treated with courtesy even by Sun San. Sister Lan's face turned cold. "Peng Dehai, what is going on?" "Sister Lon, I would never joke with the boss. You know my back injury. It's a stubborn ailment I've had for over 10 years, and it's Brother Yi who helped me heal it." "Brother Yi is a divine doctor," Peng Dehai hurriedly explained. "A divine doctor who can heal your back injury would gamble away his child." "Peng Dehai, do you take us for fools? Hurry and take him away. Don't embarrass us here." Sun Sen sneered. "Whether he stays or goes is up to the boss." Sun Sen, as soon as I walked in, you said the person I brought was no good. Does that mean the person you brought is good?" "Peng, of course. Sun Sen handles things far more reliably than you do," he said, turning to the man sitting on the sofa. "Lu Yunhai, someone is questioning your abilities." The man referred to as Lu Yunhai stood up and smiled. "There's nothing to question. I am a doctoral graduate from the Royal Medical College of Eagle Nation and have served as a personal doctor to the royal family. If you don't believe me, feel free to check. Moreover, I have a solid understanding of spinal research, and I believe I can help Miss Fong with her back injury," Sun Sen said proudly. "Did you hear that? The person I brought is a medical doctor. Isn't he more reliable than the one you brought?" "Sister Lon, I suggest we kick them out to avoid wasting time." Sun San's words changed Peng Dehai's expression. "Sister Lon." Sister Lon waved her hand and respectfully asked Fong Yaro, "Boss, what do you think?" On the sofa, Fong Yaro lifted her head, her delicate and charming face cold, making it hard for anyone to meet her gaze. "Let's give it a try." Her voice was soft, yet it felt like frost, causing a shiver. Sister Lon said, "The boss wants both of your people to give it a try. Who will go first?" As Peng Dehai was about to speak, Sun Sen said, "He'll go first. It will save time." Peng Dehai was furious and about to rebut when Yi Ziming held him back. "Brother Yi." Peng Dehai paused for a moment. Yi Ziming confidently stated, "He can't treat it." "I can't treat it. What are you? How dare you question my medical skills?" Lu Yunhai retorted angrily. Sun Sen sneered. "Lu Yunhai, ignore them. Quickly treat the boss and don't embarrass me." Lu Yunhai said, "Rest assured, third brother, today, I'll let these frogs at the bottom of the well broaden their horizons." After saying that, he took out the instruments to examine Fong Yaro. However, before he could make a move, he was stopped by Sister Lon. "The boss doesn't like others getting too close." "Then how can I examine her?" Lu Yunhai asked. Sister Lon then handed 3 folders to Lu Yunhai. "These are the materials you need." Lu Yunhai opened the folders containing all the necessary data, such as Fong Yaro's medical history, physical indicators, and films. After reviewing the materials, sweat had already beaded on Lu Yunhai's forehead. He then returned the materials to Sister Lon. "I'm sorry, Miss Fong, I cannot treat your condition." Sun San was taken aback. Lu Yunhai, take another good look. Lu Yunhai replied, "Third brother, Miss Fang's back injury is too severe with multiple injuries to the spine. It's a miracle she can still move normally. Moreover, the only way to treat it is through surgery, but the cost of the surgery is too high, and if not careful, she could die on the operating table." Lu Yunhai felt he had embarrassed himself significantly. Just a moment ago, he had mocked Yi Ziming, but now he was being slapped in the face. This. Sun San was shocked. He hadn't expected Fong Yaro's back injury to be so serious. Peng Dehai looked worriedly at Yi Ziming, feeling that the latter might not be able to heal her either. "No need." Just then Fong Yaro suddenly spoke up. Her words relieved Peng Dehai. "Boss, Brother Dehai's person hasn't seen you yet. Perhaps the person he brought has a..." Sun San said. Peng Dahai's eyes turned cold, not expecting Sun San to step on him again. I said no need. Fong Yarua looked at Sun San, her gaze icy. Feeling her gaze, Sun San hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact. Miss Fong, Sun San is right. Ew, I haven't treated you yet. At this moment, Yi Ziming suddenly spoke up. Peng Dahai was startled. Brother Yi. Fong Yarua didn't even glance at Yi Ziming and waved her hand at Sister Lan. You all can leave, the boss wants to rest, Sister Lan said coldly. Yes, Brother Yi, let's leave quickly. Peng Dahai quickly replied, knowing that Fong Yarua disliked others defying her, but just now Yi Ziming's sudden interjection almost scared him to death. Your back injury is the result of childhood trauma. As a child, your body was weak, and coupled with malnutrition, it led to incomplete development of your spinal column. Moreover, your back must have endured severe impact, leaving bone fragments near your spine. I believe no renowned doctor in Jianshan can treat it. They must have told you that you won't live past 35. Yi Ziming said. You're asking for death. Hearing Yi Ziming's last words, Sister Lan's face turned cold, and she lunged forward. A gleaming knife appeared in her hand, aimed at Yi Ziming's throat. Wait! At this moment, Fong Yaruo's voice. Sister Lan's knife stopped less than an inch from Yi Ziming's throat. Yi Ziming could even feel the cold emanating from the knife. Yet he stood still, his expression unchanged, not even blinking. Fong Yaruo turned to Yi Ziming. Can you treat? Yi Ziming replied, that's not important. What's important is that I am your only chance. Yi Ziming's words left everyone in the room momentarily stunned. Fong Yaruo's typically expressionless face showed a hint of surprise, clearly indicating she had not anticipated Yi Ziming to say such a thing. The only choice? What kind of nonsense is that? Lu Yunhai is the private doctor of the royal family of the Eagle Nation, and he says it can't be treated. How can you? Sun Sen said. Lu Yunhai slightly raised his head. Even if the best medical team from Longhua is brought in, the chance of a successful operation would not exceed 20%. And you haven't even looked at Miss Fang's medical records, yet you're spouting nonsense here. Yi Ziming stated, traditional Chinese medicine doesn't require those things. Ha ha ha. Traditional Chinese medicine. Can that really cure illnesses? It hasn't been effective for a long time. Lu Yunhai scoffed. Yi Ziming replied nonchalantly. If you can do it, then go ahead and treat her. You? Lu Yunhai pointed at Yi Ziming, but couldn't find the words after all he had just claimed it couldn't be treated. Sun Sen observed and remarked, Boss, this guy is just a swindler. How can there be such a young traditional Chinese doctor? What if I can cure her illness? Yi Ziming glanced at Sun San. If you cure the boss ailment, I will nullify your daughter's contract, and every time I see you, I will bow 3 times. If you can't cure it, then hand over your daughter, and leave a finger behind. Sun Sen said coldly. Lu Yunhai added, Sangu, he's bound to bow, even the instruments can't cure it, and he wants to rely on traditional Chinese medicine. Yi Ziming didn't even look at Lu Yunhai, saying, I can cure her illness, as for whether I want to treat it. He turned to Fong Yarou, you decide for yourself. Everyone turned to Fong Yarou, who was sitting calmly on the sofa waiting for her decision. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Yarou extended her jade hand, took out a cigarette, lit it, took a gentle puff, and exhaled a faint smoke, ring her cold and beautiful face captivating. You all leave, he stays. Sun San and Lu Yunhai were both dumbfounded, not expecting Fong Yarou to really keep Yi Ziming behind. Sister Lan was also filled with shock. The boss actually believed this kid. Sun San hurriedly said, Boss, he's just a swindler. Do you really trust him? Fong Yarou turned to Sun San, her gaze seemingly icy, yet filled with a strange warmth. Sun San felt a chill in his heart, and fell silent quickly, leading Lu Yunhai out of the office, while Peng Dahai dared not linger and followed suit. This kid is doomed. After leaving the office, Sun San sneered. Sun San, what nonsense are you talking about? Peng Dahai retorted angrily. He was now on the same boat as Yi Ziming and naturally needed to support him. Am I wrong? If even Lu Yunhai can't treat her illness, how can that gambler do it? Sun San sneered. What do you know? Yi Laodi is a divine doctor. If he can cure my back pain, he can definitely cure the boss. Peng Dahai coldly snorted. After everyone left, Fong Yarou looked at Yi Ziming for a long time before finally asking, when will you treat my illness? Now, Yi Ziming replied calmly, stepping forward to grasp Fong Yarou's jade hand. At that moment, Sister Lan raised her hand to block Yi Ziming. What are you trying to do? I'm going to take her pulse, Yi Ziming said. Sister Lan frowned. Didn't I just say that the boss doesn't like others who spoiled her? My patient must listen to me, Yi Ziming said coldly. Sister Lan let her come over. Fong Yarou finally spoke. Sister Lan gave Yi Ziming an angry glare and made way. Yi Ziming unceremoniously sat next to Fong Yarou, grabbing her hand and placing 3 fingers on her wrist. Not far away, Sister Lan couldn't help but widen her eyes. It was the first time she saw a man this close to the boss. Moreover, the boss didn't even get angry. Fong Yarou looked at Yi Ziming with interest. Initially, she didn't believe him. However, his earlier remarks about her condition surprised her. Once a renowned doctor from Longhua had diagnosed her and asserted she wouldn't live past 35, this secret was known only to her. Did you see anything? Seeing Yi Ziming release his hand, Fong Yarou asked. Yi Ziming stood up and said, take off your clothes and lie down. Sister Lan was dumbfounded. Was this guy seeking death? Even Sun San, Peng Dahai, and the others had to lower their heads when speaking to the boss. He actually. Fang Yarou narrowed her eyes. Do you know the consequences of what you just said? The last man who said something like that to me is still lying in the hospital. Well, then are you going to take it off or not? Yi Ziming asked as he had to pick up Nian Nian from school later and couldn't afford to waste too much time here. Fang Yarou took a deep breath, suppressing the fire in her heart, and said, "Can we change the method? I don't like being touched by others." Yi Ziming nodded. "Then let's just paralyze it." Fang Yarou looked at Yi Ziming. A cold aura exploded around her, sending chills down people's spines. No one had ever spoken to her like that. Yi Ziming also looked at Fang Yarou, their eyes meeting without a hint of fear. Fang Yarou thought to herself, this guy is young, yet has such a strong aura. After a long moment, she finally said, "If you can't cure my back pain, I will throw you into the river to feed the fish." "No problem, I can swim," Yi Ziming replied nonchalantly, "so take it off." The office fell into silence, and Lan Jie dared not even breathe, feeling it was a miracle that Yi Ziming had survived this long. Fang Yarou looked up at Lan Jie. "You may leave first." Lan Jie grew anxious. "Boss, your safety," Fang Yarou said coldly. She did not believe Yi Ziming could pose a threat to her. "Yes." Lan Jie nodded helplessly, turned, and walked out of the office. Yi Ziming looked at Fang Yarou, thinking to himself how confident this woman was to leave him alone with her. Fang Yarou said icily. "Troublesome." Yi Ziming frowned and turned around. Soon the rustling sound of clothes being removed came from behind him. "Done." After a short while, Fang Yarou's voice came. Yi Ziming turned back and was momentarily stunned. Fang Yarou was lying face down on the sofa, her slender jade legs, an impossibly narrow waist exposed to the air, with a white square cloth draped over her shoulders embroidered with a beautiful landscape painting. Where she had gotten it, he had no idea. In his past life, Yi Ziming had seen many beauties, but this was the first time he had laid eyes on a woman so perfect. "Have you finished looking?" Just as Yi Ziming was lost in thought, Fang Yarou's emotionless voice snapped him back to reality. "Oh yes," Yi Ziming said flatly, then rubbed his hands vigorously to ensure they were warm enough before gently placing them on Fang Yarou's waist. When Yi Ziming's warm palms touched Fang Yarou's waist, her delicate body quivered slightly. In over a decade, he was the first man to lay a hand on her. Yi Ziming did not notice Fang Yarou's reaction. His entire focus was on her lower back. His movements were gentle, applying traditional Chinese massage and bone-setting techniques to knead along her spine. Bone setting was the immediate priority. Only by realigning the misaligned vertebrae could he proceed. Though his touch was tender, the excruciating pain still made Fang Yarou suffer immensely. Yet amid the agony, a warm current flowed through her spine. She clenched her dress tightly, sweat trickling down her fair skin, yet she never uttered a single cry of pain. The massage lasted a full half-hour before Yi Ziming finally withdrew his hands. "Done." Those two words felt like heaven to Fang Yarou, but his next sentence plunged her back into hell. "5 more sessions." Fang Yarou suppressed the pain. "He'll send someone to pick you up. I need to get dressed. You go out first. He'll prescribe you some medicine. I told you to leave." Fang Yarou's voice turned even frostier. "You get dressed, and he'll write the prescription. I have no interest in you." With that, Yi Ziming walked to the desk, turned his back to Fang Yarou, picked up a pen and paper, and began writing a prescription. Fang Yarou gritted her teeth, sat up, and quickly dressed. Then she was surprised to find that her waist no longer hurt as much as previously. Even putting on clothes felt like a... Fang Yarou's gaze toward Yi Ziming shifted slightly. Over the years, she had consulted countless doctors and had even lost hope, but his arrival rekindled her optimism. She believed he could cure her back injury. When Yi Ziming turned around, Fang Yarou had reverted to her usual icy demeanor. Yi Ziming stepped up to her and handed over the prescription. 3 times daily without fail. Lan Jie CM. Fang Yarou did not take the prescription. Lan Jie opened the door, strode in quickly, and accepted the note. "Mister, you please. What's the rush?" Yi Ziming was taken aback. "You haven't paid my consultation fee," Lan Jie said impatiently. "Just go. They'll transfer 100,000 to your card as a consultation fee. As long as someone pays up." With that, Yi Ziming turned to leave. "Wait." A frigid voice rang out, and Yi Ziming looked back to see a card flying toward him. Yi Ziming instinctively reached out and caught the card. It was a gray card, exquisitely crafted. From the side, one could see a phoenix wreathed in black flames at the center, and in the upper left corner were engraved the small characters Xinhua. Seeing this card, Lan Jie's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming asked, "What is this?" "The Black Phoenix card of the Xinhua Group. With it you can enjoy all services under Xinghua's umbrella for free," Fang Yarou said indifferently. The Xinhua Group was a renowned conglomerate in Jiangxing with assets exceeding 10 billion, an entity that countless people looked up to. Yi Ziming pocketed the Black Phoenix card and said thanks. Then he turned and walked out of the office. Lan Jie couldn't help but ask, "Boss, the Black Phoenix card is a symbol of our honored guests at Xinhua. Even billionaires aren't qualified to receive one. Giving it to someone like him, is that a bit rash?" Fang Yarou was not only the owner of the Xinhua nightclub, but also the vice president of the Xinhua Group. By giving Yi Ziming the Black Phoenix card, she was signaling that the group was actively seeking to establish good relations with him. "As long as he can cure my illness, it's worth it," Fang Yarou said earnestly. Meanwhile, Yi Ziming stepped out of the Yi Ziming took out his phone to check if the money had arrived, but then he was dumbfounded. The phone had automatically shut down. Oh no, I haven't picked up Nian yet. Panic seized him. In his fervor to treat Feng Yaorao, he had forgotten the most important task. He quickly hailed a taxi. Driver boy at kindergarten. An hour later at Yi Ziming's home. Teacher Tang, when will daddy come back? Yi Nian asked softly, looking at Tang Huanqi said gently, Nian, be good. Your father is busy with something and will be home soon. Though she spoke soothingly inwardly, she was cursing Yi Ziming. After kindergarten ended, all the other children had been picked up, leaving Yi Nian all alone. Tang Huanqi had called Yi Ziming, but his phone was off, but with no other option, she had to personally take Nian home. Teacher Tang, if you're in a hurry you can go. Daddy is always out late gambling. And Nian can take care of herself. I can even cook. Yi Nian said obediently. Yet the more obedient she was, the more Tang Huanxi's anger flared. How could that bastard Yi Ziming treat her like this? Just then the door opened. Yi Ziming slipped in cautiously, looking somewhat embarrassed as he faced Tang Huanqi. Yi Ziming, where have you been? Tang Huanqi could no longer contain her fury and snapped at him. I was out seeing a patient and my phone auto shut down, so I lost track of time, Yi Ziming quickly explained. Tang Huanqi frowned slightly. You know how to treat illnesses? Of course I do, Yi Ziming said. Ask Nian if you don't believe me. Teacher Tang, dad really can cure people. He healed Uncle Dahai, Yi Nian said obediently. I trust Nian's words, but Yi Ziming, can you take on the responsibility of a parent? Nian is the best student and the most well-behaved child in the class. I don't want you to ruin her. Tang Huanqi. Hearing Tang Huanxi's words, a tender look softened Yi Ziming's eyes. Teacher Tang, rest assured. This will never happen again. Since you're back, I'm relieved, Tang Huanqi said with a nod, preparing to leave. Yi Ziming tried to detain her. Teacher Tang, why not stay for a meal? Tang Huanqi retorted. If you put that much care into Nian, I wouldn't have to worry so much. With that, she shot him a glare and turned to leave. But when she pulled out her phone to call a ride home, she embarrassingly found it dead, and she had no habit of carrying cash. Tang Huanqi turned back, her cheeks flushing. Do you have a charger here? My phone's dead. Of course, Yi Nian said, fetching a charger from her room and handing it to Tang Huanqi. Teacher, why don't you stay for dinner? Dad's cooking is amazing. The words deepened Tang Huanxi's blush. She had just refused Yi Ziming's invitation, and now staying would be. She struggled to compose her expression, about to agree, when Yi Ziming spoke up beside her. Teacher Tang said she's not staying for dinner. Yi Ziming. Tang Huanqi glared at him, grinding her teeth. An hour later. Food's here. I didn't have many ingredients, so this is all I could make. Yi Ziming set a plate of cold shredded potatoes on the table. Tang Huanqi eagerly reached out with her chopsticks, picking up a bite and putting it in her mouth. Yi Ziming, you've got this skill. Tang Huanqi couldn't help but praise. Yi Nian chimed in. Of course, Dad's cooking is the best. Food can't shut you up, huh? Yi Ziming grumbled. Teacher Tang, keep an eye on the time so you don't miss your ride home. None of your business. Tang Huanqi snorted coldly, scooping more potatoes into her bowl. After seeing Tang Huanqi off, Yi Ziming opened his phone and smiled at the text message. Sister Lan kept her word. A moment ago, his phone had received a message. The 100,000 yuan consultation fee had arrived. Nian, tomorrow is Saturday. Tell Dad where you want to go play. How about the amusement park? Yi Ziming asked gently. Yi Nian shook her head and whispered. Nian doesn't want to go to the amusement park. Dad, can we go to the mall? Yi Ziming was taken aback. Why, don't kids usually love amusement parks? Yi Nian said timidly. The kids at kindergarten have said the mall has everything. Nian wants to see it. Nian just wants to look, not buy anything. The things there are so expensive. Seeing Nian's nervous expression, Yi Ziming's heart ached. He hugged her tightly. Tomorrow Dad will take you to the mall. Whatever our Nian wants to buy, Dad will buy it for her. Really? Yi Nian couldn't help asking. Of course it's true. Dad, pinky promises. Yi Ziming smiled warmly and extended his hand to link pinkies with Nian. The next morning, Yi Ziming took Yi Nian to Fumin Mall, the largest in Jiangxing. Wow, it's so big. Yi Nian's little face was brimming with excitement. Don't run off. The mall is crowded, and if you get lost, Dad won't be able to find you, Yi Ziming warned. Yi Nian nodded obediently. Nian absolutely won't run off. With that, she reached out her small hand to grasp Yi Ziming's big hand, holding it tightly. As they walked, Yi Ziming pondered what gift to buy for Nian. He now had 100,000 yuan. Not much, but enough. Dad, isn't that Teacher Tang? Just then Yi Nian's voice reached his ears. Yi Ziming followed the direction of her finger and saw Tang Huanqi with a rather flashily dressed woman looking at jewelry in the accessories section. Teacher Tang. Before Yi Ziming could speak, Yi Nian called out first. Hearing the word teacher, Tang Huanqi instinctively looked up and saw an excited Yi Nian and Yi Ziming, who made her grit her teeth in frustration. Hello, teacher. Yi Nian tugged Yi Ziming's hand and trotted over. Hello, Nian. What are you two doing here? The second half of the question was directed at Yi Ziming. Nian wanted to see the mall, so I brought her, Yi Ziming said. Taking kids out to play can strengthen the bond between. Finally, you're doing something right, Tang Huanqi remarked. Huanqi Xinghua Jewelry is about to open. Let's hurry over and not waste time on them. Just then, the flashily dressed woman beside her suddenly spoke up. The alluring woman is Su Qing, a close friend of Tang Huanqi. In her gaze, Yi Ziming sensed a hint of disdain. Tang Huanqi quickly said, "Qing'er, wait a moment." Su Qing is her close friend and roommate. Today, Su Qing suddenly suggested going to Fumin Mall to look at jewelry. Although Tang Huanqi was initially reluctant, she eventually came, due to Su Qing's persistent persuasion. "Teacher, where are you going?" Yin Yin asked curiously. "To a newly opened jewelry store. Yin Yin, would you like to come with me to take a look?" Tang Huanqi asked with a smile. She was somewhat worried that Yi Ziming wouldn't take good care of Yin Yin. Yin Yan's eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed as she obediently said, "Yin Yin won't go, Yin Yin wants to stay with Daddy." Tang Huanqi raised her head and fixed her gaze on Yi Ziming, saying, "Shall we stroll nearby together?" Yi Ziming replied, "He'll follow Nianyan's lead." Tang Huanqi didn't waste time arguing with Yi Ziming. She took Yi Nianyan's hand and walked away. "Huanqi, why are you bringing them along? I know you're a teacher, but it's Saturday, there's no need to be so dedicated." Su Qing complained as she approached Tang Huanqi. "Nianyan's father is unreliable. I'm afraid Yin Yin might be in danger with him." "All right, Qing, let them come along. After all, we're just here to look around. You really are too soft-hearted." "Fine, let them follow, but at the jewelry store tell them to keep quiet to avoid embarrassment." Su Qing disdainfully glanced at Yi Ziming and said, "Qing." Tang Huanqi quickly interjected. Su Qing helplessly replied, "Okay, I won't say anything more." Soon the four arrived at Xinghua Jewelry Store. Tang Huanqi pulled Yin Yin and Su Qing to look at jewelry, while Yi Ziming, knowing nothing about jewelry, was merely a follower. "Huanqi, this necklace looks stunning on you." Su Qing couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at Tang Huanqi. Tang Huanqi already had a great demeanor, and with the necklace accentuating her beauty, it was truly a sight to behold. The salesperson nearby nodded and said, "Miss, you truly have an eye for beauty. This necklace is perfect for you." Flattered by the salesperson's compliment, Tang Huanqi felt delighted. She turned to Yi Ziming and impulsively asked, "Hey, what do you think?" The moment she spoke, Tang Huanqi regretted it. Yi Ziming glanced at Tang Huanqi and nodded, saying, "It's nice." "You didn't even look closely. How do you know it's nice?" Tang Huanqi was irritated by Yi Ziming's aloof attitude, already anticipating his reaction. "Huanqi, why are you asking him? A country bumpkin wouldn't know anything about this." Su Qing scoffed. "I think it's nice, so why not buy it?" Tang Huanqi lightly snorted. "Humph, I can't be bothered with him." But her brows soon furrowed again. "No, this necklace costs 50,000. Gets too expensive. Let's forget it." After saying that, she took the necklace off, intending to put it back. "They'll buy this necklace." A voice suddenly came from behind, and they saw a young man dressed remarkably walking over. "Young Master Xia, you're here." Su Qing's face instantly brightened with a radiant smile as she eagerly approached the young man. "I put in a lot of effort to bring Huanqi out. You must seize this opportunity. Come to browsing. I didn't expect to run into you here. If Huanqi likes this necklace, he'll buy it as a gift for her." The young man smiled slightly. Tang Huanqi frowned, saying, "Xia Zhiqing, thank you for your kindness, but I can't." "Huanqi, this is a generous gesture from young Master Xia. You shouldn't waste it," Su Qing advised from the side. "That's right, Huanqi, but it's just a gift. You should accept it," Xia Zhiqing quickly added. "This gift is too precious. Oh, I can't accept it." "Sorry, young Master Xia, I have matters to attend to." "Yi Ziming, let's go." After saying that, Tang Huanqi took Nianyan's hand and prepared to leave. At that moment, Xia Zhiqing stepped forward to block Tang Huanqi's path, saying, "Huanqi, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" "Exactly, Huanqi, young Master Xia is young and wealthy, and now he is the general manager of the Xia Corporation. He is your best choice. If you don't seize this opportunity, I might take action." Su Qing said sweetly. The Xia Corporation has many assets in Jiangqing worth over $1 billion. Su Qing has always wanted to catch Xia Zhiqing, but he only has eyes for Tang Huanqi, which frustrates her. However, Xia Zhiqing promised that as long as he could be with Tang Huanqi, he would reward her handsomely. For that reward, she must find a way to bring these two together. Xia Zhiqing smiled slightly, his gaze towards Tang Huanqi growing heated. Seeing his smile, Tang Huanqi felt a wave of disgust. This guy named Xia Zhiqing had been pestering her for 3 months, relying on his slight influence, which gave her a headache. She subconsciously glanced at Yi Ziming, hoping he would help. Upon noticing Tang Huanqi's gaze, Yi Ziming immediately stepped forward. Seeing Yi Ziming stand up, Tang Huanqi felt relieved. It seemed he wasn't the type to stand by and do nothing. "Since you all have matters to attend to, Nianyan and I will leave first. Nianyan, come here, don't disturb Teacher Tang." After saying that, Yi Ziming tried to take Nianyan away. "Yi Ziming!" Tang Huanqi shouted angrily. Yi Ziming turned his head, asking, "What's the matter? What are you taking Nianyan away for? I haven't bought her a gift yet." Tang Huanqi suppressed the impulse to hit Yi Ziming, feeling quite exasperated. Hearing Tang Huanqi's words, Xia Zhiqing's expression changed. He didn't want to miss this opportunity to spend time with Tang Huanqi because of Yi Ziming. He looked at Yi Ziming with a flash of cold light in his eyes. "Huanqi, who is he?" Xia Zhiqing asked, pointing at Yi Ziming. "Young Master Xia, he's just a student's parent, a country bumpkin. You don't need to worry about him." Su Qing hurriedly explained. "Student's parent? What is he doing here?" Xia Zhiqing asked. "Huanqi invited him, and their relationship seems quite good," Su Qing whispered to Xia Zhiqing. After hearing Su Qing's words, Xia Zhiqing's eyes turned cold. He looked at Yi Ziming and said in a chilling tone, "Is this a place you can come to? Get out." Xia Zhiqing frightened Yi Ninian, causing her to retreat, her small face filled with terror. Tang Huanqi quickly embraced Yi Ninian and whispered words of comfort, waiting until the latter was no longer afraid before turning to Xia Zhiqing and saying, "What do you want? Don't scare the child. Huanqi, why do you care so much about them? They are just an eyesore here." Xia Zhiqing shouted. Tang Huanxi's expression turned cold. "Xia Zhiqing, please mind your tone. They are all my friends." Huanqi, don't argue back with young Master Xia. Young Master Xia is the eldest son of the Xia family with countless resources at his disposal. There's no need to offend him over a country bumpkin. Su Qing hurriedly advised from the side. The Xia family is a second-rate family in Jiangqing with industries worth billions. Xia Zhiqing arrogantly approached Yi Ziming and said, "Boy, didn't you hear what I said? Get out of here." Yi Ziming calmly replied, "Do you know the consequences of provoking me?" "Consequences? What are you? How dare you talk about consequences with me? I'm telling you, get out now, or I'll have someone throw you out." Xia Zhiqing sneered. Just then a voice came through. "Young Master Xia, what brings you here?" A middle-aged man in a suit hurried over. He was Qiao Xingnan, the manager of the Xinhua jewelry store. "Manager Qiao, long time no see. I thought you were working under Fang Yarrow. Why are you here?" Xia Zhiqing asked. "I was sent here by the boss, Qiao." Manager Qiao, the Xinhua jewelry store only deals in high-end brands which ordinary people can't afford. "This kid looks so poor, he's just an eyesore," Xia Zhiqing remarked. "Young Master Xia, don't worry, I know what to do." Hearing Xia Zhiqing's words, he stepped up to Yi Ziming looking down from a height and said, "Please leave, don't disturb our normal operations." Yi Ziming glanced at Xia Zhiqing and calmly said, "The one disturbing your operations should be him. Young Master Xia is our store's distinguished guest. How could he disturb our operations? Get out now, or I'll have someone throw you out." Qiao Xingnan waved his hand, and 2 security guards rushed over looking ready to act at any moment. "What are you doing? We are customers. The customer is king. What right do you have to throw him out?" Tang Huanqi shouted loudly. "Customers are indeed kings, but only if they qualify to be kings." Qiao Xingnan sneered. "I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't leave, I'll take action." Yi Ziming said, "Aren't you afraid that Fang Yarrow will ruin you for provoking me?" "Shut up. The boss's name is not something you can call. Get lost, don't force me to take action. You're not worthy of provoking young Master Xia." Qiao Xingnan sneered. Yi Ziming took a card from his pocket and casually tossed it to Qiao Xingnan. "Is this enough?" "What is this?" Qiao Xingnan caught the card and glanced at it disdainfully, but that one glance caused his entire body to freeze in place. "This is the Black Phoenix card." Qiao Xingnan's eyes filled with disbelief as he ran his hands over the card, examining it closely. "It's actually real. It's over." In an instant, Qiao Xingnan's back was drenched in sweat. He had been with the Xinhua group for a long time and knew what the Black Phoenix card represented. Qiao Xingnan raised his head in terror and asked, "How do you have the Black Phoenix card?" Yi Ziming replied calmly, "Fang Yarrow gave it to me." "Impossible. How could you possibly know my boss?" "I get it, the Black Phoenix card must have been stolen by you," Qiao Xingnan hurriedly said. Yi Ziming looked like a poor wretch. How could he possibly know the boss? Yi Ziming said, "You can call your boss. Go ahead. If the Black Phoenix card is stolen, I won't spare you." With that, Qiao Xingnan made a call. The call connected, and Qiao Xingnan explained the situation about the Black Phoenix card, and in the next moment sweat covered his forehead. After hanging up, Qiao Xingnan felt his body trembling continuously. On the phone, Fang Yarrow had said that Yi Ziming was her most distinguished guest, and that no matter what request he made, Qiao Xingnan had to agree. With a thud, Qiao Xingnan fell to his knees. Everyone was stunned, staring at this scene, with eyes full of disbelief. "Yi, young Master Yi, I'm sorry, though I was blind and offended you. Please have mercy and spare me. It was all my fault earlier why I offended you. I bow to you." With that, Qiao Xingnan, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, bowed 3 times. Tang Huanqi and the others looked at Yi Ziming in shock. Qiao Xingnan was a person from the Xinhua group, yet now he was begging for Yi Ziming's forgiveness like a dog. Xia Zhiqing was stunned, unable to help but say, "Manager Qiao, what's wrong with you? Why are you kneeling to such a poor wretch?" "Poor wretch, your mother." Qiao Xingnan stood up and swung his hand to slap. "Xia Zhiqing, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Young Master Yi is our most distinguished guest. If you offend him, I won't spare you." With a loud slap, Xia Zhiqing felt a burning sensation on his face. He covered his face and looked at Qiao Xingnan in disbelief, angrily saying, "Qiao Xingnan, you dare to hit me. What can you do about it?" Qiao Xingnan shouted, "Security, throw Xia Zhiqing out." Xia Zhiqing protested, "Qiao Xingnan, I am the general manager of the Xia Corporation. How dare you offend me for a penniless brat? Have you gone mad?" Xia Zhiqing retorted angrily. Bang! Qiao Xingnan kicked him in the stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. Yi Ninian, frightened, hid in Tang Huanxi's embrace. Tang Huanqi hurriedly covered Nianian's eyes, shielding her from the violent scene. Fang Qing's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't understand what had gotten into Qiao Xingnan to dare hit Xia Zhiqing. After kicking Xia Zhiqing down, Qiao Xingnan turned to the bodyguards beside him and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Throw him out." 2 security guards rushed forward, grabbing one of Xia Zhiqing's arms and dragging him out. Out. Accompanied by Xia Zhiqing's scream, he was thrown out of the Xinhua jewelry store in front of everyone. Xiao Xingnan quickly approached Yi Ziming respectfully saying, "Young master, are you satisfied?" Tang Wanshi and Su Qing looked at Yi Ziming in disbelief. What kind of status did this guy have for Xiao Xingnan to treat him so respectfully? Not bad. Yi Ziming nodded, then turned to Yi Ninian saying, "Ninian, we should go now." Yi Ninian obediently came to Yi Ziming's side, tightly holding his large hand. The earlier scene had frightened. Just as Yi Ziming was about to leave, he saw Xiao Xingnan running over with an exquisitely packaged box in hand. "Young master Yi, this is your Hey phone card. This necklace is our store's compensation to you." After saying that, Xiao Xingnan opened the box, revealing the necklace Tang Wanshi had set her sights on. Yi Ziming put away the Hey phone card, then picked up the gift box, casually weighing it in his hand before turning and tossing the necklace to Tang Wanshi saying, "It's a gift for you." Tang Wanshi instinctively caught the necklace, asking, "For me?" She was bewildered. Oh, why was he giving her the necklace? It would be of no use to me. Nian is not at the age for jewelry yet. It would be a shame to throw it away, so it's a gift for you, Yi Ziming said before turning to leave the jewelry store. "What do you take me for, receiving something you were going to throw away? Who talks like that? Hey, stop right there and explain." Tang Wanshi chased after him with the gift box, no longer paying attention to Su Qing. From their earlier conversation, she knew that Su Qing and Xia Zhiqing had long planned this. She would no longer associate with someone like Su Qing. Originally, Yi Ziming wanted to take Yi Ninian around for a while, but then Fang Yarou called. "Are you at the Fumin shopping mall?" Fang Yarou asked. "Is there something?" "I asked Sister Lan to pick you up." After saying that, without waiting for Yi Ziming to respond, she hung up the phone with a loud click. Yi Ziming knew that Sister Lan would be picking him up to go to the Xinghua nightclub soon. He looked at Nian beside him with some difficulty. He didn't want her to be exposed to such places at a young age. Just as Yi Ziming was troubled, Tang Wanshi ran over saying, "Bastard, clarify things." "What things, eh?" Yi Ziming was taken aback. Tang Wanshi raised the gift box in her hand saying, "Of course, the necklace issue. If you don't like it, just throw it away. By the way, I need your help with something." "Why would I throw it away? It's worth several tens of thousands." "Wait, what do you need my help with?" Tang Wanshi looked at Yi Ziming with caution. She had been tricked by him more than once and had to be on guard. Yi Ziming tossed the keys into Tang Wanxi's hand saying, "This is the key to my house. Help me take Ninian home." Tang Wanshi hurriedly took the keys and asked, "What are you going to do?" "I have to treat someone. The person picking me up is here." Yi Ziming had already seen Sister Lan's figure. "Aren't you the one who brought Ninian out to play? How can you just leave the child with me?" Tang Wanshi complained. "Ninian daddy is going to be busy. Be good and follow your teacher. Don't run around, okay?" Yi Ziming ignored Tang Wanshi and spoke to Yi Ninian. Yi Ninian nodded vigorously saying, Ninian will be good." Just then Sister Lan quickly approached Yi Ziming saying, "Mr. Yi, our boss sent me to pick you up." Yi Ziming nodded and followed Sister Lan out of the Fumin shopping mall. Tang Wanshi watched Yi Ziming's back and couldn't help but murmur, "So mysterious, he must have something going on." "Teacher, what are you talking about?" Yi Ninian innocently asked, looking up. Tang Wanshi quickly replied, "It's nothing. Where else would you like to go play? Teacher will take you." "Thank you, teacher." Half an hour later, Yi Ziming arrived at Fang Yu's office with Sister Lan. In the office, Fang Yarou sat in a chair, slightly crossing her legs, her long, elegant legs exposed in the air, making one feel parched. However, her enchanting yet cold face was intimidating. Unfortunately, Fang Yu's aura worked on others, but had no effect on Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming nodded slightly to Fang Yarou saying, "Are you ready?" Strip. Bang. As soon as Yi Ziming's words fell, Sister Lan accidentally bumped into the table. She looked at Yi Ziming, her eyes filled with shock. "Isn't it a treatment? Why did it become undressing?" Lan Jia was completely stunned. She never expected that the relationship between her boss and Yi Ziming would develop so quickly. "Get out," Fang Yarou said coldly, while Lan Jia was still in a daze. Lan Jia dared not stay a second longer, quickly walked out of the office, and did not forget to close the door. After Lan Jia left, the office fell silent. Fang Yarou looked at Yi Ziming, her eyes radiating coldness. Yi Ziming also looked back at Fang Yarou, completely unaffected by the chill emanating from her. "If you dare to talk nonsense in front of others again, I'll sew your mouth shut." After a long moment, Fang Yarou said in a cold voice. Yi Ziming replied indifferently, "Wait until your waist injury is healed, then talk. Take off your clothes, I'm in a hurry." This sentence made Fang Yarou's face even colder. This guy constantly challenged her bottom line, yet she could do nothing about Yi Ziming. "Turn around." Fang Yarou suppressed her anger and said, "Troublesome. Next time we're something simpler." Yi Ziming turned around. An hour later, Fang Yarou was panting, heavily drenched in sweat. Although the pain during today's massage was not as intense as yesterday's, it still made Fang Yarou doubt her life. However, what made her happy was that she could clearly feel her spine improving. Fang Yarou became even more certain of Yi Ziming's medical skills, believing that he could cure her waist injury. Moreover, she needed to use Yi Ziming's medical skills to help her with some things. Just then, Yi Ziming, while wiping his hands with a towel, said, "Don't forget to give me today's consultation fee." After saying that, he was about to leave. "Wait." Fang Yarou called out to stop him. "Something?" Fang Yarou said softly, "I want to ask you for a favor. No time I have to go home and look after my child." Yi Ziming refused without a second thought. What could be more important than Nian? He already felt very sorry for not properly accompanying Yin Yin at the mall today. Don't you want to know what I'm talking about? Fang Yaorao suppressed the urge to throw Yi Ziming into the river and asked. Yi Ziming shook his head no. After saying that, he opened the door and prepared to leave. An elder of mine is seriously ill in the hospital. I want you to help check on his condition. You just need to come to the hospital with me. It won't take much time. After the examination, whether you can cure him or not, I will give you an extra consultation fee. Fang Yaorao said. Hearing the word consultation fee, Yi Ziming stopped. Yin Yin had just started kindergarten, which was a time of spending money, and he had to earn money to support his daughter. Fang Yaorao asked, can you come with me now? Yi Ziming said nothing, just shook his head. Don't want to go. Fang Yaorao's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Yi Ziming stared at Fang Yaorao and said calmly, need to pay more. Half an hour later, Lan Jie drove Yi Ziming and Fang Yaorao to the entrance of the city center hospital. The two went straight to the inpatient department and entered a VIP ward. In the ward, an elderly man with white hair lay unconscious on the hospital bed, his breath weak. A couple stood by the bed, their faces full of worry. Yaorao is here, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice upon seeing Fang Yaorao. I came to see Grandpa Qian. What did the doctor say? Fang Yaorao asked softly. Not optimistic. If we don't find a way to treat him, the old man's life is in danger. The middle-aged man's face darkened. Yi Ziming looked at the man, surprised in his heart. Qian Hongyu, chairman of Song Yuan Group. Song Yuan Group was a top-tier corporation in Jiangxing. Yi Ziming had seen him many times on TV. The woman beside him was his wife Liang Qiu. What surprised Yi Ziming was that Fang Yaorao actually knew such an important figure, and they seemed to have a good relationship. Fang Yaorao said, Uncle Qian, I brought a good doctor. Let him take a look at Grandpa. A doctor? Qian Hongyu looked at Yi Ziming suspiciously and said, Yaorao, it's not that I don't trust you, but is this person you brought really a skilled doctor? Yi Ziming was dressed in ordinary casual clothes, and he was so young he didn't look like a doctor at all. Uncle Qian, rest assured, although he seems unreliable, his medical skills are good. I paid a considerable price to invite him here. At this, Fang Yaorao gave Yi Ziming a cold glance. Yi Ziming made an exorbitant demand, directly raising the consultation fee to 500,000. Although 500,000 was a small amount to Fang Yaorao, Yi Ziming's attitude made her very unhappy. Qian Hongyu frowned. He and Fang Yaorao's father were sworn brothers, and he had watched Fang Yaorao grow up. He believed she wouldn't joke about such a matter. But Yi Ziming's appearance was really not convincing. He dared not let Yi Ziming treat the old man. He is a Chinese medicine practitioner. How about letting him take the pulse first? Fang Yaorao seized the opportunity to say. Qian Hongyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, let him try. Having obtained Qian Hongyu's consent, Yi Ziming stepped forward to take Qian Lao's pulse. He had already agreed with Fang Yaorao that whether he could cure him or not, she would pay him 500,000. After all, Fang Yaorao was getting a bargain. In his past life, Yi Ziming's consultation fees were in the tens of millions. Just as Yi Ziming was about to take the pulse, a figure blocked his way. Qian Hongyu, are you crazy? Letting some random person treat our dad? What if something happens to dad? You'll regret. Liang Qiu blocked Yi Ziming's way and shouted angrily at Qian Hongyu. Liang Qiu stood in front of Yi Ziming, preventing him from taking a step forward. Aunt Liang, let Yi Ziming give it a try, suggested Fang Yaorao. His medical skills are quite good. He might have a solution. No way, I disagree. Liang Qiu responded firmly. Yaorao, I know you mean well, and I trust you, but I don't look at him. Does he look like a doctor? Liang Qiu pointed at Yi Ziming without holding back. At that moment, Yi Ziming calmly replied, you have an illness. What did you say? Liang Qiu was taken aback. You have poor mental health. You feel drowsy during the day, but have trouble sleeping at night. You suffer from night sweats and vivid dreams, and occasionally you have stomach pain. Especially in a cold environment, your stomach will hurt even more, and you will vomit whatever you eat. Yi Ziming. Liang Qiu looked at Yi Ziming in shock and couldn't help but ask, how do you know about my condition? Yi Ziming then turned to Qian Hongyu saying, you've been feeling fatigued lately with a decreased appetite, dizziness, nausea, and sometimes a bad temper. With each symptom Yi Ziming mentioned, Qian Hongyu subconsciously nodded. After he finished speaking, Qian Hongyu was left dumbfounded. How do you know so much? It's just traditional Chinese medicine, observing symptoms. You have hepatitis, and since you've just started medication, there's no improvement yet, Yi Ziming stated calmly. Qian Hongyu looked at Yi Ziming in shock. He was diagnosed with hepatitis just yesterday, and no one else knew about it. This guy named Yi Ziming is truly a miracle doctor. Yi Ziming turned to Liang Qiu asking, may I go see the patient? Yi Ziming exuded an air of confidence, and that aura made everyone in the ward believe in him. Fang Yaorao gently nodded, knowing that Yi Ziming would bring her a surprise. You? Please go ahead. Liang Qiu instinctively stepped aside for Yi Ziming, whose presence had already convinced her. Yi Ziming approached Old Qian's bedside, placing 3 fingers on the latter's wrist. After about half a minute, he released Old Qian's hand. Dr. You, what did you find? Qian Hongyu quickly asked. Pulmonary failure, almost completely non-functional. The patient is a long-time smoker and has undergone a lung wash, Yi Ziming replied. That's right, my father has been smoking for over 50 years and had a lung wash 6 months ago. Qian Hongyu nodded. Yi Ziming added, he didn't quit smoking after the lung wash, which is the primary reason for the lung failure. Yes, my father has a severe addiction, and I've tried many methods, but he continues to smoke secretly. Qian Hongyu's face was filled with pain. Dr. Yi, do you have any good solutions? Liang Qiu asked worriedly from the side. Yes, Dr. Yi, if you have a solution, please share. I would like to hear how you plan to treat old Qian's illness. At that moment, a disdainful voice came from outside the door. 5 doctors in white coats walked into the ward, and the leader was scrutinizing Yi Ziming. Director Lu, what brings you here? Qian Hongyu asked. The one who spoke first was Lu Yingzhe, the director of the city central hospital, and also old Qian's attending physician. I came to check on old Qian's condition, but I didn't expect to find a quack trying to treat him, Lu Yingzhe sneered. Qian Hongyu was taken aback. A quack. Lu Yingzhe continued, Mr. Qian, you can't really believe what I know you're worried about old Qian's illness. The hospital has already formed an expert group to find treatment methods. Just give us time, and we will stabilize old Qian's condition. But you are hastily seeking treatment from a fraud. If anything goes wrong, we at the hospital won't be able to handle it, Lu Yingzhe advised. But Dr. Yi is indeed capable. I just want him to take a look, Qian Hongyu quickly explained. Capable? Mr. Qian, look at how young he is. No matter how skilled he is, can he compare to the expert group at the hospital? Lu Yingzhe asked. This? Qian Hongyu didn't know how to explain. He truly didn't know how strong Yi Ziming's medical skills were. You just claimed you could treat old Qian's illness. How do you plan to do it? Lu Yingzhe, seeing that Qian Hongyu couldn't articulate his thoughts, turned to Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming replied calmly, traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture, and herbal treatments. A chuckle erupted as soon as he finished speaking. Even Lu Yingzhe's face was filled with disdain. Traditional Chinese medicine. Can that really cure illnesses? They are just a bunch of frauds flaunting traditional Chinese medicine. Get out of here. You are not allowed to touch my patient. Lu Yingzhe scoffed. Instead of studying Western medicine at a young age, you choose to learn those superstitious things from Chinese medicine. Kid, get lost now, or well, call security. The other doctors behind Lu Yingzhe also chimed in with laughter. You dare to mention traditional Chinese medicine? Mr. Qian, I can cure your father's illness, Yi Ziming said, looking at Qian Hongyu. As for whether you want to treat it, that's up to you to decide. Instantly, everyone in the ward turned their eyes towards Qian Hongyu, knowing that the final decision lay in his hands. Qian Hongyu hesitated, wanting to save his father, but afraid to gamble with his father's life. Mr. Qian, what are you hesitating for? Someone like him cannot possibly understand medicine. He must not be allowed to treat elder Qian. You mustn't be fooled by him. Lu Yingzhe couldn't help but interject. Qian Hongyu looked troubled at Fang Yarou, who nodded at him. Qian Hongyu clenched his teeth. I believe Dr. Yi, please treat my father. Mr. Qian Yu. Lu Yingzhe was taken aback. Enough, I trust Dr. Yi. Qian Hongyu, I also believe in Dr. Yi. He accurately described my condition just now, without a single error, Liang. I believe him too, Fang Yarou said calmly. You all. Lu Yingzhe was speechless, shaking his head. Fine, since you are so stubborn and believe this fraud, I have no words left. However, if something goes wrong, you are responsible, and the hospital bears no relation. After saying this, he led all the doctors to leave. If you don't believe me, how about a bet? Just as Lu Yingzhe was about to leave, Yi Ziming spoke up. Lu Yingzhe turned around. What do you want to bet? I bet that within half an hour I can make Elder Qian wake up, walk within 3 days, and be discharged smoothly in half a month. You must be insane. Elder Qian's lung function is almost entirely lost. No matter how skilled you are, you can't cure him, let alone rehabilitate him for discharge. I knew you were a fraud. Fine, I accept your bet, but what if you can't do it? Lu Yingzhe sneered. If I fail, I will never practice medicine again, Yi Ziming said coldly. If I succeed, you will publicly apologize for your previous slander against traditional Chinese medicine in front of everyone at the central hospital. Lu Yingzhe replied, fine, I agree. I want to see what you can do to treat the patient. At this moment, Fang Yarou stepped forward and asked, what do you need? They'll have someone prepare it for you. A box of silver needles and an alcohol lamp, Yi Ziming replied. Fang Yarou took out her phone and made a call. Soon Sister Lan rushed into the ward with the silver needles and alcohol lamp. Yi Ziming took the alcohol lamp, lit it, and disinfected 3 silver needles, while instructing Qian Hongyu to loosen Elder Qian's clothing to expose his chest. TCH, what a show. Lu Yingzhe sneered from the side. Yi Ziming ignored him and gently flicked the tails of the needles after disinfecting them. A crisp, buzzing sound resonated in everyone's ears. Just as they marveled, Yi Ziming's hand, like a phoenix's head, deftly inserted the silver needles. The 3 silver needles were inserted at the points of Liechua Taiyin and Shaoshang, and even as they pierced into the body, they continued to quiver slightly. Then Yi Ziming repeated the process twice, inserting 9 needles at 9 different points, each responding to the others, yet Elder Qian still lay, with tightly closed eyes, showing no signs of waking. What a flashy display. Some people just won't shed tears until they see the coffin. You think you can heal him with silver needles when even the hospital's precision instruments can't? The scammers nowadays are becoming increasingly bold, clearly unable to treat an illness, yet insisting they can heal it, Lu Yingzhe mocked. Shut up. At that moment, Fang Yarou lifted her head and coldly uttered 2 words. Lu Yingzhe wanted to retort, but fell silent at the sight of the icy glare from Fang Yarou. This is the 9 Deaths resuscitation needle. How is this possible? This technique was thought to be lost. An astonished voice suddenly interjected. Everyone turned to see an elderly man dressed in a long robe with white hair and beard entering the room. His eyes were fixed on Yi Ziming, not missing a single detail. Old Shi, what brings you here? Lu Yingzhe was startled upon seeing the old man who was a senior figure at their hospital, the renowned healer Shi and of Jiangxing. Shi ignored Lu Yingzhe and closely observed Yi Ziming's every move. I can't believe it's truly the 9 deaths resuscitation needle. Oh, I never expected to witness this technique in my lifetime. Shi trembled as he took out his phone recording Yi Ziming's technique. Cough, cough. At that moment, Elder Qian suddenly coughed and slowly opened his eyes. Dad, you finally woke up. How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? Qian Hongyu rushed over as soon as he saw his father awake, bombarding him with questions. Elder Qian was equally excited but stammered, unable to speak. Oh no, it must be that this fraud treated him recklessly. Elder Qian's body has a problem. This is a fleeting moment. Lu Yingzhe suddenly shouted. He couldn't believe that Yi Ziming could truly save Elder Qian, so upon seeing Elder Qian wake up, he immediately thought it was just a fleeting moment. I told you this kid wouldn't work, as something must have gone wrong. You're not treating him, you're killing him. Quick, call the police. And several doctors beside Lu Yingzhe yelled out. Dr. You, what's wrong with my dad? You need to think of a solution. Liang Qiu anxiously said from the side. Madam, please don't worry. Yi Ziming spoke gently, slowly pulling out the 9 silver needles from Elder Qian's body. As the last silver needle was removed, Elder Qian's voice came through. Hongyu, how did I end up in the hospital? Qian Hongyu trembled with excitement. Everyone looked in disbelief at Yi Ziming. He had actually awakened the pain. Among the crowd, only Feng Yuris' expression remained unchanged, as if she had anticipated this scene. Yi Ziming put away the silver needles and looked at Lu Yingzhe, whose face was ashen. The person is awake. Fulfill your bet. Yi Ziming's words deepened Lu Yingzhe's grimace. Suddenly he sneered. Who knows what sorcery you've employed? What if this endangers Elder Qian's health? Elder Qian may have awakened, but he won't be able to walk unassisted for 3 days. You still lose. Those around him watched Lu Yingzhe with strange, knowing expressions. They all recognized his intent to renege. The physicians present could clearly assess Elder Qian's condition. His complexion was rosy, his vitality far surpassing their expectations. Where then was the alleged harm? No need to wait 3 days. Elder Qian can walk unaided, right now. Yi Ziming spoke coldly, as though he had anticipated Lu Yingzhe's deceit from the outset. Impossible. His awakening was mere luck. He cannot possibly walk. Lu Yingzhe retorted. Yi Ziming ignored him entirely and turned instead to Qian Hongyu. You may test it yourselves. Very well, we shall try. Father, let us rise from bed. Having just revived his father, Qian Hongyu obeyed Yi Ziming's words without hesitation. With Qian Hongyu's support, Elder Qian rose from his hospital bed and took several tentative steps. At first he required steady assistance, but gradually his gait steadied until he walked confidently, no longer needing Qian Hongyu's aid. A miracle. Truly a miracle. You've activated the patient's pulmonary function using the 9-death revival needle. How did you accomplish it? Young man, I am Shi, an honorary deputy director of the Municipal Central Hospital. May I ask under which master you trained? Shi exclaimed beside them, elated. Yi Ziming replied coolly, I belong to no sect, follow no master. Then, where did you learn the 9-death revival needle? Shi paused, startled, and asked again. That is not for disclosure. I have other matters. I must depart. With that, Yi Ziming glanced briefly at Feng Yaorao. Uncle Qian, Yi Ziming and I will take our leave now. Please care well for Grandfather Qian. Feng Yaorao addressed Qian Hongyu. Divine Physician Yi, thank you profoundly. You saved my father's life. You are our family's greatest benefactor. Here is my private number. Call me directly should anything arise. I will see it done without fail. Qian Hongyu produced a plain white business card, unadorned, elegant, bearing only his name and telephone number. Very well. I shall accept without reservation. Yi Ziming nodded and asked, Elder Qian requires a fortnight of herbal decoctions to consolidate his recovery. Do you have a pen? No sooner had Yi Ziming spoken than Shi hurriedly handed him a fountain pen. Yi Ziming accepted the pen and began inscribing the prescription. In his past life, such formulas were priceless. Ordinary people would pay tens of millions for one. Its efficacy was extraordinary. With strict adherence, Elder Qian's ailment posed no further threat. Upon finishing, Yi Ziming handed the prescription to Qian Hongyu twice daily. Many thanks, Divine Physician Yi. Qian Hongyu received it, as if it were a sacred relic, bowing deeply in gratitude. While Yi Ziming conversed with Qian Hongyu, Lu Yingzhe seized the distraction to slip silently toward the door, only to find his path blocked by Lan Jie. What do you think you're doing? Lu Yingzhe blustered. You will honor your wager, Lan Jie declared icily, and with one hand gripping his collar, she dragged him out. Stop at once. This is a hospital. I'll summon security if you persist. Lu Yingzhe bellowed. Lan Jie paid him no heed. Lu Yingzhe's 150-pound frame seemed weightless in her grasp. Yi Ziming made no move. He knew Lan Jie would ensure Lu Yingzhe faced dire consequences should he refuse to uphold his vow. Let's go. Feng Yaorao approached, Yi Ziming voice cool and composed. And the consultation fee, he asked. Lan Jie will transfer it to your account. Very well. Yi Ziming nodded and followed Feng Yaorao out. Just as Shi suddenly rushed after them. Brother Yi, please wait. Yi Ziming turned. Something urgent. Brother Yi, I have countless questions on acupuncture techniques. Might we find a quiet place to discuss them thoroughly? Shiren spoke with fervent excitement. Fang Yaorao felt a jolt of astonishment. Shiren held towering prestige in the medical world, yet here he stood humbly deferential before Yi Ziming. Perhaps another time. Yi Ziming replied offhandedly and continued walking. Shiren stood frozen, staring at his retreating figure. Never before in his distinguished career had anyone addressed him so casually. Yet he felt no offense. He understood Yi Ziming was a true master. Such aloofness was neither arrogance nor rudeness, but the natural bearing of profound cultivation. It seems we must await our next meeting, Shiren murmured wistfully. Fang Yarao herself drove Yi Ziming home. The entire journey passed in silence, the air thick with awkward tension. At last arriving home, Yi Ziming exhaled in quiet relief. This woman radiated an icy aura, like an unmelting glacier. He wondered which man could ever endure her frigid presence. Wait! Just as he stepped away, the car window descended, and Fang Yarao leaned out, a small token, for healing Grandfather Qian. She tossed him an exquisitely crafted jewelry box. What is this? Yi Ziming blinked, then caught it. Xian Lian, the extra reward for curing Grandfather Qian. With that, Fang Yarao sped off. Xian Lian. Yi Ziming opened the box, to reveal a pair of jade bracelets. Translucent as glacial ice suffused with deep, lustrous emerald. These were imperial green jade bracelets. Only the rarest high ice or glass-grade jade saturated with vivid, even sunlit green earned that august title. Even a modest pendant carved from such material commanded prices in the hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Bracelets demanded immeasurably rarer flawless blocks of jade. He recalled that Xian Lian had been hailed as Jiangqing's finest jade bracelet set this year, sold at auction for 30 million yuan to an anonymous tycoon. Now he realized that enigmatic buyer was Fang Yarao. Why would she bestow such priceless treasures upon him, especially when he had no use for them? Yi Ziming slipped the box into his pocket and entered his home. Yi Ziming knocked lightly on the door. Nian Nian had been entrusted with the key, and Tang Huanqi now held it. Soon the door opened, revealing Tang Huanqi's delicate, smiling face. You're back, she said warmly. You haven't left yet, he asked instinctively, her joy instantly evaporating. Do you truly wish me gone? Am I such a thorn in your sight? Tang Huanqi's brows furrowed, her voice edged with. Tang Huanqi's good mood was completely shattered by Yi Ziming. Who is this person? I thought you would leave after sending. Nian Nian won't be scared at home by herself, right? What if something happens? I am a teacher, I cannot let such things happen, Tang Huanqi said seriously. At this moment, Yi Nian Nian ran out of the room, shouting, Daddy. Yi Ziming gently picked up Yi Nian Nian and asked, Did Nian Nian listen to the teacher? Of course Nian Nian listened, the teacher just praised Nian Nian. Yi Nian Nian proudly lifted her small head. Tang Huanqi said, I gave Nian Nian a few questions, and she solved them all correctly, because she is very clever. Yi Ziming happily kissed Nian Nian's little face, and said, Nian Nian is really amazing. The teacher bought a lot of food, just waiting for Daddy to come back and eat together. Daddy, I'm hungry. When are you going to cook? Yi Nian Nian said timidly. Daddy will cook right now, Yi Ziming hurriedly replied. After saying that, he carried Yi Nian Nian into the house, looking back at Tang Huanqi. Aren't you leaving? Tang Huanqi was so angry that she almost bit Yi Ziming. Why should I leave? I helped you with such a big favor, shouldn't you reward me properly? Just say you're mooching off a meal, Yi Ziming answered calmly. Yi Ziming, you. Tang Huanqi was so angry she couldn't speak. Teacher, don't be angry. Daddy didn't mean to irritate you, Yi Nian Nian quickly said. Let's ignore him and let him cook. Tang Huanqi walked over, snatched Nian Nian from Yi Ziming's arms, and coldly snorted. An hour later, fragrant, Yi Ziming looked at Tang Huanqi and Yi Nian Nian, feeling that both of them had gleaming eyes. Yi Ziming, your cooking is even better than that of a 5-star hotel chef. You should just open a restaurant. I would definitely eat there every day, Tang Huanqi exclaimed while eating. Yi Ziming shook his head, saying, Forget the restaurant, my main job is still being a. Tang Huanqi swallowed her food and said, That's a pity. If you opened a restaurant, it would surely be a hit. But since your cooking is so good, I will definitely come over to mooch meals often. You can come to eat, but bring your own ingredients. My money is still needed to raise Nian Nian. Yi Ziming shot a glance at Tang Huanqi. Tang Huanqi rolled her eyes at Yi Ziming. Yi Nian, Nian softly comforted. Teacher, I will save some of the money Daddy gives me to treat you to a meal. Nian Nian is so thoughtful. Let me give you a chicken leg. Tang Huanqi happily placed a chicken leg into Yi Nian Nian. Yi Nian Nian was not polite and started to fight for the big chicken leg in the bowl. The three of them took a full hour to eat, with most of the time being Tang Huanqi and Yi Nian Nian eating while Yi Ziming watched. It was unknown how these two had such big appetites, eating so much without fear of getting stuffed. After eating and drinking, Tang Huanqi sat on the chair, constantly rubbing her stomach. Having eaten too much, her stomach felt bloated. Yi Nian Nian was fine. Although the little one took a long time to eat, she didn't eat much and was purely keeping Tang Huanqi company. I feel so stuffed. Yi Ziming, aren't you a doctor? Hurry up and think of a way, Tang Huanqi said, feeling uncomfortable due to her bloated stomach, and hurriedly sought help from Yi Ziming. Press the Higu acupoint, also known as the tiger mouth. It can alleviate your condition, Yi Ziming said while tidying up the dining table. Tang Huanqi hurriedly pressed the tiger mouth, and indeed after 10 minutes her stomach felt much better. Hey, you've treated me to a meal today, how about I treat you to a meal tomorrow? Once Yi Ziming finished tidying up Tang Huanqi, when? I will bring Nian Nian along, Yi Ziming replied. Tang Huanqi hurriedly said, no Nian Nian, it's just you and me. I can't go, I have to take care of Nian Nian. Yi Ziming refused. Don't. That place is a 5-star hotel, oh it's a rare opportunity. Tang Huanqi still wouldn't give up. Yi Ziming asked, what exactly do you want to do? I have a high school reunion tomorrow, they insisted on bringing a partner of the opposite sex. I don't have any friends of the opposite sex, so I'll take advantage of you. Tang Huanqi had to tell the truth. After hearing this, Yi Ziming shook his head and said, I want go if I'm gone who will take care of Nian Nian at home. What if there's danger? Tang Huanqi was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted realizing that this bastard was actually using this excuse to refute her. Don't you have any relatives here? Just leave Nian Nian with them, consider it a favor owed to you. Tang Huanqi gritted her teeth and said, alright, I will think of a way. Yi Ziming nodded in agreement. With Tang Huanqi around, Nian Nian would receive better care at school, which was what Yi Ziming wanted. Moreover, Tang Huanxi's words reminded Yi Ziming that although he had no relatives in Jiang City, he had Pang Dahai. Alright, I will come to pick you up at 10 tomorrow morning, don't forget. Tang Huanqi nodded. After playing with Yi Nian Nian for a while, she went home. In the evening, Yi Ziming called Pang Dahai. Brother Dahai, this is Yi Ziming. Can you come to my house tomorrow morning to help me with something? Pang Dahai hurriedly replied, don't worry young master Yi, I will definitely come over tomorrow morning. After Yi Ziming hung up the phone, Pang Dahai felt extremely excited. Yi Ziming's current identity and status were enough to make him look up to him. He knew that to get further at the Xinghua nightclub, Yi Ziming was a very good person to attach himself to. So no matter what it was, he had to agree to Yi Ziming. Soon after, he made a phone call. Tomorrow morning, bring a few brothers to meet young master Yi. The next morning, there was a knock at Yi Ziming's door. Yi Ziming opened the door and saw Pang Dahai standing in the hallway with more than 20 little brothers. Young master Yi, which bastard is tired of living and dares to offend you? I brought more than 20 brothers, is that enough? Pang Dahai said respectfully. I just want you to help me watch the kids. Oh, why did you bring so many people at? Yi Ziming frowned. What? Watch the kids? Pang Dahai was stunned. The group of little brothers behind him was also dumbfounded. Young master Yi wants me to watch the child. Pang Dahai stood frozen in the hallway, unable to contain himself. Young master Yi, you can't be serious. He was the manager of Xinghua nightclub known as Brother Dahai to others, and Yi Ziming actually wanted him to babysit. No. Yi Ziming glanced at the time. It was nearly 10 o'clock. He patted Pang Dahai on the shoulder. I have something to attend to. Nian Nian is in your care. With that, he went downstairs. Brother Dahai, what do we do now? After Yi Ziming left, one of the underlings couldn't help. What else can we do? Dismiss the brothers, you two stay. Pang Dahai barked. Uncle Pang, why are you here? At that moment, Yi Nian Nian emerged from the bedroom, rubbing her eyes. Pang Dahai waved off the other underlings, struggling to appear kind. Your father asked me to look after you today. Little princess, why are you awake? Did Uncle Pang disturb you? All the underlings stared in disbelief. Was this the same ruthless man who had faced dozens of machetes without? Now Pang Dahai seemed like a roaring lion abruptly transformed into a kitten begging for cuddles. Yi Nian Nian said obediently, Uncle didn't wake me up, but Nian Nian is hungry. Can Uncle make me something to eat? Cook. Pang Dahai was stunned. How could he possibly cook? He looked at Yi Nian Nian's adorable face, gritted his teeth, and said, come on Uncle, will take you out to eat. A 5-star hotel. He was probably the first person to go to a 5-star hotel just for breakfast. But his underlings were grinning from ear to ear. Long live the boss. Treating us so well so early in the morning. Pang Dahai turned around. Who said I'm taking you? One of the underlings was baffled. Boss, didn't you say you were taking the little princess to a 5-star hotel? That's for us. As for you, the wonton stand downstairs. Eat as much as you want. Pang Dahai said. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Ziming walked out of the residential area and heard the sound of a car horn. Yi Ziming turned his head and saw the window of a car rolled down by the roadside. Tang Huanqi gestured with her chin. Get in. Once Yi Ziming was in the passenger seat, Tang Huanqi looked him up and down. Why are you dressed like that? Yi Ziming was still in yesterday's clothes while Tang Huanqi was wearing a light blue dress looking like a girl next door. I usually wear this when I go out. Yi Ziming said indifferently. Tang Huanqi suppressed the urge to punch him, started the car, and headed straight for Xinghe Hotel. Xinghe Hotel was a famous 5-star hotel in Jiangxing where a single meal could cost over 100,000 yuan. Yi Ziming followed Tang Huanqi to a private room. As he pushed open the door and entered, everyone inside fixed their eyes on the two of them. Isn't this our class beauty, Tang? You finally made it. That's right, Huanqi. You missed the last few reunions. Huanqi, who is this? A few classmates approached with smiles. Let me introduce you. This is my friend Yi Ziming. Tang Huanqi quickly explained. Friend? Looks more like a boyfriend to me. A female classmate teased. Huanqi, he's not really your boyfriend, is he? Just then a woman in gaudy attire walked over. She was Tang Huanxi's high school roommate Tian Rue. The two had been close in high school. How could that be? He's just a friend. Tang Huanqi hurriedly clarified. What a relief. I was joking when I asked you to bring a male companion. I thought you'd actually brought a real boyfriend. Tian Rue patted her chest and said in a coquettish voice. Tang Huangxi's jaw dropped. Ah, you tricked me. Tang Huangxi felt like crying. If only she had known, she wouldn't have brought Yi Ziming. Of course. I just wanted to know if you had a boyfriend, Tian Rue said, eyeing Yi Ziming from head to toe with a flicker of disgust. But fortunately he's not your boyfriend. Someone like him is completely beneath you. Yi Ziming's ordinary casual clothes stood in stark contrast to their suits and glittering accessories. Tian Rue, Yi Ziming is my friend. Don't talk about him like that. Tang Huangxi was startled by Tian Rue's words. She quickly glanced at Yi Ziming and seeing no change in his expression spoke up. Alright, I'll stop. Huangxi, you're too nice. No wonder you became a teacher. Tian Rue laughed. Of course being a teacher has been my dream since childhood. Tian Rue, you must be doing well, right? Tang Huangxi asked. Huangxi, you'll have to call her class monitor's wife from now on. She's with Song Xiao and they both joined Song Yuan group. Someone nearby chimed in. Tang Huangxi exclaimed in surprise, Song Yuan group. That's a top-tier company. Oh, it's all thanks to young Master Zhuang. Song Xiao and I both work under him. Without him, we wouldn't have gotten into Song. Tian Rue spoke modestly, but her face was full of pride. The young Master Zhuang she referred to was Zhuang Yuchuan, a celebrated figure from their high school days. But the moment she mentioned Zhuang Yuchuan, Tang Huangxi's expression darkened. Tian Rue quickly asked, Huangxi, what's wrong? You haven't accepted young Master Zhuang's pursuit yet, have you? Tang Huangxi said helplessly, I have no feelings for him. Ever since high school, Zhuang Yuchuan had been persistently pursuing her even up to now. What's wrong with young Master Zhuang? He's young, wealthy, and capable. He's already a manager at Song Yuan Group in his 20s. Someone like him is hard to find, even with a lantern. Unlike some people, you can tell from their clothes they're nothing special. Tian Rue glanced at Yi Ziming and sneered. Yi Ziming was taken aback. Why was he suddenly being dragged into this? Tang Huangxi was about to explain when Tian Rue suddenly waved at a man. Song Xiao, come over here. A man in a fine suit walked over. He was Song Xiao, the class monitor of their high school class. Huangxi, long time no see. Song Xiao approached with a smile. Class monitor, long time no see. Let me introduce you, this is. Tang Huangxi smiled, intending to introduce Yi Ziming to Song Xiao. But Song Xiao's expression turned cold. He looked at Yi Ziming with disdain. Who are you? Dressed in rags, what are you doing here? This is no place for the likes of you. Get out. Song Xiao's words darkened Tang Huangxi's expression, as she did not expect him to want to drive Yi Ziming away right from the start. Song Xiao, this is my friend Yi Ziming. Song Xiao disdainfully looked Yi Ziming up and down, saying, so he's a friend. Why is he dressed like that? Alright dear, don't scare him away. In a place like this, he probably won't have the chance to attend for the rest of his life. If it weren't for Huangxi, he wouldn't even be able to step through the doors of the Xinghe Hotel. Tian Rue cast a scornful glance at Yi Ziming and said, Tang Huangxi, why did you bring a man here? If young Master Zhuang finds out, he'll be angry. Tang Huangxi frowned, replying, why should it matter who I bring? Silly Huangxi, don't you understand? This class reunion was arranged specifically for you by young Master Zhuang. Tian Rue chuckled, saying, yes Huangxi, I think you should let your friend leave. Besides, look at how he looks. Does he even qualify to eat at the same table as us? Song Xiao disdainfully glanced at Yi Ziming and said, you should go, kid. This isn't a place for you. Yi Ziming remained silent, looking towards Tang Huangxi, wanting to know her thoughts. Tang Huangxi shook her head and said, no, he came with me. I can't drive him away. Tian Rue hurriedly said, who said he should be driven away? He should leave on his own. After saying this, he quickly glanced at Song Xiao. Kid, you should leave. This isn't a place for you. Song Xiao's reaction was swift, directly addressing Yi Ziming. In an instant, all eyes fell on Yi Ziming, their gazes filled with mockery. To them, Yi Ziming was like a clown. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Yi Ziming retorted, Tang Huangxi brought me here, why should I leave? Do you think you are worthy to dine with us? This is high society, our circle is not one you can mingle with. I advise you to be smart and leave early. If young Master Zhuang arrives, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. He isn't as kind-hearted as we are. Song Xiao sneered. Yi Ziming coldly replied, who is young Master Zhuang? I don't know him. You don't need to know, just know that if you don't scram, young Master Zhuang will make it impossible for you to walk in Jiangsheng. Song Xiao sneered. Yi Ziming was unconcerned, saying, is that so? Then I'll wait. You all arrived, it seems I came late. At that moment a voice came from outside the door. A young man dressed in expensive clothing, wearing a watch worth several million, walked in. It was none other than young Master Zhuang Yuchuan. Young Master Zhuang is here, it's been a long time. Young Master Zhuang, you look even more handsome and spirited than before. Thanks to young Master Zhuang for personally footing the bill to reserve the venue at a 5-star hotel. What do you know? Young Master Zhuang came here specifically for the class flower Tang. I heard he plans to confess to her today. The surrounding classmates all surrounded Zhuang Yuchuan like stars surrounding the moon. Song Xiao also walked over loudly, saying, young Master Zhuang, I managed to bring the class flower Tang. Seeing Tang Huangxi, Zhuang Yuchuan nodded in satisfaction, saying, you did well. Young Master Zhuang, I've been wanting to discuss business with you. Song Xiao took the opportunity to say, that will be left to you and Tian Rue. This sentence made Song Xiao and Tian Rue tremble with excitement. Zhuang Yuchuan did not look at them, but instead approached Tang Huanqi saying, "Huanqi, long time no see." "Yes, long time no see." Tang Huanqi nodded, unconsciously moving a step closer to Yi Ziming. Zhuang Yuchuan's eyes narrowed as he noticed her movement. "Huanqi, who is he?" "Young Master Zhuang, just a loser who thinks he can pursue a swan. Oh, I'll have the security, throw him out right away." Before Tang Huanqi could speak, Song Xiao stepped in first. "A guest is a guest, there's no need to drive him away. Besides, I'm in a good mood today. Oh, I don't want it spoiled," Zhuang Yuchuan said with a smile. "Yes, young Master Zhuang, this counts as his good luck." Song Xiao shot Yi Ziming a glare. After hearing Zhuang Yuquan's words, Tang Huanqi let out a sigh of relief. If Zhuang Yuchuan also wanted to drive Yi Ziming away, she would have no choice but to leave with him. No matter what, Yi Ziming was the person she brought, as she absolutely could not abandon him. "Yi Ziming, hurry up and thank young Master Zhuang. If it weren't for his magnanimity, you would have been thrown out long ago." Tian Rue shouted at Yi Ziming. "Thank him. He doesn't have that qualification." Yi Ziming glanced at Zhuang Yuchuan and said disdainfully. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the entire private room seemed to freeze. Zhuang Yuchuan squinted at Yi Ziming and said, "You're quite arrogant, aren't you?" "Not really," Yi Ziming replied, his expression unchanged. Zhuang Yuquan's gaze turned dangerous. Ever since he became the manager of Song Yuan Group, no one had dared to speak. Tang Huanqi sensed something was off and immediately stepped in front of Yi Ziming, saying, "Zhuang Yuchuan, Yi Ziming is my friend. What do you want to do?" At the sight of Tang Huanqi, the danger in Zhuang Yuquan's eyes quickly subsided. He smiled and said, "So it's Huang's friend. They'll let him go this time. Huanqi, look how much Zhuang cares about you. If it were anyone else, they would have been thrown out by now. You should hold on to a man like..." Tian Rue interjected at the right moment. Zhuang Yuchuan smiled and nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with Tian Rui's words. "Huanqi, how about we go over there and have a few drinks?" Zhuang Yuchuan politely invited. "Sorry, you'll stay with my friend." Tang Huanqi leaned closer to Yi Ziming, and a glint of cold light flashed in Zhuang Yuquan's eyes, but he did not lose his temper. Instead, he turned to Song Xiao and asked, "Have you prepared everything I asked for?" "Don't worry, Zhuang Xiao." After saying that, Song Xiao walked to the center of the private room and announced, "Thank you all for attending this reunion. Our gathering is about to begin. Finally, it's starting. I can't wait." "Yes, class leader, please announce the start." Others shouted loudly. "But before the gathering begins, our Zhuang Xiao has something to do." Song Xiao continued. Just as he finished speaking, the lights in the private room suddenly went out, plunging it into darkness. The men remained composed, but some women gasped in surprise. However, the darkness did not last long, as Song Xiao soon pushed in a large cake lit with candles, illuminating the room once more. Over 20 waiters entered holding roses, filling the entire room with the fragrance of roses. There were at least tens of thousands of roses. Colorful patterns flickered on the walls of the room, and soft music filled the entire space. Suddenly, a white spotlight turned on, illuminating Zhuang Yuchuan. Zhuang Yuchuan walked step by step towards Tang Huanqi, holding an exquisite gift box in his hand. "Wow, how romantic. It looks like Zhuang Xiao is going to confess to Tang Huanqi," a woman said enviously. "Huanqi is so lucky to have a handsome and rich man like Zhuang interested in her. Why can't I have that? If someone were to confess to me like this, I would definitely marry him without a second thought." Another woman couldn't help. "Huanqi, this is a gift I carefully selected for you, the angel's kiss. I hope you like it," Zhuang Yuchuan said as he opened the box to reveal a jade bracelet. The bracelet was crystal clear, adorned with natural blue flowers, delicate as jelly, and under the light it appeared even more enchanting. At first glance, it seemed worth 6 figures. "Oh my god, it's actually the angel's kiss." This bracelet has been on display at the Xinghua jewelry store for 5 years, and was personally appraised by the most famous appraiser in Jiangxing, he being valued at 800,000. "Huanqi, you're so lucky. Zhuang Xiao actually bought it to confess to you." Tian Rue exclaimed, her eyes betraying. She had considerable knowledge about jade, and could tell the bracelet's value. Upon hearing Tian Rui's words, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Only someone as powerful as Zhuang Yuchuan could afford to buy a bracelet for 800,000. "Huanqi, you should agree." "Exactly, Huanqi. Zhuang Xiao has done so much for you, just agree to him." The surrounding people kept urging her. Song Xiao was the first to shout, and soon everyone began yelling for Tang Huanqi to agree. Tang Huanqi bit her lips, stubbornly refusing to speak. She hadn't expected Zhuang Yuchuan would force her into this position. "Just a piece of trash, how dare you bring it out." At that moment, a discordant voice broke in. The voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. "What did you just say?" Zhuang Yuchuan glared at Yi Ziming, his face darkening, realizing that the words had come from him. "I said your bracelet is garbage," Yi Ziming replied calmly. "Garbage? Look at your poor appearance. Do you even know what a jade bracelet is? This bracelet is worth 800,000. You probably won't see that much money in your lifetime." Song Xiao sneered. Indeed, Zhuang Xiao's ability to gift Huanqi such an expensive present is proof of his feelings. Some people can't even afford a gift and just say sour grapes because they can't have it. If you have the ability, why not take out a gift for Huanqi? I want to see what you can come up with." Tian Rue mocked from the side. Yi Ziming glanced at her, reached into his pocket, and tossed a delicate small box. "I also have a gift for you," Yi Ziming said. Tang Huanqi instinctively caught the box, stunned. "Ha ha. He wants to compare with Zhuang Xiao's angel's kiss. Song Xiu laughed loudly. Zhuang Yuquan's expression was also filled with disdain. The box looks nice, but I bet it only contains something worth a few hundred. Huanqi opened the box. I really want to see what kind of junk he can give you. Zhuang Yuquan sneered. Although both boxes were exquisite, the bracelet sent by Zhuang Yuquan was worth 800,000. What good could Yi Ziming possibly offer? Zhuang Yuquan and the others looked at Yi Ziming with disdain, doubting he could produce anything of value. Let's open. Yi Ziming replied calmly. The prestige of Xianlian can overshadow that so-called angel's kiss by 18 streets. I wonder how long you can keep pretending. Once Huanqi opens the box, you will be embarrassed. Zhuang Yuquan sneered. Tang Huanqi took a deep breath and opened the box. A bracelet that was entirely ice clear and a vivid green exposed itself to everyone's gaze. The ones who were ready to mock instantly froze in shock. Top grade Emperor green, and it's fully green. This is the Xianlian that appeared at this year's Jiangxing auction. Tian Rui shouted in a high-pitched voice. What? This is Xianlian. I heard this bracelet was bought for 30 million by a mysterious tycoon at the auction. 30 million. How could a bracelet be so expensive? Of course, Xianlian is known as the most expensive jewelry of the year bar none. It is said that if you confess with this bracelet, no girl in the world would refuse. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Tang Huanqi carefully took out the Xianlian, and under the light's reflection, it radiated a dazzling brilliance, captivating everyone's attention. Tang Huanqi became a bit dazed. A sense of happiness she had never felt before filled her heart. What Xianlian? I think it's just a shabby imitation. Look at his poor appearance. Does he look like someone who can spend 30 million on Xianlian? At that moment, Song Xiu burst into laughter. Zhuang Yuquan seized the opportunity, saying, Huanqi, stop holding that counterfeit. It's embarrassing. My angel's kiss is much more suitable for you. Why should I throw? Absolutely impossible. So the Xianlian in his hand must be fake. Tian Rui scoffed. I must have been out of my mind to believe this is Xianlian. Huanqi, just throw it away. It's just a counterfeit. Zhuang Yuquan seized the opportunity, saying, Huanqi, stop holding that counterfeit. It's embarrassing. My angel's kiss is much more suitable for you. Why should I throw it away? I like this bracelet. Tang Huanqi put it on without a second thought. Huanqi, are you foolish? Why cherish a counterfeit? Such dyed goods are harmful to the body. Young Master Zhuang's items are far better than this. Tian Rui couldn't help but say. At this moment, Yi Ziming calmly stated, Who said it's a counterfeit? You mean this is the real Xianlian? Tian Rui retorted disdainfully. Of course. You are acting so much that you even believe yourself, Yi Ziming. You're the first I've ever seen like this. Zhuang Yuquan couldn't help but mock. What if Xianlian is real? Yi Ziming asked. If it is real, I will eat the angel's kiss. But it can't possibly. Tian Rui, how do we distinguish the authenticity of Xianlian? It would be good to crush his hopes. Young Master Zhuang, the inner side of the bracelet is engraved with the two characters, Xianlian. It was hand-carved by the best sculptor in Longhua, and no one can replicate it. You just need to look at the inner side of the bracelet to know if it's real or not. Tian Rui hurriedly said. Zhuang Yuquan turned to Tang Huanqi and smiled. Huanqi, check if the inner side of the bracelet is engraved with these two characters. Tang Huanqi replied unhappily. Why should I listen to you? I'm not looking. She knew in her heart that the Xianlian must be fake, but she didn't want to embarrass Yi Ziming. But then Yi Ziming spoke up. Just watch. I'm waiting for him to eat the angel's kiss. Tang Huanqi shot Yi Ziming an annoyed glare. Here, she was trying to help him, and he was still digging his own grave. Even the owner of the bracelet has agreed. Huanqi, just take a look. Song Xiu laughed from the side. Yes, we also want to see how this counterfeit was replicated. Tian Rui fanned the flames from the side. Tang Huanqi had no choice but to take off the bracelet to check the inner side. In the next second, her pretty face froze as if she had seen something unbelievable. Zhuang Yuquan signaled Tian Rui with his eyes, indicating her to come over and take a look. Tian Rui nodded and hurried to Tang Huanxi's side. But the next moment she was also stunned. It's real, it's really Xianlian. Tian Rui exclaimed. She clearly saw the two characters, Xianlian, on the inner side of the bracelet. Is this really the Xianlian bracelet? Who exactly is Yi Ziming that he can possess Xianlian? Everyone was shocked looking at Yi Ziming. This was a Xianlian worth 30 million, and he just gave it away. Zhuang Yuquan's angel's kiss was garbage compared to Xianlian. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yi Ziming looked at Zhuang Yuquan. You eat it. Eat what? Everyone was momentarily stunned, and then immediately reacted. Yi Ziming wanted Zhuang Yuquan to eat the angel's kiss. Is this guy too bold? Doesn't he know that Zhuang Yuquan is the manager of Song Yuan Group? Zhuang Yuquan's face turned pale and flushed as he angrily said, Just because you say Xianlian is real, does that make it true? Did you not hear what Tian Rui just said? The real Xianlian was taken away by a mysterious wealthy man. How did you get it? Song Xiu immediately reacted, saying, Zhuang Xiao is right, you must have obtained it through illegal means. Aren't you afraid we will call the police and have you arrested? Yi Ziming calmly replied, It seems someone is trying to dodge their debt. What debt? Zhuang Xiao never even made a bet with you. You should be thinking about how to explain this to the police instead. Moreover, Zhuang Xiao is the manager of Song Yuan Group with countless resources. What are you even worth to speak to Zhuang Xiao like that? Song Xiu shouted. Zhuang Yuquan's expression normalized. Indeed, in terms of status, he was far more esteemed than Yi Ziming. Aren't you going to eat? Yi Ziming asked. Yi Ziming, don't be so pleased with yourself. Oh, Zhuang Xiao is not someone you can provoke. You better leave quickly, otherwise Zhuang Xiao will ensure you can't take a step in Jiangxing. Song Xiao coldly remarked. It seems you don't plan to eat. As Yi Ziming shook his head. I dislike those who do not honor their bets. With that, Yi Ziming stepped forward and shoved the bracelet into Zhuang Yuquan's mouth. Yi Ziming, what are you doing? You treat me like this, and you aren't afraid of my retaliation. Don't say I didn't warn you. I am from Song Yuan Group. If this goes south, not just you but your family will also face misfortune. Zhuang Yuchuan shouted angrily. Song Yuan Group. Qian Hongyu's enterprise. Yi Ziming asked. Few lowly person are not worthy to mention our chairman's name. Zhuang Yuchuan scoffed disdainfully. Since you are from Song Yuan Group, let Qian Hongyu handle it. I happen to have. Yi Ziming, uninterested in Zhuang Yuquan's words, took out his phone and dialed a number. You have our chairman's number. What are you pretending for? Someone like you is worthy to know the chairman. Zhuang Yuchuan said contemptuously. Stop putting on a show. Zhuang Xiao let him call, and see how long he can keep up this act. Song Xiao's face was full of disdain. Huanqi, you should keep your distance from him in the future. Someone like him is not worthy of being your friend, Tian Rue sneered. We haven't even met the chairman, so how would he, with his pitiful appearance, know the chairman's number? Soon the call connected. Hello, who is this? A calm voice of Qian Hongyu came through the phone. This is Dr. Yi. What can I do for you? Qian Hongyu became excited upon hearing Yi Ziming's name. The latter had saved his father and was a benefactor to his entire family. Do you know someone named Zhuang Yuchuan in your group? Yi Ziming asked. Qian Hongyu thought for a moment. I seem to have some impression. What happened, Dr. Yi? Your people are making it impossible for me to stay in Jiangxing. What are you going to do about it? Yi Ziming inquired. What? This is happening too. Dr. Yi, please hand the phone to him. Qian Hongyu's face was filled with rage. He was just trying to figure out how to repay Yi Ziming when he found out his subordinate was causing trouble for him. Yi Ziming placed the phone in front of Zhuang Yuchuan, saying, This is your chairman's call. Song Xiao sneered. Yi Ziming, keep pretending our chairman is someone you could know. Exactly, Yi Ziming, you better know your place. Zhuang Xiao can easily kick you out of Jiangxing with a single word. Tian Rue shouted. Zhuang Yuchuan also did not believe it, looking at Yi Ziming with disdain. However, at that moment, Yi Ziming had already handed his phone over, and he decided to see how this would end. Hello, I am Zhuang Yuchuan. As soon as Zhuang Yuchuan finished speaking, Qian Hongyu's furious voice came through. Zhuang Yuchuan, Dr. Yi is my most esteemed guest. How dare you offend him? See, Chairman. Zhuang Yuquan's eyes widened as he looked at Yi Ziming in disbelief. He recognized Qian Hongyu's voice. It was definitely him. This guy actually knows the chairman. Zhuang Yuchuan was completely stunned. Zhuang Yuchuan immediately apologized to Dr. Yi. If he does not forgive you, don't even think about returning to Song Yuan Group, nor about staying in Jiangxing. With that, Qian Hongyu hung up the phone with a loud click. Zhuang Yuchuan sat down on the ground, his entire back drenched. Everything he had was given to him by Song Yuan Group. Without it, he was nothing. No matter what, he had to keep his position as manager. Why Yi Shao, I was blind and did not recognize Mount Tai. Please have mercy and spare me this once. Tu won't compete with you for Tang Huanqi, he'll let her go to you. Please for Zhuang Yuchuan trembled as he returned the phone to Yi Ziming, desperately begging for mercy. Yi Ziming looked at Zhuang Yuchuan unmoved. Zhuang Yuchuan gritted his teeth and slapped his own face, saying, Yi Shao, I am not human. I have a pair of dog eyes. I look down on others with my dog eyes. With each word, Zhuang Yuchuan slapped himself. His actions left those around him in shock. How did the formerly arrogant Zhuang Yuchuan suddenly become like this? Zhuang Xiao, what are you doing? Why are you begging this poor guy? Song Xiao couldn't help but ask. Damn your mother, you pauper. Zhuang Yuchuan slapped Song Xiao, sending him tumbling to the ground. Yi Shao, it's this bastard who instigated things, otherwise I wouldn't have fought you for a woman. After hearing this, Tang Wang's face turned red. When did she become Yi Ziming's woman? As for the kiss of the angel, he'll eat it. After saying that, Zhuang Yuchuan grabbed the kiss of the angel and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch. The kiss of the angel was bitten into pieces, causing his mouth to bleed. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain still gnawing away. At that moment, Tang Huanqi approached Yi Ziming and softly said, Forget it, don't make it hard for him. If this continues, someone will die. Yi Ziming nodded and said, Forget it, there's no need to eat the bracelet. Thank you, Yi Shao, thank you, Yi Shao. Zhuang Yuchuan kept bowing to Yi Ziming, completely unconcerned with the gazes of those around him. He didn't even dare to wipe the blood from his mouth. Everyone watched this scene in horror, not even daring to breathe. If even Zhuang Yuchuan couldn't afford to offend Yi Ziming, how could they dare? Let's go, staying here is meaningless, Yi Ziming said, and turned to leave. Tang Huanqi was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly followed him out. After Yi Ziming left, the people in the private room finally let out a sigh of relief. They looked at the disheveled Zhuang Yuchuan and Song Xiao, and an involuntary question arose in their minds. Who exactly is Yi Ziming? Tang Huanqi drove Yi Ziming to the entrance of the community. As Yi Ziming got out of the car, Tang Huanqi took out the immortal love. Hey, this is too valuable. Oh, I can't accept it. You should save it for Nian Nian. The quality of immortal love is too mediocre for me. Do I want take it? When I go back, I'll get Nian something better. Yi Ziming said. Tang Huanqi was taken aback, and then a hint of anger emerged in her heart. This bastard actually offered her something he found unworthy. Then I won't take it. Tang Huanqi frowned. Do as you like, you can throw it away if you want. After saying this, Yi Ziming got out of the car, not forgetting to turn around and say, "Oh right, see you tomorrow." Yi Ziming didn't notice the change in Tang Huanqi's expression. He casually said something before getting out of the car. This bastard infuriates me. Tang Huanqi was so angry that she wanted to throw the immortal love out of the window, but it was too expensive and she couldn't bear to do it. Soon she quickly started the car, leaving Yi Ziming with a face full of exhaust fumes. What's wrong with that woman? Yi Ziming muttered to himself. Just then his phone rang. Yi Ziming pressed the answer button. Is something wrong? Yi Ziming, have you forgotten something? Fang Yarue's cold voice came through the phone. The icy tone of Fang Yarue immediately made Yi Ziming realize that he had forgotten to give her a massage today. Just wait, Yi Ziming said before hanging up the phone. At the Xinghua nightclub in the office, Fang Yarue was drenched in fragrant sweat, leaning back on the sofa and breathing lightly, her forehead covered in perspiration. This time her waist didn't hurt as much after the massage, and she could feel her back improving. This is the last massage. At this moment, Yi Ziming spoke. Fang Yarue frowned slightly. My back injury isn't healed yet, and you're stopping treatment. Are you the doctor, or am I it? Yi Ziming shot a glance at Fang Yarue. Fang Yarue was already used to Yi Ziming's sharp tongue and didn't seek to argue. Yi Ziming handed her the prescription he had written. From now on, use this prescription for medicine. Fang Yarue nodded and reached out her delicate hand to receive the prescription. This was the first time she had actively accepted a prescription from Yi Ziming. Just then there was a knock on the door, and Sister Lan walked into the office respectfully saying, "Boss, the jade auction is about to start. We should get going." Fang Yarue nodded. The jade auction. Yi Ziming was taken aback. He had mentioned yesterday about choosing a nice piece of jade for Nian, and now it was the perfect opportunity. Can I attend this auction? Yi Ziming asked Sister Lan. Sister Lan was taken aback and looked at Fang Yarue with some difficulty. This jade auction only allowed people of certain status to participate, so it wasn't for her to decide whether Yi Ziming could go. Fang Yarue said, "Do you understand jade?" Yi Ziming nodded and said, "I know a bit." "Then come with me," Fang Yarue replied. Sister Lan drove, and Yi Ziming and Fang Yarue sat in the back seat, heading straight to the Jiangxing Convention Center. This place had the best jade in the entire Jiangxing, with many sourced from ancient mines. Yi Ziming followed Fang Yarue and Sister Lan to the third floor, quickly spotting 4 people waiting for them. "Yao Rao, you've arrived." A young man hurried forward upon spotting Fang Yarao. He was Zhong Tianlei, the son of the chairman of Tianba Group, a quintessential scion of wealth. Tianba Group was a premier conglomerate specializing in jewelry and jade, commanding unmatched prestige within. "Have you brought the person I requested?" Fang Yarao asked. Zhong Tianlei smiled faintly. "How could I possibly fail at a task entrusted to me by you, Yao Rao?" "This is Master He Bing, Jiangxing's most renowned jade appraiser," Zhong Tianlei said with a smile. Hearing the name, He Bing, Yi Ziming instinctively glanced at the middle-aged man, struck by a vague sense of familiarity. Master He Bing is a master connoisseur of jade. Angel's Kiss was crafted under his hand, Fang Yarao explained. Yi Ziming nodded lightly. No wonder the name sounded familiar. Angel's Kiss was precisely the bracelet that Zhuang Yuchuan had possessed. Upon seeing Yi Ziming, Zhong Tianlei's eyes flickered with hostility. He had never before witnessed Fang Yarao accompanied by an unfamiliar man. His eyes narrowed, his expression turning icy. Yao Rao, who is he? Yi Ziming sensed the animosity instantly, but chose not to respond. At that moment, Fang Yarao's voice cut cold and clear. "A friend." "Ah, a friend of yours, Yao Rao. Rest assured, brother, with Master He here you're certain to acquire an exceptional piece of jade." Though his words were courteous, Zhong Tianlei's gaze darkened with simmering malice. He knew Fang Yarao well. She never accompanied men on her outings. Yi Ziming was the first. In his mind, Fang Yarao had long been his exclusive possession. Anyone daring to approach her became his sworn enemy. "No need." "No need," Yi Ziming replied casually. In his past life, he had amassed countless treasures, jade being but one among them. His discernment rivaled Master He Bing's without question. "So, brother, you hold great confidence in your own judgment. Does that mean you distrust Master He?" Zhong Tianlei probed deliberately. Yi Ziming nodded. "I suppose so." Zhong Tianlei scoffed. "Heh, hear that, Master He? It seems your reputation isn't quite as formidable as we thought. This young man doesn't even trust you." "Young Master Zhong, the art of jade appraisal runs deep and vast. How could a mere novice possibly grasp it? He's nothing but a clown." Having navigated elite circles for over 2 decades, He Bing instantly deciphered Zhong Tianlei's veiled intent and responded with biting disdain. "Enough. Let's examine the jade. Yi Ziming is my friend. I expect no conflict between you." Fang Yarao's tone was glacial. "Of course, your friends are mine as well. Master He, please escort Yao Rao and her guest inside first." Zhong Tianlei smiled. "Miss Fang, this way." He Bing promptly gestured respectfully toward Fang Yarao, who then entered the exhibition hall with Yi Ziming in tow. The moment they disappeared through the entrance, Zhong Tianlei's smile vanished, replaced by venomous fury. He signaled sharply to a bodyguard who rushed over immediately. Young Master Zhong. Within 10 minutes I want a full dossier on that Yi Ziming. Yes, young Master Zhong. The bodyguard bowed and departed swiftly. Fang Yaorao, you belong to me alone. Zhong Tianlei stared toward the hall entrance, his features twisted in grim intensity. Inside, Yi Ziming beheld numerous display stands laden with emerald and jade specimens. He Bing approached, lips curled in a sneer. Boy, this must be your first time laying eyes on such treasures. What business does a penniless, powerless fellow like you have here? If I were you, I'd have left long ago, not wasted another second in this place. Do you even know how much these jade pieces cost? Each starts at 50 or 60,000. Can you afford even one? Shall I select a raw stone for you, just to indulge your fantasy? He Bing gazed down at Yi Ziming with open contempt, his mockery unrelenting. Yi Ziming heard the derision plainly, but merely lifted his gaze once toward He Bing, then turned his attention back to the uncut jade stones displayed on the counter. Ignored thus, He Bing's face flushed with indignation. As a senior jade appraiser revered across high society, he had never before endured such blatant disregard. Were Fang Yaorao not present, he would have erupted on the spot. Miss Fang, shall we proceed inside? There are some exceptional pieces awaiting you. Would you care to take a look? Suppressing his seething anger, He Bing addressed Fang Yaorao directly. He had accepted Zhong Tianlei's generous fee to assist Fang Yaorao in selecting and unveiling a jade of extraordinary value. Zhong Tianlei spared no expense. Fang Yaorao's status was equally extraordinary. Unearthing a superior jade would delight them both. Unveiling a single exquisite jade would win favor with two towering figures. He Bing was more than willing to play his part. Fang Yaorao shook her head. No need. Before arriving, Yi Ziming had claimed expertise in jade appraisal, and Fang Yaorao wished to gauge the depth of his knowledge. Just then Zhong Tianlei strode briskly to her side. Yaorao, do you intend to try your luck at jade gambling? He asked. She replied coolly, just browsing. Zhong Tianlei smiled. If you do decide to gamble, let Master He guide you. His eye is exceptionally sharp. A trace of arrogant pride surfaced on He Bing's face. After all, mastery demanded specialization, and jade appraisal was his undisputed domain. Fang Yaorao remained silent, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Yi Ziming. For some reason, ever since she learned that Yi Ziming could cure her illness, she has had an innate trust in him. Seeing Fang Yaorao's gaze, Zhong Tianlei's eyes flashed with a glint of cold light, but soon he looked at Fang Yaorao with concern, saying, Yaorao, I heard you have been ill recently. Are you alright? Zhong Tianlei had already investigated Yi Ziming's background. He was merely a divorced gambler with a child, and it was said that he was treating Fang Yaorao. Fang Yaorao frowned slightly. What does this have to do with you? Isn't this out of concern for you? Moreover, recently there have been many people flaunting the title of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, so you must be careful not to be deceived. If you need a doctor, I can help you. I can even invite famous doctors from Longdu. Fang Yaorao replied expressionlessly, there's no need for you to trouble yourself. Her eyes remained fixed on Yi Ziming, which made Zhong Tianlei's heart burn with anger. What made him different from that poor kid, Yi Ziming? Why was Fang Yaorao's gaze always on him? Suppressing his dissatisfaction, Zhong Tianlei approached Yi Ziming with a smile. Brother, Yi, these jade stones you are looking at are all worth over $1 million. Even the cheapest ones are around 50 to 60,000. Why not go to that exhibition stand at the southeast corner? They have cheap ones only a few hundred. Such people didn't even pique Zhong Tianlei's interest. But it was infuriating that he was getting too close to Fang Yaorao. Yi Ziming ignored Zhong Tianlei and continued to examine the raw stones. A cold glint flashed in Zhong Tianlei's eyes. Yi Ziming, don't push your luck. Do you think I don't know your intentions? If you want to get close to Yaorao, I will not agree. There is an insurmountable chasm between us. Squashing you is as easy as squashing an ant. You need to think about yourself and your daughter. Some people are not someone you can approach. I advise you to get lost quickly and not disturb me and Yaorao. Yi Ziming lifted his head. You are very noisy. Zhong Tianlei asked coldly. Yi Ziming glanced at Zhong Tianlei and said coldly, get lost, don't disturb me while I look at the raw stones. Yi Ziming's words made Zhong Tianlei's face turn cold. What did you say? Yi Ziming ignored Zhong Tianlei again and continued looking at his raw stones. Yi Ziming, you. Zhong Tianlei's face turned cold. He wanted to explode, but he forced himself to hold it in. Fang Yaorao was still beside him. He couldn't lose his composure in front of her because of a gambler. Zhong Tianlei, seeing this, felt even more furious. Master, he choose a raw stone for me. Since you, Yi Ziming, are going to open a raw stone, I will pick a big one to let you know what the real difference is. Young Master Zhong, I think that one is not bad. He Bing pointed to the largest raw stone on the counter and spoke softly. The skin of the raw stone was delicate with a portion of green color already exposed. Zhong Tianlei shouted, I want that raw stone. How much is it? His voice drew everyone's attention. Isn't that Zhong Tianlei from Tianba Group? Since young Master Zhong is making a move, it must be a good one. Look, isn't the one next to young Master Zhong Master? He is a senior appraiser in the jade industry. A raw stone that young Master Zhong and Master He both favor must be good. The onlookers couldn't help but discuss upon seeing Zhong Tianlei. Hearing the chatter around him, a smug look appeared on Zhong Tianlei's face. Soon a man ran over young Master Zhong. This jade stone is the most expensive here. It costs 4,800,000. I will take this one right here. Everyone gasped. No wonder Zhong Tianlei was so impressive. He immediately chose the most expensive raw stone without even blinking an eye. Young Master Zhong, I will arrange this immediately, the man said excitedly. After enjoying the envious looks from those around him, Zhong Tianlei suddenly thought of Yi Ziming. He turned to Yi Ziming and sneered, brother, have you chosen your raw stone? How about we unveil them together? Zhong Tianlei's words drew everyone's attention. However, upon seeing Yi Ziming, their faces showed a trace of ridicule. Yi Ziming was dressed in ordinary casual clothes, clearly not a big shot. This guy was really unfortunate. They couldn't understand how he offended young Master Zhong. They knew that Zhong Tianlei wanted to unveil the raw stone with Yi Ziming just to humiliate him. Fang Yarao frowned slightly at this scene and wanted to speak, but stopped herself. She was very curious to see how Yi Ziming would handle such a situation. Alright, that saves me some money. I will buy this raw stone. How much is it? Yi Ziming nodded, picking up the smallest raw. Haha. Where did this weirdo come from actually spending money to buy such garbage raw stone? The color is black, the surface is rough, and it's only half the size of a fist. If this raw stone produces green, it would be a miracle. The people around laughed loudly. This raw stone costs 3,000. The seller stated a price that was worlds apart from the one just mentioned. His words again caused everyone to burst into laughter. What a disgrace, Zhong Tianlei said disdainfully. He suddenly realized that it was not worth getting so angry over a gambler. Yi Ziming ignored the mocking gazes around him and looked at Fang Yarao. Hey, if you pay the 3,000, how about I give you half of what's inside? Yi Ziming's words stunned Zhong Tianlei. Yi Ziming had such audacity to speak to Fang Yarao in front of him. It was pure folly. You think you can give something to Yarao with that piece of scrap? That's an insult to her. Yarao, don't pay attention to him. Wait until I unveil this raw stone and turn it into a necklace for you. How about that? Zhong Tianlei said. Thank you, young Master Zhong, but I don't need it. Fang Yarao shook her head, then looked at Yi Ziming. Alright, Seeing Fang Yarao agree to Yi Ziming, Zhong Tianlei's face turned ashen. He took a deep breath and said, Yarao, I don't know what you were thinking, but you are being deceived by this person. This guy is just a gambler. He doesn't deserve to be by your side. Fang Yarao coldly shot Zhong Tianlei a glance. When did my affairs become your concern? At this moment, everyone around fell silent. They seemed to sense the tension in the air. He then came to Zhong Tianlei's side and whispered, young Master Zhong, just let that kid be proud for a while. Once we unveil this raw stone and give the jade to Miss Fang, won't you still have a chance to win her heart? Zhong Tianlei nodded, I understand. Just then the man walked over and asked, gentlemen, which one should we unveil first? Zhong Tianlei disdainfully glanced at Yi Ziming. Since everyone is looking forward to it, let's unveil mine first, so he doesn't embarrass himself with his few $1,000 stone. Yi Ziming smiled, it doesn't matter. Then let's unveil young Master Zhong's first. Several staff members moved the stone-cutting machine to the center of the venue and began to cut the raw stone according to Zhong Tianlei's instructions. A harsh sound erupted, followed by a burst of stone powder, and everyone turned their attention to the raw stone. Soon a hint of green appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone's eyes widened in amazement, and they couldn't help but exclaim, look, it produced green. Zhong Tianlei smiled as he watched the rough stone reveal green. Having grown up with family influence, he had some experience in gambling on stones, and with he being overseeing the process, he was certain they would extract a fine piece of jade. Yarao, just watch. I am the best choice for you. The jade inside this stone is my gift to you. The stone-cutting machine continued to whir, and soon a layer of green appeared within everyone's sight. Strike it rich. As expected of young Master Zhong, his eye is sharp. With this quality, it's worth at least 6 million. Young Master Zhong, I'll offer 7 million. Sell me this rough stone. What's 7 million? I'll bid 8, someone nearby shouted. The worker paused and asked, young Master Zhong, shall we continue cutting? Continue. This stone is not for sale. I promised it to Yarao. Zhong Tianlei smiled at Fang Yarao. Unfortunately, Fang Yaro's expression remained unchanged. The stone-cutting machine continued to whir. Everyone watched nervously, eager to see what size of jade this rough Zhong Tianlei was also a bit nervous. It wasn't the 8 million he cared about. He simply didn't want to lose face in front of Fang Yarao. Still, that layer of green boosted his confidence. But just then a cracking sound was heard. The rough stone had been cut by a quarter. Apart from that initial layer of green, the rest was all gray stone. No, nothing. How is this possible? There's nothing inside. Alas, young Master Zhong should have sold it earlier. That single cut just cost him over 4 million. The surrounding people couldn't help muttering. The worker looked at Zhong Tianlei. Young Master Zhong, shall we continue cutting? Yes, cut straight through the middle. Zhong Tianlei said impatiently. All right. The worker nodded and continued cutting. But this cut still revealed only gray stone. It's a dud. This rough stone won't yield any more green. 4.8 million. Young Master Zhong is still young after all. Tisk, have you forgotten who his father is? 4.8 million means nothing. Zhong Tianlei's face turned ashen. He never expected this rough stone to have only a thin layer of green. How could he give this to Fang Yarao now? He Bing's face also turned pale. Impossible. How could I have misjudged? This stone was clearly the best among them. Yi Ziming smiled and said 4.8 million down the drain. Remarkable, young Master Zhong. At these words the people around wore strange expressions. They wanted to laugh, but didn't dare, holding it in with great difficulty. 4.8 million is just pocket change to me. But what can that worthless stone of yours possibly yield? Zhong Tianlei said contemptuously. What if I told you this entire stone is jade? Yi Ziming asked. All jade? What a pipe dream. Zhong Tianlei mocked. Yi Ziming said nothing but walked forward and drew a line on the rough stone with chalk. Seeing this, everyone laughed. Is he crazy? Does he really think this stone is all jade? What a joke. There's not a single sign. Even a strong flashlight wouldn't show green. The crowd burst into laughter. Yi Ziming couldn't be bothered to respond and stood aside waiting for the worker to cut. The stone-cutting machine started again, but this time no one paid attention. After all, a 4,800,000 rough stone had already failed. What was there to see in a few Thessandiyuan stone? But when a flash of green light appeared, everyone's eyes widened instinctively. Full green. Oh my god, it's full green. Collectors of jade knew that the value of a translucent full green jade stone was immeasurable. A piece this large would be worth at least tens of millions. Fang Yarao looked at Yi Ziming in surprise, finding herself increasingly unable to fathom him. Continue cutting. Polish all four sides. Don't stop. Yi Ziming continued. Impressive. So daring. Many people looked at Yi Ziming with newfound respect. Just this level of boldness was beyond ordinary people. In their eyes, Yi Ziming was far superior to Zhong Tianlei. Soon the cutting was complete, and they drew in a sharp breath. It really was a single piece of jade. Translucent, throughout, vibrant, sun-facing green. No, this has already reached the glass grade. This is top-grade imperial green. He Bing couldn't help exclaiming as he looked at the jade. For a moment, everyone stared at Yi Ziming in shock. He Bing's appraisal skills were well known. If he said it was top-grade imperial green, then it was. Young brother, what a sharp eye. To have extracted such fine jade. Hey, just now Zhong Tianlei wanted to teach this young brother a lesson, but ended up with nothing, while he directly produced such excellent jade. Young brother, I'll offer 30 million. Sell me this jade. 30 million. How can you even say that? He'll bid 40 million. Will you sell? The surrounding merchants began bidding. Hearing their words, Zhong Tianlei's face turned pale with anger. He felt everyone was mocking him, but he clenched his fists and couldn't utter a word. Recalling how he had mocked Yi Ziming earlier, he now wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Boss, his luck is incredible. A worthless stone produced top-grade imperial green. Sister Lan couldn't help saying. Fang Yarao said nothing, but looked at Yi Ziming. Luck alone? Probably not. Yi Ziming, you are becoming more and more intriguing to me. Guess thighs is your jade. The worker's hands were trembling. This was 40 million. Yi Ziming took the jade, looked at Zhong Tianlei, and said with a light smile, Young Master Zhong, it seems my worthless stone is worth more. Yi Ziming's words drew everyone's attention to Zhong Tianlei. The scene of Zhong Tianlei mocking Yi Ziming vivid. In an instant, everyone's gaze became intriguing. Zhong Tianlei clenched his fists and coldly said, it's just a few million, just a game. But Yi Ziming, you'll remember this. It's not over between us. After saying that, Zhong Tianlei turned and left the venue. Staying any longer would suffocate him. With Zhong Tianlei gone, the crowd began to disperse. Yi Ziming looked at the jade stone in his hand and casually threw it to Fang Yarao, saying, we agreed earlier one. Sister Lan was startled and hurriedly stepped forward to carefully catch the jade stone while not forgetting to glare at Yi Ziming. This jade stone was worth 40 million. What if it broke when thrown? You brought out the jade stone, I can't take it. Just return the 3,000 yuan to me when you go back. Fang Yarao coldly replied without even looking at the jade stone. Sister Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected the boss to refuse. She was reluctant to part with the jade stone, but since the boss had spoken, she could only return it to Yi Ziming. Sister Lan, let's go look elsewhere. Fang Yarao didn't care about Yi Ziming's reaction and left first. Yi Ziming put the jade stone in his pocket, staring in surprise at Fang Yaro's back. This woman is truly cold. Yi Ziming began to wander around the exhibition center. There were quite a few good jade pieces today, but only one reached the rare imperial green quality. When Yin 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 was about to finish school, Yi Ziming greeted Fang Yarao and headed to the school. He arrived just in time to see Yin 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 and Tang Huanxi coming out of the kindergarten from a distance. Daddy, I'm here. Yin 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 waved and shouted. Yi Ziming quickly walked over and hugged Yin Yin, saying, good girl, did you behave today? Of course I behaved. The teacher even rewarded me with a little red flower. Yin 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 proudly pointed to the little red flower on her chest. At this moment, Tang Huanxi added, as long as the parents don't cause trouble, Yin Yin can earn a little red flower every day. Yi Ziming was speechless. How earning a little red flower was related to him was beyond him. Teacher Tang, don't forget about the gathering tonight. A young male teacher walked over and said with a smile. All right, Teacher Li'll be there soon. Tang Huanxi nodded. A gathering. Yi Ziming looked at Tang Huanxi. This woman had been quite active lately. Tang Huanxi noticed Yi Ziming's gaze and instinctively explained, tonight is our teacher's gathering. Everyone has to attend. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Huanxi realized why she was explaining to this jerk. Oh, have fun tonight. Yi Ziming casually replied and left with Yin Yin, causing Tang Huanxi to mentally scold him several times. After all, they were friends, could they not care for each other? Tang Huanqi felt displeased. Around 10 o'clock at night, after Yi Ziming had coaxed Nian Nian to sleep, his phone rang. It was Tang Huanqi. Tang Huanxi's intermittent voice came through. Hey, Yi Ziming at Hongming Bar, hurry over to pick me up. It seemed she had drunk too much, her voice lazy, and it was noisy on the other end. Yi Ziming could vaguely hear people urging her to drink. Moreover, Tang Huanqi sounded a bit scared. Don't drink too much, you'll be there soon, Yi Ziming said. Huanqi, who are you calling? At that moment a voice interrupted, and the call was disconnected. Yi Ziming quickly got dressed and hailed a taxi straight to Hongming Bar. In the private room of Hongming Bar, Tang Huanqi sat in the corner feeling dizzy, as if the whole world was spinning. After drinking too much, her stomach felt uncomfortable, and she knew she was about to faint. Originally, it was just a teacher's gathering, but the physical education teacher Li Song insisted on going to the bar to drink and play games. During the games, it seemed Li Song did it on purpose, making Tang Huanqi drink every time. After several rounds, she ended up. So without thinking, she called Yi Ziming, even she didn't know why. Huanqi, why are you hiding here? Trying to avoid drinking. At that moment, a tall man approached. It was the physical education teacher Li Song. Although he was a teacher, he had little regard for being a role model. He had dyed some hair yellow and looked sleazy. Sorry, I'm a bit drunk and don't want to drink anymore, Tang Huanqi said, dazed. That won't do. We finally came out together. You must drink and have fun today. With a wicked smile, Li Song took a glass and filled it with liquor. At that moment, a female teacher walked over and said, Li Song, Huanqi is drunk. You shouldn't make her drink. He'll drink with you. Li Song's expression immediately turned fierce. What does this have to do with you? Get lost. The female teacher was startled. Seeing the drunk Tang Huanqi, she quickly understood Li Song's intentions. Li Song's expression immediately turned fierce. What does this have to do with you? Get lost. The female teacher was startled. Seeing the drunk Tang Huanqi, Li Song turned back satisfied, holding the glass, his eyes fiery. Huanqi, quickly drink this glass. Even if you get drunk, it's fine. Oh, I can take you home. I want drink, and I don't need you to take me home. Tang Huanqi tried to struggle, but she was already drunk and had no No one dares to deny me. Quickly drink. Li Song coldly commanded, pinning Tang Huanqi down and trying to pour the liquor into her mouth. At that moment, a figure burst into the private room and kicked Li Song. Bang! This kick sent Li Song flying, crashing into a table. It seems your father never taught you to respect women. Yi Ziming suddenly burst into the private room and struck Li Song, causing the entire room to fall silent. All eyes turned towards Yi Ziming with some still unaware of what had just happened. Yi Ziming ignored the gazes and looked at Tang Huanqi. The woman was utterly intoxicated, her clothes torn from the earlier struggle, exposing her fair skin. Yi Ziming quickly took off his jacket and draped it over Tang Huanqi, then lifted his head, his gaze cold as he looked at the rising Li Song. Kid, who the hell are you to hit me? Who are you to suddenly barge into our private room? Li Song angrily cursed. You even hit Song Gu. Are you trying to bully us because you think there's no one here? Several male teachers stood up and shouted loudly. Due to Li Song's connections, the place had become chaotic, and even some who fawned over him referred to him as Song Gu. I am Huangxi's friend, here to take her home, Yi Ziming said coldly. Li Song sneered. You say that, but what if you have ulterior motives towards Huanqi? Yi Ziming retorted coldly. Aren't you the one with ulterior motives? The surrounding teachers glanced at the sleeping Tang Huanqi and immediately understood the situation. What nonsense are you spouting? I was only drinking with Huanqi. Li Song shouted in embarrassment and anger. Song Gu is right, it's our gathering today. Oh, what's wrong with having a drink? Put teacher Tang down. Two male teachers shouted loudly, clearly loyal to Li Song. Yi Ziming ignored them and picked up Tang Huanqi, preparing to leave. Li Song stepped forward to block Yi Ziming. You hit someone and think you can just leave? Yi Ziming's eyes were icy. Get out of my way. Do you know who I am to tell me to get out of the way? Li Song retorted. Do you believe I can make sure you don't leave Hongming Bar? Yi Ziming emanated a powerful aura that sent chills through everyone present. Li Song was also intimidated, but upon recalling his connections, he regained his arrogance. Kid, let me tell you, this is San Guest territory, and I am San Guest man. Now put Tang Huanqi down and kneel to apologize to me, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, if San Gu comes, hell, at least break one of your hands. San Gu? Could it be Sun San from the Xinghua nightclub? Someone exclaimed. Of course it's him. Song Gu and San Gu are good buddies, another male teacher hurriedly added. Hearing this, the surrounding people's gazes toward Li Song changed. Initially, they thought Li Song was just mingling with some small-time thugs, but they were shocked to learn he knew someone as significant as Sun San. Feeling the admiring gazes around him, Li Song looked smugly at Yi Ziming. Kid, hurry up and apologize to me, otherwise you'll regret it. Oh, it's Sun San. I had almost forgotten, he still owes me something, Yi Ziming said as he placed Tang Huanqi on the... Li Song scoffed. What are you? You think you deserve to know San Gu? Hurry up and apologize and hand over Tang Huanqi, though I want to enjoy myself tonight. Li Song's eyes burned with desire. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a loud thud echoed as Yi Ziming kicked him in the stomach. Li Song was sent flying again. Kid, you're done for. When San Gu arrives, he'll make sure to kill you, he yelled, clutch. So what if Sun San comes? Yi Ziming said coldly. Who dares to be so arrogant in Hongming Bar? Just as Yi Ziming's words fell, the private room door was pushed open and Sun San walked in with a dozen followers. Sangu, you're finally here. This kid is causing trouble in our bar, and even hit me. Li Song scrambled to his feet and ran to Sun San's side, shouting loudly. Sun San's expression turned cold as his icy gaze swept over. The people around hurriedly lowered their heads, afraid to meet Sun San's eyes. This was a true big shot. Fear was written across everyone's faces in the private room except for Yi Ziming, who remained calm. Sun San squinted at Yi Ziming. It's you. Yes, it's me, Yi Ziming nodded. Are you going to stand up for him? Hearing their exchange, Li Song was stunned. Did they? Sun San said coldly. You hit my subordinate on my territory, Yi Ziming. You want leave today without settling. In the boss office, Yi Ziming had embarrassed him. Now that Yi Ziming had finally entered his territory, how could he let this opportunity to deal with Yi Ziming slip away? Settle the score? Then let's start from the beginning. First, you need to kowtow to me 3 times, Yi Ziming said indifferently. This guy must be crazy to dare ask Sun San to kowtow to him. Everyone around looked at Yi Ziming as if he were a madman eager to know what was going through his mind. Yi Ziming, what do you think you are to make San Ge kowtow to you? This is San Ge's territory. You're seeking death. Li Song cursed angrily. Yi Ziming replied casually, this is what Sun San personally agreed to. If you don't believe me, ask him. Li Song instinctively turned his head to look at Sun San, not believing that Yi Ziming's words were true. Sun San angrily said, at first I just mentioned it casually. Did you really take it seriously? You should consider whether you can walk out of here standing. Sun San said disdainfully, do you dare to lay a hand on me? Fang Yaolao won't let you off easily. Yi Ziming replied. His words startled those around him, especially Li Song, who widened his eyes in shock. In Jiang City, who didn't know the title of the charming empress. Moreover, this empress was their boss. Could it be that this guy knows the boss? Li Song felt a surge of anxiety. If Yi Ziming truly knew the boss, not only would he take this beating in vain, but he might even get beaten up again. Yi Ziming, don't think that just because you've cured the boss' illness, the boss will think highly of you. If you hadn't cured the boss' illness, perhaps I would be afraid of you, because the boss needs you. But now it's different. The boss is well, and you are useless. But I am different. I have been with the boss for 6 years. Do you think the boss would punish me because of you? Sun San said with a cold laugh. You talk too much. Yi Ziming shook his head and said, just kneel, but simpler. Sun San laughed loudly. Of course I should kneel, but it's you who should kneel to me. Yi Ziming, weren't you very impressive in the office? Show me some of that impressive side now. Oh, by the way, that woman, you want to take her away, right? Let me tell you, none of you can leave today. I will let you see how I have my way with that woman. After I'm done, I'll reward my brothers below with her. Sun San's dozen or so lackeys laughed lewdly. Ha ha, following Brother San is the best. Brother San eats meat, and we drink soup, and that woman is quite good looking, truly a gem. Yi Ziming said nothing and stepped closer to Sun San. What are you begging for? Mercy? Kneel, and who knows, I might take pity on you and let you go. Sun San said with a cold smile. Did you hear that? Brother San wants you to kneel. Being able to kneel to Brother San is the honor of your life. Li Song gritted his teeth and said angrily. If it weren't for Yi Ziming, he would have already taken Tang Huanxi to the hotel. Smack. Yi Ziming raised his hand and slapped Sun San's face, his strength immense, directly leaving Sun. The other lackeys were also stunned. They didn't expect Yi Ziming to suddenly strike, and Yi Ziming's speed was too fast for them to react. You dare to hit Brother San? Li Song reacted, roaring as he charged forward, but before he could make a move, Yi Ziming kicked him away, knocking down several lackeys. From start to finish, he didn't even see when Yi Ziming struck. What are you waiting for? Get him! Li Song cursed. Dozens of lackeys looked at each other, yet no one dared to charge forward. Yi Ziming's speed and strength were astonishing. One kick sent Li Song flying this far. Was he a martial arts master? Yi Ziming, you. Sun San was also dumbfounded, truly not expecting Yi Ziming to be this strong. Smack! Smack! 2 more slaps landed on Sun San's face, leaving him no time to show any expression. Yi Ziming, I will definitely kill you. Sun San roared. Then a slap hit his face. Stop it. If the boss finds out you hit me, he will not let you go. Smack! Yi Ziming delivered another slap. Li Song and the lackeys were dumbfounded. They had never seen Sun San beaten like this. The most critical thing was that the aura emanating from Yi Ziming was terrifying, and no one dared to approach. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sun San was slapped, and these lackeys instinctively counted silently in their hearts. Everyone was shocked, staring at Yi Ziming. It was too crazy. He actually dared to slap Sun San this many times. Young master Yi, please stop. I beg you, I was wrong, I won't dare again. Sun San finally pleaded loudly, but Yi Ziming remained unmoved. It wasn't until everyone silently counted to 36 that he finally stopped. At this moment, Sun San's face was swollen, blood pouring from his mouth, yet he didn't even have the consciousness to wipe it. He was either dazed from the slaps or completely subdued. Thud. As soon as Yi Ziming's slaps stopped, Sun San directly knelt on the ground, immediately bowing 3 times. Young master Yi, you are magnanimous, please spare my life. From now on I will honor our bet. Every time I see you, I will bow 3 times. Sun San was subdued. Yi Ziming snorted disdainfully, then turned to look at Li Song. Seeing this, Li Song widened his eyes in shock and knelt down, immediately slapping himself. Young master Yi, I deserve to die. I'm not human. I shouldn't have used despicable means to deceive Huanxi. Please let me off this time. Yi Ziming glanced at Li Song. This hand is unnecessary. With that he kicked towards Li Song's wrist. Crack! Li Song screamed in pain, his wrist shattered. The bystanders dared not even breathe, their eyes filled with shock at Yi Ziming. No one expected this seemingly ordinary person to be so ruthless. If it had been like this earlier, we wouldn't have wasted time, Yi Ziming said coldly. He picked up Tang Huanxi and walked out of the private room. This time no one dared to stop Yi Ziming, nor did they even dare to meet his gaze. Yi Ziming carried Tang Huanxi out of the Red Dream Bar, but at that moment, he realized a serious problem. He didn't know where Tang Huanxi's home was. Helpless, he could only pat Tang Huanxi. Wake up, where is your home? Tang Huanxi looked at Yi Ziming with sleepy eyes, smiling foolishly. I don't want to go home. Then where are you going to sleep? Tang Huanxi smiled foolishly. I want to go to your home. Go to my house. Yi Ziming was taken aback and shook his head, saying, I will take you to the hotel. No, I don't want to go to the hotel. Oh, I want to go to your house. I want to eat something delicious. I also want to teach Nian Nian to study. Tang Huanxi smacked her lips, saliva nearly drooling out. Yi Ziming held Tang Huanxi and stopped the taxi to go home. Initially, he wanted to drop her off at a hotel, but the hotel wasn't safe, and since she was Nian Nian's teacher, he didn't want anything to happen to her. Yi Ziming returned home with Tang Huanxi in his arms. Although he was being gentle, he still woke Nian Nian up. Daddy, where have you been? Nian Nian rubbed her eyes, still blurry from sleep. Daddy, want to pick up Teacher Tang. Is it okay for Teacher Tang to sleep with you tonight? Yi Ziming said gently. Okay. Nian Nian nodded, and then the father and daughter placed Tang Huanxi on the bed. Looking at the sleeping Tang Huanxi, Yi Ziming sighed. This woman is really troublesome. The next morning, while Yi Ziming was having breakfast with Nian Nian, a sharp scream. Nian Nian looked at Yi Ziming with a puzzled face. Daddy, what's wrong with the teacher? Yi Ziming replied, it's nothing, she's... Oh. Nian Nian nodded and continued to struggle with the preserved egg and lean meat porridge in her bowl. At that moment, the bedroom door was pushed open and Tang Huanxi walked into the living room, her face slightly flushed with a hint of anger. She only remembered drinking too much last night, and then nothing at all. When she woke up this morning, she found herself lying in Yi Ziming's home, and her clothes were torn. It must be that Yi Ziming did something last night. She couldn't believe that such a beautiful woman like her was right in front of him, and Yi Ziming would willingly act like a virtuous man. This was her first time. Thinking of this, Tang Huanxi could no longer control her emotions and burst out. You're awake. Sit down and eat something, Yi Ziming said. Tang Huanxi initially wanted to settle the score with Yi Ziming, but after glancing at Nian Nian, she still sat down. However, as she looked at Yi Ziming and recalled what happened last night, her face slowly turned red. Seeing this, Yi Ziming served Tang Huanxi a bowl of porridge and said, next time drink less to avoid giving me trouble. You bastard. Tang Huanxi stood up, slamming her palm on the table, glaring at Yi Ziming, wishing she could tear him apart, but seeing Nian Nian's wide eyes beside her, she ultimately held back. Nian Nian, after you finish eating, go wash up, Yi Ziming said to Nian Nian. Okay, Daddy. Nian Nian obediently nodded, finished her porridge, and went to the bathroom. You tell me, what did you do last night? After Nian Nian left, Tang Huanxi asked in a low voice. Yi Ziming took a sip of porridge and replied, I didn't do anything. Tang Huanxi gritted her teeth and said, then how did my clothes get torn? They tore when I carried you back. You really didn't do anything. I don't believe you could hold back. Yi Ziming didn't even glance at Tang Huanxi, saying, believe it or not. You. Tang Huanxi was so angry her teeth itched, wishing she could bite. Yi Ziming, then what now? What now? I'm taking Nian Nian to school, and you're going to work. But my clothes. Tang Huanxi said, her face. Her clothes were still what she wore last night, all torn. Yi Ziming helplessly said, just wear my clothes. No way, they're filth. Tang Huanxi retorted. Wear them, or not, it's up to you. Yi Ziming glanced at Tang Huanxi and began to clean the dining table. Tang Huanxi gritted her teeth and stared at Yi Ziming, this bastard. In the end, Tang Huanxi put on Yi Ziming's clothes. Goodbye, Daddy. When they reached school, Nian Nian shouted to Yi. As for Tang Huanxi, she didn't even look at Yi Ziming and quickly walked into the school. She was still wearing Yi Ziming's clothes and couldn't let anyone see. Yi Ziming waved at Nian Nian, and only when she entered the teaching building did he feel relieved. Just then his phone. Yi Ziming looked at the caller ID on his phone, took a deep breath, and pressed the answer button. Mom, why did you call? What? Now that you're grown up, I can't call you. A kind voice came from the phone. It was Yi Ziming's mother, Su Yun. Yi Ziming smiled. Look at what you're saying. I thought you had something important. Of course there is something. Tomorrow you take Nian Nian home for a visit. There's an urgent matter, and your dad and I haven't seen Nian Nian in a long time. Su Yun said with a smile. All right, I'll take Nian Nian over tonight. Yi Ziming nodded gently. He knew that his mother must have an urgent matter to call him. In the afternoon, after picking Nian Nian up from school, Yi Ziming called Tang Huanxi. Teacher Tang, I've taken a 7-day leave for Nian Nian. You weren't here in the afternoon, so I called you. Leave? Where are you taking Nian Nian? Tang Huanxi asked. Yi Ziming replied, going back home. Don't leave yet, I'll be there right away. With a snap, Tang Huanxi hung up the phone. This woman. Listening to the busy tone on the other end of the line, Nian Nian finished changing her clothes and bounced in front of Yi Ziming. Daddy, are we really going to see Grandpa and Grandma? Yi Ziming smiled slightly. Of course, Grandpa and Grandma miss you. Wow, that's great. I miss them so much. Nian Nian said happily. But in just 15 minutes, urgent knocking sounded from outside. Yi Ziming stood up to open the door, and before he could say anything, Tang Huanqi rushed in. She immediately hugged Nian Nian and glared at Yi Ziming, saying, "Yi Ziming, as long as I'm here today, you can't take Nian Nian away." Tang Huanqi fixed her gaze on Yi Ziming, feeling something was off after hearing him mention taking a leave. Then she recalled the time Yi Ziming wanted to sell Nian Nian when she hadn't gone to kindergarten for 3 days. Maybe this time would be the same. So to save Nian Nian, she rushed to Yi Ziming's house as fast as she could. She absolutely would not allow Yi Ziming to sell Nian Nian. Yi Ziming was bewildered by Tang Wang's behavior and couldn't help asking, "What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Tell me, are you going to sell Nian Nian?" "Yi Ziming, I misjudged you. I thought you were going to be a good father, but you're actually going to sell Nian Nian," Tang Wanqi said angrily. Yi Ziming said helplessly, "I have an urgent matter at home. I need to take Nian Nian back." Tang Wanqi said coldly, "What matter requires you to take Nian Nian back?" "My parents miss Nian Nian, they want me to bring her back. I have to leave immediately. Don't waste my time." Yi Ziming was growing impatient. "No, unless you take me with you," Tang Wanqi quickly said. She was worried that Yi Ziming would sell Nian Nian behind her back. If she were there, Nian Nian might be safer. "What are you going to my house for?" Yi Ziming was taken aback. "None of your business. And I have a car. I can drive." Tang Wanqi glared at Yi Ziming. Helpless Yi Ziming had no choice but to take Tang Wanqi and drive home. Yi Ziming's home was in the northern suburbs of Jiangxing, a development zone. 3 hours later, Yi Ziming drove home. Yi Ziming's parents lived in a bungalow. 3 tiled rooms formed. Yi Ziming and Nian Nian got out of the car, but Tang Wanqi lingered in the car, unwilling to come down. She regretted it, as she had been so focused on Nian Nian's safety that she overlooked where Yi Ziming was going. This was where Yi Ziming's parents lived. If she followed him here, wouldn't it be like meeting the parents? At the thought, Tang Wang's pretty face flushed, and she dared not look at Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming had no choice but to knock on the car window. "Brave warrior, get out of the car." She had just been insisting on protecting Nian Nian, and now she was chickening out. "You? Phil, get out." Tang Wanqi gritted her teeth and stepped out. "You spendthrift, you know to come back." Just then a voice full of anger came. Yi Ziming turned around and saw his father Yi Chengwen and mother Su Yun standing at the door. "Dad, Mom." Yi Ziming looked at them, his voice carrying a touch of deep emotion. In his previous life, his parents had died and his master had raised him. This was the first time in 2 lifetimes that he felt what family affection was. "You good for nothing, you had to learn gambling. And you went borrowing money from those relatives. Just wait till I deal with you later." Yi Chengwen glared and scolded. "All right, the child is back, say a few less words." "Nian Nian, did you miss Grandma?" Su Yun punched Yi Chengwen's shoulder, then looked at Yi Nian Nian. Nian Nian missed Grandma and Grandpa so much. Yi Nian Nian ran towards Su Yun. "Oh, my granddaughter, slow down." Su Yun picked up Yi Nian Nian with affection, and even the stern-faced Yi Chengwen's expression softened a bit. Yi Ziming smiled knowingly at his parents' behavior. Perhaps this was the bond between generations. At this moment, Tang Wanqi felt awkward. She didn't know whether to speak or not, and Yi Ziming hadn't even introduced her to his parents. "This jerk." Tang Wanqi cursed Yi Ziming inwardly and spitefully stomped on his foot. "There's still—" Yi Ziming frowned. "Why did you step on me?" "You? No reason, you deserve it." Tang Wanqi was completely defeated by Yi Ziming. At this point, Yi Chengwen and his wife also noticed Tang Wanqi. They exchanged glances, a hint of surprise in their eyes. Was their son bringing a girl home? Su Yun asked, "Ziming, who is this child?" "Tang Wanqi, Nian Nian's teacher." Yi Ziming introduced briefly. Tang Wanqi glared at Yi Ziming, then sweetly smiled. "Hello, uncle and auntie." "Teacher. Ziming, you made your daughter's teacher your girlfriend?" Su Yun smiled happily. "Auntie, I'm not his girlfriend." Tang Wang's pretty face flushed slightly. "That's fine. Just take your time, come inside." Su Yun gave Yi Ziming an admiring look. Her son had good taste. Yes, come inside. We'll eat soon." Yi Chengwen also quickly said. Su Yun handed Nian Nian to Yi Chengwen and pulled Tang Wanqi into the house. Tang Wanqi was so embarrassed. Was she already accepted? Yi Ziming had no choice but to carry the gifts he had bought for his parents and follow behind. Inside, Su Yun, Tang Wanqi, and Yi Nian Nian chatted happily, while outside Yi Ziming and Yi Chengwen talked. "Dad, why did you call me back so urgently?" Yi Ziming asked. Yi Chengwen glared at him. "Of course there's an urgent matter. Why else would I call you spendthrift? Are you still gambling?" "I stopped long ago. Now I'm focused on taking care of Nian Nian." Yi Ziming smiled. "Good, as long as you don't gamble. Otherwise I wouldn't feel safe giving you the house." Yi Chengwen breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Ziming was taken aback. "Dad, what do you mean?" "Our house is going to be demolished. The developer will give us compensation," Yi Chengwen said. Yi Ziming nodded. "That's good. Then you and Mom can move to the city center and enjoy a peace. Enough will be satisfied if you don't cause me trouble." Yi Chengwen glared at Yi Ziming. "But your eldest uncle and the others are going to take a large share of the money." Yi Ziming squinted. "This is our house. Why should they take the money?" "Alas, it's—" Just as Yi Chengwen was about to speak, a clamor came from outside. "Hey, third brother, have you made up your mind yet?" Then 7 or 8 men and women walked into the yard. Yi Chengwen was startled. "Eldest brother, second brother, why are you here?" Eldest brother Yi Jianhua said, "Of course we're asking when you're going to give us the demolition money. Hurry up, or we still have to go celebrate at a restaurant. Don't waste our time." Yi Jianhua's words caused Yi Chengwen's expression to darken. Celebrating at the hotel. What does this have to do with them? Yi Ziming squinted and asked, Dad, what's going on? Yi Chengwen sighed. Your uncle and second uncle have been coming to us every day asking for money. Oh, isn't this my big nephew? When did you come back? Yi Jianhua asked with a smile. Yi Ziming replied, just got home. Yi Jianhua chuckled. You came back quite quickly. How could I not come back quickly? These 3 houses are worth 5 million im in a hurry to get the money. TCH, if you give him the money, hell, just gamble it away. What's the use? Yi Jianhua scoffed. The other members of the Yi family nodded in agreement, clearly having a deep-rooted impression of Yi Ziming as a gambler. Yi Chengwen was about to defend his son when Yi Ziming stepped forward and smiled. This money belongs to my family. Oh, I can use it however I want, no need for my uncle to interfere. Since their house is being demolished, they come right away wanting to take away more than half of the money. On what grounds? Yi Ziming didn't care about the demolition compensation, he just needed to sell the jade piece in his hand to have a large sum of money. But this demolition compensation belongs to his family, and these people want to take the money without reason. No way. What do you mean it's your family's money? A large portion of it belongs to us. Yi Shuwen snorted coldly. Exactly, we are relatives, oh, we should share the fortune. You can keep 500,000 from the demolition compensation and the rest shouldn't be your family's concern. Yi Jianhua waved his hand and said, that's right, that's how we'll divide it. Yi Shuwen nodded. What the elder brother said is correct, let's do it this way. Yi Chengwen's face turned red. This was too much. This was their house, yet they were getting the least out of it. But Yi Jianhua is the strongest person in the Yi family, and Yi Chengwen was used to being bullied, so he didn't dare to say anything. What a good sharing of fortune. Uncle, I heard your factory is developing well. How about giving my dad a 10% stake? Second uncle, your construction company is doing well. How about giving my dad some dividends every year? Yi Ziming smiled. In his memory, both his uncles earned about 2 million a year, while his parents worked jobs, each earning 6,000 a month, making them the least profitable in the family. Why should we? That's our money, why give it to your family? Yi Shuwen shouted suddenly. Exactly, big nephew, don't. Yi Jianhua said in a deep voice. If you don't give it, then don't expect any demolition compensation either. Yi Ziming replied coldly. Not give it to us. On what grounds should we not get it? This house has shares for both me and the second. Yi Jianhua said coldly. Yi Ziming stated, when the family was divided we each got a flat, so this demolition compensation belongs to my family. What does it have to do with you? I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to your dad. Third, are you going to give that money or not? Yi Jianhua glared at Yi Ziming, asking Yi Chengwen. Yi Chengwen's face flushed. Yi Ziming interjected, what I mean is exactly what my dad means. Yi Jianhua and Yi Shuwen's expressions immediately darkened. Just then Yi Ziming's Aunt Li Ping spoke up. Oh, we're all relatives, why make things so awkward? Third, let's put the demolition compensation aside for now. Look, we've been here for so long, and you haven't even invited us in to sit down. Yi Shuwen also reacted. Exactly, third, you are being inconsiderate. Elder brother, second brother, please come in and sit. Yi Chengwen glanced at his son, puffing up with pride. Today his son has brought him face. Ziming, I heard you divorced your wife, and even have a child. Sai, how can a grown person not understand this? Li Ping sighed. This kid only knows how to gamble. It's a wonder his wife hasn't divorced him. In my opinion, if that 5 million is given to him, he'll lose it all in one night. Yi Jianhua seized the opportunity to counter disdainfully. Li Ping glared at Yi Jianhua. Look at you, what are you saying? Ziming is your nephew. Ziming, don't mind your uncle, he's just like that. I'll help you think of a way regarding your wife. Yi Ziming shook his head and said, thank you, aunt, but it's not necessary. How can that be? How can a man take care of a child? I know a woman named mom.A who has a child too. You two would be a good match. Li Ping smiled. Yi Chengwen hurriedly said, sister-in-law, aren't you putting Ziming in a tough spot? That mom.A has been in a drug rehabilitation center, and her son is quite a little delinquent. And Ziming has a girlfriend, you just try to introduce him to someone else. Hearing Yi Ziming's words, Li Ping was dissatisfied, saying, third, how am I putting him in a tough spot? What fish looks for fish, shrimp looks for shrimp. Your son finding a wife is already good enough. Besides, what kind of girlfriend can your son, a deadbeat, find? It wouldn't be his gambling buddy, would it? Yi Jianhua burst into laughter. Ha ha, both husband and wife are gambling. That's quite a match. The other members of the Yi family laughed in response. To them it seemed that Yi Chengwen was deliberately saying this to save face for his son. Yi Ziming ignored them and opened the door. Yi Jianhua and the others walked into the room, but when they saw Tang Huanqi in the room, they were completely stunned. My goodness, this girl is way too beautiful. Yi Ziming's 2 cousins were dumbfounded. At this moment, Tang Huanqi politely stood up and sweetly smiled. Hello, I am Ziming's girlfriend. Yi Jianhua and the others stared blankly at Tang Huanqi. They swore she was the most beautiful girl they had ever seen. How did Yi Ziming get so lucky to find such a stunning girlfriend? While everyone was in shock, Tang Huanqi winked at Yi Ziming, wearing an expression that suggested she was quite generous. Yi Ziming chuckled, certain that Tang Huanqi had overheard their conversation in the room and was deliberately saying this. This girl. Not bad. After a long while, Li Ping uttered a sentence. She had initially wanted to say she was average, but such insincere words she simply couldn't bring herself to say. Just average uncle, you all sit down, Yi Ziming casually said as he took a seat beside Tang Huanqi. However, just as he sat down he felt a sharp pain in his waist as Tang Huanqi's delicate hand twisted at his side. Taking advantage of others not paying attention, Yi Ziming whispered, "What are you doing? Who are you calling average? This girl is obviously born beautiful." Tang Huanqi still wore a sweet smile on her face, but her hand was unyielding. "Hee, what's your name, young lady? Where are you from?" Li Ping asked, her eyes darting. "Hello, aunt, my name is Tang Huanqi, and I'm from Jiangxing." Tang Huanqi replied with a smile after learning Li Ping's identity from Yi Ziming. Li Ping said, "So you're from Jiangxing. Do you know Ziming?" Exactly, the most important thing in a relationship is mutual understanding, especially regarding the past. Otherwise, how can one feel at ease in love? Auntie Gong Wei hurriedly chimed in. The meaning was self-evident. Su Yun's expression turned cold. "Elder sister, second sister, what do you mean by that?" Li Ping smiled. "It's nothing, we are just reminding the young lady. After all, there are quite a few scammers nowadays, and this must be taken seriously." "And don't worry, I understand, Ziming." Tang Huanqi smiled. How could she not understand the implication in Li Ping's words? "Young lady, this kid was quite a rascal before, and he owes a significant amount of money due to gambling. Do you still want to date him?" Aunt Gong Wei stated bluntly. Yi Chengwen and Su Yun's expressions turned anxious, yet Yi Ziming remained unfazed. Tang Huanqi replied, "It's okay, everyone has a past with mistakes as long as he doesn't mess around now. I want mine." "What if he is still messing around?" Gong Wei asked. Tang Huanqi glanced at Yi Ziming. "He want to, I believe in him." Li Ping and Gong Wei exchanged glances, both seeing the incredulity in each other's eyes. What kind of potion had Yi Ziming poured into this girl that made her so devoted? "Hee, this is their family matter. You all don't need to worry. Let's talk about serious matters instead." Yi Jianhua chuckled. Li Ping nodded in agreement. "Yes, let's discuss serious matters." Yi Ziming squinted at Yi Jianhua, and the others, noticing they were well prepared for this demolition compensation. Yi Jianhua said, "Third brother, I've encountered some issues in my business recently, and urgently need some money." Yi Shuiming also spoke. "Me too, my company is facing some difficulties and requires funds." "Elder brother, second brother, what do you mean by that?" Yi Chengwen couldn't help but ask. "Oh, it's like this, last month my eldest nephew borrowed 1500 from me. Can you lend me some for emergencies?" Yi Jianhua slowly took out an IOU. "Coincidentally, I also have 5000 here." Yi Shuiming also produced an IOU. The two IOUs were placed on the table with Yi Ziming's signature and fingerprint on them. Upon seeing the two IOUs, Yi Chengwen immediately erupted in fury, pointing at Yi Ziming. "You prodigal son, how could I have such a son?" Su Yun's face also turned pale. Tang Huanqi furrowed her brow slightly. Indeed, Yi Ziming had only recently improved. When they first met, Yi Ziming was even considering selling Yin Yin. Yi Jianhua and Yi Shuiming exchanged glances, a hint of smugness flashing in their eyes. "This was third brother, we are not pushing you, just agree to give us 4.5 million from the demolition funds, and we want asked for the 2000. We are family. I, as the elder brother, also don't want to make things difficult for you. If you don't repay, don't blame me for calling the police to have your son arrested." Yi Jianhua chuckled. 2000 in exchange for 4.5 million of this deal seems quite good for you, uncle. Yi Ziming said with a cold smirk. Dear nephew, don't say it like that. If you repay the 2000 now, we can waive the 4.5 million. Yi Jianhua said. Yi Shuiming also nodded. Yes, if you repay the money now, we will forego it, otherwise you must give us that 4.5 million. Su Yun and Yi Chengwen's faces showed a trace of despair. Their savings were already limited, and Yi Ziming had used them for gambling. Where would they find the money now? Yi Jianhua wore a smug smile as he took out a contract and a pen. Sign this contract, and the 200 will be offset. Your nephew won't have to go to jail. Yi Chengwen trembled as he picked up the pen. He knew that signing this contract would mean losing the 4.5 million, but he had no other choice. Seeing Yi Chengwen pick up the pen, everyone in the Yi family wore triumphant smiles, knowing that this money would surely be theirs. Just as Yi Chengwen was about to sign, Yi Ziming suddenly spoke. Dad, no need to sign. I will repay the money. With one sentence, everyone in the Yi family turned to look at Yi Ziming. What did they just hear? Yi Ziming was going to repay the money. The members of the Yi family looked at Yi Ziming with disdain in their eyes. It was truly astonishing that a spendthrift who only knew how to squander money would dare to demand repayment. Besides, does this guy even have the money to pay it back? My dear nephew, don't push too hard. 200,000 is no small sum. How are you going to repay it? Yi Jianhua said with a cold smile. Tang Huanqi, unable to tolerate Yi Jianhua's demeanor, spoke up. Isn't it just 200,000? I'll help him repay it. Everyone was taken aback, looking at Tang Huanqi in disbelief. It turned out she was a little rich lady. Yi Chengwen and Su Yun were filled with surprise. What kind of daughter-in-law had their son brought back? Yi Ziming was also stunned, wondering what trouble this woman was causing. Yi Jianhua said, Miss, we need this money right now. Tang Huanqi didn't even glance at Yi Jianhua, reaching into her bag to pull out a bank card. Her actions made Yi Jianhua and the others' hearts stir. Could this girl really be taking out 200,000? Just as Tang Huanqi was about to hand the bank card to Yi Jianhua, a large hand covered hers. Tang Huanqi turned to see Yi Ziming. What are you doing? She asked, displeased. You don't need to take out any money, he said, then looked up at Yi Jianhua. What if I don't pay it back today? Not pay back? Humph, do you believe I can call the police and have you thrown in jail and ensure that your house won't be demolished? Yi Jianhua sneered. Yi Ziming replied. You say it won't be demolished, so it won't be. Of course. This time the developer is Song Yuan Group, and my son has a very good relationship with the person in charge, General Manager Zhuang Yuchuan. As long as he speaks a couple of words to General Manager Zhuang, your house won't be demolished. As soon as Yi Jianhua finished speaking, everyone's gaze fell on a young man filled with envy. The young man was Yi Jianhua's son, who had always maintained contact with people from Song Yuan Group. A large portion of the business for Yi Jianhua and Yi Shuwen came from Song Yuan Group, and this time, Yi had even managed to latch onto General Manager Zhuang's leg. Zhuang Yuchuan. Upon hearing this name, Tang Wang's expression became somewhat strange, and she couldn't help but glance at Yi Ziming. Just a couple of days ago, that guy Zhuang Yuchuan had acted like a grandson in front of Yi Ziming. Yi Chengwen and his wife were extremely anxious. How could Yi Hu know such a big shot? Noticing the gazes of those around him, Yi Hu smugly said, Yi Ziming, hurry up and sign the papers. 500,000 is enough for your whole family to spend. If you don't sign them, with one word from General Manager Zhuang, your family won't see a single cent. Exactly, hurry up and sign, don't waste time. Yi Shuwen shouted. Yi Ziming coldly stated, I won't sign anything. You can call Zhuang Yuchuan and see what he dares to do. Hee, I see you're not crying until you see the coffin. Yi Hu called General Manager Zhuang over to see this family's true colors. Yi Jianhua sneered. Yi Hu took out his phone and made a call. Soon the call was connected. Yi Hu respectfully said, General Manager Zhuang, it's me, Xiao Yi. There's a bit of a problem with the demolition household. They are being unreasonable. Please come over quickly. After hanging up, Yi Hu raised his head and said, just wait, General Manager Zhuang will be here soon. Let's see how he deals with you. Yi Ziming and Tang Huanxi were indifferent, but Yi Chengwen and Su Yun were terribly frightened. The two came close to Yi Ziming and whispered, Ziming, why don't we just sign? We can't afford to mess with someone like that. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen with me around, Yi Ziming said with a slight smile. Tang Huanxi also reassured, Uncle and Auntie, just trust Yi Ziming. Yi Hu and the others scoffed upon hearing their conversation. Trust Yi Ziming, a money-wasting fool. They might as well trust a pig. Not long after, the sound of a car engine came from outside the courtyard. Zhuang Yuchuan had arrived. Yi Hu sneered, you're done for, saying that he hurriedly went outside to welcome Zhuang Yuchuan, and Yi Jianhua followed suit. Yi Chengwen and Su Yun wanted to go out as well, but they were pulled back by Yi Ziming. Mom and Dad, you don't need to go, just sit here comfortably, Yi Ziming said with a smile. But Yi Chengwen and his wife were still somewhat worried. How can you not handle this little matter? What use are you to me? At that moment, Zhuang Yuquan's voice came from outside. Yi Hu was smiling apologetically. General, the people inside are my relatives. I can't get angry with them. You useless trash, in the end I still have to step in. Do you know how busy I am? Zhuang Yuchuan said coldly. Yi Hu flattered. Sorry, General, I'll be more careful next time. But they are just some people who haven't seen the world. If you stomp your foot, they will all be afraid of you. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened, and Zhuang Yuchuan and Yi Hu walked into the room. Yi Hu looked at Yi Ziming triumphantly and shouted, Yi Ziming, weren't you very impressive just now? Show me your impressiveness now. Let me tell you, this is General Zhuang. I advise you to sign obediently, otherwise General Zhuang will squash you. Old third, hurry up and sign. Don't listen to your spendthrift son. He will definitely lead you to your doom. Yi Jianhua sneered. Just then Zhuang Yuchuan shouted angrily, everyone shut up. General. Yi Hu looked at Zhuang Yuchuan and at that moment he realized that Zhuang Yuquan's expression was very grim, as if he had seen something terrifying. He hurriedly stepped forward and to everyone's shock bowed and said, Young Master Yi, how come you are here? Yi Xiao. Is he calling Yi Ziming? Everyone except for Yi Ziming and Tang Wanxi was taken aback. Mr. Zhuang, you must have mistaken him. He is just a gambler, not the Yi Xiao everyone speaks of. Yi Hu quickly spoke up, but Zhuang Yuchuan seemed to ignore him, bowing his head and not daring to look up at Yi Ziming. This is my home, I just came back to take a look, Yi Ziming said indifferently. Zhuang Yuchuan hurriedly replied, Yi Xiao, please give your instructions, I will definitely comply. Hearing Zhuang Yuquan's words, everyone from the Yi family was dumbfounded, looking at Zhuang Yuchuan in disbelief. The prominent figure in their eyes was actually so respectful towards Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming glanced at Yi Hu. They want to seize my parents' demolition compensation. I'll leave this matter to you. Yi Xiao, rest assured. Zhuang Yuchuan nodded, and then turned to walk towards Yi Hu. Ziming, what is going on? Su Yun hurriedly asked, while Yi Chengwen also looked puzzled. Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry, just watch, Yi Ziming smiled. Yi Chengwen and his wife looked at Yi Ziming in surprise, wondering if this was the same wasteful son who only knew how to gamble. Tang Wanxi couldn't help but chuckle to the side. Oh, did Yi Hu and the others think they could pressure Yi Ziming through Zhuang Yuchuan? They really didn't know what they were thinking. Zhuang Yuchuan turned around and walked step by step towards Yi Hu. Mr. Zhuang, what is wrong? Yi Hu forced a smile and asked. Zhuang Yuquan's expression turned cold as he raised his hand and slapped Yi Hu. Damn it, how dare you cause trouble for Yi Xiao? Slap. Yi Hu was knocked to the ground by Zhuang Yuquan's slap, covering his face, feeling a burning sting. Mr. Zhuang, why did you hit me? Yi Hu was stunned and couldn't help but ask. You made me come to cause trouble for Yi Xiao, who else should I hit? Zhuang Yuchuan continued to beat Yi Hu until he was tired, then finally stopped. Hehe, Mr. Zhuang, this time we made a mistake, and we are willing to apologize. Do you think we can at least let Xiao Hu go? Yi Jianhua forced a smile, suppressing his anger. Zhuang Yuchuan said nothing, but looked towards Yi Ziming. Yi Jianhua quickly reacted. Nephew, we are family after all. Please let Xiao Hu off this time. Third brother, sister-in-law, you should persuade Ziming. Yi Chengwen hesitated for a moment and said to Yi Ziming, your uncle is right, we are family, so let it go this time. Family. Dad, you were too agreeable. Why didn't you say we were family when they were seizing our demolition funds earlier? Now pretending to be a family is truly eye-opening for me. Yi Ziming sneered. Yi Jianhua suppressed his anger and said, nephew, this time it was your uncle's fault, and we apologize to you. After saying that, he gave Yi Shuamin a knowing look. Yes, this time it was my fault, I apologize to you. Yi Shuamin said awkwardly. Since my dad wants to forgive you, let's just let this matter go. Yi Ziming said indifferently, but while speaking he gave Zhuang Yuchuan a glance. Yi Jianhua quickly looked at Zhuang Yuchuan. Mr. Zhuang, what do you think? Humph, Xiao forgives you, but I do not. From now on, Song Yuan Group will terminate its cooperation with you, and now get lost. Zhuang Yuchuan understood Yi Ziming's meaning and angrily said. Those words turned Yi Jianhua and Yi Ziming's faces pale. More than half of their factory and company business relied on Song Yuan Group. Now that Zhuang Yuchuan had terminated their cooperation, their business was doomed. Mr. Zhuang, you can't do this. Please reconsider, we cannot survive without Song Yuan Group. Yi Jianhua quickly begged Zhuang Yuchuan. Get lost quickly. I don't want to say it a second time. If you say one more word, it'll make you lose all your business. Zhuang Yuchuan said coldly. Yi Jianhua and the others immediately shut their mouths. They knew Zhuang Yuchuan had that ability. Li Ping hurriedly helped Yi Hu up, and all the Yi family members left in dismay. Yi Xiao, I won't disturb you any longer. After all the Yi family members left, Zhuang Yuchuan respectfully said to Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming casually waved his hand, indicating Zhuang Yuchuan could leave. Zhuang Yuchuan felt as if he had been pardoned and turned to leave. Ziming, what on earth is going on? Su Yun couldn't help but ask. Auntie Zhuang Yuchuan knows Ziming, which is why he helped him. Tang Wanshi smiled and explained from the side. So that's how it is, you just need to avoid causing trouble everywhere. Take good care of Wanshi and look after Nian Nian. Oh, I will rest easy. Su Yun sighed in relief. Tang Wanxi's face turned red. How did the conversation turn to herself again? Alright, the kids have their own plans. Ziming, take Wanshi out for a stroll. A lot has changed at home these past few years. Uncle, there's no need, I'll help Auntie cook instead. Tang Wanshi hurriedly said. You can cook. I didn't know that. Yi Ziming instinctively replied. Tang Wanshi shot Yi Ziming a fierce glare. It's better for you to say less. Daddy, teacher, can we go to the park? Grandpa and Grandma used to take me there all the time when I was little. Yi Nian said in a childish voice. Alright, since my daughter wants to go, Dad will take you. Yi Ziming picked up Yi Nian and smiled. Soon Yi Ziming brought Tang Wanshi and Yi Nian to a nearby park. The air here is really nice, and the scenery is beautiful, Tang Wanshi said, taking a deep breath. Yes, but unfortunately it is about to be demolished. Yi Ziming shook his head. Tang Wanshi shot Yi Ziming an annoyed look. This guy only knew how to ruin the mood. Daddy, what is that Grandpa doing over there? At that moment, Nian pointed curiously at an elderly man in a pavilion in the distance. Yi Ziming turned to look and saw the old man standing on one leg with both hands clasped behind his back, performing a strange movement. Inter-family fist. Yi Ziming exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this. Yi Ziming never expected to encounter someone practicing internal boxing in such a remote place. All martial arts in the world are divided into external and internal boxing. External boxing trains the body, while internal boxing cultivates the energy within. Moreover, only distinguished and affluent families could afford the heritage to practice internal boxing, while ordinary people had no opportunity to access these techniques. In his previous life, Yi Ziming had also practiced internal boxing, and even possessed the strength to establish his own school, earning recognition from countless internal boxing masters. What is internal boxing? Tang Wanshi asked curiously. A type of martial art. Let's go take a look, Yi Ziming replied. The three of them headed straight for the pavilion, but as they were about to reach it, a tall bodyguard in a black suit blocked their way. Sorry, you cannot pass, the bodyguard said coldly. Why can't we go in? This isn't your home. Tang Wanshi, the bodyguard remained silent, but his expression made it clear he had no intention of letting them through. Yi Ziming shook his head and said, forget it. Let's look elsewhere. Yi Ziming knew that internal boxing was a family's closely guarded secret, and their approach had already been somewhat intrusive. However, as he turned to leave, he happened to catch sight of the old man executing a tiger form punch. Though the old man was aged, the power of that punch was not insignificant. Yi Ziming even heard the sound of air splitting. What a pity, Yi Ziming murmured softly, and with Nian in his arms he prepared to leave. Young friend, please wait. Why did you say what a pity just now? At that moment, the old man who had been practicing his punches suddenly stopped and called out to Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming turned around, surprised that the old man's hearing was so sharp. He had spoken very softly, yet it was still caught. I merely regret that your internal boxing is practiced incorrectly. Since he had been overheard, Yi Ziming decided to speak frankly. As soon as his words fell, the bodyguard sneered, ridiculous. My master is a renowned grandmaster. How could his boxing style be wrong? Oh. The old man shot a displeased glance at the bodyguard, who quickly shut his mouth. Young friend, pay him no mind. Please continue. Yi Ziming said calmly. You practice Xingyi internal boxing, and you are proficient in the snake crane and tiger forms. However, your tiger form is executed incorrectly. It lacks the essence of ferocity and might. The old man was taken aback, staring at Yi Ziming in disbelief. This young lad had actually identified his martial art. I am Zheng Tianhao. May I ask your name, young friend? Zheng Tianhao clasped his hands and inquired. He was a prominent Xingyi master in Jiangxing, owning his own martial arts school and holding a lofty position in the city. But Yi Ziming knew nothing of this, as the original owner of this body had only ever cared about gambling and remained indifferent to all else. Yi Ziming. Brother Yi, what do you mean by saying my tiger form lacks ferocity? Zheng Tianhao asked eagerly. Yi Ziming replied. The ancients spoke of the ferocious tiger descending the mountain. The tiger form emphasizes the character of fierceness. Yet in your style I do not see it. Impossible. I deliberately observe tigers to study their habits while practicing the tiger form. How could it be lacking in ferocity? Zheng Tianhao shook his head. Yi Ziming smiled. Where did you observe the tiger's habits? At the wildlife safari park. Yi Ziming said the tigers in the safari park have long lost their wild nature. If you imitate them naturally, your practice will lack ferocity. Hearing Yi Ziming's words, a glint of insight flashed in Zheng Tianhao's eyes. You are absolutely right. The tiger is the beast that rules the mountain. What are zoo tigers? They have lost the aura of the king of the jungle. How could I ever master the true tiger form by observing such animals? Brother Yi, I am truly grateful to you this time. Otherwise I would have remained trapped in this realm forever. Yi Ziming chuckled. You flatter me. It's just that you stand too high to see things clearly. Those close to the situation are often blind. Brother Yi, you have enlightened me. I don't know how to thank you, Zheng Tianhao said with deep gratitude. It was nothing, Yi Ziming replied casually. Yi Ziming then prepared to leave with Nian and Tang Wanqi. Brother Yi, wait. Zheng Tianhao called out hastily. Let me at least express my gratitude. Oh, the bodyguard named Au quickly approached. Zheng Tianhao took a set of keys and a business card from his pocket and handed them to Yi Ziming. This is my card. If anything comes up, brother, you can contact me. The keys are for Villa No. 30 at Minghua Manor. Consider it an old man's token of thanks. Yi Ziming was taken aback. Really, there's no need. I didn't expect anything from you. Brother, you just do me this favor. Zheng Tianhao insisted. Well, all right. Yi Ziming had no choice but to accept the card and keys. I have matters to attend to today, brother Yi. Let us meet again when the opportunity arises. Zheng Tianhao smiled. Yi Ziming nodded. Good. Until we meet again. Soon Zheng Tianhao and his bodyguard Au departed by car. Just like that, you got a villa? Is he not tricking you? Tang Wanxi's eyes widened in disbelief at what had just transpired. Yi Ziming shook his head. Probably not. Anyway, let's go back for dinner first. We'll find out if it's real when we go. This man is so generous, giving away a villa just like that. Well, whatever, it'll take Nian to play over there. Tang Wanqi couldn't fathom Zheng Tianhao's behavior, so she decided to stop thinking about it and led Nian away. Yi Ziming smiled but offered no explanation. Tang Wanqi had never practiced internal boxing, so she naturally couldn't understand what Yi Ziming's guidance to Zheng Tianhao truly meant. The insight Yi Ziming had provided would benefit Zheng Tianhao for the rest of his life. While Tang Wanqi took Nian to play elsewhere, Yi Ziming was about to join them when a surprised voice suddenly rang out. Yi Ziming, when did you come back? Yi Ziming turned around and saw a man and a woman walking quickly toward them. He clearly noticed a look of disdain on the man's face. The man Yi Ziming recognized was Sun Honghao, someone he had grown up with since childhood. However, in his memory, the two had never gotten along, and it remained that way even after they grew up. In his memory, Sun Honghao had made a fortune elsewhere and hadn't returned for several years. Why had he suddenly come back this year? Yi Ziming said softly, I just got back not long ago. I heard you got divorced. What happened? Did she abandon you? Sun Honghao asked with a sneer. Yi Ziming replied calmly, that's none of your business. How is it none of my business? We've been friends since childhood. I heard from your relatives that you've fallen into gambling, lost your job, and even squandered all your savings. How about it? Want to come work for me? For 1,000 a month plus weekends off. Sun Honghao said smugly. Not needed for now. Yi Ziming shook his head. That won't do. I heard you have a child to support. You have to work. It's embarrassing. A grown man abandoned by his wife. You can't treat me like this. After saying this, Sun Honghao proudly pulled the woman beside him closer. The woman cooed. Of course, how could I ever? Alright, I forgot to introduce you. This is my girlfriend Wang Shanshan. Pretty, isn't she? Sun Honghao began to show off in front of Yi Ziming. In the past, he and Yi Ziming always competed over who had a better life. Now that Yi Ziming was in such a miserable state, he had to seize the opportunity to mock him thoroughly. The woman had some charm and was a beauty, but compared to Tang Wanqi, she was far inferior. Not bad, Yi Ziming said casually. Just not bad? You're really putting on airs. If a woman like this were your girlfriend, you'd be overjoyed. Shanshan, isn't your best friend still single? Set him up with her. Sun Honghao said disdainfully. Wang Shanshan cast a disgusted glance at Yi Ziming and said, Honghao, don't say that. What woman would be willing to be with him? As soon as Wang Shanshan finished, both of them burst into laughter. Yi Ziming, it's not that I don't want to help you, but with your sorry state, who would want you? Sun Honghao said contemptuously. But the moment he finished speaking, Tang Wanqi walked over carrying Yin Yin and deliberately called out, Yi Ziming, what are you still doing here? Come back and eat. She had clearly heard Sun Honghao's words and naturally wanted to stand up for Yi Ziming. Tang Wanqi's disappearance left Sun Honghao utterly stunned. He never expected such a stunning beauty to be connected to Yi Ziming. Compared to Tang Wanqi, his own woman was far inferior. Wanqi, is that you? At that moment, Wang Shanshan exclaimed in surprise. You are? Tang Wanqi was a bit confused. Did she know her? Shanshan, your college classmate. Wang Shanshan said excitedly. Shanshan, it's you. Tang Wanqi exclaimed in surprise. During college, Wang Shanshan was in the same class as her and always sat in front of her during lectures. After several years since graduation, Wang Shanshan had changed so much that she hadn't recognized her at first. Wanqi, what are you doing here? Wang Shanshan asked in surprise. Oh, I came with him, Tang Wanqi said, pointing at Yi Ziming. Wang Shanshan looked at Tang Wanqi in astonishment. Are you two dating? No, we're friends. Tang Wanqi blushed as she explained. Wang Shanshan nodded, but her expression suggested Sun Honghao was seething with jealousy. He thought Yi Ziming must have hit the jackpot to get such a beautiful girlfriend. No way, I can't let him outshine me. Yi Ziming, it's been a long time. How about a party at my place tomorrow? Sun Honghao asked. Yi Ziming shook his head, not interested. I have to spend time with Yin Yin tomorrow. Then bring the kid along. The others we grew up with will also be there. Sun Honghao urged. Wanqi, you should persuade. Honghao has rented a villa in Mingyue Manor, just enough for us to have fun, Wang Shanshan said, snuggling into Sun Honghao's arms. With old classmates meeting, Wang Shanshan felt a competitive urge. During college, Tang Wanqi had been the center of attention, while she was merely a foil. Now she wanted to show Tang Wanqi that fortunes had reversed. Her man was a million times better than hers. Tang Wanqi looked at Yi Ziming and asked, how about we go and check it out tomorrow? She didn't want to stay at Yi Ziming's place any longer. Suyin always treated her like a daughter-in-law, which was far too awkward. All right, well, go tomorrow. Yi Ziming nodded in agreement. He happened to want to visit Villa No. 30 tomorrow anyway. It's settled then. Tomorrow at 8 in the evening at Villa No. 27 in Mingyue Manor. Sun Honghao quickly confirmed the time. Yi Ziming said, fine, I'll be there on time. The next evening at 7, Yi Ziming set out from home with Yin Yin and Tang. The party isn't until 8. Why are we leaving so early? Tang Wanqi asked. To check out Villa No. 30, Yi Ziming replied with a smile. Soon the three of them drove to the front of Villa No. 30 in Mingyue Manor. After getting out of the car, Yi Ziming looked at the villa, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Villa No. 30 was nestled deep within Mingyue Manor with its back against a mountain. Surrounded by mountain mist and the babbling of flowing water, the scenery was exquisite. Wow, so beautiful. Teacher, let's go inside quickly, Yin Yin said happily. Okay, Yin Yin, run. Let's see who's faster. Tang Wanqi laughed. The two dashed into the villa, laughing and giggling endlessly. Yi Ziming smiled faintly. Just as he was about to enter, he saw a group of people approaching, among whom two figures were very familiar to him. Why had they arrived so early? Among the group, besides Sun Honghao and Wang Shanshan, there were two others known to Yi Ziming. One was Zhang Bin, and the other was Zhou Yunnan. Both were friends whom Yi Ziming had played with since childhood and had a good relationship with. Each of the two men had women by their side, seemingly their girlfriends. Excitement was evident on everyone's faces, as Mingyue Mountain Villa was not a place everyone could visit. This place was not only expensive, but it was also impossible to book a villa without certain connections. The group arrived in front of Villa No. 27, and Sun Honghao proudly said, let's stay here tonight. There's no need to squeeze together, everyone will have a spacious room. Zhang Bin laughed, that's great. Sun Honghao, you're really doing well, now even able to rent a villa at Mingyue Villa. Zhou Yunnan chimed in, of course Honghao is much better off than us now. By the way, wasn't Yi Ziming supposed to come? I told him to gather at 8, we can eat and have fun without worrying about him, Sun Honghao replied with a smile. Exactly, why care about him? I've heard that Yi Ziming spends money recklessly in the city, wasting his family's fortune. Zhang Bin said dismissively. Once inside the villa, the girls began choosing their rooms as they had more belongings and took longer than the men. Sun Honghao, Zhang Bin, and Zhou Yunnan sat on a sofa on the first floor smoking and chatting. Honghao, this Villa No. 27 is really spacious, amazing that you could book it. Zhang Bin complimented while lighting Sun Honghao's cigarette. Sun Honghao smiled and took a puff, saying it's all right. There's an even larger villa further in. Villas No. 1 and No. 2 are twice as big as this one, but unfortunately they've already been booked by someone else. Those who can come to Mingyue Villa are not ordinary people, and I can't just take it from them. Zhang Bin nodded, that's right, it's better to keep a low profile. Honghao knows how to conduct himself. However, I heard the biggest and most luxurious villa at Mingyue Villa is Villa No. 30. Where is it, and how luxurious is it? Villa No. 30. It's indeed the most luxurious. Even I can only walk around its entrance, but it's not open to outsiders. It's a private villa, Sun Honghao replied. A private villa? Zhang Bin and Zhou Yunnan exchanged shocked glances. Yes, I didn't expect Minghua Villa would have private villas. So we should try to be as low-key as possible. You never know when you might offend someone you shouldn't. I always adhere to this principle when doing business in other regions. What Honghao said makes sense, no wonder he's seen a lot. Zhou Yunnan praised Sun Honghao without holding back. Zhang Bin smiled and said, Honghao, why don't we go take a look? Although it's a private villa, we can at least see it from the outside. That's not necessary. They'll let the manager know, and we can take a stroll. They'll go call Shanshan, now Sun Honghao replied. That's great. Honghao, you're really generous. It's fine for us to go and have a look, Zhang Bin said excitedly. Soon after, Sun Honghao made a call to the manager, and the group headed straight to Villa No. 30. As they passed through the villa area, they could hear the noise of people and the singing from KTV. However, once they reached Villa No. 30, all those chaotic sounds disappeared. It's so quiet here, Wang Shanshan remarked as she looked around. Yes, it's like a paradise with so many flowers. No wonder the fragrance is so strong, Zhou Yunnan pointed at the distant flower bushes. Villa No. 30 has dedicated staff responsible for its upkeep, not only cleaning it daily, but also ensuring that the flowers are of precious varieties. What kind of people could live here? Zhang Bin couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure, but I'm confident it's the residents of some big shot, though it seems they don't live here long term. Sun Honghao shook his head. Just then Wang Shanshan suddenly said, look over there, it seems like someone is walking. The group looked over and indeed saw a figure leisurely strolling beside the villa. Honghao, don't you think that figure looks familiar? Wang Shanshan remarked, staring at the figure a few dozen meters away. Sun Honghao paused, realizing that the figure did indeed look somewhat familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere recently, Wang Shanshan said, suddenly her eyes widening. He looks a bit like Yi Ziming. Hearing this, Zhang Bin burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Shanshan, you must be mistaken. That guy should be gambling right now, not here. Do you know how much this villa costs? Sun Honghao joined in the laughter. Zhang Bin is right. You can't just have money to afford this villa. Without a certain status, it's unattainable. What is Yi Ziming? Without me, he wouldn't even be able to enter. But I really think it looks a lot like him. How about we go take a look? Wang Shanshan suggested. Sun Honghao laughed. All right, let's go check it out, even though it's impossible. The group approached Villa No. 30, but as they got closer to the figure, the surprise on Sun Honghao and Wang Shanshan's faces became more and more evident. It seemed it really was Yi Ziming. Sun Honghao gritted his teeth and approached, thinking it can't be him. Absolutely impossible. How could Yi Ziming have the qualifications to enter Villa No. 30? Finally, the group stopped a little over 10 meters away from Yi Ziming, staring in astonishment at the familiar figure. Yi Ziming chuckled lightly and walked over, saying, aren't you all in Villa No. 27? What are you doing here? This time no one doubted it anymore. This person was indeed Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming, it really is you. Sun Honghao stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that what he saw was real. Yi Ziming smiled faintly. It is. Surprised. Impossible. Sun Honghao shouted. How could someone like you possibly enter Villa No. 30? What right did you climb over the villa compound wall? At Sun Honghao's suggestion, the others nodded in agreement. This seemed the most plausible explanation. Yi Ziming scoffed dismissively and ignored him entirely, sitting calmly on a nearby stone bench. Zhou Yunnan spoke up. It must be true. Honghao, shall we call security? Sun Honghao nodded and pulled out his phone. Fine. I'll see just how composed you remain when security arrives. Honghao, wait. Could Yi Ziming be caretaking the villa? After all this fellow gambles constantly, he'd need money to fund that habit. Who knows? Maybe this is his new job. Yi Ziming, is that it? Sun Honghao asked. Yi Ziming didn't even glance at him, deeming explanation beneath his notice. His silence, however, was misinterpreted as acquiescence, prompting bursts of laughter from the group. Sun Honghao sneered. So that's it. Have you finally reformed? Trading gambling for honest work. Yi Ziming, that's not right. You should have told Honghao if you needed employment. How much could the villa's owner possibly pay you? Honghao's offer surely surpasses this one, Zhang Bin teased. Well then, if that's the case, let's not detain Yi Ziming from his duties. Oh, and Yi Ziming, what time do you clock out? Don't forget, we still have our gathering. Sun Honghao smirked coldly. Yi Ziming ignored them completely, deeming even half a word wasted on such people. When he refused to engage, Sun Honghao snorted derisively, only to freeze mid-sentence as Yin 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 and Tang Huanqi emerged from the villa. Daddy, the villa is so huge. I love it here. Yin 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 exclaimed joyfully. Yi Ziming swept her into his arms tenderly. Then stay as long as you like. After all, this villa belongs to us. Tang Huanqi approached with a gentle smile. Shanshan, you're here to see Yi Ziming. Huanqi, is this villa Yi Ziming's? Wang Shanshan blurted out urgently. Yes, it is. Huanqi, don't let him deceive you. Someone like him could never afford Villa No. 30. It's reserved exclusively for those of stature and influence. Wang Shanshan declared loudly. Exactly, miss. What is Yi Ziming really? Does he possess the standing to set foot here? He's merely a caretaker. Zhang Bin added from the side. Tang Huanqi's delicate brows furrowed slightly. I don't understand what you mean. The villa is Ziming's. Since when did it become caretaking? Honghao, call the manager now and expose his lie. Wang Shanshan turned sharply towards Sun Honghao. She had intended to impress Tang Huanqi with her boyfriend, but upon seeing the latter reside in Villa No. 30, a resentment flared within her. Fine, I'll call him right now so you'll all witness Yi Ziming's true face. He pulled out his phone and dialed with Zhou Yunan, and Zhang Bin watched Yi Ziming with disdain, convinced he was merely boasting to impress women. Yi Ziming and Tang Huanqi meanwhile observed them with quiet, detached amusement, as one might watch clowns perform. Moments later the manager arrived, breathlessly clutching a file folder. Villa No. 30 housed one of Mingwen Mountain Villa's most esteemed guests. He dared not falter. Mr. Sun, who is the person you mentioned? The manager asked. Sun Honghao pointed emphatically at Yi Ziming. He's been claiming Villa No. 30 belongs to him. The manager took a deep breath, stepped forward respectfully, and inquired, May I ask, are you Mr. Yi Ziming? Though Yi Ziming wore simple attire, the manager maintained utmost deference until confirmation was certain. I am. Is there something urgent? Indeed. Elder Zheng has briefed us thoroughly. Once you sign this contract, ownership of Villa No. 30 will be formally transferred to your name. The manager presented the document, his demeanor growing even more reverent. Yi Ziming nodded, picked up the pen, and signed his name with quiet assurance. After verifying the contract's validity, the manager bowed deeply. Mr. Yi, may your stay at Mingwen Mountain Villa be profoundly pleasant. With that he turned to leave, without so much as glancing at Sun Honghao. Manager, surely you've mistaken someone. How could this villa possibly belong to Yi Ziming? Sun Honghao, stunned, rushed to block the manager's path. Not only he, but Zhou Yunan, Zhang Bin, and Wang Shanshan stood frozen in disbelief, staring incredulously at the manager. What nonsense are you spouting? This matter was entrusted directly by Elder Zheng Tianhao himself. How could it possibly be false? Mr. Yi, do these individuals accompany you? The manager turned and asked politely. Yi Ziming shook his head no. Hearing this, the manager pivoted sharply towards Sun Honghao and snapped, leave. Do not disturb our most honored guest at Mingwen Mountain Villa. Should you remain here any longer, Mingwen Mountain Villa will blacklist you permanently, barring all future entry. The manager's words drained the color from Sun Honghao's face and from those of his companions. Sun Haoxuan's face was extremely grim. He never expected that Villa No. 30 actually belonged to Yi Ziming. Under the manager's furious gaze, Zhang Bin, Zhou Yunan, and Wang Shanshan lacked even the courage to meet his eyes. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sun Honghao clenched his fists. He couldn't believe this was true, but the manager's words struck him like a heavy blow. Yi Ziming ignored them and carried Nian Yin into the villa. Tang Huanqi sighed and followed him inside. Honghao, let's go first. At that moment, Wang Shanshan approached Sun Haoxuan and whispered, let's go. After saying that, Sun Honghao seemed to lose all his strength. Zhang Bin and Zhou Yunan trailed behind Sun Honghao, dejectedly, feeling utterly embarrassed. Inside the villa, Tang Huanqi sat on the sofa in the living room and asked, what do you plan to do with this villa? Nian Yin still needs to go to school. We can't live here. I'll leave it for my parents, Yi Ziming replied. He had long thought about this, but once their house was demolished, it would be perfect for his parents to enjoy their retirement here. What about you? Are you and Nian Yin still going to live in that rundown house? Tang Huanqi asked. Yi Ziming pondered for a moment. Oh, indeed, the house he was living in was too dilapidated and too small. He could manage on his own, but he couldn't let Nian Yin suffer. I will handle that, Yi Ziming nodded. It was time to find a moment to buy a new house. He did not attend Sun Honghao's gathering and gave the villa keys to his parents that night. When Yi Chengwen and his wife heard it was the villa keys, they were taken aback and refused to live there no matter what. In the end, Yi Ziming had to say they could help watch a friend's child, and only then did the old couple reluctantly agree. Early the next morning, Yi Ziming drove Yin Yin and Tang Huanqi to kindergarten. They had both missed 2 days of school. Thankfully, they had taken leave, otherwise they would have had to explain. As soon as Yi Ziming returned home, his phone rang. It was Qian Hongyu. Yi Ziming pressed the answer button. Mr. Qian, is there something you need? Dr. Yi, are you free right now? Qian Hongyu asked. Yes. Well, my father's condition has improved a lot, and he insists on throwing a banquet to thank you. If you can come, please pick a time, and we will prepare accordingly. Qian Hongyu continued. Yi Ziming nodded. I have time now. Oh, just give me an address. All right, it's at Piaoyu Pavilion. When you arrive, just call me, and I'll personally come down to welcome you. Qian Hongyu hurriedly assured him. Yi Ziming ended the call, left the community, and hailed a taxi straight to Piaoyu Pavilion. Piaoyu Pavilion is located in the city center of Jiangxing, the perfect choice for hosting important guests. Only those with status and identity could dine here. Ordinary people simply did not qualify. Half an hour later, Yi Ziming got out of the taxi at Piaoyu Pavilion and was astonished at the sign at the entrance. The sign was made from a massive piece of yellow pear wood with the characters Piaoyu Pavilion elegantly inscribed upon it. The entrance was also designed to be extremely antique, yet magnificent. It was clear this was no ordinary place. Just as Yi Ziming was about to take out his phone to call Qian Hongyu, an annoying voice interrupted him. Isn't this Yi Ziming? When did a guy known only for flaunting money qualify to appear at the entrance of Piaoyu Pavilion? In the voice, Yi Ziming could hear the unmistakable mockery. He turned his head and saw Zhong Tianlei approaching with a few people looking at him with disdain. Who is this guy Xiao Zhong? Asked the man beside him. The man was Wang Wei, the son of the chairman of Wang's group, and also Zhong Tianli's lackey. Wang's group had always relied on Tianba group, and hearing the disdain in Zhong Tianli's tone, he knew Zhong Tianlei was about to step on someone, so he quickly cooperated. Just a piece of trash thinking he has latched onto a wealthy person's leg. Zhong Tianlei sneered. Yi Ziming, what are you doing here? Where's Fang Yaolao? Did she abandon you? I told you not to get too complacent. A high-end circle like ours is one you can never squeeze into in your lifetime. Zhong Tianlei mocked coldly. Yi Ziming had made him lose face at the jade auction a few days ago, and this time he was determined to make Yi Ziming pay for it. Yi Ziming was too lazy to waste words with Zhong Tianlei and dialed Qian Hongyu's number. I've arrived. Dr. Yi, I'll come down to get you immediately, Qian Hongyu said excitedly. What? You want to enter Piaoyu Pavilion? Don't you look at what kind of person you are? Is this a place you can enter? Zhong Tianlei scoffed. Ha ha, Xiao Zhong, if you ask me, he's just the one who cleans the toilets here. If it weren't for working here, he'd never step foot inside Piaoyu Pavilion in his life. Wang Wei laughed derisively. Zhong Tianlei looked at Yi Ziming, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Yi Ziming, I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down and call me daddy. I was wrong, and I will spare you today. Otherwise I'll have the security here throw you out. Wang Wei laughed out loud. Xiao Zhong, just having him kneel to you isn't fun enough. He should kneel to each one of us. Wang Wei tried every way to please Zhong Tianlei. Zhong Tianlei laughed heartily. That's a great idea. Yi Ziming, did you hear that? Yi Ziming raised his head and looked at Zhong Tianlei and the others with indifference. Shut up, you're too noisy. Yi Ziming's words instantly silenced Wang Wei and the others. They had not expected him to be so bold as to speak to Zhong Tianlei in such a manner. Zhong Tianlei's expression darkened. Yi Ziming, don't think I can't touch you. Last time it was because of Yarwa that I couldn't do anything to you, but now no one can help you. Yi Ziming replied calmly. I don't need anyone's help. Oh really? When did a spoiled gambler like you develop? Hurry and kneel before us, or it'll make sure you never know peace for the rest of your life. Zhong Tianlei said coldly. Yi Ziming ignored him, knowing that speaking to such a person was merely wasting time. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Zhong Xiao talking to you? Kneel down. After saying this, Wang Wei stepped forward and pressed down on Yi Ziming's shoulder, trying to force him to kneel. Yi Ziming stood completely still. Kneel for me. Wang Wei used all his strength to try to push Yi Ziming down. Get lost. Suddenly, Yi Ziming slapped Wang Wei across the face, sending him flying 2 to 3 meters away, crashing. Wang Wei felt dizzy with blood streaming from his nose and mouth, but he didn't even have the awareness to wipe it away. He was stunned by Yi Ziming's slap. You dare to hit my man. Zhong Tianlei gritted his teeth as he glared at Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming replied indifferently, I only hit a dog. You dare to insult Wang Xiao as a dog. Do you believe we will ruin you? The people behind Zhong Tianlei helped Wang Wei up, cracking their knuckles and looking at Yi Ziming with a readiness to fight. At that moment, 2 security guards from Piaoyu Pavilion approached. What's going on? He is causing a disturbance here. Hurry and throw him out. Zhong Tianlei pointed at Yi Ziming. Given the number of influential figures in Piaoyu Pavilion, Zhong Tianlei did not want to act directly and had to rely on the guards. The 2 guards sized up Yi Ziming and seeing that he was dressed in ordinary casual clothes assumed he was the one causing trouble. Sir, please leave. One of the guards said coldly. Why should I leave? Yi Ziming glanced at the guard and said, I came here to eat. Ha ha ha. You think you can eat here? Do you know what kind of place Piaoyu Pavilion is? To eat here one must have a certain status and identity. What are you to have the qualification to dine here? Let me tell you, without Fang Yaro you're nothing. Zhong Tianlei laughed as he looked at Yi Ziming as if he had heard the, Sir, please leave quickly or we won't be polite. The 2 guards exchanged glances, their expressions unfriendly. We can't let him leave. You think you can just walk away after hitting someone? At this point Wang Wei had recovered and yelled at Yi Ziming. Zhong Tianlei squinted, his face twisted in a snarl. Wang Wei is right, you'd better kneel and apologize to us now, or what? Before Zhong Tianlei could finish his sentence, a cold voice interrupted. They turned to see Qian Hongyu walking out of Piaoyu Pavilion, his expression grim. Zhong Tianlei and his group were startled upon seeing Qian Hongyu and hurried to greet him. Mr. Qian, I am Zhong Tianlei from Tianba Group, who I apologize for any offense caused here. Once I resolve this matter, I will promptly apologize to you. Zhong Tianlei's expression was somewhat excited. He knew Qian Hongyu's influence, and if he could get close to him, Tianba Group's business would soar. However, Qian Hongyu seemed to ignore Zhong Tianlei's attempt at flattery and walked past him quickly to stand in front of Yi Ziming. Dr. Yi, I'm sorry for being late. These words silenced the entire space as everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene. How could a figure like Qian Hongyu know Yi Ziming, and he was even apologizing to him? It's nothing, just a few clowns I encountered. Yi Ziming replied calmly. Zhong Tianlei furiously retorted. Yi Ziming, who are you calling a clown? Shut up. Is that how you speak to Dr. Yi? Qian Hongyu said coldly. Zhong Tianlei quickly responded, Mr. Qian, this guy is just a gambler, don't be fooled by him. In his view, it must be Yi Ziming who had used some trick to deceive Qian Hongyu, and he absolutely could not let Yi Ziming. Zhong Tianlei right. Listen carefully to what I'm saying. Dr. Yi is a benefactor of our family. Provoking my benefactor is equivalent to provoking me. Or are you saying that Tianba Group wants to go to war with Song Yuan Group? Qian Hongyu's icy gaze swept over Zhong Tianlei, and his group, his aura was so strong that they felt unworthy to even meet his eyes. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the two guards turned to leave. This was beyond their control. Zhong Tianlei's face turned ashen. Song Yuan Group was a top-tier group in Jiangxing, their strength far surpassing that of Tianba Group. Wang Wei on the side was completely dumbfounded. He understood Qian Hongyu's implication that dealing with Yi Ziming was tantamount to dealing with him, Qian Hongyu. He had merely wanted to curry favor with Zhong Tianlei, so how had he attracted the attention of such a giant as Song Yuan Group? Seeing that none of Zhong Tianlei's group dared to speak, Qian Hongyu's eyes flashed with disdain. He coldly said, "Apologize to Dr. Yi now, or wait for the endless revenge from Song Yuan Group." Qian Hongyu's words changed the expressions of Wang Wei and the others. They wanted to curry favor with Zhong Tianlei, but they did not want to offend Qian Hongyu. Wang Wei hurriedly approached Yi Ziming, saying, "Dr. Yi, I was wrong. Please show mercy and spare me this time." After hesitating for a moment, the others also rushed over to plead for mercy from Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming glanced at Wang Wei and said, "Who was it that made me kneel just now?" Thud. Wang Wei and the others directly knelt on the ground. "Dr. Yi, all of this was instigated by Zhong Tianlei. I was forced into it. Just treat me like a fart and let me go," Wang Wei pleaded. "Yes, it was all Zhong Tianlei's idea. He wanted us." "Dr. Yi, we apologize to you," the others shouted as well. "You." Zhong Tianlei's face turned ugly as he pointed at Wang Wei and the others, speechless with anger. He never expected these guys to betray him so quickly and shift all the blame onto him. "Zhong Tianlei, hurry up and apologize to Dr. Yi. How can you think of challenging him? Not even considering what he was." In order to get Yi Ziming to spare him, Wang Wei decided to go all out. Offending Zhong Tianlei might cause Wang's group to suffer some losses, but offending Qian Hongyu could make Wang's group disappear in Jiang City. "All right, Wang Wei, I'll remember you." Zhong Tianlei shouted. "Yi Ziming, don't think that, because you have Qian Hongyu protecting you, I can't do anything to you. The abilities of Song Yuan Group are strong, but they can't do anything to me. Is that so? I want to see how long you can keep talking tough," said Qian Hongyu as he took out his phone and made a call. "Suppress Tianba Group's assets with full force within 5 minutes. Hearing Qian Hongyu's words, Zhong Tianlei's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect Qian Hongyu to go this far for Yi. Even if Song Yuan Group suppresses Tianba Group, it will incur losses, and not just in hundreds of thousands or millions, but in tens of millions. In just 5 minutes the phone rang, and Qian Hongyu answered it. "Mr. Qian, why are you suddenly targeting our group? Could you let me off this time?" A voice came through. It was Zhong Tianlei's father, Zhong Tianba. "Just ask your son, and you'll understand everything." Qian Hongyu didn't waste any time, and hung up the phone with a snap. Just a few seconds later, Zhong Tianlei's phone rang. His face turned pale as he pressed the answer button. "Hello, Dad." "Zhong Tianlei, I don't care what method you use, immediately calm Mr. Qian's anger, or I will disown you as my son." Zhong Tianba roared, then hung up. Zhong Tianlei clenched his fists tightly, his teeth biting into his lip, blood flowing from his mouth. He walked up to Yi Ziming and directly knelt down, his voice almost squeezed out through clenched teeth. "Yi Ziming, I'm sorry." Yi Ziming remained indifferent, saying, "I didn't hear you clearly." Zhong Tianlei bowed his head and shouted, "I'm sorry, Dr. Yi, please spare me." Zhong Tianlei trembled all over. Humiliation filled his heart. Qian Hongyu chuckled. "Dr. Yi, what do you think?" Yi Ziming nodded. "Kneel for half an hour here." After saying that, he walked into the floating feather pavilion. Qian Hongyu cast a cold glance at Zhong Tianlei and the others before following. Although Yi Ziming and the others left, Zhong Tianlei and his group didn't dare stand up, lowering their heads to endure the pointing and whispering of passersby. Yi Ziming said to kneel for half an hour, and they didn't dare to shorten it by even a second. "Mr. Qian, thank you," Yi Ziming said softly as he entered the floating feather pavilion. Qian Hongyu smiled. "Dr. Yi, you're too polite, and don't call me Mr. Qian anymore, it feels distant. I'm older than you, how about calling me Brother Qian?" Yi Ziming smiled slightly. "Then I'll call you Brother Qian." "Haha, that sounds much more comfortable. Brother Yi, later I want to introduce a guest to you. You go to box 318 first, and I'll be there shortly," Qian Hongyu said. Yi Ziming nodded and parted ways with Qian Hongyu. Upon finding box 318, Yi Ziming pushed the door and walked in. Who knew? Just as he stepped in, an impatient voice came. "Didn't I say no need for a waitress for now? What are you coming in for?" Yi Ziming looked up and saw a girl in loose clothing looking exquisite standing by the window in the box. The girl had a ponytail with minimal decoration, simply dressed, yet still beautiful. "I'm not a waitress," Yi Ziming explained and found a spot to sit down. "Not a waitress? Then who are you?" The girl raised her eyebrows and asked. "Yi Ziming. I don't know you. Hurry up and leave, this box has already been reserved," the girl said. Yi Ziming furrowed his brows, wondering why this person spoke like she was on fire. He ignored her and sat silently on the chair. "Hey, didn't you hear me? Do I have to take action to throw you out?" The girl rubbed her fists and asked. Yi Ziming couldn't be bothered to respond, remaining silent. Suddenly he tilted his head and saw a small fist darting past him, smashing into the table. With a bang, the wooden table was actually dented. A girl could punch through a table. Apart from practicing internal martial arts, Yi Ziming couldn't think of any other reason. The girl scolded angrily. She didn't expect Yi Ziming to dodge this punch, but soon she thought it was just luck on his part. Yi Ziming raised his head, saying, "I told you I was invited." The girl furiously retorted, "You dare to talk nonsense. Do you know who will come into this private room soon? How dare you claim to be invited?" Just as the girl was about to make another move, the door of the private room opened, and Qian Hongyu helped the old man Qian inside. He was startled by the girl's actions and hurriedly exclaimed, "Tianjiao, stop." As soon as Qian Hongyu's words fell, the girl's fist halted. Her fist was merely 2 inches from Yi Ziming's nose, yet Yi Ziming's expression showed no change, as if he hadn't noticed at all. "Uncle Qian, this guy barged into our private room and refuses to leave. I was about to teach him a lesson." "How do you know him?" the girl inquired. "You better behave. If you hurt Brother Yi, I will definitely have your grandfather confine you." Qian Hongyu glared at her and quickly turned to Yi Ziming. "Brother Yi, are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Yi Ziming shook his head, "but I didn't expect there to be a violent girl in this private room." "Hey, who are you calling a violent?" The girl glared with wide eyes, seemingly ready to strike again. At this moment, old Qian spoke up. "Tianjiao, don't cause a scene. Dr. Yi is my lifesaver. If you hurt him, I will be very angry." "A lifesaver him?" The girl looked at Yi Ziming incredulously. "Grandpa Qian, the doctor you mentioned is him." Old Qian sitting beside Yi Ziming said, "Dr. Yi, please don't take offense. This is my old friend's granddaughter, Zheng Tianjiao. She has practiced martial arts since childhood, but has a rather volatile temper." "It's no problem," Yi Ziming replied nonchalantly. "Practicing martial arts is for self-defense, yet she harms others at will. It seems the Zheng family lacks discipline over her." "Who are you calling undisciplined?" Zheng Tianjiao gritted her teeth in anger, but she couldn't act against him with old Qian beside Yi Ziming. "Tianjiao." Old Qian shot a disapproving glance at Zheng Tianjiao, his tone carrying a hint of reprimand. Zheng Tianjiao lowered her head, not daring to speak further, feeling a bit aggrieved. She had been cared for by Grandpa Qian since childhood. How could this guy named Yi come and change everything? "Dr. Yi, not only am I grateful for your life-saving grace, but an old friend also wants to meet you. That old fellow wants to see what kind of person the doctor who saved my life is." Old Qian said with a smile. Yi Ziming nodded. He knew old Qian was introducing him to social connections, and right now what he lacked most was connections. "Ha, old Qian, your health seems good. It looks like you can live for a few more years." Just then a hoarse laughter echoed as an old man in a black robe walked into the private room. The old man walked with vigor, distinctly contrasting with old Qian's frail body. "Ha, you old fellow, just know how to tease me. If the King of Hell doesn't take me this time, I can still play chess with you for a few more years. Let me introduce you. This is the one who saved my life, Dr. Yi Ziming." Old Qian introduced. The old man looked at Yi Ziming, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Young friend, Yi, it's actually you." The words stunned everyone in the private room, and old Qian couldn't help but ask old Zheng, "Do you know each other?" "Of course I know him. Young friend, Yi has given me guidance," the old man said earnestly. Yi Ziming was also surprised, for the old man before him was Zheng Tianhao, whom he had encountered when he returned to his hometown. Zheng Tianhao's words shocked everyone. Guidance. Zheng Tianhao was a master of Xingyi boxing in Jiangxing, holding a very high status, and Yi Ziming actually had the ability to guide him. Old Qian immediately reacted, looking at Yi Ziming in astonishment. "Young friend, you also understand boxing?" At this moment, even old Qian's address to Yi Ziming had changed. Yi Ziming smiled. "I know a little. Just pretending to know what you don't, acting like a big shot." Zheng Tianjiao said dismissively from the side. Zheng Tianhao glared at her. "What are you talking about? Young friend, Yi is truly talented. His guidance can benefit me." "Grandpa, you're exaggerating. Does he look like someone who has practiced internal martial arts? I know you have a good relationship with Grandpa Qian, but you can't just elevate him this much." Zheng Tianjiao couldn't help but interject. "What do you understand?" "Young friend, Yi pointed out the flaws in my boxing style at a glance. He is a true master." As he spoke, he looked apologetically at Yi Ziming. "Sorry, young friend Yi, I have spoiled my granddaughter." Yi Ziming nodded slightly, not even glancing at Zheng Tianjiao. Such a person couldn't affect his mood. During the meal, Yi Ziming chatted merrily with the two old men, discussing medicine and internal martial arts, leaving both old men greatly impressed. Qian Hongyu looked at Yi Ziming, increasingly feeling that the latter was unfathomable. He secretly decided that he must not offend Yi Ziming. While the others were chatting happily, Zheng Tianjiao was not as pleased. She glared at Yi Ziming, her eyes hiding a trace of anger. In her view, Yi Ziming must have deceived her grandfather. She had just exchanged blows with Yi Ziming, and the latter did not show any characteristics of someone who practiced internal martial arts. At that moment, Zheng Tianhao smiled and said, "I didn't expect young friend Yi to have such profound attainments in internal martial arts. I have a proposal. Why don't you take Tianjiao as your disciple?" Both Yi Ziming and Zheng Tianjiao were stunned by his words. Old Qian said, "I think it's a good idea. With young friend Yi's abilities, teaching Tianjiao would be more than sufficient." "No way, I disagree. Grandpa Qian, what qualifications does he have to be my master?" Before Yi Ziming could speak, Zheng Tianjiao stood up and shouted. Zheng Tianhao furrowed his brow, not expecting Zheng Tianjiao to react so strongly. "Just because Yi Xiaoyu can discern the flaws in my boxing technique, that alone qualifies him to teach you." Zheng Tianhao continued. Zheng Tianjiao mumbled, "What flaws in my boxing technique? He might just be talking nonsense." She knew that Yi Ziming was capable, as anyone who could identify her grandfather's shortcomings was certainly extraordinary, but her pride made her reluctant to acknowledge Yi Ziming, her peer, as her master. Moreover, she was unaware of Yi Ziming's strength. How could she possibly accept him as her master? Miss Zheng is right, I am not qualified to take her as a disciple, Yi Ziming said with a faint smile, and she has not yet met my standards for accepting disciples. Zhang Tianjiao appreciated the first half of his statement, looking at Yi Ziming with a look that seemed to say he was wise. However, upon hearing the latter half, she became agitated, glaring and asking, "Yi, clarify this, how am I not meeting the standards?" Zhang Tianjiao had always been strong-willed, and Yi Ziming's words ignited her competitive spirit. Yi Ziming glanced at her. Although your punch just now had great power, its penetrative force is insufficient. As he spoke, Yi Ziming moved the dining utensils off the table, revealing a hole surrounded by cracks, just where Zhang Tianjiao had struck. Yi Ziming continued, "Once you can punch through the table without affecting the surrounding wood, then you will be qualified." His words made Zhang Tianhao nod involuntarily, as he understood Yi Ziming's meaning. Currently, Zhang Tianjiao possessed great strength, but lacked the technique to utilize it, much like a beggar who found a mountain of gold, but did not know how to use it. Yi Xiaoyu is right, I was indeed presumptuous, Zhang Tianhao sighed. He realized he had underestimated Yi Ziming's strength. You won't know who is stronger until we fight. Do you dare to have a match with me? If I win, I will take you as my master. If I lose, you will come home with me and serve me tea, Zhang Tianjiao said to Yi Ziming. Nonsense. Is this how you speak to Yi Xiaoyu? Zhang Tianhao shouted angrily. Grandfather, as martial artist, we respect the strong. I don't even know how strong he is, and to take him as my master would be quite childish, Zhang Tianjiao quickly explained. Zhang Tianhao looked at Yi Ziming with a troubled expression. Yi Ziming chuckled, looking up at Zhang Tianjiao and saying, I agree, but I want to add one condition. If I win, you are not required to take me as your master, just be available whenever I call. Nian Nian happened to need a caretaker, and Zhang Tianjiao was the most suitable candidate. Although she was quite brash, she was still a woman. Peng Dehai, being a man, would find it inconvenient at times to care for Nian Nian. Alright, I accept. Let's find a place to compete now, Zhang Tianjiao said. No need to find another place, just here will do. Yi Ziming shook his head. If you can make me get up from this chair, consider it a win for you. Yi Ziming was not boasting, he was simply confident. From their brief exchange earlier, he had already assessed Zhang Tianjiao's strength. This is what you said. Grandpa Qian, please move aside a bit, so you don't get hurt, Zhang Tianjiao said. Qian Hongyu hurriedly helped old Qian out of his seat, while curiously watching Yi Ziming. Hongyu, who do you think will win? At this moment, old Qian's voice came. Qian Hongyu hesitated for a moment, and said, I think it will be Yi Laodi. Old Qian chuckled. I also think it is him. Yi Xiaoyu seems ordinary, but in reality, he is unfat. Although old Qian's voice was low, it shocked Qian Hongyu immensely. It was the first time he had seen his father praise a young person so highly. Zhang Tianjiao looked at Yi Ziming, who was sitting in his chair with no defensive posture and no sign of aggression. Yet even so, Zhang Tianjiao felt an immense pressure emanating from Yi Ziming. He seemed full of openings, yet at the same time he appeared completely impenetrable. Zhang Tianjiao stared at Yi Ziming for a full half-minute before scolding softly, quickly approaching him and swinging her tiger form. Zhang Tianjiao exclaimed inwardly. Yi Ziming looked at Zhang Tianjiao, who seemed to transform into a fierce tiger, his expression unchanged. As her fist was about to strike his face, he extended his hand, pressing against her fist and rubbing it backward, then exerting force with his wrist. Zhang Tianjiao felt as if her fist had struck cotton, unable to exert any force. With a cry, Zhang Tianjiao lifted her leg to kick Yi Ziming, but just as she raised her foot, Yi Ziming blocked her with his leg, preventing her from lifting her legs, and then pressed down on her elbow with his hand. Zhang Tianjiao felt her arm tingle, and her entire right hand instantly lost sensation. She quickly retreated, looking at Yi Ziming in shock, realizing that if Yi Ziming had wanted to strike earlier, she would have already been on the ground. Yi Xiaoyu's strength is indeed formidable. Tianjiao, why don't you come over and pay your respects to your master? Zhang Tianhao laughed heartily, addressing Zhang Tianjiao. Zhang Tianjiao gritted her teeth, coming before Yi Ziming and kneeling with a thud on the ground. Disciple Zhang Tianjiao pays respect to master. Yi Ziming replied indifferently. There is no need for the title of disciple. Just be available whenever I call. No way. We agreed at the start, if I lose, I will take you as my master. You are now my master and can't escape. Saying this, Zhang Tianjiao poured a cup of tea from the table. Master, please have some tea. Yi Ziming stared wide-eyed at Zhang Tianjiao, before him wondering if she was really serious about this. Yi Ziming had no intention of accepting a disciple. He merely wanted to find a nanny for Nian Nian. However, he did not expect that Zhang Tianjiao would have such good gambling skills, even offering the tea for the master-disciple ceremony. At that moment, Qian Lao, who was watching from the side, spoke up. Yi Xiaoyu, Tianjiao is a good child. You should accept her as your disciple. Yi Ziming glanced at Qian Lao, knowing that he was trying to facilitate a connection between him and Zhang Tianhao. All right. He nodded and lifted the teacup from Zhang Tianjiao's hand, drinking the tea within. This was a customary procedure for accepting a disciple, although it was somewhat simple. From then on, Zhang Tianjiao would be his disciple. Master, what internal martial art did you just use? I felt as if my fist was striking into cotton. Seeing Yi Ziming drink the tea, Zhang Tianjiao no longer held back and stood up to ask directly. Yi Ziming smiled. I have never practiced internal martial arts. Never practiced internal martial arts. Zheng Tianjiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming's expression remained unchanged. Indeed, he had not practiced internal martial arts since his rebirth in this world, as the physical condition of this body was too poor, requiring a period of cultivation before he could train in internal martial arts. Zheng Tianjiao stared at Yi Ziming for a long while before suddenly laughing. Master, don't joke with me. I am your direct disciple. If you don't pass on what you know to me, how can I defeat you? No, I mean, how can I go out and bring you glory? Yi Ziming glanced at Zheng Tianjiao helplessly. Even after becoming his disciple, she still did not forget about defeating him. What I just used was not internal martial arts, but merely the basic application of Tai Chi's rolling force. Yi Ziming spoke lightly. Tai Chi can be considered both internal and external martial arts. It is merely the training methods of the two styles that differ. Really? Zheng Tianjiao couldn't help but ask. Of course, Yi Ziming nodded. Zheng Tianjiao, without a moment's thought, threw a punch. Yi Ziming, you actually dared to deceive me. Yi Ziming reached out and gently patted Zheng Tianjiao's arm. Her fist immediately changed direction, shooting straight out of the private room. Fortunately, the door of the private room was open, otherwise Zheng Tianjiao would have crashed into it. Seeing this scene, Zheng Tianjiao couldn't help but say, Yi Zioya's skill of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds is truly superb. Ordinary internal martial arts masters are probably no match for you. Yi Ziming smiled. Martial arts is something I practice for exercise and fitness in my spare time. My true profession is that of a doctor. After Zheng Tianjiao was pushed out of the private room by Yi Ziming, she did not return, likely to find a corner to calm down. Zheng Tianjiao and the others did not mind, and continued to chat and laugh with Yi Ziming. Once the meal was finished, Qian Lao took out a villa key and said, I heard that Zheng Tianjiao's old fellow gifted Yi Xiaoyu a villa. This old man cannot fall behind. This is the key to Rainbow No. 1 villa, a token of gratitude for your life-saving grace. Seeing the key in Qian Lao's hand, Yi Ziming was slightly surprised. Rainbow No. 1 is the #1 villa in the Royal Villa area. In the precious Jiang City, the Royal Villa area is the most valuable, with a single villa worth tens of millions. Rainbow No. 1 is the most expensive villa within, priced at 200 million. Qian Lao directly gifted 200 million to Yi Ziming without batting an eye. Thank you, Qian Lao. Yi Ziming nodded, accepting the key. It was just right. He was looking for a new place recently, and now he could move directly into Rainbow No. 1 villa. After finishing the meal, Yi Ziming planned to take a taxi to pick up Nian Yin, but at that moment a red Porsche stopped. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Zheng Tianjiao's face looked terrible. It seemed she had not yet recovered from the earlier shock. You will give me a ride? Yi Ziming looked at Zheng Tianjiao in surprise. Zheng Tianjiao replied, dissatisfied, it's still my grandfather's orders. I'll tell you, even though you are my master, you are also a cheap master. Don't expect me to listen to you. Yi Ziming chuckled. Oh really? I remember I said that if you lost you would have to come whenever I called. You are ruthless. Zheng Tianjiao glared at Yi Ziming, fiercely stepping on the accelerator, the Ferrari zooming away. When the car reached the kindergarten, Yi Ziming got out and Zheng Tianjiao did not say a word, driving away. Yi Ziming did not pay her any mind. It was time to pick up Nian Yin. As soon as he stepped into the kindergarten, he saw a dramatic transformation in the campus. Roses were placed everywhere and soft music was playing in the kindergarten. Huanqi, I really like you. Promise me be my girlfriend. A voice reached Yi Ziming's ears. As Yi Ziming walked to the teaching building, he saw a man in a white suit kneeling on one knee, gazing affectionately at Tang Huanqi, who stood there in a daze, still holding Nian Yin's hand. Surrounding parents and teachers looked at Tang Huanqi with envy, their expressions showing a desire to take her place and agree on her behalf. Was this another confession? Setting the confession at the kindergarten was quite creative. Huanqi just agreed to him. Exactly, if such a man proposed to me, I would definitely be moved to tears. Several female teachers nearby urged. The young man in the white suit wore a confident expression. However, to their surprise, Tang Huanqi shook her head and said, sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Her words left everyone around stunned. Tang Huanqi has a boyfriend. When did this happen? The young man's expression stiffened, then he forced a smile and said, Huanqi, don't try to fool me. I know you don't have a boyfriend. The other teachers chimed in. That's right, Huanqi. When did you get a boyfriend? We had no idea. Stop hesitating. If you don't seize a man like this, what if he slips away? Yet Tang Huanqi still shook her head, saying, Yin Song, it's really impossible between us. Please stop harassing me from now on. My boyfriend will get angry. Impossible? How could you have a boyfriend? Unless you call him here, he'll never believe it. Yin Song rose from the ground and declared. Tang Huanxi's heart raced with anxiety. She silently thought, why hasn't Yi Ziming come to pick up Nian Yin yet? This man named Yin Song was someone she had met by chance at a gathering. He was the eldest son of the Yin family, and since then he had been pestering her relentlessly, impossible to shake off. The Yin family was a second-tier clan in Jiangxing, possessing formidable power. Tang Huanqi had never been able to deal with him and could only avoid him. He had gone abroad some time ago, and Tang Huanqi had enjoyed a brief respite. Who would have thought he would return at this moment and confess to her in public? Tang Huanqi now only wished for Yi Ziming to appear quickly and serve as her shield. Even she herself hadn't realized that in times like these her first thought was of Yi Ziming. She glanced around and suddenly spotted Yi Ziming watching the spectacle from the sidelines. Irritation surged within her. Suppressing the urge to punch him, she waved at him and called out, "Yi Ziming, over here." Tang Huang's gesture drew the attention of everyone present, all eyes falling on Yi Ziming. For a moment they were stunned. This was Tang Huang's boyfriend. He looked too ordinary. The kindergarten teachers, however, dared not utter a word, nor even muster the courage to look at Yi Ziming. This was the ruthless man who had slapped Sun San. They dared not offend him. Yi Ziming ignored the stares and walked up to Tang Huangqi. "Something on your mind, Doi?" His words nearly infuriated her. Couldn't he just play along for once? Tang Huangqi struggled to keep her temper in check. She stepped forward, linked her arm with Yi Ziming's, and said, "Yin Song, this is my boyfriend Yi Ziming. So please give up." Yin Song was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Huangqi, I know you're just putting on a show to reject me. You hired someone to play the part. But I won't give up." "Who says we're acting? He is my boyfriend," Tang Huangqi insisted. "Huangqi, stop fooling around. I won't believe it unless you prove it to me," Yin Song countered. Without a second thought, Tang Huangqi rose on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Yi Ziming's cheek. Then blushing, she looked at Yin Song. "Now do you believe me?" Yi Ziming was stunned. He could clearly feel the subtle warmth lingering on his cheek. Tang Huangqi had actually kissed him. Yin Song's face darkened at the sight. He knew Tang Huangqi well. She would never casually kiss another man unless that man truly was her boyfriend. "Is he richer than me? More powerful? Why did you choose him over me?" Yin Song pointed disdainfully at Yi Ziming and demanded of Tang Huangqi. Yi Ziming looked so utterly ordinary. Everything he wore probably wasn't worth a single shoelace of Yin Song's. "I just like him. What's it to you?" Tang Huangqi retorted with wide eyes. Yin Song stared at Yi Ziming, his gaze gradually turning icy. But soon he suppressed the chill. "Since he really is your boyfriend, then congratulations. Huangqi, we have a gathering later at the private club in the Royal Villa district. How about coming along?" Yin Song was utterly confident in his own strength. He believed that once he displayed his wealth and power to Tang Huangqi, she would surely return to his embrace. Tang Huangqi was about to refuse when Yi Ziming spoke up, "Sure, well, join." "Yi Ziming." She pinched his arm. Couldn't he see that Yin Song was up to no good? Yi Ziming turned and frowned. "Why did you pinch me?" Tang Huangqi felt as if she was suffocating. What on earth was going on in that man's head? "Since Brother Yi has agreed, let's head over." "But I drove my Lamborghini this time. Only 2 seats. Brother Yi, you'll have to take a taxi." Yin Song sneered at Yi Ziming. "No need. They'll take a taxi with them," Tang Huangqi said coldly, pulling Yin Yin and Yi Ziming away. Seeing this, Yin Song's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Yi Ziming to have a child. Now he was even more certain that Tang Huangqi had impulsively gotten together with Yi Ziming. "Huangqi, only I am worthy of you. No one else is." With that, he strode out of the kindergarten and climbed into his... On the other side, Yi Ziming and the other two hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Royal Villa district. "What are you trying to do? Why did you agree?" Tang Huangqi demanded angrily. "Nothing. Just going the same way," Yi Ziming replied calmly. "Daddy, where are we going?" Yin Yin asked. Yi Ziming gently stroked Nianian's head and said softly, "We're going to eat. And incidentally take a look at our new..." Tang Huangqi shot a glare at Yi Ziming sulking beside him. What was this guy talking about? Soon they arrived at the Royal Private Club was established in the Royal Villa area, a place where prominent figures gathered for meals. To dine here, one must become a member of the club. Otherwise, no matter how wealthy one is, they are not qualified to eat here. At the entrance of the club, Yin Song was waiting for them. "Huangqi, let's go up," Yin Song said with a smile. Tang Huangqi nodded, but did not speak. She was pondering what to do if something went wrong later. Yin Song glanced disdainfully at Yi Ziming. He had already arranged with the people in the private room to make sure Yi Ziming would be humiliated once he arrived. He wanted Yi Ziming to know that his woman was not someone any random person could touch. Soon Yi Ziming and the others entered the private room, and all eyes were on them. "Young Master Yin, you finally made it. This gathering would be far less interesting without you. You must stay." "Of course, young Master Yin is the organizer of this gathering, so he must come." "Young Master Yin, our group's business relies on your support. Thank you here in advance." A dozen people quickly approached Yin Song, flattering him. "Hee, I picked up a friend, sorry for being late," Yin Song said with a smile. "It's nothing to worry about. Your matters are important, young Master Yin. This must be your girlfriend, young Master Yin. Oh, she is truly beautiful. No wonder it's young Master Yin. Oh, how could he have such an exceptional girlfriend?" The people around laughed obsequiously. Tang Huangqi wanted to explain urgently, but they gave her no chance, making her expression somewhat unpleasant. At that moment, a man glanced at Yi Ziming and suddenly laughed. "Young Master Yin, how did your driver get in here?" The man was Zhu Cheng, Yin Song's lackey. He had just received a call from Yin Song to teach a lesson to a man with... Zhu Cheng's words caused everyone to look at Yi Ziming, their expressions filled with disdain. "What's a driver doing here? Get out quickly. Is this a place for you to stay? And you brought a child? Hurry up and leave before I lose my temper." Several people shouted. Yi Ziming lifted his head and scanned them with a piercing gaze. That look was extremely icy, chilling everyone. They looked at Yi Ziming in surprise. Was this the kind of gaze a driver should have? "All right, these are my 2 friends. Oh, everyone please take a seat." Yin Song spoke up. Upon hearing that they were Yin Song's friends, the people around dared not say another word. In return, Yin Song looked at Tang Huanqi with pride, but found that she was not even looking at him. Tang Huanqi's gaze remained fixed on Yi Ziming, which only fueled Yin Song's anger. Tang Huanqi stared at Yi Ziming, thinking it was this guy who agreed to come to the gathering. Otherwise, she wouldn't be mistaken for Yin Song's girlfriend by these people. What made her even angrier was that Yi Ziming didn't even bother to explain. Are you mute? Why aren't you saying anything? Tang Huanqi whispered angrily. Yi Ziming replied nonchalantly, what good would it do to say anything? Besides, you're not really my girlfriend. You? Tang Huanqi wanted to smash Yi Ziming's head open to see what he was thinking. Just as the two were at a standstill, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a man in a suit walked in. It was Yang Yang, the manager of the royal club. Behind him were two waiters carrying several bottles of foreign wine. Yang Yang approached with a smile, saying, since young Master Yin can come today, I had to come see. Oh, I hope you have a great time. After saying that, he had the waiters open the bottles of wine. Yin Song's expression showed some happiness. Having the manager come over to the club and bring wine was a highly respectable matter. Manager Yang, you're too polite, Yin Song said with a smile. Haha, young master, Yin is too polite. We will need the Yin family's support for our business in the future, Yang Yang replied. Seeing this scene, the others were filled with envy. This is young Master Yin, even the manager of the royal club has. Someone couldn't help but say. Of course, young Master Yin is the eldest son of the Yin family. His status is noble, unlike some people who can't even show their face. Zhu Cheng sneered. Hearing Zhu Cheng's words, the people around were momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. He must be talking about that poorly dressed kid. Exactly, some people dressed like a driver. If it weren't for young Master Yin, they probably wouldn't even get through the club's front door. He still has the nerve to stand here. If it were me, I would have left long ago. This is called having thick skin. Later, he'll take photos with his phone and post them on social media to show off. He won't get to come here many times in his life. The people around also began to mock Yi Ziming. They all knew that Zhu Cheng was Yin Song's person and that they had to flatter him as much as possible. Tang Huanqi looked angrily at those people and couldn't help but shout at Yi Ziming, aren't you angry? Yi Ziming replied indifferently, what's there to be angry about? Just a bunch of clowns. At that moment, a group of people walked by in the corridor outside. Since the door to the private room was not closed, they happened to see the scene inside. Mr. Yi. As soon as the words fell, a woman dressed in loose clothing with short hair walked in. Yi Ziming turned his head and smiled slightly. This woman was Lan Jia, Fang Yao's bodyguard. Yang Yang hurried over after seeing Sister Lan, respectfully saying, Sister Lan, you have arrived. Sister Lan nodded. Yes, a few guests from the province have arrived, and I came to have a few drinks with them. Sister Lan shook her head and said, it belongs to the boss. It has nothing to do with Xinhua. Yin Song immediately felt a bit confused. He seemed to have seen this woman before. Coupled with Yang Yang calling her Sister Lan, could she be Fang Yaolao's bodyguard, the head of the royal club? Fang Yaolao is highly regarded in Jiang City. The title of the Enchantress Empress makes countless people tremble in fear. Coupled with her position as the vice president of Xinhua Group, no one dares to provoke her. Compared to Fang Yaolao, their Yin family is nothing but trash. As Sister Lan is her personal bodyguard, she naturally holds a very high position. How could Yi Ziming know her? Zhu Cheng and the others were also dumbfounded. This woman seemed to hold a higher status than Yang Yang, the manager, and crucially, she knew Yi Ziming. Could it be that this seemingly ordinary guy had a background no one knew about? They suddenly realized that this man they called a driver seemed to be more than he appeared. At this moment, Sister Lan spoke up. Yang Yang, Mr. Yi is the boss' esteemed guest. All expenses tonight are waived, understood? Yang Yang's eyes widened as he hurriedly nodded. Goodness, he had just delivered drinks to please Yin Song, but he didn't know that the person before him was the true lord. The boss guessed that status must be sky-high. Yes, Mr. Yi is the boss' esteemed guest, just like a guest of the royal club. Look, I specially brought a few bottles of foreign wine for Mr. Yi. Yin Song was furious. Wasn't it said that this wine was for me? How did it suddenly turn to being for Yi Ziming? Tang Huanqi also looked confused. What was going on here? When did Yi Ziming get to know such a big shot? Yi Ziming nodded. Is this for me? Then I will express my gratitude in advance. Sister Lan smiled. Mr. Yi, do you need me to accompany you for a few drinks here? Sister Lan's words changed the atmosphere. She had just said she would accompany a few friends from the province, but now she was going to drink with Yi Ziming. The disparity in status was too obvious. Yi Ziming was more important. No need, you handle your matters. Yi Ziming shook his head. Sister Lan was also a smart person, and after staying here for a while, she left with Yang Yang following closely behind. After Sister Lan and the others left, the atmosphere in the private room immediately became heavy, and Yin Song's face turned red and white. He initially wanted Tang Huanqi and Yi Ziming to see his strength, but unexpectedly, he ended up being outmaneuvered by Yi Ziming. Zhu Cheng noticed that Yin Song's expression was off and whispered, "Shall we keep playing young Master Yin?" Yin Song sneered, "Of course we play it. Don't forget I have a villa in the Royal Villa District. Let's go there. This guy thinks knowing Sister Lan is enough. In terms of assets, I could bury him with money." Zhu Cheng nodded and said to everyone, "Today young Master Yin is happy. He invites everyone to the Royal Villa District to have some fun." What? The Royal Villa District? That's a private villa area. Each villa costs tens of millions. Ordinary people can't enter at all. Exactly, someone must reside in the villa area. The security of the royal villas is too strong. It's impossible. Others said. Yin Song smiled. I proposed this. Of course I have ways to get everyone in. I have a villa in the royal villa district. Want to come and see? The crowd was in an uproar. Being able to buy a villa in the royal villa district not only symbolizes money, but also status. Young Master Yin actually has a villa there. That's incredible. Only the Yin family could afford such extravagance. Young Master Yin truly lives up to being the eldest son of the Yin family. The surrounding people couldn't help but exclaim. Yin Song, enjoying the envious looks from those around him, looked at Tang Huanqi. Huanqi, would you like to see my villa? Tang Huanqi was about to refuse when Yi Ziming casually said, let's go take a look. Okay, then it's settled. Yin Song was delighted in his heart and immediately finalized the plan. Once Yin Song left, Tang Huanqi glared at Yi Ziming and said, what's wrong with you? Why go with them? Yi Ziming calmly replied, I already said it's on the way. Soon everyone entered the royal villa district. Inside, the Green Mountains and Clear Waters spring was in full bloom with neatly arranged flower beds and lush green lawns. The exquisite decorations revealed nothing but nobility. This is the interior of the royal villa district. It's simply like a fairyland. I wish I could live here too. Zhu Cheng and the others were stunned, unable to help but feel envious. Tang Huanqi also gazed at the scenery before her. It was different from the beauty of Mingyue Manor. A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Ziming's eyes. The environment here was quite nice. No wonder it bore the name royal. Yin Song proudly said, all right, my villa is on the right, villa number 23. Zhu Cheng and the others nodded and followed Yin Song to the right. At this moment, Yi Ziming, holding Yin Yin, pulled Tang Huanqi to the left. Yi Ziming, where are you going? My villa is on the right. Yin Song shouted, thinking Yi Ziming was scared off by the decorations here and was trying to escape. Yi Ziming calmly replied, I also have a villa here, but it's on the left. His words instantly silenced Yin Song and the others. This guy has a villa in the royal villa district too. What kind of joke is this? Someone could no longer suppress their laughter and burst out. Then everyone turned to Yi Ziming and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. What did this kid say? He has a villa in the royal villa district. Are you kidding? Without young Master Yin, you couldn't even get into the villa district. How ridiculous. Who does he think he is? Qianhong Yu of Song Yuan Group. He has a villa in the royal villa district. Are you kidding? Without young Master Yin, you couldn't even get into the villa district. Yin Song said seriously. Although Tang Huanqi also didn't believe Yi Ziming had a villa here, she shook her head and said, Yin Song, my affairs are none of your concern, and I trust him. Hearing Tang Huanqi's words, Yin Song's face darkened. He hadn't expected that even at this moment Tang Huanqi still believed in Yi Ziming. Fine everyone, let's not go to my villa. Let's go check out Yi Ziming's villa first. Didn't he say his villa is on the left side? Perfect, let me broaden my horizons. Yin Song sneered. Zhu Cheng asked, Young Master Yin, is there a difference between the left and right sides of the royal villa? Of course there is. The royal villas are arranged by number. The first 15 are on the left, and the last 15 are on the right. The villas on the left are several times superior in land area decoration and functionality compared to those on the right. However, to buy a villa from the first 15, one must have considerable wealth and status. My Yin family is powerful enough, but we could only buy number 23. Now you should understand what kind of people can buy these villas. Yin Song explained. Upon hearing Yin Song's words, everyone gasped. Even the Yin family could only buy villa number 23. What kind of people could buy the first 15 villas? Such a person only needs to stamp their feet, and it would probably shake the entire Jiangxing city. Then the best here must be the royal no. One villa, right? Zhu Qing asked again. There is no royal no. One villa here, only rainbow no. One villa. That villa is the king of this place. It is said that all other villas combined are not as valuable as rainbow no. One villa. The person who can buy rainbow no. One villa is a truly big shot. They could crush us with just a finger. Yin Song's gaze was filled with awe. Such a person was an existence they looked up to. They could never have any intersection with such a big shot. After hearing Yin Song's explanation, Zhu Cheng and the others couldn't help swallowing their saliva. What kind of big shot could buy rainbow no? One villa. But soon they turned to look at Yi Ziming. Zhu Cheng said disdainfully, Yi Ziming, which villa number did you buy? Spit it out early so we can mentally prepare ourselves. After saying that, everyone burst into laughter. They looked at Yi Ziming mockingly, as if watching a monkey jumping around in front of them, amusing them. With his shabby appearance, how could he buy a villa on the left side? Rainbow no. One villa, Yi Ziming said calmly. Ha ha ha. What did I hear? Rainbow no. One villa. That's hilarious. There's a limit to bragging. You've blown it straight to the sky. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life, bar none. Zhu Cheng and the others were nearly laughing to tears. Yin Song also laughed heartily, unable to contain himself. Yi Ziming, you've lost your mind. How dare you say such a thing? Tang Huanqi was furious. She also thought Yi Ziming was bragging. Yi Ziming glanced at Tang Huanqi and said, You don't believe me. Tang Huanqi replied, Of course I don't. Believe it or not. You. Tang Huanqi simply shut her mouth, feeling that if she said one more word to Yi Ziming, she would be so angry shed spit blood. Yi Ziming ignored Yin Song and the others, instead asking the Yin Yin in his arms. Yin Yin, do you believe Daddy? I believe Daddy. Yin Yin said obediently. Good girl. Later Daddy will take you to see the big villa. Yi Ziming said with, I think the best you can do is take a walk around Rainbow No. 1. If Rainbow Villa is really yours, I'll give you my number. Yin Song laughed loudly. Yi Ziming glanced at Yin Song and said, remember your words. Yin Song raised his head and said, a real man keeps his word. Yi Ziming holding Yin Yin turned and walked toward Rainbow No. 1 villa. Tang Huanqi had no choice but to follow. Let's see that poor guy's Rainbow No. 1 villa. Yin Song shouted, and with Zhu Cheng and the others they followed laughing. Soon everyone arrived at the Rainbow No. 1 villa area. Yi Ziming set Yin Yin down and prepared to open the door. But soon he froze. The villa had no keyhole. How was he supposed to open this door? Yin Song and the others saw Yi Ziming frozen and thought he couldn't keep up the act anymore, so they burst out laughing. Yi Ziming stopped pretending. It's not fun anymore. Rainbow No. 1 villa is something you can own. Zhu Cheng sneered. Yin Song chimed in. Why don't you sleep at the doorstep? Maybe you'll get in your dreams. His words triggered another round of laughter. At this moment, Yi Ziming helplessly patted his own head. He was really too used to opening his own shabby house, a high-end villa like Rainbow No. 1 would never use such an old-fashioned unlocking method. Yi Ziming took out the key and pressed a button on it. Fingerprint entry, then the gate trembled. Yin Song and the others were attracted by this scene and stopped laughing. They stared in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Some even thought they were dreaming and slapped themselves hard. The gate of Rainbow No. 1 opened. Everyone was stunned as they gazed at the slowly opening villa door, and then they all looked incredulously at Yi Ziming. It's opened, it really has opened. Tang Huanqi instinctively clutched Yi Ziming's arm, exhilarated. Yi Ziming glanced at Yin Song and the others, saying casually, I remember someone mentioned giving me Villa No. 23. Yin Song gritted his teeth. Who knows if Villa No. 1 Rainbow is truly yours. Maybe you just came here. Yi Ziming smiled without offering an explanation and took the lead into the villa. Seeing Yi Ziming's back, Zhu Chen couldn't help but say, Yin Xiao, should we follow him in? He seems quite confident. Maybe it's all an act. Let's follow him in. Villa No. 1 A rainbow is fully intelligent. It recognizes only one owner and listens only to the owner's words. If Yi Ziming can't use the intelligence later, it will prove that this villa isn't his. Yin Song said through gritted teeth. He still couldn't believe that Villa No. 1 A rainbow belonged to Yi Ziming. This was the most luxurious villa in Jiang City. How could someone as impoverished as Yi Ziming possibly afford it? Yin Song and others followed closely behind Yi Ziming as they entered the villa. Yi Ziming pushed open the villa door and a gentle voice reached everyone's ears. Welcome back, Master Yi Ziming. I am the intelligent Mina. A single sentence left Yin Song and the others utterly dumbfounded. Yi Ziming was indeed the owner of the villa. How could this be possible? Tang Huanqi gazed at Yi Ziming in disbelief. Villa No. 1 Rainbow was far superior to Villa No. 30 Mingyue Mountain. How did Yi Ziming acquire it? Yi Ziming turned to Yin Song and asked, can this prove it now? His words made Yin Song's expression turn ugly. What on earth is happening? How could someone like Yi Ziming own Villa No. 1 Rainbow? Yin Song roared inwardly. Zhu Cheng and the others looked at Yi Ziming with changed expressions, wondering if this guy, named Yi Ziming, was the young master of some big family. Yi Ziming ignored their thoughts and extended his hand toward Yin Song, saying, hand over the key to Villa No. 23. Why should I give it to you? That was just a joke, yet you actually took it seriously. Yin Song quickly reacted and sneered. To just take his villa like that, this guy was thinking too easily. Yi Ziming narrowed his eyes. Are you refusing to honor the bet? When did I bet with you? Who can prove it? Yin Song looked at Zhu Cheng and the others, questioning. No, Yin Xiao never said that. Zhu Cheng and the others hurriedly shook their heads. Yin Song looked at Yi Ziming triumphantly. Did you hear that? No one can testify. What can you do, Yi Ziming? Tang Huanqi sneered. Yin Song laughed. Yi Ziming, although I don't know how you got Villa No. 1 A rainbow, to me you still look like nothing more than a nouveau riche. Do you know our Yin family's background? We are a prominent family in Jiang City with collaborations with Song Yuan Group and Xinhua Group. I advise you to keep a low profile. Oh, be careful not to bring disaster upon yourself. To avoid handing over the villa, Yin Song decided to tear off the facade. Yi Ziming coldly laughed and took out his phone, dialing. Hello, Brother Qian. It's me, Yi Ziming. Do you know the Yin family? Just a second-rate family. Brother Yi, did they provoke you? Qian Hongyu asked anxiously. A guy named Yin Song told me to keep a low profile. Yi Ziming replied. Brother Yi, leave this matter to me. After saying that, Qian Hongyu hung up the phone. Yi Ziming didn't stop. He continued dialing for Fong Yarwei. I need a favor. Say it. Yin Song from the Yin family has offended me, Yi Ziming said. Wait a moment, Fong Yarwei replied coldly. Yin Song beside him looked disdainfully at Yi Ziming. Are you calling for help? I'm curious to see what big shot you can summon. Haha, Yin Xiao, people like him don't even understand what a prestigious family is. Yin Xiao, when you step on him later, don't be too harsh. Oh, leaving a psychological shadow would be unfortunate. Zhu Cheng sneered from the side. Yi Ziming, don't think you're impressive just because you have Villa No. 1 A rainbow. I will show you what the power of a prestigious family is. Yin Song snorted coldly. Just then the phone rang. Yin Song took out his phone. Oh, it was a call from his father. For some reason he felt that the ringtone was, "Dad, what do you need?" Yin Song asked as he answered the phone. "What the hell did you do?" Both Sung Yuan Group and Xinhua Group have simultaneously terminated cooperation, saying you've offended people you shouldn't. A man's roar came from the phone. How is this possible? Yin Song looked at Yi Ziming in shock, quickly recalling the 2 calls the latter had just made. "I don't care what method you use, you must obtain that big shot's forgiveness or don't even think about returning to the Yin family." With a loud click the line went dead, leaving Yin Song completely bewildered. "Yin Xiao, what happened?" Zhu Cheng asked in a low voice from the side. Yin Song regained his composure, trembling as he approached Yi Ziming, and with a thud he knelt on the ground saying, "Young Master Yi, I was wrong, I was blind and offended you. As long as you can forgive me, I will do anything you ask." Yin Song, a man in his late 20s, actually cried. For a moment, everyone in the villa was dumbfounded. How could the previously arrogant Yin Song kneel before Yi Ziming? Yin Song regretted it. He truly regretted it. Why did he not think twice before offending Yi Ziming? There are plenty of women, losing one is not a big deal, he can always find another. Yin Song cried bitterly. Even Tang Huanxi felt a twinge of sympathy. "Yin Xiao, why are you kneeling before? Aren't we supposed to deal with him?" Zhu Cheng was confused and couldn't help but ask. "Deal with your mother." Yin Song stood up and slapped him. With a loud slap, a handprint appeared on Zhu Cheng's face. "All of you kneel. You won't get up until Yi Xiao is..." Yin Song shouted through his tears. Yi Ziming looked at Yin Song in disbelief. He was the first man to beg for mercy in tears. "Yi Xiao, this is the key to Villa No. 23. I admit my defeat, please spare the Yin family and give..." Yin Song pleaded, holding the villa key in both hands. Zhu Cheng and the others widened their eyes. It was the first time they saw Yin Song in such a pitiful state. Does this not imply that Yi Ziming's identity is extraordinary? "Yi Xiao, I was blind to your greatness." Zhu Cheng and the others also reacted, begging Yi Ziming for mercy. Yi Ziming took the villa key and coldly said, "Get lost." "All right, I'm leaving right now." Yin Song felt overjoyed, while Rainbow No. 1 was great, he didn't want to stay a second longer. Zhu Cheng and the others felt as if they had been pardoned and stood up to leave, but before they could take a few steps, Yin Song kicked them down. "Damn it, didn't Yi Xiao tell you to get lost?" After saying that, he lay on the ground and actually rolled out of the villa. Zhu Cheng and the others gritted their teeth and followed Yin Song's example to roll out as well. Yi Ziming looked at Yin Song in disbelief. This guy is truly a peculiar character. He glanced at the key in his hand and casually tossed it to Tang Huanxi, saying, "It's yours now." "It's mine." Tang Huanxi instinctively received the key, looking at Yi Ziming in disbelief. A villa worth tens of millions, and he just gives it away. "I won't use it anyway." He had Rainbow No. 1 of that was enough for him. He didn't care for other villas. "No way, I absolutely cannot accept this." Tang Huanxi said seriously. Even though her relationship with Yi Ziming was good, she absolutely could not accept such a valuable gift. "You're one of us, just take it. If you don't want to, just throw the key away," Yi Ziming said casually. However, his words made Tang Huanxi's face blush. "Oh, what does being one of us mean? Could it be that he..." As she thought about this, Tang Huanxi looked at Yi Ziming and suddenly realized that this man was not bad looking, and there seemed to be a special charm about him that attracted her, making her a bit infatuated. Yi Ziming let Nian Yin play around, and when he turned his head, he saw Tang Huanxi's face was red and instinctively asked, "Are you sick? Why is your face so red?" "You are the one who is sick, your whole family is sick." Tang Huanxi glared at Yi Ziming, placing the key on the coffee table. "I'm leaving, don't forget to take Nian Yin to school on time tomorrow." After saying that, she escaped from the villa. Yi Ziming looked at Tang Huanxi's back, feeling somewhat puzzled, but what was wrong? The next morning, Yi Ziming finished making breakfast and called Nian Yin to get up. To be honest, the smart system of Rainbow No. 1 was really convenient. Yi Ziming had put the ingredients in the kitchen the night before, and by the next morning, breakfast was ready. Yi Ziming took Nian Yin to kindergarten and soon saw Tang Huanxi. "Good morning, Teacher Tang." Upon seeing Yi Ziming, Tang Huanxi's face flushed, and she spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito mourning. Yi Ziming frowned and grabbed Tang Huanxi's hand. "What are you doing? This is school." Tang Huanxi was startled, her face turning even redder. She tried to break free, but Yi Ziming's strength was too great, so she simply gave up on struggling. "I'm checking your pulse. Your face is so red, you must be running a fever. It would be bad if you got hurt." Yi Ziming said seriously. "You bastard, you are the one who is sick. Nian Yin, come with me to the classroom." Tang Huanxi pulled her hand away and took Nian Yin to the classroom. Yi Ziming looked at Tang Huanxi curiously. Oh, what was wrong with this woman? Tang Huanxi took Nian Yin to the classroom and couldn't help but laugh when she thought of Yi Ziming's earlier behavior. "Teacher Tang, do you like my dad?" At that moment, Yi Nian Yin raised her small head and asked. Tang Huanxi tapped Yi Nian Yin on the head, saying, "Don't talk nonsense. Do you know what liking someone means?" "Of course I know," Yi Nian Yin said in a baby voice. "Teacher, every time you mention Dad, you smile sincerely. You must like him. Teacher, if you like Dad, I can help you. Dad promised to find me a mom, but he hasn't done it yet." Tang Huanxi was somewhat stunned. Do children understand this much now? She irritably tapped Nian Yin's head, saying, "Stop being silly. Adults are just troublesome. They don't even dare to say they like someone." Unlike the kids in my class, they confessed to each other. Of course, Tang Huanqi did not hear this, otherwise Yi Nian's little head would be in trouble again. Meanwhile, as soon as Yi Ziming stepped out of the school gate, his phone rang. Master, I need your help. My disciple is being bullied. Zheng Tianjiao's urgent voice came through. Yi Ziming was taken aback. But you are Zheng Tianha's granddaughter. Who would dare to bully you? Why do you care so much? Anyway, I'm being bullied. Come help me quickly. I'm at the Quanjin Martial Arts Hall. After saying that, Zheng Tianjiao hung up the phone. Yi Ziming sighed. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well go take a look. He was also curious about what the martial arts hall in this world would be like. On the other side, at the Quanjin Martial Arts Hall. Tianjiao, is this kid really as formidable as you say? Even you are no match for him, exclaimed a young man in a white training suit. The man named Xie Yu was the closed-door disciple of Zheng Tianhao, and also the strongest among the younger generation. Of course, I couldn't last a single round against him. He's a truly worthy opponent. Zheng Tianjiao said. Are you sure you're not just looking for me to teach your chief master a lesson? Xie Yu couldn't help asking. All the senior and junior brothers in the sect knew that Zheng Tianjiao had become someone else's disciple, which surprised them. Of course not. I'm thinking about your martial arts. Didn't grandfather say that to improve your strength, you must seek out powerful opponents? Zheng Tianjiao patted Xie Yu on the shoulder. Alright, I'd like to see what kind of person could take you as a disciple. Xie Yu nodded. Although he knew Zheng Tianjiao was setting him up, dueling with experts was his favorite thing. Though Xie Yu was the last to join the sect among the senior and junior brothers, he was highly talented, and his love for challenges made his strength improve rapidly. On the other side, Yi Ziming arrived at the Quanjin Martial Arts Hall. Just as he was about to enter, a luxury car sped up and stopped beside him only a few centimeters away. The car was going extremely fast. Fortunately, it braked in time, or else Yi Ziming would have been knocked flying. This was Yi Ziming. An ordinary person would have been scared to death. The car door opened, and a young man in a white taekwondo uniform stepped out. The driver hurriedly got out, not even glancing at Yi Ziming, and approached the young man with great deference. The young man didn't look at Yi Ziming either, and strode toward the hall. Aren't you forgetting something? Yi Ziming said coldly. The young man turned around, contempt in his eyes. Are you talking to me? His Chinese was clumsy, as if he was. Yi Ziming pointed at the distance between him and the car. You owe me an apology. I carry the noble blood of the Korean people in my veins, and you think you deserve an apology? The young man said, raising his head. You almost hit someone, Yi Ziming said coldly. The young man sneered and gestured to the driver. The driver came up to Yi Ziming, took out a stack of Longwa currency from his pocket, and said in broken Chinese, it's just. With that, the driver flung his hand, and the bills scattered in the air. People on the street cried out in surprise and began scrambling for the falling money. Longwa pig, go pick it up yourself, he said, glancing contemptuously at the people scrambling on the street. Truly a low. Then he and the driver entered the hall. Watching them go in, Yi Ziming sneered inwardly. Koreans are annoying no matter where they are. They'll settle this score with you later. He could sense the aura of the young man. He came with ill intent. When Yi Ziming entered the hall, he saw the young man shouting, I am Cui Shunji, a black belt in Korean Taekwondo. Today I challenge your hall master Zheng Tianhao. Zheng Tianjiao, said a Korean. You think you can challenge my grandfather? Xie Yu said, sorry, our master isn't. Cui Shunji sneered, is he hiding too? Longwa martial arts are truly garbage. Knowing I was coming, they all. Cui Shunji had recently defeated many Longwa experts, and when he challenged others, some simply hid. Now that Zheng Tianhao wasn't in the hall, he assumed Zheng Tianhao was hiding like the rest. Bastard. What did you say? Zheng Tianjiao shouted angrily at Cui Shunji. Am I wrong? Zheng Tianhao is a famous martial arts master in Jiangqing, but now he hides and won't come out. Isn't that because he's afraid of losing? Cui Shunji said disdainfully. This Korean is too arrogant, insulting Master Zheng and Longwa martial arts. Koreans should stay in their own country and not come here to show off. Are they out of their minds? The people in the hall turned pale with anger upon hearing Cui Shunji's words. At that moment, a tall, burly man about 1.8 meters tall walked over. You want to challenge Master Zheng? Fight me first. Who do you think you are? You're not worthy of my attention. Cui Shunji sneered. Damn it, this Korean is too arrogant. Biaozi, teach him a lesson and show him who's boss. Yeah, throw him out. He's asking for trouble by challenging our hall. The crowd shouted. Not far away, Xie Yu frowned. Shouldn't we stop him? What if something happens? Zheng Tianjiao waved her hand. It's fine. Biaozi knows how to control himself. As they were talking, Yi Ziming walked over and asked, why did you call me here? Master, you're here. Let's watch the show first, we'll talk after. Zheng Tianjiao quickly said. She couldn't wait to see Cui Shunji's downfall. Xie Yu sized up Yi Ziming. So this is Tianjiao's master. He doesn't look reliable. And at that moment, the fight. Biaozi, ignoring whether the other party accepted his challenge, roared and charged forward, swinging his fist at Cui Shunji. Cui Shunji's eyes flashed with contempt as he kicked out with lightning speed. His foot was almost invisible. With a thud, his kick landed on Biaozi's abdomen. Biaozi's face turned pale, and he immediately fell to his knees. Cui Shunji's eyes glinted coldly as he lifted his foot to kick Biaozi's head. Xie Yu's face changed, and he shouted, stop. But Cui Shunji, as if he hadn't heard, kicked Biaozi square in the head. With a thud, Biaozi was sent flying and lay unconscious. Biaozi was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Chui Xuanji cast a disdainful glance at Biaozi, saying, Yi Ziming and others hurried to Biaozi's side, his face covered in blood, teeth knocked out, and he had fallen into a coma. Quickly get him to the hospital, Xiaoyu urged. Yi Ziming checked his pulse and said severe concussion, and he's injured his cerebellum. He might have. Xiaoyu was taken aback, asking, How do you know? Zheng Tianjiao exclaimed, He's a miracle doctor. Master, do you have a way to save him? Yi Ziming replied, They'll stabilize his condition first. Saying this, he pressed several acupuncture points on Biaozi's body, and the bleeding quickly stopped. Then Yi Ziming took out a few silver needles and inserted them into Biaozi. Although Biaozi's cerebellum might be injured, with Yi Ziming around, he would be fine. All right, let's get him to the hospital, Yi Ziming said. Is this enough? Xiaoyu and Zheng Tianjiao widened their eyes. His condition is stabilized. Getting him to the hospital for recovery is all that's needed. There won't be any issues. Yi Ziming had absolute confidence in his medical skills. Xiaoyu waved his hand, and soon 2 people from the martial arts school took Biaozi to the hospital. Xiaoyu raised her head to look at Chui Xuanji, saying, You practice internal martial arts? Why did you use such brutal force? Yi Ziming and Zheng Tianjiao's eyes were cold. Generally, those who practiced internal martial arts were stronger than those who practiced external martial arts, thus they would not be overly aggressive. Yet Chui Xuanji not only didn't hold back, but almost crippled Biaozi. A piece of trash. If he's crippled, so be it. I came to Long Kingdom to deal with you, trash. I want you to know that the Taekwondo of the Dahan ethnicity is 100 times stronger than your Long Kingdom martial arts. And all of you Long Kingdom pigs will fall at my feet bowing before me. Chui Xuanji declared arrogantly, How shameless. This time it's my turn to challenge you, Xiaoyu said coldly. Just you. Another piece of trash. I am not someone anyone can challenge. Tell him my identity, Chui Xuanji called to the driver beside him. Lord Chui Xuanji is a Taekwondo genius of the Dahan ethnicity, winning the national championship at just 20 years old, and then coming to Long Kingdom to challenge the masters of Long Kingdom martial arts, never losing a single match. If you want to challenge the Lord, you must have your own identity. Do you even qualify to challenge the Lord? The driver said. The people from the martial arts school fell silent. They didn't expect this foreigner to be so powerful. I am the direct disciple of my master. Is that sufficient? Direct disciple. That's fine. Let's fight the younger one first, and then the older one. After all, they're all trash. I accept your challenge, Chui Xuanji sneered. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, adjusting his state to its peak. Here I come, he shouted and charged forward with a swift step. Chui Xuanji's expression changed. He hadn't expected Xiaoyu to also be a master of internal martial arts. He kicked out, but with a loud bang his foot was caught by Xiaoyu. Crack, crack. Numerous cracks appeared in the floor beneath them, causing those around to widen their eyes. What kind of power did they possess to shatter the floor like that? Xiaoyu pushed hard, forcing Chui Xuanji to step back 2 paces, then quickly closed the distance. Seeing a nearby sandbag, Chui Xuanji grabbed it and threw it. Xiaoyu threw a few punches, sending the sandbag back. As it flew back, Chui Xuanji quickly kicked out several times, directly exploding a few sandbags. Everyone was shocked by this scene, the strength shattering the floor and exploding the sandbags. Was this still human? Who do you think will win? Zheng Tianjiao asked Yi Ziming. People from your martial arts school will win, Yi Ziming replied. His strength is quite good. Zheng Tianjiao sighed in relief, her pretty face filled with pride as she said, Of course he is the strongest among our younger generation. With real skills, Xiaoyu quickly gained the upper hand, even forcing Chui Xuanji to defend. Seeing that he was about to lose, Chui Xuanji quickly retreated, grabbing 2 disciples from the martial arts school and throwing them at Xiaoyu. Damn it, this foreigner is truly despicable. Everyone shouted in anger as they had not expected Chui Xuanji to use others as shields. Xiaoyu hurriedly reached out to catch the 2 disciples, and just then Chui Xuanji took the opportunity to rush over, kicking towards Xiaoyu's head. His speed was too fast for Xiaoyu to dodge. Chui Xuanji showed no mercy. If this kick landed, Xiaoyu's fate would be far worse than Biaozi's. Xiaoyu. Zheng Tianjiao covered her mouth, unable to bear watching this scene. The people from the martial arts school looked at Xiaoyu with concern, cursing Chui Xuanji for being despicable. Chui Xuanji kicked towards Xiaoyu, his face twisted with a cruel smile, as if he could already see Xiaoyu being sent flying by his kick. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyu. It was Yi Ziming. He reached out and grasped Chui Xuanji's ankle, applying a bit of force and directly throwing him out. With a loud bang, Chui Xuanji crashed against the wall and couldn't help but scream. Yi Ziming said coldly, Now it's time to settle our accounts. Everyone froze, utterly bewildered as to who this man before them could possibly be. 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 caddies. Xiaoyu stared at Yi Ziming in astonishment. He had never imagined Yi Ziming cultivated external martial arts. Chui Xuanji staggered to his feet, his face flushed crimson with fury. You wretch, what is your name? Who are you? My senior uncle, Yi Ziming remarked casually. Let me take over the fight. Senior uncle. In that instant, every gaze in the martial arts hall locked onto Yi Ziming, eyes wide with disbelief. Xiaoyu offered a wry smile. He recalled Zheng Tianjiao mentioning that even their master addressed Yi Ziming as young Master Yi. By seniority alone, Yi Ziming truly was his senior uncle. You long will people dare surround me? How despicable! Chui Xuanji roared. His words ignited immediate outrage. Despicable? What about you using an innocent person as a human shield just now? Why not call that despicable? This Korean brute has no shame. I want to punch him senseless. Senior uncle, give it everything you've got. Knock him flat. The disciples of the martial arts hall shouted in unison. What do you long with swine know? This is called tactical efficiency. Cui Xuanji spat. One is enough, Yi Ziming said calmly. And I shall use only my right hand. If any other part of my body moves, I concede the match. Master, don't speak so recklessly. Zheng Tianjiao gasped, startled that Yi Ziming would utter such words. Senior uncle. This Korean strength is no trifling matter. Do not underestimate him. Xiaoyu forced out the title senior uncle, then gently urged, please reconsider. Yi Ziming remained silent, merely raised a hand gesturing for him to step aside. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoyu reluctantly withdrew. Are you alright? Zheng Tianjiao rushed to him the moment he returned. I'm unharmed, but he. Xiaoyu glanced toward Yi Ziming. Can an external martial artist truly stand against that Korean? Perhaps he can. Zheng Tianjiao bit her crimson lip. Did I just hear correctly? Senior uncle intends to fight him with one hand alone. Could he be overconfident? What do you know? That's not arrogance. That's absolute confidence. Senior uncle is extraordinary. The disciples erupted in cheers. You swear by your word. You'll fight me with one hand only. Cui Xuanji eyed him skeptically. Yi Ziming smiled faintly. Of course. Very well, I accept. With that, Cui Xuanji surged forward, closing the distance in a flash. His speed was blinding. Within the blink of an eye, he stood directly before Yi Ziming. Yet Yi Ziming remained rooted motionless as stone. He's finished. Cui Xuanji sneered cruelly. He relished watching Longwo martial artists crumple in agony upon the ground. But in that very instant, a dark blur shot toward his face. A palm. Crack. A searing pain exploded across Cui Xuanji's cheek, and he flew backward, flung clear off his feet. Silence. The entire martial arts hall fell utterly still. Eyes widened in stunned disbelief, all fixed on Yi Ziming. What just happened? Zheng Tianjiao couldn't help. It appears he slapped Cui Xuanji. Xiaoyu swallowed hard. Even he would have to meet Cui Xuanji's assault with utmost seriousness. One misstep could leave him gravely wounded. Yet Yi Ziming, he'd simply struck him down with a single contemptuous slap. Holy! Senior uncle is unstoppable. That was pure catharsis. One slap, and he's airborne. How impossibly strong is senior uncle? That slap stung exquisitely. Let's see if this arrogant Korean dares sneer again. Aishiba, I'll kill you. Cui Xuanji scrambled upright, half his face swollen, his eyes burning with feral rage as he charged Yi Ziming once more. Yi Ziming's expression remained serene. He raised his hand and struck again. Crack. Cui Xuanji flew backward once more, now both cheeks grotesquely swollen. Odd. Cui Xuanji shrieked like a madman, hurling himself forward yet again. As expected, the blow landed squarely across his face. Cui Xuanji rose once more, but this time he hesitated, too wary to rush headlong. Yet Yi Ziming would grant him no reprieve. A single stride closed the gap between them. Incredible speed. Xiaoyu murmured, astonished. Yi Ziming moved far faster than he ever could. Before Cui Xuanji could react, Yi Ziming struck him down again, then planted his foot firmly upon his chest. Stop, I yield. Cui Xuanji cried out desperately. Yi Ziming struck him again, coldly, without inflection. I didn't hear you. I am a noble citizen of the great Han nation. You dare strike me? Cui Xuanji screamed. Yi Ziming struck him once more. I didn't hear you. Zheng Tianjiao and Xiaoyu stood frozen. Though they knew Yi Ziming was formidable, they'd never imagined Cui Xuanji would be pinned like a mangy dog, beaten mercilessly beneath his heel. Unhand our master at once. You're assaulting a citizen of the great Han nation. I'll file a formal complaint at the embassy. The driver lunged forward to intervene, but was instantly blocked by the martial arts hall disciples. File a complaint at the embassy. Then why didn't you say that when Biaozi was being beaten just moments ago? Koreans are nothing but shameless. They bark loudest the moment their own get humiliated. The disciples sneered. Yi Ziming showed no emotion, raising his hand for another strike. I was wrong. I yield. Please stop. Don't hit me again. At last Cui Xuanji abandoned all resistance, begging, a loud voice raw with terror and humiliation. Are you not going to kill me? Yi Ziming said coldly. I dare not. I will never dare again. Cui Xuanji was almost in tears. What about the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom? Yi Ziming continued to ask. The martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom is the strongest in the world. Taekwondo is nothing but trash. I am trash. The Dahan people are also trash. I shouldn't have insulted the people of the Dragon Kingdom just now. Cui Xuanji shouted. He was afraid that if he said the wrong thing, Yi Ziming would slap him again. He was already terrified of being slapped. Haha. Now that you know you were wrong, what were you thinking just now? Coming in so arrogantly, one would think you are invincible in the world. Everyone laughed loudly. Yi Ziming kicked Cui Xuanji, shouting, get lost. Cui Xuanji was kicked away by Yi Ziming and landed on the driver. Sir, are you okay? The driver asked with concern. Leave, hurry up. Cui Xuanji was incoherent, frightened to the point of using formal language. He was terrified of this ghostly place, and even more afraid of Yi Ziming the demon. Uncle Master is mighty. As soon as Uncle Master stands there, I know he is no ordinary person. Of course he is. The people from the martial arts school cheered for Yi Ziming. Xiaoyu approached Yi Ziming gratefully and said, Uncle Master, I owe you one this time, otherwise I would have embarrassed my master. Yi Ziming smiled and said, I am friends with old Zheng, helping him is the least I could do. Master, you were so cool just now, what kind of martial arts was that? Teach me. Zheng Tianjiao said excitedly. Xiaoyu also looked over, wanting to know what martial arts Yi Ziming practiced. Just a technique, you can do it once you reach a certain level in external martial arts. Yi Ziming smiled. Zheng Tianjiao rolled her eyes at Yi Ziming. If you won't teach me, then fine, stingy. Today you really helped the martial arts school a lot. I'll treat you to a meal. Xiaoyu, are you coming? Zheng Tianjiao asked. Xiaoyu shook his head. I'll go see Biaozi, you go with Uncle Master. Zheng Tianjiao didn't waste time grabbing Yi Ziming and leaving the martial arts school. Soon the two arrived at a high-end Western restaurant. After ordering 2 steaks, Zheng Tianjiao said, thanks to you this time, eat your fillets on me. Yi Ziming casually ordered a couple of appetizers. He was not picky about food. Once the dishes were ordered, Zheng Tianjiao looked at Yi Ziming, her eyes sparkling. Master, when do you plan to teach me? I hope to be able to easily slap Cui Xuanji like you do. Yi Ziming glanced at Zheng Tianjiao. Let's talk when you've mastered the tiger shape. That's settled then. My grandfather said I could master the tiger shape in another 3 months. Zheng Tianjiao said proudly. Soon the steaks arrived, and after taking a few bites, her phone rang. She answered the call and nodded after the other side finished speaking. Okay, I'll head back right away. Zheng Tianjiao said, Master, my grandfather wants me to go home for a while. You keep eating. Yi Ziming nodded and continued to eat his steak. The food at this Western restaurant was quite good, and even before noon, it was already full. Just then 2 men and 2 women walked over. One of the men came over and looked down at Yi Ziming, saying, I'll take this seat, you'd better scram. The man's voice wasn't loud, but it attracted the attention of those around. Yi Ziming was dressed casually and looked very ordinary, while the man across from him was dressed in expensive clothes, and his female companion was adorned with jewelry, clearly not ordinary people. But Yi Ziming acted as if he hadn't heard anything and continued eating his steak. The man's expression darkened. I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? The man was Wang Xuesong, the manager of Tianju Group. He had heard that this Western restaurant was quite good, so he brought his friends to check it out, but didn't expect there to be no seats. They had driven for over an hour to get here, so it was a bit frustrating to leave without being seated, and they happened to see Yi Ziming alone. Seeing Yi Ziming's attire, they thought he looked like a bumpkin, and even if they chased him away, no one would say anything. Waiter, what's going on with your restaurant? How can you let someone bring a dog in? Yi Ziming didn't even look at Wang Xuesong and directly called the waiter. Yi Ziming's words stunned Wang Xuesong, who then revealed an expression of anger. Kid, are you talking about me? Wang Xuesong glared. Yi Ziming chuckled lightly. The dog spoke. Kid, you're looking for death. Do you know who I am? Wang Xuesong. Yi Ziming was too lazy to pay attention and continued eating his steak. Are you Yi Ziming? At that moment, one of the women looked at Yi Ziming, her eyes filled with surprise. Yi Ziming looked up at the woman and suddenly found her somewhat familiar. I am Xia Yan, don't tell me you've forgotten me. Xia Yan smiled. Yi Ziming was taken aback as a memory quickly surfaced. Xia Yan was a university classmate of the original owner of this body. In his memories, the original owner seemed to have pursued Xia Yan, but she had always kept him at arm's length, and the original owner did many things for her until they gradually lost contact after graduating. This was the legendary dog-licking backup. Yi Ziming immediately reacted. Long time no see. Yi Ziming said indifferently. Ziming, look, we came all the way here, and there's no seat. Have a little compassion and give your seat to me. Xia Yan pouted, her voice soft and pitiful. She remembered clearly that when she wanted Yi Ziming to do something for her, acting like this would always work every time without fail. Sorry, I haven't finished eating yet. Just when she thought she had the upper hand, Yi Ziming suddenly smiled and spoke. Xia Yan was taken aback. She never expected Yi Ziming to refuse her. Ziming, can you really bear to let me stand here watching you eat? Xia Yan said pitifully. Yi Ziming pointed to the chair. You can sit down. Damn it, kid, are you refusing to accept kindness? Yin Yin, what is your relationship with this kid? Wang Xuesong asked discontentedly. We are university classmates, Xia Yan hurriedly explained. So you're university classmates, but this classmate of yours is really stubborn. Another man sneered. He was Wang Chunwen, the champion of Sanda in Jiangqing. Kid, I'll give you one last chance quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Wang Xuesong said impatiently. Yi Ziming glanced at him, scram. Wang Zusong's expression darkened. Do you know who you're talking to? Yi Ziming ignored him and continued eating his steak. To him, saying another word to such a person was merely a waste. Yi Ziming, just let Wang Xiao have your seat. I'm doing this for your own good. Xia Yan paused and continued. You can't afford to offend a big shot like Wang Xiao. Wang Xuesong raised his head, deliberately showing off the Patek Philippe on his wrist. Just that watch alone was worth 3 million. Yet Yi Ziming remained unmoved. Seeing this scene, Xia Yan felt displeased. She had helped him so much, yet this guy still didn't appreciate it. Did he not realize that his status was incomparable to Wang Xuesong? At that moment, Wang Xuesong suddenly sneered. Wang Xiao, this person is up to you now. Wang Chungwen cracked his knuckles. Rest assured, I'll throw him out. The onlookers sighed. Just by looking at Yi Ziming's attire, it was clear he was an ordinary person. How could he possibly stand up to Wang Xuesong and the others? Seeing Wang Chungwen about to make a move, the restaurant manager hurried over. Gentlemen, please calm down. Let me hand. Wang Shuesong glanced at the manager. I want this seat now. The manager hesitated, but this guest is still dining. Wang Shuesong wasted no words and directly took out a golden card from his pocket, which was the restaurant's membership card. Being able to obtain a golden membership card from this restaurant meant one was a big shot. The manager's expression turned respectful upon seeing the golden card. Esteemed guest, please wait. He looked at Yi Ziming. Do you have this restaurant's membership card? Humph, look at how poor he is. Does he look like someone with a member? Wang Shuesong sneered. Yi Ziming replied calmly, no. Please leave immediately and don't delay our guest dine. The manager's expression darkened as he coldly addressed Yi Ziming. You want to kick me out? Yi Ziming looked at the manager. I'm just ensuring the guests have a pleasant dining environment. People who can come to this restaurant all have status, while Yi Ziming on the other hand looked nothing like a wealthy person. Yi Ziming glanced at the manager and ignored him. I understand, do we need to pay you to let go of this seat? Alright, how much do you want? I can give it to you right now. Xia Yin thought Yi Ziming was talking about money, so she took out a few dragon coins from her bag. At that moment Wang Chungwen stopped Xia Yin. I don't like spending money, let's settle this with fists. The manager was startled. He didn't want any conflict in the restaurant and hurriedly said, Sir, you. Shut up. Wang Chungwen shot a cold glance at the manager. Is this a place for you to speak? The manager dared not speak further. They had golden membership cards, and he couldn't afford to offend such people. Yi Ziming, hurry and give up your seat. Wang Xiao is the Sanda champion of Jiangxing, and you are no match for him. Xia Yin hurriedly said. The onlookers also shook their heads. They didn't have high hopes for Yi Ziming. Wang Chungwen coldly reached out to grab Yi Ziming, but just then Yi Ziming suddenly made a move, grabbing Wang Chungwen's wrist and squeezing hard. Crack! Yi Ziming directly crushed Wang Chungwen's wrist. Wang Chungwen felt a sharp pain surge through his nerves and immediately let out a scream. Looking at the screaming Wang Chungwen, everyone was stunned. This Sanda champion was too weak. You dare hit Wang Xiao. Wang Shuesong grabbed a plate from the table and was about to smash it at Yi Ziming. But Yi Ziming's movements were even faster. He raised his hand and slapped Wang Shuesong, sending him flying. Yi Ziming, do you know what you're doing? Xia Yin shouted angrily. She never expected Yi Ziming to actually dare to hit Wang Xiao and Wang Chungwen. Just swatting two flies, Yi Ziming replied casually. Yi Ziming, you are indeed strong, but no matter how strong you are, you cannot compare to Wang Xiao and Wang Chungwen's status. Xia Yin looked at Yi Ziming, trying to persuade him. Both of them are prominent figures with social connections. Hurry and apologize with me here. They surely won't make it hard for you. Yi Ziming shook his head. No need. What's wrong with you? Xia Yin was anxious in her eyes. Yi Ziming's behavior was very childish. Kid, wait for it. This matter isn't over. Wang Chungwen covered his wrist and took out his phone to make a call. Cousin, I was beaten up, and I'll send you the location now. After hanging up, he looked at Yi Ziming and sneered. Kid, do you dare to wait here for half an hour? Yi Ziming slightly nodded. I'll wait. Xia Yin let out a sigh upon seeing Yi Ziming agree. Why is he waiting? Does he want me to witness his current strength and showcase himself before me? Thinking of this, Xia Yin looked at Yi Ziming with a hint of pity, realizing that he was merely an ordinary person, forever unaware of the circles of powerful figures. She was destined for high society, a realm beyond Yi Ziming's reach. Half an hour later, Sun Sen burst into the restaurant with a dozen underlings. Who bullied my cousin? It was him. Cousin, you have to avenge me. I want to break his 4 legs. Wang Chungwen laughed cruelly. Xia Yin shook her head as she could already envision Yi Ziming being beaten like a dead dog. What they didn't see was that Sun San became dazed upon seeing Yi Ziming. He stared blankly at Yi Ziming, trembling all over, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Cousin, hurry up. I must teach this brat a lesson. Wang Chungwen shouted. Teach your mother a lesson. Sun San slapped Wang Chungwen, cursing. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Wang Chungwen felt a fiery sting on his face, stunned by the slap. Cousin, why are you hitting me? You should be hitting him. Wang Chungwen pointed at Yi Ziming. How dare you speak? I'll kill you. Sun Sen, terrified, felt his back go cold as he swung his hand left and right, slapping continuously. Everyone was bewildered. How did Wang Chungwen's reinforcements end up beating him instead? The final slap sent Wang Chungwen flying away. Sun Sen took a deep breath and approached Yi Ziming respectfully, saying, Sorry, young master Yi, for disturbing your meal. Yi Ziming glanced at him. Your cousin said he wanted to cripple me. With a thud, Sun Sen knelt on the ground, banging his head 3 times before the astonished crowd. Young master Yi, this has nothing to do with me. I didn't know he was targeting you. How about this? He'll cripple him to appease young master Yi. Sun San gritted his teeth and turned to Wang Chungwen. Wang Chungwen's face was swollen. He barely opened his eyes to see Sun San approaching him step by step. Cousin, what are you going to do? Wang Chungwen asked in fear, trying to retreat. Sun San said nothing as he stepped up to Wang Chungwen and kicked his calf hard. Crack! The sound of the broken bone echoed in everyone's ears. Xia Yin covered her mouth in shock, unable to believe that Sun San actually crippled Wang Chungwen, his own cousin. She couldn't help but look at Yi Ziming, wondering how he had commanded Sun San's obedience with such ease. After crippling Wang Chungwen, Sun San turned to Wang Shuesong. Under Sun San's icy gaze, Wang Shuesong felt his legs weaken. With a thud, he knelt down, pleading to Yi Ziming. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to take your seat. I deserve a beating. Saying this, he slapped himself across the face. Letting go of his pride, he just didn't want to be crippled. The manager hid in the corner, afraid to face Yi Ziming, fearing he would end up like Wang Qingguan. Suddenly, the restaurant fell silent, with everyone engulfed in a profound fear. Just then a phone rang. Yi Ziming pressed the answer button, and the sound of Yin Yin crying came through. Daddy, Teacher Tang fell into the lake. You have to come quickly. Yi Ziming jumped up from his chair, speaking urgently. Yin, don't be afraid. Where are you? I'm coming right away. Soon another person came on the line. I'm a doctor from the Central City Hospital. Your friend is in the hospital, and her condition is not good. You need to come quickly. Okay, I'll be right there. Yi Ziming hung up and looked at Sun Sen. Have you started the car? Yes. Quickly give the car keys to young Master Yi. Sun Sen shouted. An underling hurriedly ran over and handed the car keys to Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming took the keys and turned to leave the restaurant. Xia Yan watched Yi Ziming's departing figure silently, thinking, Yi Ziming, you must be doing this for vanity, but associating with someone like Sun San is not the right path. You will regret it one day. Yi Ziming, oblivious to Xia Yan's thoughts, drove Sun San's car straight to the Central City Hospital. Soon he arrived at the hospital, heading straight to Tang Wang's ward after asking the front desk nurse. Daddy, Teacher Tang hasn't woken up yet, woo-woo. When Yi Ziming arrived at the ward, the doctor was examining Tang Huanqi. Yin Yin rushed over to Yi Ziming and began to cry loudly. Yin, be good, don't cry. Daddy is here. Teacher will be fine, Yi Ziming reassured her. After his comfort, Yin Yan's emotions stabilized, but her eyes were still red. Your friend is temporarily out of danger, but we are unclear about the exact cause of her unconsciousness, and will need to conduct further examinations, the doctor said. What exactly happened? Yi Ziming asked. I'm not sure, but it seems this girl jumped in to save someone, and was then, the doctor explained. Daddy, I know what happened, Yin Yin said softly. It turned out a little child from kindergarten had fallen into the water, and Tang Huanqi jumped in to save him, bringing the child back, but falling ill herself. Yi Ziming nodded, then sat by the bed and felt Tang Huanqi's pulse. Seconds later, his expression darkened. Something was wrong with Tang Huanqi's body. Tang Huanqi's body had a problem, a major one. From her pulse, Yi Ziming could sense that her heartbeat was far weaker than normal, and her body was icy cold, with her meridians emitting a chilling coldness. Without exaggeration, Tang Huanqi was now a block of ice. Under such circumstances, the brain would activate self-protection, plunging her into a coma, the very reason she remained unconscious. The pulse is like an ice dragon. This is the sign of an acquired yin meridian, Yi Ziming said with a grave expression. In traditional Chinese medicine, the human body contains yin and yang qi. When a person is healthy, the yin and yang qi within the body are balanced. Once that balance is disrupted, various ailments arise. In this world, there are two special types of people, those with a congenital yang meridian and those with a congenital yin meridian. From birth, such individuals suffer from an excess of either yang or yin qi, and they cannot survive beyond the age of 20 no matter the effort. An acquired yin meridian, however, is artificially induced by ingesting certain drugs. Yet such medicines are exceedingly rare, and even Yi Ziming had never seen one. Tang Huanqi must have been taking medication to suppress the acquired yin meridian, because when Yi Ziming had previously taken her pulse, he had detected nothing unusual. Yi Ziming's mind raced, filtering through countless prescriptions stored in his memory. Treating an acquired yin meridian was extremely troublesome and required specific medicinal herbs. Soon Yi Ziming recalled an ancient formula, but upon remembering it, he couldn't help a bitter smile. To concoct this medicine, he would need the cooperation of internal martial arts vital energy. Yet Yi Ziming had never practiced internal martial arts, nor did he possess the herbs. The ingredients listed in the formula were all extremely precious. Most people had never even heard of them. Thus, at present, Yi Ziming could do nothing about the acquired yin meridian. Dad, why isn't Teacher Tang waking up? Yin Yin couldn't help asking. Don't worry, Teacher Tang will wake up soon. Yi Ziming patted Yin Yin's little head and comforted her. Even if he couldn't cure the acquired yin meridian, he had to revive her first. He took out 9 silver needles, sterilized them, and unbuttoned Tang Huanqi's hospital gown, revealing her fair skin. With unwavering focus, Yi Ziming's hands moved like a phoenix's head, swiftly inserting the 9 needles into her body. The 9 deaths returned to yang needle technique couldn't cure the acquired yin meridian, but it could awaken Tang Huanqi. Yet before Yi Ziming finished the acupuncture, she regained consciousness. She saw her gown undone and Yi Ziming's hand on her lower abdomen. Yi Ziming, what are you doing? Tang Huanqi tried to move, but found herself utterly weak. This feeling was all too familiar. It happened every time her condition flared up. Don't move, Yi Ziming said coldly. Tang Huanqi was startled when she saw him pulling out the silver needles from her body. Could he really know medicine? Soon Yi Ziming finished removing the needles and fastened her gown. Tang Huanqi's face flushed crimson. Hadn't this entire acupuncture session exposed her body to him? Teacher, are you alright? Yin Yin asked anxiously. Don't worry, Yin, I'm fine. Tang Huanqi reached out to pat Yin Yin's head, avoiding Yi Ziming's gaze. She tried to get out of bed, but her body was too weak, devoid of any strength. With a body like yours, why are you running around? Yi Ziming said coldly. Someone with Tang Huanqi's constitution should rest at home, not go to work. A flicker of panic crossed Tang Wanxi's face. Yi Ziming said an acquired meridian is no trivial matter. You should stop working and go home to rest. His words made Tang Wanxi pause. Acquired meridian. I have a congenital meridian. That was the diagnosis from my uncle. Yi Ziming shook his head. My diagnosis is not, but before Tang Wanxi could finish, an uproar arose from outside. Let me in. I want to know how this teacher. I entrusted my child to the kindergarten, and you let my son fall into the lake. Tang Wanxi, get out here. I'm telling you I'm not done with you. Shouts like a shrew echoed in the corridor. Madam, this is a hospital. Please keep your voice down. The patient is still unconscious. Your behavior will disturb her. In the hallway, several nurses were trying to restrain a plump woman who was dressed in flashy clothes, clearly from a well-off. Hearing the nurses, the plump woman snapped, unconscious. She's not dead, yet is she? If she dies, I'll drop the mask. The nurses tried to reason with her, but the plump woman raised her hand and slapped one nurse across the face. Get lost. With that slutty look, go seduce some other man. Stop following me. My husband is the head of the inpatient department at this hospital. Offend me, and you'll all be fired. The plump woman, the slapped nurse's face reddened, but she dared not say a word, covering her cheek and crying. The other nurses stepped. The plump woman stormed to Tang Wanxi's ward, kicked the door open, and yelled, Tang Wanxi, are you dead or alive? If you're not dead, get out here. The plump woman is Hu Menglian, and her husband is Du Hao, the head of the inpatient department. Because of this, she behaves arrogantly at the city center hospital. Hu Menglian's son Du Qiu is also a student of Tang Wanxi. Today, when she went to pick up her child, the mischievous boy broke free from her hand and ran around only to fall into the lake. It was Tang Wanxi who rescued her son, yet instead of expressing gratitude, she placed all the blame on Tang Wanxi. Du Qiu's mother, what brings you here? Tang Wanxi hurriedly replied, recalling that she wanted to get up, but lacked the strength. Hu Menglian sneered. Oh, wasn't that all fine? Those shameless vixens said you were in a coma. Just wait and see how I deal with them. What do you mean I'm here? I'm here to hold you accountable. If you had been watching carefully, would my son have fallen into the lake? Can you still be a teacher? Do you believe I will complain to the kindergarten right now and get you fired? Tang Wanxi was taken aback by Hu Menglian's words and was extremely upset. Yin Yin was also frightened by Hu Menglian's demeanor, clinging to Yi Ziming's thigh and hiding behind him. Tang Wanxi retorted, Du Qiu's mother, it was because you let Du Qiu run around that he fell into the lake. How can you blame me? Of course I blame you. If you had taken care of my son, would he have fallen into the lake? If my son had been harmed, you would have to pay with your life. Hu Menglian shouted sharply. Yi Ziming frowned and said, this is not the time to argue. Wanxi is very weak and needs rest. Please leave. Who are you to tell me to leave? I tell you, this matter must be clarified today. Hu Menglian's piercing voice annoyed Yi Ziming, while Tang Wanxi was even more upset. Her body was already weak, and the agitation caused her to start coughing violently. Yi Ziming took Tang Wanxi's delicate hand and gently pressed on the Taiyuan acupoint on her wrist, which could help improve her condition. Tang Wanxi's pale face gained a bit of color, as this was the first time Yi Ziming held her hand. While massaging her hand, Yi Ziming said, hurry and leave. We can discuss things when Wanxi is better. Hu Menglian sarcastically said, does this matter concern you? I remember you are also a parent of a student, right? I wondered why you were here. Turns out you are a pair of adulterers. Yi Ziming coldly replied, watch your mouth. My mouth is on my body. Oh, I can say whatever I want. Do you believe I can make sure you can't even stay in the hospital? Hu Menglian shouted. This woman just wouldn't stop. Yi Ziming's eyes turned cold. Hu Menglian's words made him feel an impulse to hit someone. What do you want to hit me? You wouldn't dare, even if I lent you 2 guts. Tang Wanxi, you get up right now and go apologize to my son. Whatever my son wants you to do, you must do it. Otherwise, we won't settle this matter. If I report this to the school, just wait to be expelled. Hu Menglian scoffed. I will not apologize. Please leave, or I need to rest. Tang Wanxi said with a cold face. Tang Wanxi, don't push your luck. With that seductive face, you are a cheap woman who seduces men. If you don't leave, I will drag you to the street and strip you of your clothes. Hu Menglian cursed as she reached out to grab Tang Wanxi. Terrified, Tang Wanxi held on to Yi Ziming's arm. He was her only sense of safety. A large hand suddenly grabbed Hu Menglian's arm. It was Yi Ziming. Let go of your claws. Did I give you permission? Hu Menglian cursed loudly. Yi Ziming pulled with strength, and Hu Menglian's weight of 190 pounds seemed non-existent to him, as he directly threw her out of the ward. With a thud, Hu Menglian slammed against the wall of the corridor, causing a tremor in several nearby wards. Many people poked their heads out, witnessing Hu Menglian struggling to get up from the ground. Ha ha ha. Seeing Hu Menglian's disgraceful appearance, the surrounding people could no longer hold back their laughter, especially the little nurse, who had just been slapped, laughing the loudest. What are you laughing at? If you dare to laugh again, I will have my husband kick you all out, Hu Menglian shouted. But her words had no effect on those family members and patients. Their laughter only grew louder. Tang Wanxi, I won't let you go. Hu Menglian could only vent all her anger on Tang Wanxi. Menglian. At that moment, an urgent voice came, and Du Hao, the head of the inpatient department, hurried over to ask. Honey, the adulterers in this ward bullied me and almost harmed our son. You need to avenge us. Hu Menglian pointed towards Tang Wanxi's ward. How outrageous. Do they still want to stay in the hospital? Saying this, Du Hao walked into the ward with a cold face. He was very indulgent towards his son and wife, but now that both had been bullied, how could he swallow this anger? Inside the ward, Yi Ziming had just wanted to ask Tang Huanqi why she claimed to have an innate impulse when Du Hao walked in. Was it you who threw my wife out just now? Du Hao asked coldly. Behind Du Hao, Hu Shuilian looked at Yi Ziming with a smug expression as if to say, you are finished. Yes, it was me. Yi Ziming nodded. I am Du Hao, the head of the inpatient department. From today onwards, you are blacklisted from the city center hospital. Get out right now, or we do not welcome you. Du Hao exclaimed angrily. Yi Ziming looked up at Du Hao and coldly said, what if I refuse to leave? Du Hao shouted angrily, refuse to leave. If you don't leave, I'll call security to throw you all out. I am the director of the inpatient department, and if I say you must leave, then you must. I don't care what illness you have, get out of me. Du Hao's anger flared. At that moment, Hu Minglian standing behind spoke up. Husband, we can't just let them go. Our son nearly drowned, and I was thrown out too. They must apologize and compensate us for our mental distress. Du Hao looked at Yi Ziming and said, did you hear my wife? Hurry up and apologize. Yi Ziming smiled. Can a director just casually throw patients out? Du Hao scoffed. You're not wrong, I can handle all of this as the director. If you don't apologize, believe it or not, there won't be a hospital in Jiangxing willing to treat you. Hu Minglian smugly replied. My husband has connections in the medical bureau. Dealing with small fries like you is a piece of cake. Hurry up and apologize and pay up. If I'm pleased, maybe I'll let you off the hook. Yi Ziming coldly laughed to himself, taking out his phone to make a call. Just then a group of people passed by in the corridor outside, and the leading elderly man caught sight of Yi Ziming as the door to the ward was not closed, excitedly walking in. Yi Laodi, it's good to see you again. The elderly man was the honorary vice president of the hospital, Sure, and who looked at Yi Ziming with excitement. Yi Ziming was momentarily stunned, then he reacted. The last time he treated Qian Lao, Shuren was also present, and later Shuren wanted to discuss acupuncture with him, but Yi Ziming politely declined. Seeing this scene, Du Hao was startled. Could it be that Shuren knew them? So it's Elder Sure, long time no see, Yi Ziming said lightly. Du Hao couldn't help but ask, Elder Sure, do you know him? Of course, Yi Lao's medical skills are remarkable. I've always wanted to exchange ideas with him, but I haven't encountered him again. By the way, Yi Laodi, what brings you to the hospital? Shuren asked curiously. His words made Du Hao's heart sink. He didn't expect these two to know Shuren. Shuren was not only the honorary vice president of the hospital, but also one of the medical masters in Jiangxing, holding a high position in the medical community. Even if Du Hao had connections in the medical bureau, he couldn't possibly surpass Shuren. I came to see a friend who is hospitalized, Yi Ziming said coldly. But Director Du not only wants to throw my friend out, but also wants to blacklist us from the hospital. Elder Sure, is this how the hospital treats patients now? Yi Ziming's words enraged Shuren. He had always wanted to build a good relationship with Yi Ziming and casually ask about the 9 deaths revival needle, but who would have thought Du Hao would want to kick him out of the hospital? Du Hao, what is going on here? Shuren shouted angrily. Vice President, this is a misunderstanding. Du Hao tried to explain. What misunderstanding? You old fool, don't meddle in our business. These two must leave today, Hu Minglian shouted sharply before Du Hao could finish. What right do you have to kick patients out? Shuren fumed. I don't have the right, but my husband does. You old fool, don't look for trouble, or my husband will have you dismissed. Hu Minglian screeched. Yi Ziming shook his head. This woman was truly digging her own grave. Du Hao's face turned pale. He never thought his wife would insult Shuren, and hurriedly said, Minglian, be quiet. Why should I be quiet? Hurry up and make them apologize and compensate me for my mental distress. An old man like him might die any day now. What are you afraid of? Hu Minglian scoffed. This time, even Tang Huanqi, who was lying in the hospital bed, could only shake her head in helplessness. This woman truly had no brains, embodying the saying, you want die if you don't court death. I've already told you to be quiet. Du Hao slapped Hu Minglian across the face, then turned to the grim-faced Shuren and said, Elder Shurai. But before he could finish, Hu Minglian started to make a scene. You dare hit me, Du? Hu Minglian reached out, grabbing Du Hao's hair, and began slapping his face mercilessly. Soon the two were in tang. Call security and have them all taken out, Shuren said coldly. Soon security arrived and struggled for a long time before separating the two. I must say Hu Minglian was truly vicious when her temper flared. Du Hao's face was covered in scratches, all from Hu Minglian's nails. Du Hao, I will report today's incident to the president. You better be careful, Shuren said coldly. Du Hao's expression changed as he pleaded. Elder Sure, please don't report this. I can apologize. I'm willing to do anything. Shuren, uninterested in Du Hao's pleas, waved his hand to have security take him away. After everyone left, Shuren turned to Yi Ziming and said, I apologize, Yi Laodi, for letting you witness this. The hospital will certainly provide you with a satisfactory result. Yi Ziming turned to Tang Huanqi, who nodded gently. Yi Ziming smiled and said, all right, I will stay in the hospital tonight. If Elder Sure is willing, we can discuss medical skills here. I would love to, of course. Elder Sure exclaimed with delight. He had always wanted to study Yi Ziming's 9 deaths revival needle. But first I need to figure out a way to resolve my friend's issue. Yi Ziming looked at Tang Huanqi and spoke softly. Tang Huanxi's postnatal meridian had always been a problem, and now Yi Ziming had no way to resolve it. He could only stabilize her condition for the time being. You let me take a look, shall I? Shuren asked, looking at Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming turned to Tang Huanxi, his gaze filled with inquiry. Tang Huanxi gently nodded. I'm sorry to trouble you, Shi Lao. Shiren approached the bedside, placing 3 fingers on Tang Huanxi's wrist. After a long while he withdrew his hand and sighed. This ailment is beyond my capabilities. A hint of disappointment flashed in Tang Huanxi's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. At that moment Yi Ziming spoke up. I can stabilize her condition. Shiren's eyes lit up. Are you thinking of using the 9 Deaths Resurrection Needle? That's right, with the needle. If you're willing, Shi Lao, I can teach you this technique. Yi Ziming said. With a thud, Shiren knelt on the ground. Master, please allow your disciple to pay my respects. Yi Ziming was taken aback. What is Shi Lao doing? Teaching me the needle technique means you are my master. It's the rule. Shiren replied earnestly. That night, Yi Ziming used the 9 Deaths Resurrection Needle to stabilize Tang Huanxi's condition and taught the technique to Shiren. Once Tang Huanxi's condition was stabilized, Yi Ziming handled her discharge paperwork and brought her to Rainbow Villa No. Originally, Tang Huanxi wanted to return to her rented apartment, but Yi Ziming was still worried about her health and forcibly took her away. After all, the villa was large and had many rooms. Even Yi Ziming did not notice that he had developed a bit more concern for Tang Huanxi unknowingly. After resting at home for 2 days, Tang Huanxi returned to work, and she could also drop off Nian Yin. Meanwhile, Yi Ziming took this opportunity to begin practicing internal martial arts. With him around, Tang Huanxi's condition was temporarily stable, but it remained a ticking time bomb. Yi Ziming had to cure her illness as soon as possible. A night of breathing exercises left Yi Ziming invigorated, and he could clearly feel a stream of qi gently flowing within his body. Yi Ziming smiled. Although it would take a long time to regain his former strength, the good news was that his cultivation. At that moment his phone rang. Yi Ziming pressed the answer button, and Qian Hongyu's voice came through. Can you come to a banquet hosted by Song Yuan Company tonight? Yi Ziming nodded. Sure, what time? Can you come? That's great. I'll send a driver to pick you up. Qian Hongyu said excitedly. Soon the driver arrived to pick up Yi Ziming. He texted Tang Huanxi letting her know he would be back later, and then got into the car sent by Qian Hongyu. At Xingling Hotel, the best 5-star hotel in Jiangxing, a private room costs several million. Today the entire hotel had been booked out. As Yi Ziming entered the lobby, the beautiful music, soft lighting, and exquisite decorations all revealed the grandeur of the place. In the lobby, men were dressed in suits and women adorned in sparkling jewelry were chatting and laughing together. The banquet had already begun. The driver had said someone would come to meet him, but where were they? Yi Ziming, what are you doing here? A familiar voice called out. Yi Ziming turned to see it was Xia Yan. Xia Yan looked at Yi Ziming, who was dressed casually, with surprise. Yi Ziming ignored her, too lazy to respond. Ziming, I apologize for what happened last time. It was my fault, Xia Yan said, approaching Yi Ziming and pretending to look pitiful. After all, we are classmates. Please forgive me. Since their last encounter, Xia Yan had been unwilling to accept the situation. How could Yi Ziming be so indifferent towards her, even refusing to listen to her? He had once been so obedient to her. In her view, Yi Ziming still had feelings for her, and she was quite confident in her charm. All right, Yi Ziming replied. Xia Yan felt a swell of pride. She knew Yi Ziming would forgive her. Just as she was about to say something, a young Yan, why are you here chatting with the waiter? We've all been waiting for you over there, the young man said. He was Zhou Hong, a manager from Song Yuan Group. He looked at Xia Yan with a heated gaze. He had only recently met her and was thinking about how to get her into bed. Xia Yan quickly explained, he's not a waiter, he's my university classmate. I don't care who he is. Stop chatting. There are people waiting for us over there, Zhou Hong said, reaching to pull Xia Yan's hand. Xia Yan was startled and quickly dodged, instinctively grabbing Yi Ziming's arm. Seeing this scene, Zhou Hong's face darkened. Xia Yan, what do you want to do? Xia Yan quickly replied, Manager Zhou, I'll talk to Ziming for a bit longer and then come over. Yan, the higher-ups from Song Yuan Group, are over there. Are you sure you want to waste time here? Zhou Hong said, somewhat dissatisfied. With his status, he could have countless women flocking to his bed with just a beckon, yet Xia Yan was so unappreciative. Xia Yan hesitated. She had worked hard to get closer to Zhou Hong and didn't want to give it up so easily. However, she also knew that Zhou Hong's intentions were not pure. She didn't want that. Can't you hear me? Come with me now. Zhou Hong frowned, reaching out to pull Xia Yan again. At that moment, Yi Ziming grasped his arm. If you want to take someone away, you need to see if they agree first. Hearing Yi Ziming's words, Zhou Hong's face twisted in disdain. Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Zhou Hong looked at Yi Ziming, who was dressed in casual clothes, with even more contempt in his eyes. Ziming, what are you doing? He's the manager of Song Yuan Group. You can't afford to offend him. Xia Yan's face showed anxiety, but inside, she felt a hint of smugness. She knew Yi Ziming would step in to help her. Yi Ziming said indifferently, just a manager. He acted not for Xia Yan, but merely because he couldn't stand Zhou Hong's behavior. Just a manager. Such big talk. Who are you? Who brought you to the party? How did the security at the door think? How could they let someone dressed like this in? Zhou Hong looked Yi Ziming up and down, speaking disdainfully. Qian Hongyu invited me, Yi Ziming said calmly. Zhou Hong was taken aback by Yi Ziming's words, then burst into loud laughter. You say you were invited by the chairman? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you are? Do you even deserve to know the chairman? Fine, even if you were invited by the chairman, where's the invitation? Show it to us. Qian Hongyu asked. Yi Ziming said, I don't have an invitation. No invitation. Then you sneaked in. You've got quite the nerve. Zhou Hong sneered. Xia Yan quickly let go of Yi Ziming's arm and looked at him, sighing inwardly. Just to puff himself up, he actually claimed to be invited by Qian Hongyu. Yi Ziming, you've really disappointed me. Zhou Hong's laughter also attracted the attention of others. 3 men holding wine glasses walked over. Manager Zhou, what's going on? Zhou Hong laughed. He says he was invited by the chairman, but he doesn't have an invitation. Zhou Hong laughed. The chairman invited him. What a joke, you actually believe this kid's bragging, one of the men said. Everyone attending this party needs an invitation to enter, even the big shots are no exception. Another man sneered. Zhou Hong sneered. Kid, if I hand you over to the security, they'll definitely throw you out. How about this, you drink these 3 bottles of wine, and they'll pretend I didn't see you. What do you say? With that, he took 3 bottles of red wine from the table. Even the heaviest drinker couldn't handle downing these 3 bottles of red wine. Zhou Hong wanted to show off his power to Xia Yan to make this woman obediently climb into his bed, otherwise he wouldn't have the leisure to bother with Yi Ziming. Xia Yan looked at Yi Ziming and couldn't help saying, Yi Ziming, just drink the wine. Otherwise, if Manager Zhou takes offense, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Xia Yan's words brought a smug expression to Zhou Hong's face. He smiled, grabbed Xia Yan's hand, and pulled her into his arms. What, Yin Yan, have you come to your senses, eh? Xia Yan nodded. She had indeed wanted to refuse Zhou Hong just now, but after calming down she realized Zhou Hong had excellent conditions and countless connections. Following him would give her a bright future. She looked at Yi Ziming, thinking to herself, Yi Ziming, no matter how good you are at fighting, no matter how you can make Sun San obey, that's still not the right path. With one word from Zhou Hong, everything you have will be over. Zhou Hong looked at Yi Ziming and said, Kid, drink up quickly. My patience is limited. Kid, just drink. You can't win against Manager Zhou. With Manager Zhou's power, he can crush you with one finger. Drink up now, or well, call the security. Zhou Hong's 3 friends also laughed loudly. Yi Ziming reached out and slowly picked up a bottle of red wine. Zhou Hong said smugly, that's right. Finish the wine, and I'll let you stay here. Kid, know your place. In my eyes, you're not even as good as a dog. Bang. As soon as Zhou Hong finished speaking, a red wine bottle smashed directly onto his head. It was Yi Ziming. Irritated by Zhou Hong's incessant chatter, he simply swung the bottle at him. Manager Zhou, are you okay? Xia Yan was startled and quickly took out a tissue to wipe the wine off Zhou Hong's face. Kid, how dare you hit me? Zhou Hong roared. Yi Ziming, how could you hit someone? Apologize to Manager Zhou immediately. Xia Yan felt disappointed as sure enough, Yi Ziming only knew violence. Someone like him would never fit into high society. Apologize. He can't afford it. Yi Ziming said coldly. Can't afford it. Who do you think you are? Kid, you hit me. This isn't over between us. Zhou Hong fumed. At that moment, several security guards noticed the commotion and rushed over. What happened? He doesn't have an invitation, and he even hit someone. Xia Yan pointed at Yi Ziming. The lead security guard's face darkened. There were several important figures at this party, nothing could go wrong. He pointed at Yi Ziming and said coldly, quick, arrest him. Kid, you're finished. Once they lock you up, we'll settle the score. Zhou Hong looked at Yi Ziming with a cruel expression. In his eyes, Yi Ziming was a lamb to the slaughter. As the security guards rushed at him, Yi Ziming's expression remained unchanged. These men were no threat to him. Just as he was about to strike, a graceful figure rushed out from beside him and kicked all the security guards to the ground with one swift move. How dare you treat my master like this? A woman in a red evening gown with exquisite features stood in front of Yi Ziming, her pretty face dark with anger. It was Zheng Tianjiao. Yi Ziming did not expect Zheng Tianjiao to come, but it was just right. This matter was perfectly suited for her. Master, what is going on? Zheng Tianjiao asked, looking at Yi Ziming. Here to cause trouble, Yi Ziming replied indifferently. Xia Yan looked at Zheng Tianjiao's exquisite features, feeling unsettled. What kind of relationship did Yi Ziming have with this woman? Why was she helping him? Zhou Hong, with a cold face, shouted angrily, who are you? Zheng Tianjiao rarely appeared in such situations, so not many people recognized her. Zheng Tianjiao said, what does it matter to you who I am? Why are you laying hands on my master? He has no invitation, he has no right to attend this banquet. Zhou Hong coldly stated. So what if I have no invitation? With my master's status, does he need an invitation to any banquet? Zheng Tianjiao said dismissively. I don't care who you are, no invitation means no entry, and he also hit me. Do you think this matter can just end like this? Zhou Hong shouted loudly. Zheng Tianjiao sneered, hit you? That would be too kind. With my master's status, if he were to hit your left cheek, you would have to obediently present your face. Security, why aren't you taking action yet? Zhou Hong, unwilling to engage in a verbal fight with Zheng Tianjiao, shouted angrily at the security personnel. A few security guards hesitated and did not dare to step forward. What a joke, this woman could take them all down with a single kick. Their combat abilities were not on the same level. Zheng Tianjiao smiled and walked step by step towards Zhou Hong. What do you want? I am the manager of Song Yuan Group. If you hit me, Song Yuan Group will not let you off. Zhou Hong shouted, knowing that Song Yuan Group was his last support. The 3 friends beside him also shouted, exactly, Manager Zhou is from Song Yuan Group. Can you afford to provoke him? With just one word from Manager Zhou, you could lose everything you have. Although Zheng Tianjiao is very capable, this woman calls Yi Ziming master. How high could her background be? Zhou Heng raised his head and said, I advise you to think clearly. I am not someone you can afford to offend. Apologize to me now, and maybe I can forgive you. Apologize? Zheng Tianjiao suddenly laughed. How do you expect me to apologize? Zhou Heng thought Zheng Tianjiao was frightened and looked at her with a lewd gaze. Simple. Tonight you accompany me for a night, and this matter will be settled. Accompany you for a night? Zheng Tianjiao's pretty face suddenly turned cold. I'll accompany your grandmother. Zheng Tianjiao shouted angrily and quickly stepped forward, kicking at Zhou Heng. Zheng Tianjiao practiced internal martial arts. Even though she held back most of her strength, Zhou Heng was still kicked away about 5 to 6 meters. The people around were startled. They did not expect Zheng Tianjiao to suddenly strike. That was Zhou Heng, a member of Song Yuan Group. Manager Zhou. Xia Yin was shocked and hurried to help Zhou Heng up. You're all finished. Don't think I'll forgive you. I want you to lose everything. Zhou Heng climbed up and said viciously. At that moment, more than 20 security guards rushed over, surrounding Yi Ziming and Zheng Tianjiao. Since such a big incident occurred at the banquet, they would naturally arrive immediately. Xia Yin looked at Yi Ziming, her eyes flashing with disdain. No matter how capable you and that woman are, can you fight against so many people? You have no power, and you are still not Zhou Heng's opponent. Although surrounded by more than 20 security guards, Zheng Tianjiao was not afraid. Her pretty face showed a hint of excitement. She was inherently combative. As long as she could fight, it didn't matter how. Stop! At that moment, a cold voice. The voice seemed to come from hell, making people involuntarily shiver. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a woman in a black evening gown, wearing high heels, her long and delicate white legs captivating everyone's attention. But when they saw her face, everyone instinctively lowered their heads. Because this woman was Fang Yarou, the enchanting empress of Jiangxing. Watching Fang Yarou approach, everyone hurriedly made way for her. Her aura was simply too terrifying. Zheng Tianjiao glanced at Fang Yarou and couldn't help but murmur, why is she here too? Fang Yarou walked straight towards Zhou Heng, making him feel a stir in his heart. Could it be that Fang Yarou was here for him? He knew Fang Yarou had a good relationship with their chairman. Oh, perhaps she was here to help him. Thinking of this, he quickly adjusted his clothes and mustered the courage to walk up to Fang Yarou, smiling. Manager Fang, what brings you here? But Fang Yarou seemed to not see him at all, walking directly past him to Yi Ziming's side. What happened? Fang Yarou looked at Yi Ziming and asked coldly. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. They stared wide-eyed, incredulously looking at Yi Ziming. Who exactly is he that Fang Yarou would take the initiative to speak to him? Zhou Heng stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his throat gurgling as he struggled to utter a single word. Xia Yin was even more astonished. How could Yi Ziming possibly know Fang Yarou? It's nothing, just a trivial matter, Yi Ziming said calmly. His reply shocked those around him even more. Was this young man tired of living? Ordinary people would speak to Fang Yarou with the utmost caution, yet he dared to be so casual. Just as everyone assumed Yi Ziming was doomed, they heard Fang Yarou say coldly, since it's fine, come with me. My father wants to see you. These words exploded like a thunderclap among the crowd, leaving everyone stunned. Outsiders only knew Fang Yarou as the vice president of Xinhua Group, unaware that her father was Fang Guomin, the chairman of the same corporation. This secret was known only to a select circle, and those attending today's banquet were not ordinary people. They were well aware of this truth. Fang Guomin wanted to see Yi Ziming. What was going on? Zhou Heng collapsed onto the ground with a thud, trembling all over, his eyes filled with despair. Could anyone invited by Fang Guomin be an ordinary person? The moment he recalled what he had just said to Yi Ziming, his mind went blank. His only hope now was Song Yuan Group. No matter how powerful Fang Yarou was, she couldn't touch him. As for Xia Yin, her face was etched with regret. She regretted not having stood by Yi Ziming earlier. Hey, why should my master go with you? Master, my grandfather wants to see you too. You have to come with me. Zheng Tianjiao shot a dissatisfied glance at Fang Yarou and said. Her words startled everyone. Was this woman courting death by speaking to Fang Yarou like that? Fang Yarou cast a cold look at her and said, Zheng Tianjiao, I don't have time for a verbal sparring match with you. Zheng Tianjiao. She's Zheng Tianha's daughter. Someone exclaimed in shock upon hearing the name. His voice detonated like a bomb within the crowd. Zheng Tianhao was a top-tier magnate in Jiangxing, and this woman before them was his granddaughter. Zhou Heng was utterly petrified. She was Zheng Tianha's granddaughter, and he had just asked her to spend the night with him. With a thud, Zhou Heng lost all control and collapsed to the floor. This time Xia Yin paid no attention to Zhou Heng. Her gaze was fixed solely on Yi Ziming. Why? Why could Yi Ziming be acquainted with such influential figures while she, despite exhausting every resource, even trading her own body, still ended up inferior to him? Perhaps in Yi Ziming's eyes she had been nothing but a clown all along. Xia Yin couldn't help but think to herself. Fang Yarou ignored Zheng Tianjiao and turned to Yi Ziming with an expressionless face. Zheng Tianjiao also stared intently at Yi Ziming, her expression clearly saying, if you don't agree, you'll have to resort to force. Being stared down by these two women would be uncomfortable for anyone, and Yi Ziming was no exception. He now faced a choice whom to follow. How did you three little ones end up together? Just then Qian Hongyu walked over and asked with a smile. Seeing Qian Hongyu, Zhou Heng's face turned even paler. Uncle Qian, that guy wanted to kick my master out, and even asked me to spend the night with him. Zheng Tianjiao pointed at Zhou Hong. Qian Hongyu looked at Zhou Hong, a chill flashing in his eyes. Zhou Hong, did you say that? Aye. Zhou Hong stammered, unable to utter a word. No need to explain. You're fired, Qian Hongyu said expressionlessly. Zhou Hong's face went ashen, unable to bear the shock any longer, he fainted completely. Brother Yi, I have matters to attend to. Enjoy yourself, Qian Hongyu said to Yi Ziming. The people around were startled. Qian Hongyu had actually called that young man Brother Yi. Just what kind of identity did he possess? Yi Ziming smiled and said, all right, Brother Qian, go ahead. Then he turned to Zheng Tianjiao and said, tell Grandpa Zheng that he'll come over after I've settled matters with Fang Yarao. Zheng Tianjiao was purely trying to compete with Fang Yarao. Yi Ziming felt that Zheng Tianjiao hadn't actually called for him, but Fang Guomin surely had something to discuss. Yi Ziming, you're nothing but a man who abandons loyalty for beauty. Zheng Tianjiao glared at Yi Ziming, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Before leaving, she didn't forget to kick Yi Ziming. But Yi Ziming had anticipated this and moved a step closer to Fang Yarao, causing her to miss. Let's go. Without even glancing at Yi Ziming, Fang Yarao took the lead. As she passed Zhou Hong, she said coldly, Sister Lan, throw him out. Don't let him dirty this place. Yes, boss. Sister Lan nodded. Along the way, neither Yi Ziming nor Fang Yarao spoke. They arrived at a presidential suite, and Fang Yarao knocked on the door. Soon a young nurse opened the door. The two entered the room and saw Fang Guomin sitting on the sofa conversing with a young man. Dad, Yi Ziming is here, Fang Yarao said. Divine Doctor Yi, please have a seat. Fang Guomin said warmly. However, when he mentioned the title Divine Doctor Yi, the young man beside him cast a glance at Yi Ziming, hostility flickering in his eyes. Divine Doctor Yi, I heard you cured Yaro's back injury. Thank you so much. Fang Guomin said. Yi Ziming replied, President Fang, you're too kind. Miss Fang paid me, and I treated her. It's only natural. Haha, Divine Doctor Yi is truly interesting. I consulted countless renowned physicians for Yaro's injury, but in the end they all said it was incurable. Only you succeeded. Fang Guomin hadn't expected Yi Ziming to speak like that, and he couldn't help but laugh. Those who usually met him would be extremely cautious, but Yi Ziming was different. He sat motionless on the sofa, and even the aura Fang Guomin emitted had no effect on him. This young man was extraordinary. Fang Guomin quickly made a judgment in his mind. Uncle Fang, did you take Miss Fang to see my grandfather? The young man beside him asked. I went to see Elder Shi, but he said he couldn't cure it. Fang Guomin shook his head. The young man said, it's different now. 2 days ago my grandfather received guidance from a master. He can definitely cure Miss Fang's back injury, but unfortunately, I'm one step too late. The young man was Shi Yuanci, Shi An's grandson. Indeed, a step too late, but Divine Doctor Yes, medical skills are also remarkable, Fang Guomin said with a smile. Shi Yuanci refused to admit defeat. Can his medical skills be better than my grandfather's? Your grandfather's medical skills are inferior to mine. The moment Shi Yuanci's words fell, Yi Ziming spoke up from the side. Yi Ziming's words left Fang Guomin and Shi Yuanci momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated the latter would say such a thing. Only Fang Yarao maintained her composure, seemingly having guessed it long ago. Shi Yuanci exclaimed angrily, what did you say? Yi Ziming replied indifferently, the facts are as such. What bold claims? My grandfather is one of the renowned healers in Jiangxing, a significant figure in the medical field. As for you, I haven't even heard your name, and you dare to say my grandfather's medical skills are inferior to yours. In Shi Yuanci's heart, his grandfather was an idol, and he would not allow anyone to insult him. Yuanci, don't be angry. You are both talented youth, there is no need to argue over this. Actually, I have been feeling some discomfort in my heart lately, and would like to ask Dr. Yi to examine me, Fang Guomin hurriedly said. He initially intended to invite Yi Ziming to check his waist, so he asked Fang Yarao to fetch him. However, Shi Yuanci arrived midway, claiming he could cure Fang Yaro's back injury. Yet Fang Yaro's injury had already been treated by Yi Ziming, and Fang Guomin couldn't send Shi Yuanci away, so he stayed. It was expected that the two talented youths would engage in a meaningful discussion about medicine, but who would have thought they would start arguing after just a few exchanges? Uncle Fang, let me take a look at your illness. Although Dr. Yi can treat back injuries, he may not necessarily be able to treat other ailments. Shi Yuanci intentionally emphasized the term divine doctor. In his eyes, Yi Ziming was merely an unorthodox doctor not comparable to himself. Fang Guomin remained silent. Although Shi Yuanci was the grandson of Elder Shi, his medical skills were not impressive. He didn't even rank in the top 10 among Elder Shi's disciples. After all, he did not have much faith in Shi Yuanci's medical skills. Shi Yuanci seemed to discern Fang Guomin's thoughts and laughed, saying, Uncle Fang, rest assured my medical skills have improved significantly, especially since 2 days ago when I learned a set of acupuncture techniques from my grandfather. I am absolutely confident I can cure your illness. What acupuncture technique is so miraculous? Fang Guomin inquired. Shi Yuanci replied proudly, it is the long-lost 9 deaths reviving needle. You can use the 9 deaths reviving needle? Fang Guomin was taken aback. Although he was not well-versed in medicine, he knew about the 9 deaths reviving needle, which was said to have been lost for hundreds of years. He could not believe Shi Yuanci would know it. Of course, Shi Yuanci said with pride. A few days ago my grandfather received guidance from a master and learned the 9 deaths reviving needle. This technique is capable of bringing the dead back to life and can certainly cure your illness. 9 deaths reviving. Yi Ziming and Fang Yaorao were both taken aback. Fang Guomin pondered for a moment and said, "If it is indeed the 9 deaths reviving needle, then you can come and perform acupuncture on me." He then looked at Yi Ziming. Although Yi Ziming had healed Fang Yaorao's injury, he was uncertain about Yi Ziming's medical skills and still wanted to choose a more reliable person for his treatment. Fang Yaorao raised her eyebrows slightly and spoke. "Dad, Yi Ziming can also use the 9 deaths reviving needle. You can let him try." "Doctor, Yi can also use the 9 deaths reviving needle." Fang Guomin exclaimed in surprise. "Impossible. The 9 deaths reviving needle is a unique technique of our family aside from my grandfather, and that master only I can use it. How could he possibly know it? Don't be fooled by him. If he can use the 9 deaths reviving needle, I will take him as my master." Shi Yuanxi scoffed. "Take me as your master." Yi Ziming couldn't help but laugh. This guy probably didn't know that his grandfather was already his own disciple. "The prerequisite is that you must be able to use the 9 deaths reviving needle. Uncle Fang, let me give you acupuncture first, don't mind them." Shi Yuanxi said coldly. Yi Ziming replied indifferently, "All right, let him go first." "Good, then let's give it a try." Fang Guomin nodded, took off his clothes, and lay down on the sofa in the living room. Fang Yaorao looked at Yi Ziming, her eyes filled with inquiry. Yi Ziming's expression remained unchanged. With him present, no harm would come to Fang Guomin. "Uncle Fang, I will first use silver needles to open your acupoints," Shi Yuanxi said as he sterilized the silver needles, locating the acupoints, and beginning the acupuncture. As the first needle was inserted, Yi Ziming frowned too light. This method of opening acupoints was taught to Shiren by Yi Ziming, so he was naturally familiar with it. Shi Yuanxi cast an unhappy glance at Yi Ziming, but said nothing, picking up the silver needle to insert it at the second acupoint. Yi Ziming couldn't help but say, "Too heavy." Shi Yuanxi suppressed his anger, found the acupoint, and inserted the third needle. Yi Ziming shook his head, saying, "Off target." "Shut up. Can you not talk while I am inserting needles? One moment it's too light, the next it's too heavy. Do you even understand this acupuncture technique?" Shi Yuanxi was infuriated, and Yi Ziming's constant chatter was making him irritated. Yi Ziming replied calmly, "This acupuncture technique is one I taught to your grandfather." Shi Yuanxi sneered. "You claim you are the master who taught my grandfather the acupuncture techniques." "I don't know about being a master, but the techniques are indeed mine," Yi Ziming said. "What arrogance! My grandfather is a renowned healer in Jiangxing. Is someone like you even worthy to meet him?" "Shut up, and do not disturb me while I perform the acupuncture," Shi Yuanxi yelled. Yi Ziming fell silent, and Shi Yuanxi continued with the acupuncture. As the acupoints were opened, Fang Guomin's expression indeed improved, but he frowned, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. At this moment, Shi Yuanxi raised his head and declared, "All right, now I will perform the 9 deaths reviving needle. You there, I will be using a unique acupuncture technique. Please step back." As he spoke, Shi Yuanxi glanced at Yi Ziming, the meaning implicit in his gaze. Shi Yuanxi looked at Yi Ziming, clearly showing a posture of, "If you don't leave, I won't take action." "Is it the unique needle technique?" Yi Ziming sneered. "Did Shiren tell you?" "You insolent brat, how dare you call my grandfather's name? In any case, I don't want to see you just get lost," Shi Yuanxi said coldly. "I can leave, but the Fumin Poling and Shenzhou acupoints must be treated with skin needling. If something goes wrong, it will harm Fang Guomin's body." After saying that, Yi Ziming glanced at Fang Yaolao, signaling his intent to leave. Since Shi Yuanxi wants to treat him, let him do it. Yi Ziming had other matters to attend to. Holding the silver needle, Shi Yuanxi was stunned. He looked at Yi Ziming in disbelief and said, "How do you know I would needle those 3 acupoints? Tell me, have you secretly learned our Shi family's unique needle technique?" "You insolent brat, how can you speak like that?" At that moment, Shiren strode in from the corridor. "Grandpa, you finally came, this guy." Before Shi Yuanxi could finish his sentence, Shiren slapped him across the face. Shi Yuanxi let out a cry of pain, covering his face and shouting, "Grandpa, why did you hit me? This person stole our unique needle technique. You little brat, you learned just a bit and came out to show off, even using the 9 deaths resurgence needle in front of Yishini." Shiren was furious. "Did I not tell you that you can't use the 9 deaths resurgence needle unless you master it? While the 9 deaths resurgence needle can indeed bring someone back to life, its dangers are immense. The so-called 9 deaths refer to being placed on the brink of death before revival. Any misstep could cost a life." He rushed over as soon as he learned that Shi Yuanxi was there to treat Fang Yaolao's waist injury, fearing that his grandson might cause trouble due to insufficient skill. Thinking of this, Shi and became angrier, stepping forward to slap Shi Yuanxi again, causing him to cry out in dismay. He grabbed Shi Yuanxi by the collar and said loudly, "My 9 deaths resurgence needle was taught to me by Yishini. How dare you claim it is a unique needle technique in front of him?" Off. Shi Yuanxi was stunned. He hadn't expected Yi Ziming to be the master he was talking about. The thought of how he had just shown off in front of Yi Ziming made him feel utterly embarrassed. Thud. Shi Yuanxi knelt before Yi Ziming and said loudly, "I keep my word, from today on you are my master." Fang Guomin and Fang Yaolao exchanged astonished glances at Shi Yuanxi, thinking he was joking, but to their surprise he was serious. However, the next scene shocked them even more. Shirin slapped Shi Yuanzi across the face again and said, "You little brat, how dare you even consider apprenticing yourself? Grandpa, what's wrong with me wanting to be an apprentice? Yi Shini is my master. If you become his apprentice, what should I call you, senior brother?" Shirin's face darkened. "This is your little master, uncle. Quickly apologize to your little master, uncle." Fang Gumin's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Yi Ziming's medical skills to be so formidable that even Shirin was willing to call him master. "Shi Lao, please calm down. The child already knows he was wrong. It don't hit him too much," Fang Guomin hurriedly said. Yi Ziming also chimed in. "Yes, a lesson is enough. A few slaps will suffice." Shirin was about to stop, but upon hearing Yi Ziming's words, he raised his hand to continue. Shi Yuanzi quickly dodged, kneeling on the ground and pleading, "Little master, uncle, I was wrong. I had no eyes and shouldn't have spoken to you like that." Shi Yuanzi felt like he was going crazy. He never thought he would offend such a big shot. Fang Yaolao watched this scene, and a rare smile appeared on her face, as if an iceberg was melting. This man always brought her unexpected surprises. At this moment, she felt a gaze upon her. Fang Yaolao turned her head and found Yi Ziming was looking at her. She quickly concealed her smile, her face returning to its usual coldness. Yi Ziming shook his head. This woman looked quite lovely when she smiled. He then reached out to help Shi Yuanzi up. "Ignorance is no crime. If you wish to practice medicine in the future, you must have true talent and skill." Had he not been present today, Shi Yuanzi's medical skills would surely have harmed Fang Guomin. "Thank you, little master uncle. Thank you, little master uncle." Shi Yuanzi hurriedly nodded, not daring to show any disrespect towards Yi Ziming. At this moment, Fang Guomin hurriedly said, "Yi Shini, could you please do acupuncture for me once? My heart has been uncomfortable for some time now." Yi Ziming smiled. "I can treat you, but I need payment." After the banquet ended, Yi Ziming was sent back to Rainbow No. 1 by Sister Lan. Upon returning home, Tang Huanxi and Yi Nianyan were having dinner. Yi Ziming was hungry as well, so he sat down and began to eat. Tang Huanxi said, "Nianyan will be on summer vacation soon, and how do you plan to take care of her? Will you return home during your vacation?" Yi Ziming asked. Tang Huanxi shook her head and replied, "I don't want to go home. I want to have some fun outside. Then help me take care of Nianyan. It'll stabilize your condition, and consider it the fee for taking care of the child," Yi Ziming said, swallowing his food. Tang Huanxi's cheeks flushed. "But I can't stay at your house all the time." She was a more traditional girl and had never. "It's just a mutually beneficial arrangement," Yi Ziming said casually. Yi Ziming. Tang Huanxi's face turned even redder, but this time it was due to anger. "What's wrong?" Yi Ziming frowned, wondering what was troubling her this time. "I need to clean the dining table. No more eating." Tang Huanxi glared at Yi Ziming and snatched his bowl away. Just as Yi Ziming was about to say something, his phone rang. He answered the call surprised and said, "What mom and dad you are?" Yi Ziming did not expect that his parents would come to the city without calling. The elderly couple went to the address Yi Ziming had previously given, but not finding anyone, they decided to call him. After asking Tang Huanxi to tidy up the house, Yi Ziming drove to pick up his parents. Once he brought them back, the elderly couple was astonished by the luxurious villa before them. "Ziming, you live here?" Yi Chengwen could not help but ask. This villa was simply too large, even bigger than the villa at Mingyue Manor. Yi Ziming helplessly explained, "Dad, I'm just showing a property to someone." He had no choice. Without a reasonable explanation, his parents would be uneasy. "So it's just a property showing, that's good. As long as it wasn't obtained through illicit means, it's fine." Yi Chengwen fine. Su Yun expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "What bad deeds could my son possibly do? He is doing so well now, living in such a big villa, and even has a beautiful fiancée. Ziming, when will you bring Huanxi over? Mom wants to have a chat with her." This. Yi Ziming was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to explain that Tang Huanxi was not his girlfriend. Just then Tang Huanxi came out of the villa with Nian Nian, saying, "Uncle and Auntie, you're here. Come in and sit." She looked just like the hostess. Seeing Tang Huanxi, Su Yun's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but pinch Yi Ziming's ear, saying, "Why didn't you tell me Huanxi was here? I didn't bring any gifts." "Huanxi, what are you doing here?" Tang Huanxi smiled and replied, "Auntie, I live here." "You live here?" Yi Chengwen and his wife were both stunned, but Su Yun reacted quickly. "Living here is great, then let's go inside." After saying that, she didn't forget to pinch Yi Ziming's waist. "You rascal, well done. You have your old father's style." Yi Chengwen patted Yi Ziming on the shoulder, looking very. "It's not like that." Yi Ziming wanted to explain, but his parents completely ignored him, one taking Tang Huanxi's hand, and the other holding Nian Nian as they walked into the villa. In the living room, Yi Ziming prepared the fruits and brought them out. This was something Tang Huanxi used to do, but now that his parents were here, the labor fell to him. "Uncle and Auntie, why are you here?" Tang Huanxi asked in confusion. She hadn't even had time to prepare, and her heart was still racing. Su Yun pretended to be unhappy, saying, "What did we interrupt you two lovebirds?" Tang Huanxi blushed as she noticed that Yi Chengwen and his wife seemed to have already accepted her as their daughter-in-law, but her relationship with Yi Ziming was not like that at most. There was some fondness. Seeing Tang Huanxi's face turn red, Su Yun stopped teasing and smiled, saying, "My elder sister is gathering the family in Jiangxing tomorrow, so we came here." "Your elder aunt?" Yi Ziming was startled. He did not have many memories of Su Yun's family. In fact, he had never even met his grandparents. It seemed that Su Yun's side was a big family involved in the medicinal herb trade with a total of 4 sisters, and Su Yun was the youngest. Moreover, the Su family was a family of sons-in-law. To enter the Su family, one had to become a son-in-law. If Su Yun had stayed at home, she would have definitely lived a life of luxury, but back then Yi Cheng-wen did not want to be a son-in-law, while Su Yun insisted on marrying him, which led to a breakup with her family. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so why suddenly have a gathering? It's because your elder uncle is opening a traditional Chinese medicine clinic in Jiangxing, so they are gathering here and invited us too, Yi Cheng-wen explained. Su Yun couldn't help but say, I haven't seen my family for a long time. Although your grandparents won't be coming this time, it's still enough. Ziming, you should come with us tomorrow. As for Nian Yin and Huanqi, Mom Huanqi and Nian Yin still need to go to school, I'll just go with you. Yi Ziming hurriedly said. If Huanqi went, her identity as the daughter-in-law of the Yi family would be solidified. Alright, then we'll go tomorrow. Your elder aunt seems to have reserved a place at Xinghua Hotel. I heard her son is a high-ranking executive at Xinghua Group, always flaunting that he has a good son. Su Yun snorted. Xinghua Hotel? Isn't that the property of Fang Yaorui's family? Yi Ziming was surprised, but still smiled, saying, Alright, I'll take you there tomorrow. The next morning, Yi Ziming first took Tang Huanqi and Nian Yin to school, then drove straight to Xinghua Hotel. Although Xinghua Hotel was not the top hotel in Jiangxing, it was still among the best, with a single meal costing tens of thousands. Ordinary families simply could not afford it. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, Yi Ziming saw a couple at the door. The man was dressed in a suit, while the woman wore shimmering jewelry, clearly having dressed up meticulously. Isn't this Su Yun? Your family has also arrived, the woman said with a smile as she walked over. The woman was Su Mei, Yi Ziming's aunt, and the other was Zhou Wenjie, Yi Ziming's uncle. Elder sister, long time no see. Su Yun's voice was a bit choked. Yes, back then you didn't listen and insisted on marrying that useless Yi Cheng-wen. Oh, otherwise you would have been living a life of luxury, without a care in the world. Yi Ziming was taken aback. He did not expect Su Mei to scold him right away. Su Yun's expression changed, and she quickly said, Elder sister Ziming didn't say anything. Fourth brother, you should know that the reason you were invited to this family gathering is for you to come home. Our family is a large one, we must adhere to the rules, and not bring any bad habits into the family. Su Mei said sternly. Su Yun forced a smile, and replied, Elder sister, you can rest assured Ziming is not that. Fourth brother, you're still defending him. His troubles have already spread throughout the family. Instead of learning good things, he went to gamble, and reportedly lost all the family assets with his wife, leaving just a child behind. You must find a way to resolve this issue, otherwise neither he nor his father will be able to enter the Su family's door. Su Mei said angrily. Su Yun quickly replied, Elder sister Ziming has already turned over a new leaf, and is no longer gambling. That would be best. Our Su family is a large family, and cannot have such a disgrace. Su Mei's expression softened somewhat, but she still warned. Just as Su Yun was about to agree, Yi Ziming laughed. What large family? Did I ever say I wanted to join? Yi Ziming scoffed inwardly. He had just spoken one sentence upon arriving, and he was already being scolded thoroughly. Moreover, he could see the disdain in Su Mei's eyes toward him and his father. Since the Su family did not like them, there was no need for them to curry favor. If it weren't for his mother being present, Yi Ziming would have turned and left long ago. Su Yun, listen to this. This is what your son has to say. You don't want to come in. With a useless father and a disgraceful son, our Su family doesn't want you at the door either. Su Mei said angrily. Su Yun's expression darkened, as she did not expect her elder sister to speak so harshly about her son and husband. Alright, Mei, let's stop here. Since Su Yun's family has arrived, let's go upstairs first. At this moment, Zhou Wenjie hurriedly intervened. Yi Cheng-wen also said, what my brother-in-law said is right. Let's go upstairs first. What right do you have to speak? Su Mei glared at Zhou Wenjie and Yi Cheng-wen. Under Su Mei's imposing gaze, the two lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Fourth brother, let's go upstairs first. The family is all inside and the kids are there too. Su Mei snorted, coldly grabbing Su Yun's hand and walking into the hotel. Brother-in-law, elder sister's temper is still so fiery, Yi Cheng-wen said with a sigh of relief after Su Mei walked away. Zhou Wenjie awkwardly smiled. It's fine, this is my nephew, right? If you have any difficulties, just tell my sister-in-law. I can help if I can. Let's go in first. After saying that, he led Yi Ziming and the others into the hotel. Following behind Zhou Wenjie, Yi Ziming shook his head slightly. The women of the Su family were all strong-willed, and Zhou Wenjie and the others were oppressed to the point where they didn't dare to resist. He was grateful that his mother's temperament was so good, otherwise his father's life would undoubtedly be filled with hardship. Just as Yi Ziming and the others were going upstairs, Qian Maocai, the general manager of Xinghua Hotel, passed by. Upon seeing Yi Ziming, his expression changed. Is this Mr. Yi? He hurriedly took out his phone and pulled up a photo which was indeed of Yi Ziming. What Yi Ziming did not know was that after he performed acupuncture on Fang Guomin, last time Fang Guomin had sent his photo to all the managers of the properties and instructed them to treat Yi Ziming as the most esteemed guest. Qian Maocai quickly took out his phone. In the back kitchen, prepare the best food and wine for me. I will personally deliver it later. Soon the three of them walked into the private room, where Su Yun was already chatting with her family. The Su sisters and the children sat together chatting while the husbands were chatting in a corner exchanging a few words from time. Nephew, I will take your dad over there to talk. Wendong, this is your aunt's child. Yi Ziming, you take good care of him. Zhou Wenjie shouted at a young man. The young man was Su Wendong, Zhou Wenjie's son. Since the latter was a son-in-law, his son had the surname Su. Yi Ziming, isn't that the one who likes to gamble? Su Wendong approached with two younger cousins and said disdainfully, "What are you saying? This is your aunt's husband. Quickly greet him," Zhou Wenjie said, glaring. "All right, Dad, I got it. Why are you glaring at me? Just go over there." Su Wendong waved his hand impatiently. Zhou Wenjie glared at Su Wendong once more and then left with Yi Qingwen. "Hey Yi Ziming, I heard your wife left because of your gambling. Is that true?" After Zhou Wenjie and the others left, Su Wendong asked. The two young men beside him looked at Yi Ziming with curiosity mixed with disdain. These were his second cousin, Su Jiming, and third cousin, Su Hongba. "What do you want to say?" Yi Ziming said. Su Wendong scoffed. "I meant to say you're useless. Even your wife ran away. I heard you lost all the family assets. How pathetic. Don't say that, big brother. The old aunt is coming home now, and he will also be a member of the Su family in the future," Su Jiming said sarcastically. "What Su family member? He has the surname Yi, not Su." "Yi Ziming, are you planning to change your surname?" Su Hongba asked. Yi Ziming replied indifferently, not planning to. "That's good. I certainly don't want a disgrace like you entering the Su family's door," Su Hongba said with a sneer. His words made Su Wendong and Su Jiming burst into laughter, their voices filled with mockery. At that moment, Su Mei waved her hand. "Wendong, come over here." Su Wendong walked over and Su Mei proudly held her son's hand, saying, "This is my son Wendong. He is outstanding and currently serves as the sales director of Xinhua Group. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't even be able to book a private room here. Wendong is great. I wish my Jiming could be like him. Wendong, don't forget your several cousins." Other members of the Su family hurriedly chimed in. Su Yun smiled and said, "Wendong is really impressive, very outstanding." Su Wendong said arrogantly, "And if you want to work at Xinhua Group, just mention my name. The Human Resources Department will give me face." As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Ziming and said, "Of course I can arrange for someone like Ziming, but only as a cleaner. You know how competitive Xinhua Group is. Those with a bad past cannot easily join the group. If he wants to play with money, he can come to me. I know Sun San and Pang Dehai from Xinhua Nightclub. They will give me a bit of..." Su Yun was still happy to hear the previous words, but the latter sentence left her stunned. "It's just Xinhua Group. Ooh, I can enter whenever I want. I don't need you." At that moment, Yi Ziming, who had been mostly silent, suddenly spoke up. His words left everyone momentarily stunned, and then they all burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. What did I just hear? You think you can just enter Xinhua Group? Do you think it's your family's company? Old for your kid is quite humorous." The Su sisters couldn't help but laugh. Su Yun also felt a bit embarrassed and whispered to Yi Ziming, "Ziming, what nonsense are you talking about?" Even if she didn't live in the city center, she knew the strength of Xinhua Group. It was one of the top groups in Jiangxing. "Mom, I'm not talking nonsense. I really can get into Xinhua Group whenever I want," Yi Ziming said helplessly. Su Wendong laughed and said, "Xinhua Group is not somewhere you can just enter. If you're not from the group, even if you go in to use the bathroom, someone will throw you out. Old for it seems you need to properly educate your son. One must be down to earth, not rely on lies to get by. Does he even have a job? If not, let Wendong introduce him to one," Su Mei said proudly. Before Su Yun could speak, Yi Ziming said, "He has a job showing houses." Su Mei smiled and said, "Showing houses isn't exactly a proper job. Wendong, why don't you arrange something for your cousin? A driver would be fine. Oh, I just saw that he drives quite well." "Mom, our group's drivers are all long-term employees, but we don't plan to hire new ones for now. Even if I got him in with his past actions, who would dare hire him? Let him be a cleaner then. The cleaner in our department retired a few days ago, so he has a chance to start working, earning 5,000 a month with breaks. Cousin, what do you think?" Su Wendong asked proudly. Su Mei quickly said, "Ziming, agree to this. We are family after all, but we can't just watch you suffer with a child. 5,000 a month is not bad. Although it's a cleaner, don't disdain it. What else can someone like you do?" Other members of the Su family also nodded in agreement, their disdain barely concealed. "Big sister, no need. Ziming is doing fine with showing houses," Su Yun said coldly. She couldn't ignore Su Mei's disdain for her son. At this moment, she had to protect him. Yi Ziming smiled and said, "Forget being a cleaner. I think the position of sales director is quite good. You want to be a director? Ha ha ha, you should look at yourself. Even if that position was given to you, could you sit in it? You should know your own weight." Su Mei scoffed. Su Wendong added, "I know my cousin has lofty ambitions, but you definitely can't sit in that director position. Do you know Fong Yaolao?" However, after saying this, he felt a bit regretful. Why mention Fong Yaolao? Someone like Yi Ziming probably wouldn't even know who that was. "I know she is the vice president of Xinhua Group," Yi Ziming said calmly. "You actually know her?" Su Wendong was a bit surprised, then even more proudly said, "I was personally promoted by Vice President Fong. No one in Xinhua Group can take my position away." "Son, what kind of person is your company's vice president to value you so much?" Su Mei asked in surprise. It was the first time she heard her son talk about work. "She is the most beautiful woman in our company, and she rarely interacts with men. I can say I'm the youngest man she's ever interacted with." Su Wendong laughed. "Cousin, does your vice president have a crush on you?" Su Jiming couldn't help but ask. I think she must be interested in you, cousin. Who wouldn't be charmed by someone as excellent as you? Su Hongba also chimed in. Where I'm not excellent enough to match the vice president, Su Wendong humbly said, but a smile that couldn't be concealed appeared on his face. Su Mei said proudly, Wendong, such opportunities are rare, you must seize them. If Fang Yaolao really likes my son, wouldn't our family be soaring to great heights? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Yi Ziming, feeling disdain in her heart. This kid, who only knows how to play with money, is far inferior to her son. At that moment, the door to the private room opened and Qian Maokai personally pushed in the dining cart. Su Wendong hurried over. Manager Qian, why did you personally bring the food and drinks? He is Qian Maokai, the general manager of Xinghua Hotel. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then immediately Su Jiming couldn't help but say, I've heard that the general manager of Xinghua Hotel holds a very high status, usually never shows up, and only appears when important figures are present. But even when he appears, he only toasts. Today, personally pushing a food cart is absolutely the first time. Hearing Su Jiming's words, everyone looked at Su Wendong with eyes full of envy. The general manager personally pushing a food cart. Su Wendong's face is too great. I wish I could be like my cousin in the future. That would be so impressive. Su Hongba couldn't help but say. Hearing their words, Su Mai's smile grew even brighter. Having such a son really gave her face. Su Yan looked at this scene, envy in her eyes, as she wished Qian Maokai had come for her son. But soon she cast the thought out of her mind. Yi Ziming had reformed now. Although he was just a caretaker, as long as he lived peacefully from now on, that was enough. Thinking this, the envy in her eyes diminished. Director Su, you're here too. Also here for Mr. Yi. Qian Maokai was somewhat surprised to see Su Wendong. Manager Qian, I don't understand. Our family is having a gathering. There's no Mr. Yi you mentioned. Su Wendong was taken aback and asked subconsciously, you're not here for me. No, I'm here for Mr. Yi. Director Su, don't you know Mr. Yi? Qian Maokai asked doubtfully. Su Wendong shook his head. I don't know. Is there an important figure here, surnamed Yi? Of course. He'll talk to you later. Been going to see Mr. Yi. Next time he'll entertain you properly. Qian Maokai smiled, pushed the food cart, and walked into the private room. Su Wendong was shocked. Then it seemed he thought of something, and he looked incredulously at Yi Ziming in the private room. Could that important figure be him? But soon he shook his head, cursing himself for being muddled. Yi Ziming was just a gambling scumbag. How could he be an important figure? Maybe Qian Maokai had made a mistake. Qian Maokai pushed the cart closer and closer. Everyone in the private room fell silent, but their faces were full of pride. The general manager of Xinghua Hotel personally delivering food with a cart. This was something others couldn't get, all thanks to Su Wendong. Their Su family had produced a true dragon among men. Under the gaze of everyone, Qian Maokai stopped. He walked up to Yi Ziming and said respectfully, Mr. Yi, I am Qian Maokai, general manager of Xinghua Hotel. This is a token of our hotel's esteem. Please accept it. Boom. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Su family felt a thunderbolt from a clear sky. They looked at Yi Ziming and Qian Maokai in disbelief, their eyes full of shock. They hadn't expected Qian Maokai to be here for Yi Ziming. Su Wendong stared wide-eyed at the scene. Yi Ziming was that important figure. How could it be? Yi Ziming said calmly, have you seen me before? No, I haven't. Qian Maokai shook his head, but I have a photo of you. The two spoke softly, so softly that others couldn't hear what they were saying. Just then Su Mei couldn't help but say, Manager Qian, you say you're here for Yi Ziming. That's impossible. Beside her, Su Yun and her husband also looked at Qian Maokai incredulously. They too couldn't believe the scene before them. Right, Manager Qian, how could Yi Ziming be an important figure? He's just a scumbag who only knows how to gamble. You must have mistaken him. Su Wendong quickly walked over and said. He didn't believe Yi Ziming's status was higher than his. Absolutely not. Shut up, Mr. Yi is a distinguished guest of our Xinghua Hotel. You cannot afford to offend him. Qian Maokai said angrily. What a joke. Yi Ziming was a guest of the chairman. If he offended him, there would be no good outcome for himself. Manager Qian, you must be mistaken. Yi Ziming, you'd better tell Manager Qian your identity, or I won't let you off. You'll lose that janitor job too. Su Wendong said angrily. Janitor? Nonsense. What do you want Mr. Yi to do? Su Wendong, I tell you, Mr. Yi is not only my distinguished guest, but also the chairman's guest. If you offend Mr. Yi, not only me, but even you, the sales director, will be fired. Apologize to Mr. Yi immediately. If you make Mr. Yi unhappy, I will report today's incident to the chairman. Qian Maokai said angrily. For a moment, everyone in the private room fell silent. They looked at Yi Ziming as if they were looking at a monster. A scumbag who only knows how to gamble could alarm the chairman of Xinghua Group. What a joke. Manager Qian. Su Wendong looked at Qian Maokai incredulously. He still couldn't believe Yi Ziming was that important figure. It seems you don't intend to apologize. Then there's no choice. They'll have to report this to the chairman. Qian Maokai shook his head and said. Just then a burst of laughter came. Ha ha ha, Dr. You're here too. What a coincidence. Fang Guomin walked in quickly, laughing heartily. Chairman Dong. Su Wendong stared in utter disbelief as Fang Guomin strode briskly into the room. Behind him entered Fang Yaorao, draped in a sleek black gown, her delicate face as cold and unyielding as frost. Fong Guomin advanced with commanding presence, his aura so formidable that no one dared utter a single word. Mr. Fong, what brings you here? Yi Ziming asked, genuinely surprised. Qian Maokai informed me, and coincidentally I was handling matters at Xinghua Hotel, so I dropped by to see for myself. Fong Guomin replied, glancing briefly at Qian Maokai. You haven't slighted my guest, have you? Rest assured, Chairman. I personally delivered every dish to Mr. Yi. Qian Maokai hurriedly assured him. Fong Guomin nodded. Master Physician Yi is an esteemed guest of mine. If you show him the slightest disrespect, consider your position terminated. With those words still hanging in the air, Su Wendong lost his footing entirely and collapsed onto the floor. Terror seized him, absolute paralyzing fear. If Fong Guomin could dismiss a hotel general manager for failing Yi Ziming, he could just as easily dismiss a sales department director. Recalling his earlier insults toward Yi Ziming, he longed to strike himself twice across the face. To suggest Yi Ziming take up janitorial work was nothing short of courting death. The entire Su family stood stunned, their ears refusing to believe what they'd just heard. In Fong Guomin's eyes, Yi Ziming held extraordinary significance. Su Mei watched the scene in dazed silence. Moments earlier she'd praised Su Wendong like a blossoming lotus, yet within minutes Yi Ziming had reduced him to dust. She couldn't fathom it. How could Yi Ziming, a reckless, money-obsessed prodigal, possibly command such esteem from Fong Guomin? Brothers Su Jiming and Su Hongba instinctively swallowed hard. They'd assumed their elder cousin was the true VIP, only to realize the man they'd mocked moments before, Yi Ziming, was the real powerhouse. Will he retaliate against us? The brothers exchanged a glance, eyes wide with dread. Master Physician Yi, why didn't you inform Yara you were visiting Xinghua Hotel? I would have prepared everything in advance, Fong Guomin continued. This is a family gathering. I didn't wish to trouble you, Mr. Fong. Yi Ziming replied with a calm, faint smile. Trouble? Nonsense. And calling me Mr. Fong feels too distant. How about this, you call me elder brother Fong, and I'll call you younger brother Yi. Fong Guomin suggested. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Elder brother Fong. These are my parents, Yi Ziming said, introducing Yi Chengwen and his wife. Elder brother, elder sister. What a fine son you've raised. So young, yet already a master of medicine, Fong Guomin remarked warmly. Mr. Fong. Pleased to meet you, pleased to meet you. Yi Chengwen and his wife stammered in unison. Their hearts fluttered with nervous tension. This was their first encounter with someone of Fong Guomin's stature, yet pride swelled within them, for Yi Ziming had granted them unparalleled dignity. Father time's nearly up. Uncle Zhang must be growing impatient. Fong Yaorao approached and murmured beside Fong Guomin. I understand. Younger brother Yi, I'm off to visit an old friend. Would you care to join me? Fong Guomin invited. He intended to introduce Yi Ziming to that long-time acquaintance, an introduction he deemed essential. Very well. It's rather dull here. I'll accompany you to see what unfolds. Yi Ziming nodded. The three departed amid easy laughter. Qian Maokai followed closely behind, leaving the Su family frozen in silent shock inside the private dining chamber. Who would have imagined? Ziming knows someone of such stature. Yi Chengwen exclaimed, gazing upon the Su family's stupefied expressions, and feeling at last a surge of vindicated pride. Humph, Fong Guomin must have been deceived. Su Mei scoffed coldly. Elder sister, please refrain from speaking rashly. Su Yun interjected, mildly exasperated. Rash? Did you hear what Fong Guomin called him? Master Physician Yi. Does your good-for-nothing son even possess medical skill? Su Mei retorted sharply. Yi Chengwen and his wife fell silent, dumbfounded. Indeed, they had no idea Yi Ziming practiced. See, even you didn't know? Yi Ziming is surely a fraud. Aren't there countless charlatans today masquerading as traditional Chinese physicians? Fong Guomin has undoubtedly fallen victim to deception. Su Mei declared with unwavering conviction. Mother's right, it must be so. Otherwise, how could that wastrel possibly know the chairman? I'll report this to the chairman immediately and expose Yi Ziming's scam. Su Wendong's eyes lit up as he eagerly concurred. Meanwhile, as mother and son speculated, Yi Ziming accompanied Fong Guomin into an opulent private suite. Inside the suite sat a middle-aged man in his 50s, idly turning a delicate purple clay teapot in his hands. Beside him stood an elderly man clad in an elegant antique robe, and a young woman. The elder wore an air of quiet arrogance, yet his gaze kept drifting, uncontrollably, toward the woman's. She possessed exquisite features, draped in a fiery red gown, reclining languidly in her chair. Her posture revealed slender, shapely legs, and her graceful, alluring figure radiated irresistible charm. Old Fong, why so tardy? Who's this young man? Your son-in-law, teased the man seated in the chair. Upon hearing those words, the woman in the crimson gown brightened, her eyes scanning Yi Ziming up and down, as if seeking to pierce through his very essence. I wish he were, but alas, he isn't. Enough banter. Why did you summon me so urgently today? Fong Guomin settled into a chair and asked. Yi Ziming instinctively glanced at Fong Yaorao, but her expression remained utterly impassive. I heard Miss Fong's lumbar injury remains unresolved, so I brought in a renowned physician from afar specially to treat her condition, the middle-aged man explained with a smile. Mr. Fong, you arrived late. The young lady's ailment has already been cured, Fong Guomin replied. Still allow me to examine her, Mr. Fong. With so many quacks practicing medicine these days, we must ensure Miss Fong's recovery is thorough, no lingering complications. At that moment, the elderly man, whose countenance bore a subtle hauteur, spoke up unexpectedly. The old man's words left everyone stunned. They hadn't anticipated such a statement from him. Fong woman glanced at him and said, "Old Jiang, who is he?" "This is the divine Dr. Gongsun Song I invited. He has been taking care of my health recently," Old Jiang replied, his face beaming with health. Old Jiang is Jiang Durong, the chairman of Mingwei Group. The young woman beside him is his daughter Jiang Linyue. Yi Ziming glanced at Gongsun Song, but did not linger on him, instead focusing on Jiang Durong. "I see. However, Fong Yaolao's waist injury has improved significantly, so there's no need for a consultation." Fong woman knew that allowing Gongsun Song to treat Fong Yaolao would be a slap in Yi Ziming's face, and he wanted to maintain a good relationship with Yi Ziming, so he couldn't agree. "Old Fong, are you really that confident in that doctor? I recall you couldn't sleep for nights on end worrying about Yaolao. Who is that doctor? Recommend him to me one day." Jiang Durong smiled and said, "No need to wait. Yi, I can introduce you right now. Young Master Yi is a rare and esteemed physician. It was he who treated Yaolao's waist injury," Fong woman said, patting Yi Ziming on the shoulder. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Durong's eyes. This young man turned out to be a doctor. What surprised him even more was that Fong woman actually called him Young Master Yi, which was unusual, as Fong woman had never treated a young person this way. At that moment, Gongsun Song sneered, "In this world, anyone who knows a bit of medicine dares to call themselves a divine doctor. Fong, you need to open your eyes, and be careful not to be deceived by some people." Fong woman frowned slightly. "Are you questioning me?" Gongsun Song replied, "In business, I cannot compare to you, but in medicine, I possess greater authority. I heard from Chairman Jiang that Miss Fong has seen many Western doctors without success, so I assume you treated her using traditional Chinese medicine." "That's correct." Fong Yaolao nodded slightly. Upon hearing Fong Yaolao's response, Gongsun Song's smile grew more confident. "Everyone here knows that traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the accumulation of time, yet this young man is under 30. How much medical experience can he possibly have? I can assure you he is a fraud, certainly deceiving Miss Fong with some method. You must not trust him, otherwise her waist injury will worsen." "Old Fong, what Gongsun the divine doctor says is correct. This matter cannot be taken lightly." Jiang Durong was alarmed by Gongsun Song's words and hurriedly advised, "Uncle Jiang, I appreciate your concern, but I trust Yi Ziming." Fong Yaolao said coldly. Her words made Jiang Linjiu's eyes shine brighter as she shifted her gaze between Yi Ziming and Fong Yaolao, seemingly trying to discern something. "I also believe in young Master Yi." "Old Jiang, rest assured, I am confident," Fong woman said. He had witnessed Yi Ziming's medical skills firsthand and knew how formidable he truly was. "Kid, may I ask which school you belong to?" Gongsun Song huffed coldly upon seeing Fong Gumin's and his daughter's unwavering faith in Yi Ziming. "I have no school or sect." Gongsun Song sneered. "Without a school or sect, how did you learn Chinese medicine? How dare you treat people? Kid, do you have a medical license?" "No." Yi Ziming shook his head. "Without even a medical license, you are nothing but a fraud." "Fong, look, he has revealed his..." Gongsun Song shouted loudly. "Young Master Yi, you do not have a medical license?" Fong woman asked in surprise. "I have never obtained one," Yi Ziming replied calmly. "What a ridiculous notion of a medical license. If it weren't for Yi Ziming being reborn into this body, the original owner was merely a spendthrift who knew nothing but to waste money. I will have Yaolao help you obtain one, lest others gossip," Fong woman remarked. His words left Gongsun Song utterly dumbfounded. Shouldn't Fong woman be furious and kick that kid out? What was happening now? Not only Gongsun Song, but even Jiang Durong was perplexed. Old Fong seemed a bit off. Why was he defending that Yi Ziming so fervently? "Dad, I believe in Uncle Feng's judgment. He wouldn't mistake someone." Just then Jiang Linyue, who had been silent, spoke up. As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Ziming and boldly threw him a foot. Yi Ziming remained unmoved, though he sensed that Fong Yaolao's aura had grown significantly colder. "Fong, what spell has he cast on you? There are too many quacks these days, and even more who flaunt themselves as divine doctors. Moreover, he doesn't even have a medical license. You should have him thrown in jail." Gongsun Song could no longer restrain himself, angrily rebuking. Fong woman frowned and was about to speak when Yi Ziming interjected. "You are right. There are too many quacks. For instance, you are one of them." Gongsun Song shouted, "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be a quack?" Yi Ziming retorted, "Did you treat Chairman Jiang's recent health issues with traditional Chinese medicine?" "Yes, so what?" Gongsun Song replied proudly. "Ginseng Yam Shisandra and He Shou Wu, I presume these are the tonics you prescribed, right?" Yi Ziming continued, "Indeed, that's the prescription I provided. Chairman Jiang needs to nourish his body. Is there The medicine is indeed correct, but Chairman Jiang has a yang constitution and is already vigorous. What are you trying to do by prescribing so many yang-boosting herbs? Moreover, I have observed that Chairman Jiang has a heart condition. If he takes this medicine for an extended period, it may lead to cardiac arrest. He could die within 10 minutes. Are you nurturing or committing murder?" Yi Ziming looked at Gongsun Song and asked coldly, "Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? The medicine I prescribed is definitely fine. I advise you to understand what traditional Chinese medicine is before talking to me," Gongsun Song said angrily. However, amidst his rage, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Could it be that this kid actually saw the problem in his prescription? Impossible. A kid who hasn't even grown all his hair cannot possibly see the problem. Dr. Yi, I've had someone check the effects of these medicines, and there are indeed no issues. Zhang Durong frowned slightly. Given his status, he would definitely check carefully before taking any medicine, confirming that there were no issues before using it. Yi Ziming's words made him suspect whether Fang Guomin had been deceived. Brother Yi, what exactly is going on? Fang Guomin asked as he trusted Yi Ziming more when it came to medical skill. Yi Ziming replied coolly, if President Jiang doesn't believe me, you can press on your tiger mouth, and after 2 minutes you will understand what I mean. President Jiang, you can't listen to him. Your body has been nurtured by me. If you listen to the quack and something goes wrong, I won't take responsibility. Yi Ziming's words made Gong Sun Song feel somewhat guilty. Everyone present was sharp. How could they not know where the problem lay? It's just pressing on the tiger mouth. Does Gong Sun, the divine doctor, need to be so anxious? At this moment, Jiang Lunyue suddenly spoke. Her words made Yi Ziming instinctively glance at her. This woman had only said 2 sentences from beginning to end, yet each one had a decisive effect. Jiang Lunyue seemed to sense Yi Ziming's gaze and winked at him, exuding an invisible charm. Yi Ziming remained unmoved, but he was puzzled about what this woman was trying to do. Lunyue is right. Why is Gong Sun, the divine doctor, so nervous? Zhang Durong asked, glancing at Gong. I'm not nervous. I just don't want to see President Jiang have an accident, Gong Sun Song hurriedly explained. However, despite saying this, he was anxious inside. If he pressed on the tiger mouth, his entire plan would be exposed. Zhang Durong gently pressed on his tiger mouth. In less than 2 minutes, his face turned red, filled with pain, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Dad, old Jiang, Zhang Lunyue, and Fang Guomin were taken aback and hurried over to support Zhang Durong. Brother Yi, what is going on? Fang Guomin asked urgently. Yang fire attacking the heart. He has taken too many tonics recently. The Higu acupoint in the tiger mouth is stimulated, activating the medicinal properties, causing the consequences to manifest prematurely. Yi Ziming replied calmly. Upon hearing Yi Ziming's words, Zhang Lunyue raised her brows and turned to Gong Sun Song, saying, You give me an explanation. But at this moment, everyone realized that Gong Sun Song had already run to the door. Kid, I will remember this matter. I will repay this grudge sooner or later. Gong Sun Song said angrily. His meticulously prepared plan was ruined by Yi Ziming. Trying to escape. A cold glint flashed in Yi Ziming's eyes as he prepared to throw out 2 silver needles, just as Fang Yaolao stepped forward. Being closest to Gong Sun Song, she quickly blocked his path. Little girl, get out of the way. Gong Sun Song shouted. He did not believe a woman could stop him. Fang Yaolao looked at Gong Sun Song, expressionlessly reached out, seized his arm, and executed a powerful shoulder throw. Thud. Gong Sun Song fell to the ground, dizzy and unable to move. Brother Yi, quickly save old Jiang. Fang Guomin hurriedly said. Yi Ziming nodded and casually inserted a silver needle into Zhang Durong's head. Soon the redness in Zhang Durong's face faded, and the look of pain gradually diminished. Yi Ziming said, President Jiang's body has been overtoned, injuring the essence. For the next 6 months, eat less meat and more vegetables and fruits, and rest well. Thank you, divine Dr. Yi. Zhang Lunyue quickly nodded. Not long after, Zhang Durong regained consciousness from his stupor. Looking at the blood before him, his expression darkened. He hadn't expected his body to end up like this. He looked at the captured Gong Sun Song and angrily said, Gong Sun Song, why did you do this to me? He had spent a fortune inviting him from afar, yet he intended to harm him. For money, of course. This prescription was obtained from my master, and it's fine for ordinary people to take it. Who knew you would have such a strong reaction? Gong Sun Song said to Zhang Durong. Then why did you run? Fang Yaolao said coldly. Nonsense. If something goes wrong, I will definitely run. If you send me to the police station, I will be finished. Gong Sun Song hurriedly said. He's lying. Yi Ziming spoke up at this moment. He was certain that Gong Sun Song knew about Zhang Durong's condition after taking the medicine, and when people lie, they usually look to the upper left, which Gong Sun Song had just done. What else could it be but money? Kid, this time I've fallen into your hands. The mountain doesn't turn, the water does. Gong Sun Song said angrily. Yi Ziming said nothing but inserted a silver needle into Gong Sun Song's neck. Kid, what are you doing? Gong Sun Song looked at Yi Ziming warily. But the next second, Gong Sun Song's face twisted in agony as veins bulged on his neck and forehead, as if he were enduring tremendous pain. What did you do? Gong Sun Song shouted in pain. Yi Ziming remained unmoved, using a unique technique that allowed him to inflict intense pain on Gong Sun Song with just 1 silver needle. Oh, kid, I won't spare you. Gong Sun Song wailed in agony. After a few more seconds, he couldn't hold back anymore. I was wrong, he'll tell you everything. It's 6th master, he told me to do this. As soon as Gong Sun Song's words fell, a frost-like expression appeared on Fang Guomin and the others' faces. Yi Ziming pulled the silver needle from Gong Sun Song's neck and looked at Fang Guomin and the others. Who is this? Fang Guomin and Zhang Durong both wore grim expressions, a sight that slightly surprised Yi Ziming. Few individuals in Jiangcheng could provoke such a reaction from men of their stature. Just who then was this 6th master? Speak, what exactly transpired? Zhang Durong demanded coldly. The 6th master offered me 5 million yuan to undermine your health, So I resorted to this scheme. Gongsun Song spoke with his head bowed. Despicable. Unable to best him fairly in open competition, Duan Heng has resorted to underhanded tactics. Jiang Durong thundered, fury blazing in his voice. Fong Woman asked, Old Jiang, shall I lend a hand? Jiang Durong shook his head. No need. He still lacks the power to harm me. Who is this sixth master? Yi Ziming inquired. Little brother, you've never heard of the sixth master? Zhang Lingyue stared at him in disbelief, her wide eyes brimming with astonishment. Yi Ziming sighed helplessly. Indeed, I have no idea who he is. The sixth master is the chairman of Pinghai Chamber of Commerce. His enterprises span Jiangqing, and his influence rivals that of Xinhua Group. At that moment, Fong Yaorao interjected. Oh, you finally deigned to speak. I'd begun to think you'd taken a vow of silence. Jiang Lingyue chuckled. Fong Yaorao acted as though she hadn't heard a word, and didn't so much as glance at Jiang Lingyue. Enough. You two bicker the moment you meet. Yaorao, please escort brother Yi back first. Fong Woman said. Fong Yaorao nodded, cast a brief glance at Yi Ziming, and strode out of the private dining room ahead of them. Father, I'll accompany Chief Physician Yi myself. Leave Gongsun Song to the bodyguards. As she spoke, Jiang Lingyue summoned 2 bodyguards to restrain Gongsun Song, and hurried after them. Yi Ziming followed Fong Yaorao out of the private room. An awkward silence hung between them. Yi Ziming remained silent. Fong Yaorao uttered not a single word. Little brother, wait for me. Jiang Lingyue called out, sprinting over. Her voluptuous figure radiated irresistible allure. Miss Jiang, why are you here? Yi Ziming asked. Oh, how formal you are. Our relationship isn't so distant. Call me Big Sister Lingyue, she laughed softly. Big Sister Lingyue. That title stuck in Yi Ziming's throat. He simply couldn't bring himself to say it. He glanced at Fong Yaorao, who stood impassive, her face frozen as if Jiang Lingyue weren't even there. Just then Yi Ziming felt his arm go slack. Jiang Lingyue had slipped hers through his, pressing close. Then call me however you call her. She leaned into his ear, whispering, and exhaled gently against his skin. Then Miss Jiang is perfectly appropriate. Yi Ziming calmly withdrew his arm. Jiang Lingyue blinked, clapped a hand over her mouth to stifle a laugh, and pointed at Fong Yaorao with her right hand. Surely you don't address her as Miss Fong either. Yi Ziming remained silent. His silence an unspoken confirmation. No wonder. She's always so frigid, like a block of ice. Who'd willingly keep company with her? Little brother, how about joining me instead? The perks would far surpass hers, and she left the sentence unfinished, merely licking her crimson lips, a gesture dripping with seduction. You're not busy elsewhere. Why linger here? Yi Ziming opened his mouth, but Fong Yaorao suddenly cut in. Her voice was glacial, impatience edged every syllable. Fong Yaorao herself couldn't explain why Jiang Lingyue's behavior toward Yi Ziming stirred an unexpected surge of irritation, compelling her to speak. Jiang Lingyue narrowed her eyes. Fong Yaorao, what business is it of yours how I speak with my little brother? Fong Yaorao offered no reply, only let her aura grow colder still, enveloping Yi Ziming in an almost physical chill. You two carry on. I'll take my leave. Yi Ziming knew staying was perilous. He refused to become a pawn in their rivalry, and turned to depart. Leaving so soon, little brother? Well, I'd flee too with such an icy statue standing beside us. Here's my contact information. Do stay in touch. Jiang Lingyue smoothed Yi Ziming's jacket, then deftly slipped her business card into his pocket. Just as Yi Ziming stepped away, he paused, and turned back toward Jiang Lingyue. What is it, little brother? Can't bear to part with big sister. Anything you desire, I'll grant it. She flashed Fong Yaorao a triumphant glance. Fong Yaorao's expression hardened, her frost-laced gaze locked onto Yi Ziming. Ignoring it entirely, Yi Ziming spoke calmly. Director Jiang, your consultation fee remains unpaid. 1 million yuan, please. Thank you. In this world, no physician treated patients for free, and Yi Ziming had a daughter to raise. Jiang Lingyue froze mid-breath. Fong Yaorao's glacial stare dissolved, and for the briefest instant a faint fleeting smile flickered across her delicate features. 5 minutes later, Yi Ziming sat in the driver's seat, watching his phone light up with the payment notification. Mingwei Group truly lived up to its reputation. Within a minute, 1 million yuan had cleared. Yi Chengwen and his wife had taken a taxi home. Glancing at the time, Yi Ziming realized kindergarten dismissal was imminent, and drove off to pick up Nian Yan. When Yi Ziming arrived, the kindergarten gates had just opened. Tang Huanqi emerged holding Nian Yan's hand. Drop me off at Apollo Western Restaurant afterward. Tang Huanqi said. Why there? Yi Ziming asked. This woman truly treated him as her personal chauffeur. To meet my university classmate, my closest friend since college. Tang Huanqi smiled. Yi Ziming nodded, and as he checked the rearview mirror, he noticed her face had paled sharply, signs of another impulse episode flaring up. Yi Ziming's brow furrowed. Have you taken the medicine prescribed by your uncle? To prevent the onset of the yin vein, Tang Huanqi had always taken the medicine prescribed by her uncle. The medicine was indeed effective, but after Tang Huanqi fell into the water last time, it no longer worked, and Yi Ziming suspected that her acquired yin vein might be related to the medicine her uncle prescribed. No, I listened to you, and didn't take anything recklessly. Hurry up and drive him in a hurry, Tang Huanqi said somewhat. Your face is pale, your spirit is low, and there is a trace of coldness between your brows. This is a sign of a yin vein relapse. You still say you haven't taken anything. Yi Ziming said coldly. Yi Ziming, why do you care so much? Do you really think you're a divine doctor? My uncle's medicine is specifically designed to suppress the yin vein, of course I have to take it. Tang Wanshi shot a glare at Yi Ziming. He initially didn't want to get involved, but in the end he still reached out his hand towards Tang Wanshi and said, give me the medicine. I won't give it to you. Tang Wanshi stubbornly replied. Let me see one. Yi Ziming said coldly. Upon hearing the change in Yi Ziming's tone, Tang Wanshi reluctantly took out a black pill from her pocket and placed it in Yi Ziming's hand. Yi Ziming took the pill and sniffed it. It was fine indeed, a medicine to suppress the yin vein. However, when he broke the pill open, Yi Ziming sneered inwardly, as expected. The pill is mixed with Jian grass. Jian grass belongs to the yin category and has the effect of neutralizing medicinal properties, but it also has one effect: it can stimulate the yin energy within the body. For normal people, taking it wouldn't cause any issues, but for someone like Tang Wanshi, who had an acquired yin vein, it was like consuming slow-acting poison. Tang Wanxi's uncle must have problems. So what? Can't you see anything? My uncle's medicine is definitely fine. Tang Wanshi said proudly. Yi Ziming asked, Wanshi, where does your uncle practice medicine? Why do you want to know that? I can't tell you. Tang Wanshi replied warily. Forget it, let's just say I didn't ask. Yi Ziming said. Since Tang Wanshi refused to say more, he didn't press further. He planned to figure out a way to resolve the excess yin energy in Tang Wanxi's body first, and as for completely addressing her acquired yin vein, that would take some time. Yi Ziming first drove to drop off Nian Nian at home, then he took Tang Wanshi to the Apollo Western restaurant. Just as Tang Wanshi was about to get out of the car, she saw a man and a woman walking past in front of the car. Isn't that Sheener? Why is she bringing a boyfriend? Tang Wanshi couldn't help but say as she looked at the man. Song Xin was Tang Wanxi's best friend from university, and their connection had never been severed. Originally, Tang Wanshi thought that Song Xin wanted to meet up just to catch up, but unexpectedly the latter brought her boyfriend. Yi Ziming, you have to come with me. I'm not going, I'm going home to keep Nian Nian company, Yi Ziming said indifferently. No, you have to go. Tang Wanshi was furious. Didn't this guy know how to help? Yi Ziming still refused, not going. If you don't go, I'll tell auntie that you're bullying me. Yi Ziming was speechless. Ever since his parents arrived, Tang Wanxi's status had risen dramatically. Yi Chengwen and Su Yun were her trump cards. Alright, I'll go. Yi Ziming had no choice but to agree. That's more like it, Tang Wanshi said triumphantly. The two of them got out of the car and walked into the Apollo restaurant, quickly spotting Song Xin and her boyfriend. Wanshi, over here. Song Xin also saw her and called out softly. Yi Ziming and Tang Wanshi hurried over and sat down opposite Song Xin. Sheener, it's been a long time. You little brat, you didn't even tell me you were bringing a boyfriend. Tang Wanshi complained as soon as she saw Song Xin. This isn't my boyfriend, it's just a friend. I specifically brought him today. Wanshi, this isn't your boyfriend, right? Song Xin's expression was somewhat tense, glancing involuntarily at the man beside her. No, he's also my friend, Tang Wanshi hurriedly explained. After hearing Tang Wanxi's explanation, Song Xin finally let out a sigh of relief. She patted her chest and said, good thing he's not your boyfriend, or that would have been awkward. Tang Wanshi was taken aback. Awkward? Song Xin smiled and introduced, this handsome guy beside me is Duan Tianyang. He's a genuine rich and handsome man, and I specifically saved him for you. What do you think? Isn't that thoughtful? Sheener, you want to introduce a boyfriend to me? Tang Wanxi's eyes widened. Hello, Miss Tang, I am Duan Tian. Duan Tianyang had a proud look on his face, extending his hand to shake hands with Tang Wanshi. Oh, hello. Tang Wanshi was taken aback and reached out to shake his hand. But just as she wanted to withdraw her hand, she found it firmly grasped by Duan Tianyang. I look even better than in the photos, and my skin is nice too. I really like it. Song Xin, I'm very satisfied with your introduction this time. A glimmer of heat flashed in Duan Tianyang's eyes. What are you doing? Let go. Tang Wanshi tried to pull her hand away, but she was no match for Duan Tianyang's strength. Not bad, I like it. 3 million, how about you accompany me for 3 months? Such a gem is hard to come by, Duan Tianyang said lewdly. Song Xin also tried to persuade her from the side. Wanshi, if you follow young Master Duan, you'll definitely have a good life. If you make him comfortable, who knows, he might even support you long term. Think about it carefully, 3 million. With your salary as a teacher, when will you be able to earn that much money? Recently, she encountered some difficulties and borrowed 2 million from Duan Tianyang, but couldn't pay it back. By chance, Duan Tianyang saw a photo of Tang Wanshi and told Song Xin that as long as she introduced Tang Wanshi to him, he would waive her 2 million debt. With no choice, Song Xin could only agree. Duan Tianyang's face was filled with pride. Bastard, let go of her. Yi Ziming, why aren't you helping? Tang Wanshi hurriedly said. At that moment, Yi Ziming reached out and grabbed Duan Tianyang's wrist, applying slight pressure. Let her go. Observing Yi Ziming's cheap casual attire, Duan Tianyang's face curled into a disdainful smirk. Let go of her, or I won't hesitate to break your hand. Duan Tianyang's voice was soft, yet brimming with menace. The arrogance on his face remained, his gaze icy, as if breaking someone's hand was a trivial matter. It is you who should let go, Yi Ziming retorted, coldly tightening his grip slightly. A creaking sound emanated from Duan Tianyang's wrist. Duan Tianyang's expression changed as he felt Yi Ziming's hand clamp down like iron pincers. A sharp pain shot through his wrist, forcing him to release Tang Wang's hand hastily, lest his wrist be crushed. Once Duan Tianyang released his hold, Yi Ziming saw no reason to persist. But at that moment Duan Tianyang seized a bottle of red wine from a passing waiter's tray and smashed it toward Yi Ziming's head. Yi Ziming sidestepped, dodging the bottle. With a loud crash, wine splattered everywhere, staining his clothes. "What do you think you're doing? Ziming, are you alright?" Tang Wanshi exclaimed, alarmed by Duan Tianyang's sudden assault, as she anxiously inspected Yi Ziming. He shook his head, signaling he was fine, while fixing an icy stare on Duan Tianyang. Duan Tianyang sneered, "No one threatens me. Not even my own father. Kid, you've ruined my mood for fun. What do you think I should do with you?" Yi Ziming uttered indifferently, "Are you seeking death?" "Huh. Excellent. It's been a long time since anyone dared speak to me like that. You're the first." Duan Tianyang burst into laughter. "Hey, do you know who Master Duan is? He's the general manager of Pinghai Chamber of Commerce and the son of Lord Six. Do you realize the consequences of speaking to Master Duan like that? Won't you persuade your friend quickly? If Master Duan gets angry, your friend won't fare well." Song Xin, standing nearby, was startled and urged Tang Wanshi to dissuade Yi Ziming from causing trouble. Yi Ziming's mind stirred. Lord Six wasn't that the person Gongsun Song had mentioned. Tang Wanshi was also taken aback, fully aware of the Pinghai Chamber of Commerce's influence. She quickly pleaded, "Ziming, don't bother with him. Let's just leave." "Leave? Well, see if you can." Duan Tianyang waved his hand, and two black-suited bodyguards entered the restaurant, sealing off all escape routes. "Duan Tianyang, what exactly are you trying to do?" Tang Wanshi snapped. Duan Tianyang narrowed his eyes. "What? I want you to accompany me. As for this punk, let him kneel and apologize, call me grandpa a couple of times. Maybe you'll be in a good mood, and let him off." Tang Wanshi bit her lip, remaining silent. Song Xin quickly interjected. "Wanshi women are just for such things. What's the harm in keeping Master Duan company? Besides, if you please him, he'll treat you well. Who knows, you might rise from obscurity to fortune. He'll join you if you want. How about it, Master Duan?" Song Xin, who considered herself attractive, had always sought to latch onto influential men like Duan Tianyang. How could she pass up such a golden opportunity? "Your proposal is intriguing. If you both cooperate, I promise to treat you well," Duan Tianyang said with a smile. Song Xin clung tightly to Duan Tianyang's arm, casting a contemptuous glance at Yi Ziming. How could his status compare to Duan Tianyang's? With a single wave from Duan Tianyang, his two bodyguards could beat Yi Ziming to death. "So beautiful, what's your decision? Come with me now, or wait until I have him crippled." Duan Tianyang sneered at Tang Wanshi. She bit her red lips. "Dream on. Then I'm sorry. You two cripple him." Duan Tianyang waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards to move in. Just then Jiang Lingyue, dressed in a flowing red gown, strode in from outside the restaurant with a dozen bodyguards. The woman exuded an irresistible allure that captivated anyone who laid eyes on her. Judging by Duan Tianyang's reaction, his gaze fixed on her with burning intensity, it was evident. Jiang Lingyue sauntered over to Yi Ziming, her delicate hand looping around his neck as she cooed, "Little brother, we meet again." Duan Tianyang was taken aback, not expecting Yi Ziming to know Jiang Lingyue. Tang Wanshi, however, glared with hostility, her face darkening at the sight of their intimate proximity. Yi Ziming removed Jiang Lingyue's hand. "Why are you here? Little brother, you're so cold to me. You weren't like this with Feng Yaorao." Jiang Lingyue pouted, feigning a pitiful expression that stirred a warmth in anyone who saw it. Tang Wanshi clenched her teeth, glaring at Yi Ziming. Who was this Feng Yaorao? Yi Ziming remained unmoved, as if he hadn't noticed. "Alright, I'll stop teasing you. My father was set up by some people, so I naturally need to keep an eye on their movements. Coincidentally, this place is under the Bright Moon Group's umbrella," Jiang Lingyue explained in a low voice. "Miss Jiang, long time no see. So this punk has been so arrogant because he has you as his backing. Miss Jiang, is it worth antagonizing me, Duan Tianyang, over a nobody like him?" Duan Tianyang, having missed their conversation, sneered. Jiang Lingyue's face turned cold. "Duan Tianyang, if you dare lay a finger on little brother Yi today, they'll make sure you never leave the Apollo restaurant." Duan Tianyang's expression darkened, as he did not expect Jiang Lingyue to go this far for Yi Ziming. He squinted at Jiang Lingyue and said, "Are you threatening me?" Jiang Lingyue smiled seductively. "You can think of it that way." As her words fell, the 10 or so bodyguards behind her stepped forward in unison, a tremendous pressure bearing down on Duan Tianyang. Duan Tianyang's eyelids twitched. He had brought too few people this time, and if a fight broke out, he would surely be outmatched. Others say Jiang Durong's daughter is talented and beautiful, while the beauty is evident her talent is truly lacking. Duan Tianyang sneered. "If Jiang Durong knew you were standing up for such a person, I wonder how he would feel." Jiang Lingyue's pretty face flashed with a hint of coldness. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Duan Tianyang chuckled. "Miss Jiang, please do not be angry this time. I will spare his life. Kid, we have plenty of time. We will meet again." He added, "At that time, I will let you see how I play with the women around you, and you will realize that Duan Tianyang is not someone you can offend." Duan Tianyang's face bore a cruel expression. He feared Jiang Lingyue, but had no such qualms about Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming, I advise you to kneel and apologize to young Master Duan. Song Xian would not let such a good opportunity slip by. She wanted to repay the money she owed Duan Tianyang while also getting close to him. Young Master Duan is not an ordinary person. His power is beyond your imagination. Even if you do not care for yourself, you should think of Huanqi. Do you really want her to suffer because of you? She looked coldly at Yi Ziming and said, I am Huangxi's best friend, and I must protect her. I cannot just watch her be pushed into the fire. Song Xian stopped talking. I will never agree to that. She actually had the face to say such things when it was she who had pushed herself into the fire. After speaking, Tang Huanqi reached out and wrapped her arm around Yi Ziming's, as if declaring her ownership. Zhang Linyue looked on in surprise, scanning Tang Huanqi with an indescribable emotion in her eyes. Huanqi, why won't you listen? If you follow my advice, you won't have to worry about your future. Haven't you seen young Master Duan's strength by now? Do you really think Yi Ziming is a match for him? Song Xian glanced at Yi Ziming disdainfully and said, right now Yi Ziming is arrogant because of Zhang Linjue's help, but can she support him forever? Though she did not know why Zhang Linyue would help Yi Ziming, she was certain that Yi Ziming held no status in Zhang Linjue's eyes. Once Zhang Linyue stopped caring for him, he would be at the mercy of others. Duan Tianyang possessed hundreds of billions in assets far beyond what a mere Yi Ziming could compare to. Enough, Song Xian. From today on we are like strangers. Tang Huanqi said with a cold face. Huanqi, you. Song Xin's expression changed, then she gritted her teeth and looked at Yi Ziming. If you don't want Huanqi to get hurt, you better kneel and apologize to young Master Duan. Yi Ziming replied calmly. Does he even deserve that? A flash of murderous intent crossed Duan Tianyang's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. Kid, I hope you can continue to be this arrogant in the future. Yi Ziming, right. I'll remember you. Be careful when crossing the street, a car accident would be unfortunate. Zhang Linyue interjected. Duan Tianyang, don't blame me for not reminding you Yi Ziming is my friend. Do you think your Mingwei group would really go to war with the Pinghai Chamber of Commerce for him? Duan Tianyang sneered. We're leaving. Did I say you could leave? Just as Duan Tianyang was about to depart, Yi Ziming suddenly spoke up. Duan Tianyang turned around, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You're looking for death. He was not going to strike at Yi Ziming out of consideration for Zhang Linyue, but unexpectedly this guy was still jabbering on. Song Xian watched Yi Ziming with a cold smile. This guy actually dared to push his luck. Did he really think his strength could compare with Duan Tianyang? You smashed a bottle of my wine and stained my clothes, Yi Ziming said calmly. Kneel and sing conquer, or you won't be leaving. Has this guy gone mad? Song Xian stared at Yi Ziming in shock. This guy actually dared to say such things to Duan Tianyang. Tang Huanxi's pretty face showed some worry, while Zhang Linyue watched Yi Ziming with keen interest. She thought to herself that Yi Ziming was truly an interesting little brother. No wonder Fang Yaolao treated him differently from others. Duan Tianyang sneered. You are the first person I've seen to be this arrogant. Zhang Linyue, it's not that I don't give you face, I'm going to deal with this person today. As soon as Duan Tianyang finished speaking, two of his bodyguards swiftly drew guns from their waists, aiming them at Yi Ziming. Duan Tianyang's bodyguards actually carried guns. Seeing this, Zhang Linjue's bodyguards hurriedly shielded her behind them, but no one paid any attention to Yi Ziming. Tang Huanxi's face turned pale with fright as she tightly clung to Yi Ziming's arm, closing her eyes in fear. Song Xian was also startled, then her face showed a hint of excitement. In a place where the laws were so strict, to allow bodyguards to carry guns was beyond her imagination of Duan Tianyang's capabilities. Duan Tianyang, are you really going to make a move on Yi Didi? Zhang Linjue's pretty face darkened. Zhang Linyue, you'd better behave. Bullets do not have eyes. Duan Tianyang sneered. He looked at Yi Ziming smugly and said, Kid, where's that bravado of yours? Are you still going to be arrogant with me? He had refrained from using guns earlier to avoid escalating the situation, but with Yi Ziming's repeated provocations, he could no longer hold back. Yi Ziming's expression remained unchanged as he flicked his right hand. Two silver needles transformed into two streaks of cold light, striking the wrists of the two bodyguards holding the guns. The two bodyguards felt a tingle in their hands, and their guns fell to the ground. One of them landed at Yi Ziming's feet. Yi Ziming picked up the gun and looked up at the drastically changed expression of Duan Tianyang. Will you kneel or not? Everyone fell silent as they looked at the gun in Yi Ziming's hand and the silver needles on the wrists of the two bodyguards. No one had expected Yi Ziming to possess such strength. Throwing the silver needles with ease, this must be a martial arts master. Zhang Linyue gazed at Yi Ziming with surprise in her eyes, her interest in him growing. Duan Tianyang laughed heartily. Kid, dare you shoot? His bodyguards had gun permits making their possession of firearms legal, but Yi Ziming was just an ordinary citizen. Firing a gun was a crime. Yi Ziming wasn't that foolish. He glanced at the gun in his hand and tightened his grip slightly. Crack! He crushed the gun into scrap metal. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the scrap metal in Yi Ziming's hand, filled with shock. That was a gun made of metal. How strong must this guy be to bend it like that? With a clang, Yi Ziming casually tossed the scrap metal to the ground. Kneel. An invisible aura erupted from him, and everyone felt an inexplicable pressure in their hearts. Tang Huanqi looked at Yi Ziming in disbelief. Was this still the same Yi Ziming she knew? Jiang Linjiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she realized that this little brother could truly surprise her. Song Xin's face turned pale, as she never expected Yi Ziming to have such power. Yi Ziming, don't go. Duan Tianyang gritted his teeth and shouted. Slap. Yi Ziming stepped forward and slapped him across the face. Kneel. Duan Tianyang's left cheek throbbed with pain. Yi Ziming. Slap. Yi Ziming raised his hand for another slap. I don't want to say it a third time. Duan Tianyang's two bodyguards were stunned. It was the first time they had seen Duan Tianyang get slapped twice in a row. Yet they stood frozen in place, not daring to move. Since Yi Ziming could crush a gun into scrap, they didn't believe their flesh and blood bodies could withstand such strength. They were no match for Yi Ziming and dared not make a move against him. My dad is Lu Yi, do you want to die? Slap. Yi Ziming slapped him again, and Duan Tianyang's face swelled up. No, stop hitting me, I apologize. Young Master Yi, I'm sorry. Duan Tianyang gritted his teeth, filled with extreme resentment. He would remember this debt and repay Yi Ziming with interest. What did I just say? Kneel and sing conquer. Yi Ziming said coldly. Duan Tianyang wanted to lash out at Yi Ziming, but hesitated at the thought of the latter's combat prowess. In the end, Duan Tianyang plopped down on the ground, his voice barely escaping his clenched teeth. Conquered like this. Yi Ziming kicked him, sing properly. Duan Tianyang stumbled from the kick, but dared not utter another word. Bowing his head, he glared maliciously, cut off all retreat. This time it sounded a lot better. Yi Ziming nodded. Now that's more like it. Jiang Lingyue chuckled teasingly, saying, if you had done this sooner, Duan Shao, you wouldn't have had to endure so many slaps. She then turned to Yi Ziming. Little brother, you truly have given me many surprises. Yi Ziming ignored Jiang Lingyue and said to Duan Tianyang, get lost. The two bodyguards quickly helped Duan Tianyang up and hurriedly ran out with Song Xian, feeling embarrassed, quickly following them. Bastard, I will definitely kill him, I swear. After leaving the restaurant, Duan Tianyang turned his head, his face filled with murderous intent. The restaurant quickly returned to calm. Jiang Lingyue smiled charmingly. Little brother, you Duan Tianyang is someone who holds grudges. You must be careful. Do you want me to protect you closely? It's free. Yi Ziming replied calmly. No need, I can handle it myself. Thank you for this trouble, we will take our leave now. Jiang Lingyue smiled. Little brother, you take care and keep in touch. Yi Ziming did not respond and instead took Tang Wanxi's hand and got into the car. Inside the car, Tang Wanxi looked at Yi Ziming with wide eyes, her face dark and seemingly angry. Tell me, what is your relationship with Jiang Lingyue? Tang Wanxi asked, angrily adopting an accusatory tone. Yi Ziming, driving, replied indifferently, friends. Friends? Then why does she treat you like that? Tang Wanxi pressed on. Yi Ziming remained unperturbed. I don't know. You? Fine, when we get back I will tell Andy that you have unclear relations with other women, including that one named Fang Yarou. Don't let me find out who she is. Tang Wanxi was infuriated by Yi Ziming's words, turning her head away and refusing to look at him, clearly jealous. Yi Ziming glanced at Tang Wanxi and smiled faintly, realizing how adorable she was. Soon they returned home. Tang Wanxi went straight to find Su Yun, not knowing what to say. In the living room, Yi Chengwen was playing with Yin Yin Yin, who held an old box, her treasure chest. Daddy, daddy, look at my treasure chest. I dug it out from the cabinet today. Yin 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 exclaimed happily upon seeing. Tomorrow I will buy you a beautiful treasure chest to store all your treasures. Yi Ziming squatted down and said, really? Thank you, daddy, you're the best. Yin 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 joyfully kissed Yi Ziming on the cheek and then opened the treasure chest. Daddy, let me show you my treasures. As the chest opened, it was filled with Yin Yin Yin's toys. However, she soon gasped, Daddy, is this your thing? In her small hand was a round green jade pendant intricately carved. That should be mine, to keep it and play it, Yi Ziming said casually. But at that moment, Yi Chengwen on the sofa changed his expression and said solemnly, Ziming, is this the jade pendant I gave you? Yi Ziming nodded. This is the one, but it's useless just for Nian Nian to play with. In his memory, this jade pendant was given to him by his father before leaving home, but the quality of the pendant was too poor, not even worth a few hundred coins, otherwise it would have been sold by the original owner of this body long ago. However, the craftsmanship of this round jade pendant was quite good, with a divine dragon coiled around it, its eyes icy cold surrounding the surface of the pendant, while a character, Yi, was carved in the center. Yi Chengwen had told him that this was proof of the Yi family, and possessing this jade pendant would prove that he was a member of the Yi family. Nian Nian, can you show the pendant to Grandpa? Yi Chengwen said kindly. Okay. Yi Nian Nian obediently nodded, and then placed the pendant in Yi Chengwen's hand. Yi Chengwen examined the pendant carefully, and for some reason, Yi Ziming sensed tension in his expression. After a long while, Yi Chengwen let out a sigh of relief, then handed the pendant back to Yi Ziming solemnly, saying, Remember, you must carry this pendant with you at all times. Yi Ziming was taken aback. Dad, why should I carry this thing? If you still consider me your father, then keep it on you. Yi Chengwen glared, his tone carrying some anger. Why are you still angry? Isn't it okay for me to carry it? Yi Ziming nodded helplessly. Grandpa, that treasure was given to me by Dad. Yin 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 looked up at Yi Chengwen, her little face full of pity, as if she was about to cry. Yi Chengwen panicked and quickly said, How about I buy you a prettier one, Grandpa? Does Grandpa keep his promises? Of course. Yi Chengwen picked up Yin 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 and holding the treasure chest went upstairs to play. Watching the two figures, Yi Ziming smiled slightly. Then he looked at the round jade pendant in his hand, wondering what this pendant was and why his father valued it so much. That night, Yi Ziming helped Tang Huanqi with acupuncture, eliminating the excess yin energy within her body, and warned her not to take the previous medicine anymore. Tang Huanqi casually agreed, but judging by her expression, she didn't seem to take it to heart. Yi Ziming, feeling helpless, had no choice but to buy a few prescriptions for Tang Huanqi to drink, so as to eliminate the excess yin energy within her. However, he needed to clarify the issue of the Jian grass, and the matter regarding Tang Huanxi's uncle. The yin pulse definitely had something to do with him. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Yi Ziming took Tang Huanqi and Yin 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 to kindergarten and conveniently drove his parents to the bus station. Yi Ziming wanted the old couple to stay at home a little longer, but they were unwilling, saying it would disturb Yi Ziming and Tang Huanxi's world. Yi Ziming was somewhat speechless. He and Tang Huanqi were not even in a romantic relationship. Where was their world? However, the old couple insisted on leaving, and Yi Ziming had no choice. After returning from the bus station, Yi Ziming headed straight to the convention center, stating he wanted to get Nian Yin a new treasure chest to keep his word. He had just parked the car when a surprised voice came from behind. "Ziming, what are you doing here?" Yi Ziming turned his head and saw Zhang Tianjiao walking quickly towards him, followed by 4 men who bore a hint of arrogance on their faces. Just as Yi Ziming was about to speak, he suddenly found Zhang Tianjiao wrapping her arm around his, displaying a close. Yi Ziming frowned slightly. Before he could say anything, Zhang Tianjiao whispered, "Master, I need a favor. These people are driving me crazy." Zhang Tianjiao was somewhat helpless. Her relatives wanted her to find a boyfriend, but she had never wanted to. This time those relatives had directly brought someone over without prior notice. Even more bizarrely, this man had brought 3 of his junior brothers, leaving Zhang Tianjiao at a loss for words. She thought she was having a bad day, but was pleasantly surprised to encounter Yi Ziming here. "Tianjiao, who is he?" a young man asked with a frown. The man was Hu Mingxiu, Zhang Tianjiao's blind date. "He's a friend of mine who I called him to keep me company." Saying this, she looked at Hu Mingxiu. "You don't mind, do you?" Hu Mingxiu forced a smile and generously said, "Of course not." "Great. Since you want to see Jade, let's go." After saying that, Zhang Tianjiao linked her arm with Yi Ziming's and entered the convention center. "Senior brother, what does this mean?" "She's hugging another man in front of you," one of the junior brothers complained. Hu Mingxiu smiled. "It's fine, Tianjiao just doesn't want to go on a blind date. Perhaps that guy is someone she hired to." "Senior brother, should we drive him away?" one junior brother asked. "No need, let me show my strength and he will leave on his own," came the reply. "Zhang Tianjiao is the granddaughter of Zhang Tianhao. If we marry her, our sect will prosper, so we must succeed, understand?" Hu Mingxiu said seriously. "We understand, senior brother. We'll let that kid know our strength soon." Several junior brothers sneered. "Don't take action. If someone gets hurt, it won't be good. As practitioners, we can't just fight casually. You need to learn this from your master," Zhao Mingxiu said in a superior tone. "Yes, senior brother." The group nodded quickly. Zhao Mingxiu led several junior brothers into the convention center, heading to the jewelry store with Yi Ziming. "Tianjiao, the best jewelry store here is run by Xinghua. How about we go there?" Zhao Mingxiu said, trying to act. Zhang Tianjiao nodded. "All right, let's go there." Zhao Mingxiu looked at Yi Ziming and said, "Brother, the jade we're going to see is worth dozens, even millions. Are you sure you want to come with us?" "Let's go take a look. It's been a while since I've seen jade." Yi Ziming smiled. Zhao Mingxiu sneered inwardly. "Kid, keep pretending. Well, let's see how long you can keep it up." A few people entered the Xinghua jewelry store, and as soon as Zhao Mingxiu stepped in, he exclaimed, "Take out your most expensive." The sales assistant hurriedly asked, her heart leaping with joy, wondering if a big order was on the way. The people around also stared at Zhao Mingxiu in surprise. "Hurry up, don't waste time." Zhao Mingxiu enjoyed the attention and said proudly. He had brought 3 million with him. Buying a piece of jade should be easy. Soon pieces of jade were displayed on the counter. There were ones depicting dragons gaining enlightenment, scenic landscapes, and Laozi riding an ox. Each piece reached the high eyes quality, shining brilliantly under the lights. "Sir, I am Zhoushan, the manager of Xinghua Jewelry Store. Which item would you like?" Zhoushan approached Zhao Mingxiu with, he was a big spender and needed to be treated well. "Tianjiao, which one do you like? Don't be polite with me." Zhao Mingxiu waved his hand grandly. At the same time, he cast a proud glance at Yi Ziming, thinking, wouldn't this guy be scared to see such expensive items? Zhang Tianjiao nudged Yi Ziming's shoulder. "I don't understand jade, do you?" "A little," Yi Ziming replied. His words caused Hu Mingxiu and others to chuckle. This guy was dressed in cheap clothes without even a brand. How could he possibly know about jade? Hu Mingxiu sneered, inwardly pretending, "I wonder how long you can keep this up." "Then help me pick an expensive one," Zhang Tianjiao whispered. "It would be best if you could scare him away." Yi Ziming looked at the jade on the counter. They were just high eyes quality, the most expensive one only costing over 2 million. "Is this your best jade?" Yi Ziming asked. Zhoushan was taken aback and said, "Of course not, our store's most expensive." Before he could finish, Hu Mingxiu shouted, "Didn't I ask you to take out the most expensive jade? Didn't you understand my words? But those jades start at 1 million. Zhoushan instinctively replied, "We are disciples of the Hunyuan. This is my senior brother, the closed-door disciple of the sect leader. How could he not have money?" One junior brother said proudly. The crowd gasped at his words. People from Hunyuan Xingyi Taijiman and a closed-door disciple at that. I can't believe I can meet such a notable figure. Yes, and I heard that their sect leader Master Feng Baohua is the only expert in Jiangsheng, close to Master Jing. I once wanted to enroll in Hunyuan Xingyi Taijiman, but there were too many applicants. Oh, I never had the chance. The crowd continued to exclaim in shock. Zhou Shun bowed respectfully to Zhao Mingxiu. I'm sorry, Master Zhao. I failed to recognize your worth. I will get you the best item right away. Hurry up, don't waste time. With everyone saying this, Mingxiu felt a bit elated and waved his hand. His junior brothers also looked proud. See, this is the prestige of our senior brother, the status of our Hunyuan Xingyi Taijiman. Why are some people still standing there? Hurry up. If it were me, I would have left long ago. Only our senior brother is kind-hearted and doesn't like to use force, otherwise I would have made you pick up your teeth. Several junior brothers said sarcastically. Yi Ziming ignored those people and instead asked Zheng Tianjiao, are they really that powerful? Zheng Tianjiao rolled her eyes. Powerful. They're just clowns relying on deception to gain their current status. Does old Jing not care? Grandpa won't stoop to their level, but that Feng Baohua acts like a jumping clown. Shouted. Zheng Tianjiao said disdainfully. Soon Zhou Shun returned holding a box. Mr. Zhao, this is our store's most expensive item, the change flying to the moon. As he spoke, he opened the box, shocking everyone in the store. Even Yi Ziming turned to look. Inside lay a piece of emerald green jade about the size of Zhou Shun's half palm, intricately carved with the scene of change flying to the moon. It was of glass type, imperial green with exquisite craftsmanship. This was a top-quality jade. Zheng Tianjiao didn't understand jade, but she could also see its beauty. Her eyes twinkled as she looked at Zhao Mingxiu and said, Zhao Mingxiu, I want this piece. Can you give it to me? Zhao Mingxiu was also taken aback by the jade before quickly reacting to Zheng Tianjiao's words. Okay, I want it. Zhou Shun's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, Mr. Zhao, this item costs a total of 20 million. Will you pay by card or cash? Nonsense, of course it's by card. Who carries that much cash? Wait, how much did you say this costs? Zhao Mingxiu was stunned. Zhou Shun replied, change flying to the moon valued at 20 million. Zhao Mingxiu was dumbfounded and his 4 junior brothers were also bewildered. How could a piece of jade be so expensive? He had only brought 3 million this time. Seeing the expression on Zhao Mingxiu's face, Zheng Tianjiao laughed. What's wrong? Can't you afford it? Who says I can't afford it? Zhao Mingxiu gritted his teeth and pointed at Yi Ziming. Then why is this kid here? As long as he gives you one, he'll pay immediately. Unable to produce the money and not wanting to lose face, Zhao Mingxiu could only bring up Yi Ziming. He didn't believe that Yi Ziming could afford anything here. Zhao Mingxiu, this is between us. Why did you drag Ziming into buying things? Zheng Tianjiao protested, and he ruined my good mood today, but I'm generous. If he can gift you a piece of jadeite, I'll forgive him. Zhao Mingxiu sneered, using this pretext to drive Yi Ziming away while reneging on the jadeite payment. Senior brother is right. We've long disliked that guy. Exactly. If you want to stay, you'll have to pay a price. Not just one piece for Miss Zheng. You must give each of us one. You've ruined our mood, so you must apologize, several junior brothers chimed in. Yi Ziming swept his gaze over them. What if I choose not to buy a? Then get lost. Zhao Mingxiu said coldly. Yi Ziming smiled. But I don't want to leave either. Zhao Mingxiu's face darkened. You're messing with me. Don't think I won't lay a hand on you just because you're Tianjiao's friend. Zheng Tianjiao snapped. Zhao Mingxiu, what do you think you're doing? Nothing much. Just letting him witness the might of our Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect. Zhao Mingxiu replied coldly. Could I advise you to scram and stop hanging around us? My senior brother is the sect master's closed-door disciple. His strength is beyond what you can handle, several junior brothers shouted. The junior brothers yelled loudly. Zhao Mingxiu looked at Yi Ziming, putting on the air of a master. You've angered me. Normally I'd teach you a lesson, but my master said martial artists shouldn't attack ordinary people. Leave now, or it'll make you regret it. Truly worthy of being Master Feng's closed-door disciple. Such magnanimity is rare. Yes, if it were me, I'd have thrown a punch already. Hey kid, you've had enough. Get lost. Can't you see Master Zhao doesn't want to hurt you? The bystanders chimed in after hearing Zhao Mingxiu's words. That guy really thinks he's some kind of expert. Zheng Tianjiao couldn't resist stepping forward, but Yi Ziming pulled her back. What are you doing? Zheng Tianjiao rolled her eyes. Teaching him a lesson. Are you going to let them keep insulting you? Yi Ziming smiled. Leave it to me. With that he spoke up. Master Zhao is right. I really should buy a gift, but I don't have the money. Smart move, Zhao Mingxiu sneered. Since you can't keep up the act, scram, and don't delay my blind date with Tianjiao. Ignoring him, Yi Ziming continued. But I do have a card that might be useful. He pulled out a card and tossed it to Zhou Shun. Zhou Shun caught it, reflexively glanced at it, and his entire demeanor shifted. It was a Black Phoenix card. Zhao Mingxiu scoffed. What good is a cheap card? Can it make the jewelry store give you everything for free? But the next moment Zhou Shun approached, Yi Ziming holding the Black Phoenix card with both hands. Mr. Yi, I apologize for my earlier negligence. You are an honored guest of Xinhua Group. Everything in this store is yours to take for free. Zhou Shun's words silenced the entire jewelry store. Everyone stared at Yi Ziming in disbelief. Zhao Mingxiu was stunned. Manager Zhou, what's wrong with you? Why are you so respectful to this kid? Zhou Shun shot him a glance. Mr. Yi is our most esteemed guest. If you insult him again, he'll have you thrown out. How can you treat a customer like that? Yi Ziming smiled, then turned to Zhao Mingxiu. Remember what you said earlier? Zhao Mingxiu was taken aback. What did I say? If I give you a piece, you'll gift the change flying to the moon to Tianjiao. Zhou Shen'll take all these highest jadites. Give them to them, said Yi Ziming with a smile. Yes, Mr. Yi. Zhou Shen nodded and waved his hand. The salesgirls wrapped up the jadites, including the 20 million yuan change flying to the moon. The salesgirl placed the jadeite in front of Zhao Mingxiu. Yi Ziming chuckled. Pay up. Everyone turned to Zhao Mingxiu, curious to see if he would buy the change flying to the moon. Under the crowd's gaze, Zhao Mingxiu's face alternated between pale and red, clearly seething with rage. You tricked me, he roared, assuming a Tai Chi starting stance and throwing a punch at Yi Ziming. Senior Brothers made his move. That kid's done for. Yeah, this punch incorporates the forces of receiving, neutralizing, and issuing. If it lands, that kid will be crippled, if not dead. He deserves it. Who told him to keep antagonizing Senior Brother? Some hired lackey acting so arrogant. Several Junior Brothers sneered. Hearing this, the bystanders shook their heads inwardly. Why provoke Zhao Mingxiu? He's from the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect. Rumor had it that Master Feng once knocked out a strong man from Eagle Country with one punch. As his closed-door disciple, how could Zhao Mingxiu be weak? They could already picture Yi Ziming being beaten to the ground. Yi Ziming glanced at the charging Zhao Mingxiu and saw that the man didn't even know real martial arts. His entire form was riddled with openings. As Zhao Mingxiu drew closer, Yi Ziming simply kicked out. With a thud, Zhao Mingxiu flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground 5 or 6 meters away. Everyone was dumbfounded, mouths agape. This was not how the script was supposed to go. Not only were the onlookers around stunned, but also Zhao Mingxiu's few Junior Brothers were dumbfounded. The person who flew out should have been that kid with the surname Yi, right? Zhao Mingxiu got up, exclaiming, Kid, you actually ambushed me. Do you have no martial ethics? His words immediately brought his Junior Brothers back to their senses, who shouted, Bastard, you actually ambushed my Senior Brother. What kind of skill is an ambush? If you have the ability, fight me openly. Zhang Tianjiao couldn't bear to watch and interjected. Ziming didn't ambush, it was clearly Zhao Mingxiu who was outmatched. Impossible. With my Senior Brother's strength, taking on 3 would be effortless. That kid knocked my Senior Brother down with one kick. What else could it be if not an ambush? A Junior Brother shouted. I have seen Master Zhao fight in the martial arts hall. He can indeed take on 3. At that moment, someone in the crowd, as soon as he finished speaking, several bystanders nodded in agreement, saying, That's right, we saw it too. Zhao Mingxiu sneered. Kid, I was careless just now. This time, I'll let you see the power of the Hunyuan Taiji Quan. Zhao Mingxiu strode forward, shouting, Get lost. His roar drowned out all other noises, compelling people to instinctively cover their ears, as if a beast was howling. Several stunning women turned pale, clearly frightened. Amidst the roar, Zhao Mingxiu's face twisted as he concentrated all his strength and threw a punch. When Zhao Mingxiu rushed forward, Yi Ziming lifted his leg and kicked again. Bang! This time Zhao Mingxiu flew even farther, crashing directly into the wall. Senior Brother. The faces of the Junior Brothers changed, and they hurried over. The surrounding people were dumbfounded as they watched Zhao Mingxiu struggle to get up, feeling their previously steadfast beliefs slowly crumble. Zhang Tianjiao let out a cold laugh, though in her eyes Zhao Mingxiu was merely a clown. With the help of his Junior Brothers, Zhao Mingxiu got back up, exclaiming, Kid, you actually ambushed me again. How did your master teach you martial arts? The onlookers were speechless. This was too shameless. The first time was an ambush, and the second time could still be considered an ambush. Yi Ziming remained silent and took a step forward. That step made Zhao Mingxiu instinctively shiver, and he hurriedly shouted, Kid, I'll remember today's events. When I go back, I'll tell my master. Just wait for my master to take revenge for me. After saying that, he quickly had his Junior Brothers help him leave. His Junior Brothers reacted swiftly, assisting Zhao Mingxiu as they rushed out of the jewelry store. Master, thank you for helping me this time. After Zhao Mingxiu and the others left, Zhang Tianjiao said with a smile, No problem, just pay me. Yi Ziming replied softly. Hey, Master, are you a money lover? Helping your disciple requires payment. Zhang Tianjiao complained. Yi Ziming replied, I need to buy a treasure box for Nian Yin, you can pay for it. Nian Yin, your daughter. Zhang Tianjiao paused and quickly said, Isn't it just a treasure box? Leave it to me. What else does Nian Yin like? He'll buy everything for her. After spending half a day shopping, Zhang Tianjiao spent money like water, buying a pile of delicious treats and fun toys for Nian Yin. After shopping, Yi Ziming went to pick up Nian Yin and Tang Huanqi from kindergarten, while conveniently taking Zhang Tianjiao to the martial arts hall. When Yi Ziming arrived at the kindergarten, the school hadn't dismissed yet. He parked the car aside and got out to wait outside. Many parents had already arrived, all gathered at the kindergarten gate, and Yi Ziming could only stand at the back waiting. Young man, is this the boy at kindergarten? At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a white vest, lean and seemingly in his 50s, approached Yi Ziming and asked. The middle-aged man exuded an ancient aura and had a faint scent of medicine about him. Yes, is this your first time picking up a child? Yi Ziming asked. Yes, I haven't seen my child in a long time, though I somewhat miss her, the middle-aged man nodded. Yi Ziming sighed. Those engaged in traditional Chinese medicine often overlook family. In his past life, Yi Ziming was just the same. He immersed himself in traditional Chinese medicine, remained single in his 30s, and had no close relationship with any woman. The middle-aged man was taken aback, saying, "Young man, how did you know I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner?" Yi Ziming replied, "The scent of medicine on you reveals your profession, and I am also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. You are also a practitioner. It seems we are fated. Nowadays very few young people study traditional Chinese medicine thinking it's witchcraft. What do you think, young man?" Yi Ziming said earnestly, "Traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down for thousands of years. It is not something the ordinary can understand." "You're right. Traditional Chinese medicine is the treasure of our long kingdom. How could it be witchcraft?" The middle-aged man nodded with a smile, looking at Yi Ziming with more favor. "Young man, shall we have a drink sometime?" he asked. Yi Ziming nodded, saying, "Sure, but I need to settle my daughter first. Our daughters really are a source of worry, just like my daughter, who is clearly very ill yet loves to run around. You can't stop her at all." The middle-aged man said helplessly, "My daughter is very cute and quite sensible." The mention of his daughter brought a hint of pride to Yi Ziming's face. "Then I must learn from you how you educate your daughter," the middle-aged man laughed. Yi Ziming also smiled, saying, "Mutual." Just then the kindergarten dismissed, and Tang Huanqi came out holding Yi Nianyan's hand. When she saw the middle-aged man next to Yi Ziming, she was taken aback and couldn't help but exclaim, "Dad, why are you here?" Yi Ziming was stunned, instinctively looking at the middle-aged man beside him. "Dad." Yi Ziming never expected that this middle-aged man was actually Tang Wanxi's father. Tang Wanxi's father, Tang Yingjie, straightened his face and coldly said, "You still know I'm your dad. Running around in such a serious condition, do you have any idea how worried your mother is?" "Dad, I'm just a teacher at the kindergarten. What's so tiring about that?" Tang Wanxi spoke awkwardly. She felt utterly embarrassed. Her father's sudden arrival was beyond her expectations, and what drove her to despair even more was that Yi Ziming was right beside her. She didn't know why, but her heart raced like a frightened deer. Emotions like shyness and embarrassment, which she usually didn't feel, surged within her. "Dad, you came to pick me up." At that moment, Yi Nianyan rushed into Yi Ziming's arms. Tang Yingjie exclaimed in surprise, "Young man, is this your daughter? She's really adorable." Yi Ziming nodded stiffly. "Yes, Nianyan is very cute." His movements were so stiff. "Come, let me introduce you. This is my daughter Tang Wanxi, and this. Young brother, what is your name?" Tang Yingjie asked. "Yi Ziming." "Oh, Yi Ziming, let me tell you, young Yi is also a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and I feel like we hit it off at first sight." Tang Yingjie laughed heartily. Tang Wanxi was stunned and subconsciously glanced at Yi Ziming. "Hit it off at first sight? What kind of situation was this?" Yi Ziming said, "Uncle, I know Wanxi. My daughter is one of her students." Tang Yingjie was taken aback. Such a coincidence. However, when he saw Tang Wanxi's somewhat unnatural expression, he immediately reacted. It seemed that the relationship between Tang Wanxi and Yi Ziming was not as simple as that of a teacher and a student's parent. Thinking of this, Tang Yingjie's face darkened. "Wanxi, what is going on?" "Dad, what's the big deal? We're just friends." Tang Wanxi hurriedly explained. "Friends? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Tell me, where are you living now?" Tang Yingjie said with a cold face. Tang Wanxi was about to say where she used to live when Tang Yingjie interjected, "You better not make up a place to fool me. If I want to investigate, you won't be able to hide it." Seeing the situation was not right, Yi Ziming hurriedly said, "Uncle, Tang Wanxi is living with me, but..." Before he could finish, Tang Yingjie widened his eyes. "Living with you? You bastard, just wait until I beat you to death." Upon hearing that his daughter was living with Yi Ziming, Tang Yingjie was furious, completely losing any goodwill he had towards Yi Ziming, leaving only disgust. "But we are quarantining," Yi Ziming hurriedly said. Hearing this, Tang Yingjie stopped his movements, but his face still brimmed with anger. In this age of advanced internet, he certainly knew what quarantining meant, but his anger couldn't dissipate. "You are coming with me today," Tang Yingjie coldly said to Tang Wanxi. "I cannot allow you to tarnish the family name. You living with a man is not tarnishing the family name." Tang Wanxi raised her voice, displeased. "Can you please not be so stubborn? There are so many men and women quarantining in the world. Are they all tarnishing the family name?" Tang Wanxi retorted. Tang Yingjie waved his hand. "I don't care about others, but you can't. Why should I listen to you? Yi Ziming, let's go home." Tang Wanxi angrily opened the car door and sat inside. Yi Ziming, feeling helpless, advised, "Uncle Tang, don't call me Uncle Tang, we're not that familiar." Yi Ziming, right. You better stay away from my daughter. My daughter is not someone like you who can match her. If you still want to be a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, stay away from her. Tang Yingjie said angrily. His words made Yi Ziming's expression turn cold. "Uncle Tang, if you want Wanxi to go back with you, you need to persuade her. Otherwise, I won't let her go, nor will I leave her. By the way, just so you know, I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and I always have been. This identity is not something you can grant or take away at will." After saying this, Yi Ziming got into the driver's seat, ignoring Tang Yingjie, and drove away. Traditional Chinese medicine is his bottom line, and no one should touch it. "Bastard. Kid, I'll remember you." Watching the car drive away, Tang Yingjie was filled with fury. He took out his phone and made a call. "Find me someone named Yi Ziming." On the other side, inside the car. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this, Tang," Wanxi said softly. "Your dad won't," Yi Ziming said. Tang Wanxi raised her head, tears welling in her eyes. "He always does this, always forcing me to do things I don't like. He's such an old stubborn." Yi Nianyan reached out her little hand to wipe Tang Wanxi's tears. "Teacher, don't cry. Nianyan and Daddy will be sad." Tang Wanxi embraced Yi Nianyan and gently said, "You're still the best, Nianyan. Through the rearview mirror, Yi Ziming smiled slightly at the scene behind. This woman treats Nian Yin very well, and he was reassured to leave the child in her care. At that moment his phone rang, and Yi Ziming pressed the answer button. Little Master Ancestor, I am Shi Yuanci. Grandpa asked me to invite you to the traditional Chinese medicine exchange meeting tomorrow. Do you have time? Shi Yuanci's voice came through. Tell old Shi that I will attend, Yi Ziming replied. Okay, we will meet you at Xinghua Hotel at 8 tomorrow morning. Shi Yuanci hurriedly said. Yi Ziming hung up the phone, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. After coming to this world, he hadn't seen many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and this was a good opportunity to see how their medical skills were. On the other side, Shi Yuanci said to Shi and Grandpa Little Master Ancestor agreed. Shi nodded, then spoke to his phone. Tell Vice President Tang to rest assured I will arrive on time tomorrow. The next morning, Yi Ziming rushed to Xinghua Hotel after dropping Tang Huanxi and Yin Yin off at kindergarten. But as soon as he arrived at the hotel entrance, he was stopped by the security guard. Sir, please show your invitation. Invitation? Yi Ziming was taken aback. Shi Yuanci didn't give me an invitation. Someone invited me, but I wasn't given an invitation. Yi Ziming replied. The security guard said, then let the person who invited you take you inside. Without an invitation, we cannot let you in. Yi Ziming nodded and took out his phone to call Shi in. At that moment, an annoying voice came over. Oh, isn't this my cousin Yi Ziming? How dare you, a fraud, attend the Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference? A man in an expensive suit walked over. It was Su Wendong. Seeing Yi Ziming, Su Wendong felt excited. This guy had embarrassed him in front of his family last time, and this time, he was going to ruin Yi Ziming's reputation. Yi Ziming glanced at him. What are you doing here? This is Xinghua Hotel. As the sales director of Xinghua Group, why but you, a quack, dare to come to the Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference? You have quite a lot of nerve. Su Wendong mocked. His words attracted the attention of those around them, and many began to discuss. Another fraud. Didn't someone just claim to be a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and get thrown out after being? Nowadays, many people don the hat of traditional Chinese medicine to swindle others. The reputation of traditional Chinese medicine is being ruined by people like them. Look at this kid dressed so plainly. If you're going to be a fraud, at least be professional. Hearing the discussions around him, a cold smile flashed across Su Wendong's face. Yi Ziming, did you hear that? This is the Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference, and everyone inside is a genuine practitioner. You, a fraud, wish to enter. That's pure wishful thinking. What if I can get in? Yi Ziming said coldly. You can get in? What a joke. Do you think the chairman will help you? I've already reported your fraudulent activities. The chairman will never believe you. Security, throw this guy out. We can't let someone like him inside. Su Wendong shouted loudly. Yes, Director Su. Several security guards nodded and reached out to grab Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming's face turned cold, and he put his phone in his pocket, then seized the security guard's wrist, controlling him. Yi Ziming, what are you doing? You can't hurt anyone. Someone call the police and say there's a disturbance at the Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference, and they are trying to hurt people. Seeing Yi Ziming make a move, Su Wendong's smile widened. Disturbing the peace and assaulting someone. Yi Ziming would be in jail for years. Just as someone was about to call the police, Fang Guomin and Fang Yuro arrived. Fang Guomin's face was ashen. Stop. Su Wendong hurried over. Chairman, Yi Ziming doesn't qualify to attend the Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference and has assaulted someone. I was just about to call the police to have him arrested. Who said Yi Ziming doesn't qualify to attend the conference? Fang Guomin said coldly. Chairman, he has no invitation. Su Wendong quickly replied. Fang Guomin stated, so what if he has no invitation? I will take him in. The crowd gasped. How could Fang Guomin speak up for a fraud? Su Wendong felt anxious. Chairman, Yi Ziming is a fraud. I reported his situation to you last time, didn't you? Fang Guomin turned to Fang Yaro. Is this true? You said you wouldn't look at any reports defaming Yi Ziming, so I threw that report away. Fang Yaro replied coldly. Su Wendong was stunned. He didn't expect that Fang Guomin hadn't seen his report. He anxiously said, Chairman, you absolutely cannot trust him. He is definitely a fraud. Who says Yi Ziming is a fraud? I absolutely disagree. At that moment, Jiang Durong walked over, followed by the charming Jiang Lingyue. Everyone was taken aback. Not only was Fang Guomin speaking for that kid, but now even Jiang Durong had come. To have two giants speak for him, what was this kid's background? Director Jiang, how can you also believe this fraud? He's just a swindler and doesn't know anything about traditional Chinese medicine. You must have been deceived. I know him well. Su Wendong shouted loudly. Jiang Durong gave Su Wendong a cold glance and said, Old Fang, if your employees don't even believe you, why keep him around? That one sentence turned Su Wendong's face pale, and he hurriedly explained, Chairman, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to expose this fraud. Fang Guomin's face turned cold. You're right, he can't stay. Su Wendong, you're fired. Su Wendong's face turned pale. He never expected Fang Guomin would fire him because of Yi Ziming. Chairman, you can't fire me. You have to believe me. Yi Ziming is definitely a fraud. Su Wendong shouted. Fang Guomin said coldly, throw him out. I don't want to see him again. A few security guards approached, grabbing Su Wendong and lifting him out. Chairman, you have to believe me, Chairman. Su Wendong struggled incessantly, but how could he match the strength of several security guards? Soon Su Wendong was thrown far away, and Fang Guomin finally spoke. Brother Yi, I apologize for the embarrassment. Yi Ziming casually replied, it's nothing. Although Su Wendong was his cousin, such a person was too annoying, teaching him a lesson was justified. Haha, brother Yi, while the people under old Fong may not be capable, those under me are quite good. How about I hire you as my personal doctor? He'll pay you 10 million a year. Zhang Durong said with a hearty laugh. His words astonished everyone. A salary of 10 million. There were hardly any doctors in Jiangcheng who earned that much. They looked at Yi Ziming in disbelief, wondering if this young man was truly a miraculous doctor. Fong Guomin and Zhang Durong were not the type to be easily fooled. Brother Zhang, you jest, Yi Ziming chuckled. Fong Guomin added, yes, let's not discuss the personal doctor matter for now, but let's head inside first. Yi Ziming nodded and entered first. Fong Guomin and Zhang Durong followed behind, exchanging looks filled with, old Zhang, you're going too far. Why are you poaching my people? Fong Guomin whispered. What do you mean poaching? Is brother Yi your subordinate? This is called fair competition. Zhang Durong retorted proudly. Since the last time Yi Ziming saved his life, Zhang Durong increasingly felt the need to recruit Yi Ziming to his. Well then, let's see whose methods are superior. Fong Guomin gritted his teeth. I'm not afraid. Ooh, I have Lung Yu by my side, Zhang Durong boasted. Fong Guomin's expression changed. You guy, are you really willing to risk your daughter for a doctor? Zhang Durong laughed. Do you really think brother Yi is just a doctor? He is a true dragon, albeit a hidden one for now. When he truly soars through the skies, it will astonish you. Fong Guomin did not respond. He had seen what Zhang Durong had, but he wanted to use other means to bind Yi Ziming to his. However, he did not expect Zhang Durong to be even more ruthless, willing to send his daughter out. He instinctively looked at Fong Yaolao and then shook his head. Getting his daughter to build a good relationship with Yi Ziming was simply impossible. With Fong Yaolao's personality, she could freeze Yi Ziming into an ice block. Yi Ziming and the others entered the Xinghua Hotel and arrived at a huge private room. Inside, Yi Ziming saw many elderly traditional Chinese medicine doctors, while young practitioners were few and far between. Seeing this scene, Yi Ziming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A traditional Chinese medicine was indeed in decline in this world. At that moment, his eyes narrowed as he spotted Tang Yingjia not far away. Little brother, do you know that person? At this moment, a tempting scent of perfume wafted in. It was Jiang Linyua. Yi Ziming nodded. I have met him. He is the vice president of the Jiangcheng Chinese Medicine Association. If you know him, your future path in Chinese medicine will definitely be much smoother. How about it? Do you need me to help you? Jiang Linyua attempted. Yi Ziming couldn't help but smile bitterly, inwardly smoother. This woman probably didn't know that they had quarreled. Just, are you very familiar with Tang Yingjia? At that moment, a cold voice interrupted. It was Fong Yaolao. Jiang Linjiu's lips curled into a charming smile. Even if I'm not familiar, it's still better than you, the ice block. Not familiar is not familiar. There's no difference, Fong Yaolao replied coldly. The two women argued back and forth, pinning Yi Ziming in the middle and leaving him feeling helpless. These two women turned into this at the first sight of each other. One was named Yaolao with a personality as cold as an iceberg, while the other was named Linyua with a fiery temperament. Yi Ziming was puzzled. What were the thoughts of the person who named them? They might as well have switched names. At that moment, Tang Yingjia spotted Fong Guomin and Zhang Durong. There was no helping it. These two were big shots in Jiangcheng, and wherever they went, they were the center of attention. Mr. Zhang, welcome to support us today. Tang Yingjia, dressed in a long robe, exuded an aura cultivated from decades of exposure to traditional Chinese medicine, giving off a celestial vibe. Vice President Tang, you're too polite. Many of our ailments have been treated well by traditional Chinese medicine, so naturally we had to come to show our support, Fong Guomin said with a smile. Tang Yingjia exchanged pleasantries with the two, just about to leave, when he noticed Yi Ziming. This guy was dressed in ordinary clothing, easily noticeable in the private room. Even the waiters were dressed more elegantly than he was. Yi Ziming, what are you doing here? Is this a place you should be? Tang Yingjia shouted angrily at Yi Ziming. Upon seeing Yi Ziming, Tang Yingjia felt a surge of anger. He had checked Yi Ziming's information yesterday and found that this kid was an uneducated wastrel who had even been divorced and had a child. He claimed to be a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, but that was nonsense. He was definitely lying to win over his daughter. It was pathetic that his naive daughter actually believed him. Yi Ziming turned his head and calmly said, Uncle Tang, we meet again. Yi Ziming's expression was calm, as if nothing had happened yesterday. Fong Guomin smiled and said, Vice President Tang, do you know Brother Yi? Brother Yi. Tang Yingjia was taken aback, not expecting Fong Guomin to address Yi Ziming this way. Vice Director Tang, Brother Yi is quite skilled in medicine. You must seize the opportunity with him. Don't let such talent slip away. Zhang Durong, standing nearby, also smiled and said. Yi Ziming looked at Tang Yingjia, curious about his reaction. Hearing Fong Guomin's words, Tang Yingjia suddenly revealed a look of disdain. You two probably don't understand this person. He's so young. How strong can his medical skills be? Upon hearing Tang Yingjia's words, Yi Ziming felt helpless. Indeed, the former's impression of him had not changed. How could we not understand? Brother, yes, medical skills are well known to us. Fong Guomin sensed the tension in Tang Yingjia's tone and hurriedly explained. Tang Yingjia smiled and pointed at Yi Ziming bluntly. To be honest, I just investigated his background yesterday. Yi Ziming has never been involved in medicine and has been gambling for years. His wife has divorced him, and he has a child to care for. How could someone like that be skilled in medicine? I think you might have been deceived. Someone like Yi Ziming cannot join our Chinese Medicine Association. We don't need such scum here. Tang Yingji's words made Fang Guomin and Zhang Durong's faces turn cold. They had just praised Yi Ziming, and Tang Yingjie immediately belittled him, slapping them in the face. However, due to Tang Yingji's status, Zhang Durong restrained his temper and tried to mediate. Vice President Tang, is there some misunderstanding here? There is no misunderstanding. I know his character better than you. Yi Ziming, are you going to keep pretending? This is a Chinese medicine exchange meeting, not a place for your deceit. Tang Yingjie spoke coldly. Yi Ziming replied calmly, Vice President Tang, you don't believe me. Tang Yingjie scoffed, why should I believe you? He could never trust someone who aimed to take his daughter away. Yi Ziming shook his head. I have said before that my identity as a practitioner of Chinese medicine is not something you can grant me. But I can revoke your right to practice medicine. Tomorrow I will confiscate your medical license, making it impossible for you to continue deceiving others. Tang Yingjie squinted, a cold smirk on his face. The Chinese Medicine Association controlled all practitioners in Jiangxing. They had the authority to confiscate medical licenses. Fang Guomin's face turned pale. He had just helped Yi Ziming obtain his medical license yesterday, and now Tang Yingjie wanted to take it away. He was puzzled about how Yi Ziming had offended Tang Yingjie to be targeted like this. Tang Yingjie looked at Yi Ziming with a sneer. Of course I can also let you join the Chinese Medicine Association and continue practicing, but you must agree to one thing. Yi Ziming knew that Tang Yingjie wanted him to stay away from Tang Huanqi, but as a renowned healer, he had his pride and would not compromise with Tang Yingjie. No one can stop me from doing what I, Yi Ziming, wish to do, not even the Chinese Medicine Association. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from Yi Ziming, his face radiating confidence as he defiantly stared at Tang Yingjie. Feeling the aura emanating from Yi Ziming, Zhang Linjiu's face showed a hint of surprise, while Fang Yaolao remained unchanged too. She had sensed Yi Ziming's aura before. Fang Yaolao understood that those who looked down on Yi Ziming would ultimately regret it. Oh, is that so? Then let's wait and see. Now please get out of here, or you'll call security. Tang Yingjie was also surprised by Yi Ziming's aura, but still shouted angrily. Fang Guomin and Zhang Durong's faces darkened, and just as they were about to speak, an elder approached. Today let's see who dares to chase my master away. Shuren with a grim expression stood by Yi Ziming's side, looking sternly at Tang Yingjie. Are you going to chase my master away? Elder Sure, what are you saying? This kid is your master. Tang Yingjie was stunned. Shuren was one of the elders of the Chinese Medicine Association. Even as vice president, he had no standing against Shuren. What? Is that a problem? In the realm of medicine, those who achieve mastery are teachers. My master's skills surpass mine, so I honor him as my teacher. I ask you, will you still chase my master away and prevent him from joining the Chinese Medicine Association? Shuren glared at him. Tang Yingjie knew that Shuren's reputation meant he could not lie, indicating that Yi Ziming's medical skills were indeed high. Yet the anger in his heart still made him grit his teeth. He must leave today, and as long as I am here, he will not join the Chinese Medicine Association. Fine, then I will withdraw from the Chinese Medicine Association starting today. Shuren said coldly. Fang Guomin and Zhang Durong exchanged glances and smiled. Although we are not members of the Chinese Medicine Association, we support Brother Yi. From today onwards, our group will cease all cooperation with the Chinese Medicine Association. Tang Yingjie was taken aback. Shuren was a veteran of the Chinese Medicine Association, and his withdrawal would definitely cause turmoil among its upper echelons. Moreover, Fang Guomin and Zhang Durong's group industries were spread across Jiangxing. Losing their cooperation would mean the Chinese Medicine Association would miss out on a significant sum of funding in the future. And all of this stemmed from his selfishness because of Yi Ziming. Elder Sure, Chairman, this scum is not worth such action. Tang Yingjie said, involuntarily unable to fathom that Shuren and the others would take such a step for Yi. My master is no longer part of the Chinese Medicine Association. If I stay here, wouldn't that be betraying my teacher and ancestors? It's just the Chinese Medicine Association. Do I, Shuren, really need this title? Shuren said disdainfully. With Shuren's reputation, even the Chinese Medicine Association could not constrain him. Fang Guomin scoffed. Shi Lao is right. Our Xinhua group is large and does not need to cooperate with the Chinese Medicine Association. Tang Yingjie was shocked, sensing the seriousness in their words. At that moment, Yi Ziming calmly stated, it's just the Chinese Medicine Association. I don't take it seriously. After saying this, he turned and prepared to leave. Wait. Tang Yingjie gritted his teeth and spoke. He regretted not investigating Yi Ziming before offending him. I take back what I just said. I can let you into the Chinese Medicine Association and won't revoke your medical license, but you must leave Huanxi. In his view, Yi Ziming had done all this to enter the Chinese Medicine Association and gain more. Now that he had satisfied him, he should back down. But Yi Ziming merely glanced at him, said nothing, and walked outside. Yi Ziming, don't go too far. I've given you every— Stop right there. Tang Yingjie shouted angrily. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? But Yi Ziming acted as if he hadn't heard and exited the private room. Shuren looked at Tang Yingjie and sneered. Tang Yingjie, you will pay the price for your foolishness. After saying that, Shuren left the Chinese Medicine Exchange meeting without looking back. Fang Guomin said, Vice President Tang, the Xinhua Group will refuse to cooperate with the Chinese Medicine Association. please leave quickly once the meeting is over. Jiang Durong sneered. We are kind-hearted if we didn't hurry you away. What is the Chinese Medicine Association to offend Yi Laodi? After that the two ignored Tang Yingjie and turned to leave. Tang Yingjie stood frozen, unable to believe that the Chinese Medicine Association was suffering such a heavy blow because of a minor character like Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming, Tang Yingjie's voice seemed to be squeezed out through gritted teeth. This matter is not over between. On the other side, as Yi Ziming just exited the Xinhua Hotel, Shuren chased after him from inside. Master, I didn't expect the people from the Chinese Medicine Association to target you so fiercely. It's nothing. Yi Ziming shook his head. Shuren gritted his teeth and said, why don't you come to my Baoshengju? That way you can still practice medicine and the Chinese Medicine Association's hands won't reach here. No need. Do I still have to accompany Nian Nian? Yi Ziming replied. Alright, if you encounter any difficulties just call me and I will definitely help. Shuren nodded. Yi Ziming said, thank you, Shi Lao. In the afternoon Yi Ziming took Tang Huanqi and Nian Nian home, but this time he did not see Tang Yingjie. Don't forget that there's a parent-teacher meeting at the kindergarten after school tomorrow. Tang Huanqi looked at Yi Ziming and said, I will be there on time. Yi Ziming nodded. Tang Huanqi said, displeased, you better do that. I heard from other teachers that you haven't attended any parent-teacher meetings before. Nian Nian has performed excellently this semester. I've reported her performance to the principal, and I believe she will receive a certificate. Of course our Nian Nian is the best. A gentle smile appeared on Yi Ziming's face as he gently rubbed Nian Nian's little head. The next afternoon, Yi Ziming arrived at the kindergarten on time. It was already crowded. It seemed that the parents took the parent-teacher meeting very seriously. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but curse the original owner of this body for being a bastard. He had never attended such an important event as a parent-teacher meeting. Daddy, I'm over here. Yi Nian Nian quickly spotted Yi Ziming and waved her little hand excitedly. Yi Ziming hurried over, grabbing Nian Nian's hand and asking, where's Teacher Tang? The teacher is inside. Yi Nian Nian pointed toward the teaching building. Following the other parents, Yi Ziming headed straight for the top floor of the teaching building. The very top floor was a huge classroom large enough to accommodate 500 to 600 people. Why are you so late? The parent-teacher meeting is about to start. In the classroom, as soon as Tang Huanqi saw Yi Ziming, she anxiously said, get ready to go on stage. The certificate for the most outstanding child of the semester will be awarded to Nian Nian. Don't worry, Yi Ziming nodded. In his past life, he had spoken in front of tens of thousands of people without feeling nervous. A parent-teacher meeting was nothing completely trivial. Soon the kindergarten principal Lin Yin took the stage and began to deliver a long-winded speech that nearly put Yi Ziming to sleep. However, when Lin Yin was about to present the award for the most outstanding child, Yi Ziming perked up, carefully adjusting his clothing. He could not let Nian Nian down. I now announce that the recipient of the most outstanding child award is Wu Xiang. Let's give a warm welcome to Wu Xiang and his father to the stage. As soon as Lin Yin finished speaking, a chubby little boy and a man in an expensive suit walked onto the stage. Yi Ziming was taken aback. Shouldn't the award for the outstanding child go to Nian Nian? Tang Huanqi was also stunned as she remembered very clearly that this award was recognized by all the teachers. How did it change to Wu Xiang? Looking at Nian Nian, the little girl looked downcast, tears almost spilling from her eyes. Yi Ziming hurriedly comforted her. Nian Nian, don't cry. Oh, it's just a certificate. We can work harder next semester. But Wu Xiang always bullies others, never studies, and causes trouble everywhere. Why is he the most outstanding child? Yi Nian Nian's voice trembled. Is there something you need, parent? Lin Yin asked. Yi Ziming replied, I would like to know how the excellent children are selected. Of course, it's based on the children's performance at school and the teacher's evaluations of them, Lin Yin stated. But I heard that Wu Xiang has been mischievous at school and bullying his classmates. How could he receive this award? Yi Ziming asked. If it were something else, he could overlook it, but since it concerned his daughter, he had to seek justice. Exactly, not long ago, this Wu Xiang even beat my child. How could he now be awarded as an excellent child? My child was also bullied by him recently. A child like this has become an excellent child. What are you thinking, kindergarten? Several parents chimed in, clearly indicating that Wu Xiang had a notorious reputation in kindergarten. You are Yi Nian Nian's parent, right? Yes, I am. Yi Ziming nodded. I haven't even spoken to you yet. You are questioning me. You never attended a single parent meeting at kindergarten before, so why are there so many issues now that you finally show up? Wu Xiang's father donated to the kindergarten, and many of our learning materials were provided by him. Is it wrong for me to give my child some special care? And you who haven't contributed anything still want to be considered an excellent child? If you could donate tens of thousands to the school, like Wu Xiang's father, I would immediately award the title of excellent child to Yi Nian Nian. Lin Yin glanced at Yi Ziming dismissively. Upon hearing this, several parents who had donated significantly to the school displayed expressions of superiority. However, the expressions of other parents darkened a bit. Yi Ziming sneered, so the award for excellent children is not based on their performance at school, but rather on who their father is. Kindergarten is a paradise for children's growth. Don't you fear teaching children the wrong values by doing this? Exactly, we send our children to kindergarten to learn not to compare parents. Are you sure this approach won't lead to problems for the children? I support this parent's viewpoint. Some parents quickly responded, starting to support Yi Ziming. Tang Huanqi gazed at Yi Ziming with admiration. In her eyes, Yi Ziming exuded a special aura that deeply attracted her, making her unable to extricate herself. What do you mean by learning? I see it as an excuse created by you incompetent parents. You lack the ability to create a good learning environment for your children, yet you still blame us. Wu Xiang's father Wu Bin looked disdainfully at the agitated parents below and said contemptuously. His words quickly reached all the parents' ears, inciting public anger. What do you mean? A tall parent angrily asked. I mean, you people are pitiful. Clearly it's your own incompetence that prevents your child from obtaining a good learning environment, yet you still blame others. Wu Bin replied disdainfully. Calling us incompetent, as if you are so impressive. The parent retorted while other parents glared at Wu Bin. Wu Bin raised his chin and said, I'm not that impressive, just a sales manager at Mingwei Group earning just over 2 million a year. May I ask where you work? I sell vegetables at the market. The parent's face turned red and his momentum immediately weakened. A vegetable seller dares to act arrogant in front of me. Wu Bin scoffed, don't talk to me about children's performance. This society is all about the survival of the fittest. Money is the most important. There's nothing that money can't buy. Do you have any issues with my son receiving the Excellent Child Award? He is actually from Mingwei Group and is a manager. My goodness, Mingwei Group is a top-tier group in Jiangxing. No wonder they are so wealthy. We can't afford to provoke someone like this, nor can we compete. Forget it. The surrounding parents couldn't help but say. Their emotions gradually calmed down, leaving only Yi Ziming still standing. Wu Bin looked disdainfully at Yi Ziming and said, what do you still have a problem? I only hope for a fair and just selection for the children. They are still young and should not be exposed to these things too early. Yi Ziming said. What do you understand? We need to instill this kind of thinking in children from a young age, otherwise when they grow up they will be useless. Just like you, your child will surely be useless in the future, becoming a burden to society. Wu Bin sneered. Tang Huanqi said discontentedly, Wu Xiang's father, I believe what Yi Ziming said is correct. A child's childhood should be beautiful and not tainted by such impurities. Tang teacher, be quiet. Is this a place for you to speak? Lin Yin said coldly from the side. I think Wu Xiang's father is making sense. Wu Bin stood proudly above, looking disdainfully at Yi Ziming, just a poor wretch thinking he could compete with me. Yi Ziming suddenly smiled, just a manager yet so arrogant. Wu Bin's eyes narrowed, just a manager. Kid, do you know any big shots? With your appearance, what kind of people could you possibly? Big shots. I wonder if I count. At that moment, Zhang Linyue walked in holding a little boy's hand, asking cold. Seeing Zhang Linyue, Yi Ziming was taken aback. How did this woman end up here? Tang Huanqi was also startled, and then her expression turned grim as she vividly recalled her past encounters with Zhang Linyue. Wu Bin was also stunned. He never expected to see Zhang Linyue at the kindergarten. Today Zhang Linyue had changed from her usual bold attire to a plain outfit, yet even so it couldn't conceal her astonishing aura and alluring figure. Are you a parent too? The parent meeting has already started. Don't you realize you are late? If you're late, then there's no need for the meeting, you can leave. Lin Yin said angrily. However, Zhang Linyue ignored Lin Yin and turned to Wu Bin saying, I am talking to you. Zhang Zhangzong, you are indeed a big figure. Of course you are a big figure. Wu Bin quickly reacted hastily saying, what a joke. This person is her immediate superior. All the parents were stunned. How did Wu Bin, who was previously so arrogant, suddenly turn into a servile dog? What status does this woman hold? Mom, he's bullying me. The little boy beside Zhang Linyue pointed at Wu Xiang and shouted. This statement made Zhang Linjiu's pretty face turn cold. Wu Bin, what is going on here? Cold sweat trickled down Wu Bin's forehead. His son bullied Minnie in school, and he couldn't keep up, leaving it to Lin Yin to handle it. He never expected the bullying would reach Zhang Linyue. Moreover, how could Zhang Linyue have a child? She has never been reported to be married. Zhang Zong, this is a misunderstanding, Wu Bin quickly explained. Misunderstanding. Zhang Linjiu's expression was icy as she turned to Tian Tian. Tian Tian, did you report the bullying to the teacher? Tian Tian nodded her little head. I told the teacher, but Principal Lin said that Wu Xiang only bullies me and not others, so she didn't intervene. Although Tian Tian's voice was small, some parents around still heard it, and their expressions immediately turned grim. Their children are usually treated like treasures, yet at school they are bullied, and the teachers do not give the children justice. What kind of kindergarten is this? Principal Lin, what is going on? Zhang Linyue looked at Lin Yin. Lin Yin disdainfully replied, it's just a child misbehaving. Ooh, what's the big deal? No one was hurt, right? Your child, no matter how precious, cannot compare to Wu Xiang's value. His father is the manager of Mingwei Group. Wu Bin's face turned pale, and he hurriedly said, Principal Lin, please stop. Why shouldn't I speak? Wu Xiang's father, rest assured our kindergarten will definitely stand by you. You two, do you still want to cling to this? Do you believe I can expel your children? Lin Yin said angrily. Yi Ziming shook his head, thinking that if one doesn't court death, they won't die. Wu Bin was even more terrified, his face pale. Principal Lin, please stop. She is the vice president of Mingwei Group. What? Lin Yin stared at Zhang Linyue in shock. Vice president of Mingwei Group. This status is undoubtedly far superior to Wu Bin's. Oh my, what did she just? In extreme fear, Lin Yin forced a smile. Please don't take my earlier words to heart. I was just speaking out of turn. Zhang Linjiu's face remained cold and unyielding. Wu Bin rushed to Jiang Lingyue, deeply bowing. Jiang Zong, I apologize for my son's actions. In an instant, the entire classroom fell silent as they stared at Jiang Lingyue, realizing that she was the true. Jiang Lingyue said nothing while Wu Bin dared not lift his head, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. Look up. After a long time, Jiang Lingyue spoke. Wu Bin felt a surge of joy and quickly looked up. However, as soon as he raised his head, he saw a delicate white hand swinging towards his face. Slap. Jiang Lingyue slapped Wu Bin and asked, do you know why I slapped you? Wu Bin quickly nodded. I know my son bullied your son. Jiang Lingyue shook her head. It's not just this. Wu Bin was stunned, looking at Jiang Lingyue in confusion. Jiang Zong, I apologize to Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. Wu Bin was taken aback. Who is Mr. Yi? Suddenly he shivered and quickly turned to look at Yi Ziming. Could it be that Mr. Yi is mentioned by Jiang Zong is him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could someone dressed so plainly be the Mr. Yi spoken of by Jiang Zong? Jiang Zong, who is Mr. Yi? Wu Bin asked. Yi Ziming, Mr. Yi. If your apology does not satisfy Mr. Yi, then you need not come to work tomorrow. Jiang Lingyue said coldly. Who is this Yi Ziming that even Jiang Lingyue must address as Mr. Yi? Wu Bin walked up to Yi Ziming, gritting his teeth. Mr. Yi, I am sorry, it was my mistake. Everyone in the classroom looked at Yi Ziming in disbelief. Could this person also be a big figure? Who would have thought that this plainly dressed man could make Wu Bin apologize? That was Wu Bin, the manager of Mingwei Group. Yi Ziming looked at Wu Bin, his expression ice cold. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Yi Ziming except for Tang Huanxi, whose expression remained unchanged, even casting a hint of hostility towards Jiang Lingyue. Lin Yan's gaze towards Yi Ziming also changed as she had some understanding of him and knew he was merely a con artist. But who could have imagined that such a con artist would hold such a high status? Even the manager of the Mingwei Group apologized. Let's just forget about today's incident, and in the future, Wu Bin hurriedly said, there will definitely not be any such incidents again. Mr. Yi, the kindergarten will ensure fair and just selection of outstanding children in the future. We have decided that this semester's outstanding child is Yi Nyanyan. Lin Yan also rushed over and quickly said. Yi Ziming looked at Yi Nyanyan beside him, who pouted, I don't wanna. The little one also had a temper. Yi Ziming smiled and said, if Nyanyan doesn't want it, you can distribute it among yourselves. After saying that, he left with Nyanyan, and Tang Huanxi hurriedly followed. Jiang Lingyue glanced at Lin Yan and said, it seems the principal of Boya Kindergarten needs to be replaced. With that one sentence, Lin Yan collapsed to the ground. Although Boya Kindergarten is a private institution, Jiang Lingyue had enough influence to easily replace a principal. Meanwhile, Yi Ziming and Tang Huanxi walked out of the teaching building with Nyanyan. I'm sorry, I didn't know the principal suddenly changed her mind. Tang Huanxi's face showed a hint of regret. Yi Ziming squatted down and patted Nyanyan's little head, saying, it's okay, Nyanyan. Next semester we'll work hard to win back the title of outstanding child. Yi Nyanyan waved her small fist earnestly and said, Daddy, I will work hard. Watching the determined Nyanyan, Yi Ziming smiled. As long as Nyanyan was unaffected, he didn't mind. At that moment, the sound of high heels approached, and Jiang Lingyue was seen quickly walking over while holding Tianxian's hand. Her appearance made Tang Huanxi's expression change, and she couldn't help but say, what is she here for? Yi Ziming smiled and said, this time it's thanks to Miss Jiang. If you have your eyes on her, she really suits you. Not only is she wealthy and influential, but she is also sexy and beautiful. However, to be together, you need to convince her husband. Tang Huanxi said irritably. Yi Ziming found it somewhat amusing. What was this woman talking about? Why are you walking so fast? Why don't you wait for me? At this moment, Jiang Lingyue returned to her usual self, her voice still filled with allure. Perhaps it was because of the children being present, she didn't come over to wrap her arms around Yi Ziming's neck. I didn't know your child also attends this kindergarten. Yi Ziming smiled and said. Tian just transferred to this kindergarten. Xiaoyan quickly greeted Uncle Yi. Jiang Lingyue patted Xiaoyan's little head. Hello, Uncle Yi, Xiaotian said obediently. Yi Ziming smiled and patted Xiaoyan's little head, saying, this is Yi Nyanyan. She is about your age, and you can play together in the future, okay? Xiaotian nodded obediently. I understand. Yi Nyanyan, let's go play on the slide. Yi Nyanyan cheerfully said, okay. As they spoke, the two little kids happily ran towards the nearby slide. You haven't contacted me lately. Don't you want your sister anymore? Once the two children left, Jiang Lingyue asked with a charming smile. Miss Jiang, you should have a husband, right? I wonder how he would feel if he knew you were acting like this. Tang Huanxi said coldly from the side. Jiang Lingyue glanced at Tang Huanxi and sensed the hostility. She rolled her eyes and seductively said, what does it matter? As long as he is willing to be with me, I'll divorce when I get back. That one sentence made Tang Huanxi's expression darken instantly. Yi Ziming felt somewhat helpless, saying, Miss Jiang, please don't joke about that. Alright then, don't call me Miss Jiang in the future, call me Lingyue. Don't think I don't know what your charming nickname for me is. Jiang Lingyue said discontentedly. Yi Ziming, feeling resigned, could only nod in agreement, which made Tang Huanxi's expression grow colder. Tang Huanxi said coldly, Miss Jiang, you should let the child's father come to school in the future. It will reduce a lot of trouble. She didn't want to see Yi Ziming getting closer to Jiang Lingyue. However, upon hearing Tang Huanqi's words, Jiang Lingyue's expression changed. She looked at the happily playing Xiao Tian in the distance, and softly said, Tiantian's father is no longer around, and I'm not his mother. He is the child of my best friend. Yi Ziming was taken aback. Was there a story behind this? Jiang Lingyue simply recounted the situation. It turned out that Tiantian's parents were friends of Jiang Lingyue. They both died in a car accident, leaving only this child behind. Both of her friends were orphans, and she was worried about leaving the child with relatives, so she adopted him herself. After hearing Jiang Lingyue's words, Yi Ziming couldn't help but sigh. Even Tang Huanqi's expression softened a bit. Not far away, Yin Yinyan looked at Yi Ziming and the others with curiosity and asked Tiantian what her daddy and the two aunties doing. Xiao Tian thought seriously for a moment, then put on a little adult look and said, based on my experience, both teacher Tang and my mother like Uncle Yi. Like, what does that mean? Yin Yinyan was puzzled. It means the two people are together. That's how it's portrayed on. Xiao Tian said without hesitation. But I'm also together with Daddy. Ooh, I also like Daddy, Yin Yinyan said. Xiao Tian shook his head. That's different. You will definitely have another mommy in the future. I might also get another daddy. Oh, you don't understand. You'll slowly figure it out. As Xiao Tian spoke, a hint of helplessness appeared on his little face. Oh, Yin Yinyan nodded, somewhat understanding. Little did she know Xiao Tian had opened a new world for her. Just as the two little kids were chatting, a phone rang. Yi Ziming pressed the answer button and said, what? The senior brother of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect is looking for me. The call was from Zheng Tianjiao, who told Yi Ziming that the senior disciple of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji school had arrived at the Chuanjin Martial Arts Hall demanding to see Yi Ziming by name. Yi Ziming stopped his conversation with Jiang Lingyue, drove Tang Huanqi and Ninian back to the villa, and then headed straight for the Chuanjin Martial Arts Hall. As soon as he pushed open the door, an irritable voice rang out. Can that bastard Yi Ziming show up? I've been waiting for ages. Yi Ziming followed the voice and saw a young man about 1.8 meters tall, sturdy, and looking quite spirited, shouting inside the hall. I've already made the call. Just wait a bit longer, or do you want Xiaoyu to spar with you? Zheng Tianjiao said impatiently, her arms crossed. The young man sneered. I'm not that stupid, letting you guys take turns fighting me. Today I'll only fight Yi Ziming, no one else. Zhao Mingshu, standing beside the young man, said smugly, Tianjiao, my senior brother has a bad temper. Tell Yi Ziming to come quickly and stop hiding, or we'll tear down your martial arts hall. Zheng Tianjiao's eyes widened. You dare? Having practiced internal martial arts, a single glare from her made Zhao Ming's face turn pale, and he dared not meet her eyes. You're looking for me. Just then Yi Ziming entered the hall and walked over to Zheng Tianjiao and Xiaoyu. Zheng Tianjiao said grumpily, you're finally here. Because of you were being challenged. Yi Ziming glanced at Zheng Tianjiao and said, you caused this trouble, it has nothing to do with me. If it weren't for this woman dragging him into being her shield, today's incident wouldn't have happened. Master, have you no sense of chivalry? Anyway, this guy is here for you, so you have to help me deal with him. Zheng Tianjiao said hurriedly. Yi Ziming glanced at the young man and asked, who is he? Zheng Tianjiao said, Shan Tianyi, the chief disciple of Feng Baohua. He's practiced some freestyle boxing, has some skill. Then she suddenly laughed. But compared to you, master, he's far inferior. Senior brother, it's this guy. On the other side, Zhao Mingshu gritted his teeth and said to Shan Tianyi. Shan Tianyi looked Yi Ziming up and down and said contemptuously, this guy is as thin as a chick. Could he have taken? You guys are too useless. Zhao Ming's face turned ugly, but he still said, senior brother, trust me, this guy is definitely not easy to deal with. He'll trust you this once. Shan Tianyi looked at Yi Ziming. Kid, you're the one who hit my junior brother. He deserved it, Yi Ziming said calmly. Hey, in all my years I've never seen someone so arrogant. Kid, dare you come out and spar with me? The loser kneels and calls grandpa. Whoever breaks his word is a bastard. Shan Tianyi shouted. Yi Ziming glanced at him. Why should I fight you? Because you bullied my junior brother. Kid, hurry up and spar with me. Don't dawdle like a woman. You're wasting my time for barbecue. Shan Tianyi said disdainfully. Zhao Mingshu said smugly from the side. Yi Ziming, I'll let you know the power of our Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji school. My senior brother is very strong. In our martial arts hall, besides my master, no one can beat him. I advise you to kneel and call grandpa, and also offer us that card you used that day. Maybe if senior brother is happy. Senior brother is a man of honor. He always keeps his word. Hearing Zhao Ming's words, Yi Ziming laughed. This guy actually had designs on the Black Phoenix card. Kid, are you fighting or not? I don't have time for your childish games. Shan Tianyi said impatiently. No. Yi Ziming couldn't be bothered to fight Shan Tianyi. Xiaoyu, if he dares to make a move, throw him out. Yes, Uncle Master, Xiaoyu nodded. I'm giving you face, kid. If you don't want to fight, then kneel and call me grandpa. Shan Tianyi roared and charged at Yi Ziming. Xiaoyu stepped forward to block him, but unexpectedly Shan Tianyi rolled on the ground, dodged Xiaoyu, and quickly closed in on Yi Ziming. Bastard, let's see how you dodge this. Shan Tianyi punched at Yi Ziming, his eyes full of excitement. Yi Ziming heard the whoosh of the punch, turned around, reached out, grabbed Shan Tianyi's fist, and with a twist of his wrist flung him away. Bam! Shan Tianyi knocked over several punching bags. Yi Ziming looked at Shan Tianyi with a calm expression. This guy didn't know internal martial arts at all, only some basic fighting techniques. They were enough for ordinary people, but trying to take on Yi Ziming was wishful thinking. Kid, you're pretty nimble. I wasn't prepared that time. Let's see how you handle the next punch. With that, Shan Tianyi swung his fist and charged again. Yi Ziming stopped Xie Yu from intervening and kicked out at Shan Tianyi. He didn't want to waste any more time on this guy. With a thud, Shan Tianyi flew backward again, this time even farther than before. Shan Tianyi's face was full of pain. He struggled to get up from the ground, but his limbs felt like they were beyond his control, completely unable to exert any strength. Zhao Mingshu was stunned. He stared in disbelief at Shan Tianyi lying on the ground. This was the strongest person in their martial arts hall besides the master, and yet he was still no match for Yi Ziming. Just as he was dumbfounded, he suddenly felt a cold gaze. He turned his head and saw Yi Ziming looking at him expressionlessly, an overwhelming aura pressing down on him. Without a second thought, Zhao Mingshu turned and ran, completely abandoning Shan Tianyi. Thud! Zheng Tianjiao appeared in front of him out of nowhere and kicked him back. Where do you think you're going? Zheng Tianjiao said coldly. Thud! Zhao Mingshu was kicked to the center of the martial arts hall by Zheng Tianjiao, and everyone around him looked at him with malicious intent. It's not my fault. It was Shan Tianyi who insisted on dragging me here to challenge. He is the mastermind, so take your anger out on him. At the critical moment, Zhao Mingshu directly sold out Shan Tianyi. Zhao Mingshu, you. Shan Tianyi, lying on the ground, was furious at Zhao Mings's words. It was clearly this guy who had asked him to deal with Yi Ziming, so how had it now turned into him being the mastermind? What do you mean? Tianjiao, this really has nothing to do with me. Please let me go for the sake of our past connection. Zhao Mingshu shamelessly said. Zheng Tianjiao laughed. It seems you are begging the wrong person. You should be pleading for mercy from my master, not me. After saying that, she pointed at Yi Ziming not far away. Zhao Mingshu gritted his teeth and approached Yi Ziming, mustering his courage to say, Young master Yi, I was wrong about the previous matter. Please show mercy and forgive me this time. Yi Ziming's expression was calm. What did you say before I fought with Shan Tianyi? Zhao Mings's face changed. He remembered telling Yi Ziming to kneel and call him grandfather. Now that Yi Ziming brought it up, how could he not understand his meaning? Yi Ziming, don't go too far. Zhao Mingshu shouted angrily. Yi Ziming replied coldly, kneel or not. An invisible pressure crushed down, causing Zhao Mingshu to tremble uncontrollably. He knew he had kicked the steel plate. Gritting his teeth, he directly knelt on the ground and shouted, Grandfather, I was wrong. At least you knelt quickly, or I wouldn't spare you. Zheng Tianjiao said with a cold smile. If Zhao Mingshu tried to back out, she wouldn't mind letting him know why the flowers were not just you, but there's also him. At this moment, Xie Yu pointed at Shan Tianyi, who was struggling to get up from the ground, and said with a cold smile, Senior brother, quickly come over and apologize to young Master Yi. Zhao Mingshu hurriedly shouted at Shan Tianyi. Go to hell. If anyone's kneeling, it's you, I won't. Yi Ziming, what are you looking at? This fight isn't over yet. Shan Tianyi cursed loudly. Yi Ziming's eyes flashed with surprise. Shan Tianyi had decent physical quality. If it were someone else, they wouldn't have gotten up so quickly. I don't want to waste time. Yi Ziming shook his head and turned to leave. Stop, you can't leave. Continue fighting with me. Shan Tianyi stumbled as he walked, but still staggered toward Yi Ziming. Senior brother, why are you being stubborn? You are no match for young Master Yi. Kneel down and apologize quickly. Zhao Mingshu shouted angrily. Now he was a completely different person from the one who had mocked Yi Ziming earlier. Shan Tianyi seemed not to hear and slowly approached Yi Ziming, then suddenly knelt down. A cold smile appeared on Zheng Tianjiao and the others' faces. This guy talked a good game, but in the end he still knelt down. Xie Yu and the martial hall members also looked on with undisguised contempt. Shan Tianyi knelt before Yi Ziming, performing 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Yi Ziming was stunned. Before he could say anything, Shan Tianyi hastily shouted, Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Wait, what master? Now it was Yi Ziming's turn to be confused. Who is your master? You? Since I performed the bowing ceremony to you just now, and you didn't object, then I'm your disciple. Shan Tianyi quickly explained. Yi Ziming had knocked him to the ground with just 2 simple moves. Even Feng Bao couldn't do that. Moreover, Zhao Mings's words had completely chilled his heart. He had been sincere with Zhao Mingshu, even helping him challenge others just to vent his anger. But this brat, seeing that the situation was going south, directly pushed all of it onto him. He wouldn't take the blame for this, and he had started to doubt the Hunyuan Xingyi Taijiquan. He increasingly felt that Feng Bao was a fraud. He wanted to learn genuine martial arts. Since Yi Ziming had thrown him out twice, he might as well acknowledge him as his master. As the saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. Shan Tianyi's plan was sounding good. Yi Ziming said, I don't accept disciples. I don't care. The bowing ceremony is complete. You are my master. If you don't acknowledge it, I will follow you every day. After saying that, Shan Tianyi stood up and directly went behind Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming was somewhat speechless. Why was this guy still lingering here? Zhao Mingshu looked on in astonishment at this scene. His senior brother had defected, actually acknowledging their enemy. Seeing Zhao Mingshu looking at him, Shan Tianyi was displeased and kicked Zhao Mingshu, saying, What are you looking at? From today on, I am master's disciple. Go back and tell Feng Bao that I won't serve him anymore. If he has a problem, let him come find my master. Senior brother, you. Zhao Mingshu was shocked and kicked to the ground. Shan Tianyi sneered, What do you mean? I am no longer your senior brother. You see, this is my master. Looking at Shan Tianyi's loyal expression, Yi Ziming was speechless. He could sense that Shan Tianyi was not joking. Zheng Tianjiao looked at Yi Ziming with confusion. Is he really accepting a disciple now? I never said I would take you as my disciple, Yi Ziming said. The previously domineering Shan Tianyi instantly turned into a little lamb. Don't, master. I'm serious. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to chase a dog, I will never chase a chicken. You won't have to do any dirty or hard work. I'll handle it all. Yi Ziming couldn't be bothered with Shan Tianyi and coldly said, "Xie, you throw them out." "Yes, master." Xie Yu nodded, grabbing Zhao Mingxu with one hand and pushing Shan Tianyi out with the other. "Master, I'll wait for you outside." Shan Tianyi hurriedly shouted. After these two left, the martial arts hall finally became much quieter. "It's finally quiet, master. You really shouldn't consider taking that kid as a disciple. Ooh, I think he's quite good." Zheng Tianjiao couldn't help but say. Yi Ziming shook his head. "I don't have time to teach." He still had to raise his daughter. Where would he find the time to teach someone else? Even Zheng Tianjiao, he hadn't taught for a day. What a shame, that kid is quite nice. Zheng Tianjiao shook her head helplessly. "Master, be careful. Feng Baoguo's disciples are all quite despicable. You've just beaten his closed-door disciple and the eldest disciple. He definitely won't let it go so easily." Xie Yu reminded. Yi Ziming nodded. "I understand." However, Yi Ziming didn't take Feng Baoguo seriously. What was there to fear from a fraud who called himself a master? After chatting for a while, Yi Ziming left the martial arts hall, but as soon as he stepped out, he saw Shan Tianyi squatting on the ground smoking not far away. Seeing Yi Ziming come out, Shan Tianyi hurriedly extinguished his cigarette and rushed to Yi Ziming's side. "Master, where are you going?" "He'll take you." Yi Ziming frowned. "I am not your master, and I have a car." "That won't do. You've already accepted my apprenticeship. You are my master. Master, with your status, you should be driving a car like this. He'll be your driver. Just give me a call, and he'll be there whenever you..." Shan Tianyi pointed to a nearby Mercedes-Benz G-Class fawning. Yi Ziming couldn't be bothered with Shan Tianyi and walked towards his own car, but halfway there he stopped, because his car tire was flat. He turned around, looking at Shan Tianyi with icy eyes. That chilling aura almost made Shan Tianyi gasp for breath, and he quickly waved his hands. "Master, it wasn't me." Seeing that Shan Tianyi didn't look like he was lying, Yi Ziming's expression softened a bit. He called Zheng Tianjiao to get his car repaired, and then prepared to take a taxi. At this moment, Shan Tianyi approached cautiously. "Master, how about I take you back?" Yi Ziming thought for a moment and nodded. It was rush hour. It would be hard to get a taxi. Taking Shan Tianyi's car with following the address provided by Yi Ziming, Shan Tianyi arrived at Rainbow No. 1 villa. He stared in shock at the Rainbow No. 1 in front of him, his face filled with disbelief. "Master, you're so rich. This is Rainbow No. 1. Shan Tianyi knew about Rainbow No. 1. To buy a place here, one needed not only money, but also power. It was a gift from someone else, Yi Ziming said lightly as he got out of the car. "A gift from someone else. Wow, master, you're really amazing." Shan Tianyi muttered to himself, and then followed him out of the car. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class was parked at the entrance, and Tang Huanxi naturally had to come out to take a look. When she saw Yi Ziming getting out of the car, she instinctively asked, "What happened?" Yi Ziming explained, "Your car tire is flat. I had someone fix it." Tang Huanxi nodded, looking at Shan Tianyi beside her. Just as she was about to ask, Shan Tianyi spoke up first. "This must be the master's wife, right?" "Hello, master's wife. My name is Shan Tianyi. Just now in the car, I heard master say that you possess the beauty of a fallen fish and a shy flower, and it seems to be true. I am master's disciple. If you need anything, just let me know. I will arrange everything for you." Upon seeing Tang Huanxi, a hint of awe flashed in Shan Tianyi's eyes. The aura of the girl next door that Tang Huanxi exuded was rare in today's society, but Shan Tianyi quickly reacted and hurriedly lowered his head to address her as master's wife. Yi Ziming was dumbfounded. They hadn't said half a word in the car, so how could he say such things about her beauty? Shan Tianyi's words caused Tang Huanxi's face to flush. She instinctively glanced at Yi Ziming and found him looking at her, as well making her cheeks even redder. "You go sit inside, dinner is ready. You can stay and eat something," Tang Huanxi said, blushing as she ran, and after Tang Huanxi entered the villa, Shan Tianyi gave Yi Ziming a thumbs up. "Master, you're amazing. You actually managed to woo such a beauty as master's wife." Yi Ziming was speechless. "Don't talk nonsense. We are just flatmates. She is not my girlfriend." "Not your girlfriend? You don't go after such an exceptional girl." "No way, master, you need to step up." Shan Tianyi was dumbfounded. If it were him, he would have been crazily pursuing her by now. "Are you done talking? If you're done, just leave." Yi Ziming was too lazy to listen to Shan Tianyi's nonsense. "That won't do. My master's wife said I should stay for dinner." "Don't worry, master, I will definitely help you win over master's wife." Shan Tianyi winked at Yi Ziming and then quickly walked into the villa. Just as Yi Ziming was about to enter the villa, his phone received a text message from Tang Yingjia. Looking at the message, Yi Ziming narrowed his eyes. Tang Yingjia actually wanted to meet him tomorrow. In the evening, Shan Tianyi lounged in the villa, calling her master mother with such ease that even Yin 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 was one. Before leaving, Shan Tianyi said to Yi Ziming, "Master, I will come to pick you up tomorrow morning. I'll be your dedicated driver." The next morning, as Yi Ziming was preparing to take Tang Huanxi and Yin 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 to kindergarten, he stepped outside and saw Shan Tianyi leaning against Tang Huanxi's car. The guy was holding a pancake and enjoying it immensely. Yi Ziming frowned. "What are you doing here?" "I'm delivering your car, and also acting as your dedicated driver." Shan Tianyi patted the car hood and added, "After leaving the Rainbow No. 1 villa yesterday, I went straight to the Quanjin martial arts school and slept there until your car was fixed, then I drove over." Yi Ziming was about to say something when Tang Huanqi interjected, then I'll trouble you with this. Look, Master Mother, I am here to serve Master. Shan Tianyi hurriedly replied. Good morning, Uncle Tianyi. Yi Ninian greeted Shan Tianyi with a smile. Shan Tianyi laughed. Good morning, Ninian. Did you miss your uncle? He no. Yi Ninian giggled mischievously before getting into the car. Once Tang Huanqi and Yi Ninian were in the car, Shan Tianyi turned to Yi Ziming. Master, what are you waiting for? Get in the car. Yi Ziming, feeling helpless, realized the kid had spent several hours winning over Tang Huanqi and Yi Ninian. He had no choice but to sit in the passenger seat. Shan Tianyi drove the car straight to the kindergarten. The kindergarten was about to start summer vacation, and today was the last day of school for Ninian and her friends. Meanwhile, Yi Ziming was also troubled about how to take care of Ninian. Master, where are we going next? Shan Tianyi asked, one hand on the steering wheel, making Tang Wang's car feel like. To the Twilight Cafe, Yi Ziming replied softly, as Tang Yingjia had arranged to meet him there. Upon arriving at the Twilight Cafe, Shan Tianyi wisely chose not to accompany Yi Ziming inside. Yi Ziming walked in and quickly spotted Tang Yingjia in the corner. What did you want to discuss by calling me here? Yi Ziming sat opposite Tang Yingjia with a calm tone. Yi Ziming walked in and quickly spotted Tang Yingjia in the corner. What did you want to discuss by calling me here? He said coldly, kid, I misjudged you, but don't think that just because you've attached yourself to Fang Guamin and Zhang Durong you can challenge me. If that's what you wanted to say, then I'm leaving. Yi Ziming stood up, preparing to leave. He wasn't here to listen to threats. Wait, Tang Yingjia suppressed his anger and said to Yi Ziming, since you have gained Old Stone's recognition, it means your medical skills are quite high. You should know about Wang's illness, right? Yi Ziming nodded. It's acquired Yin Meridian. Ew, she had an episode before. Tang Yingjia scoffed. What acquired Yin Meridian? It's clearly congenital Yin Meridian. However, recognizing Wang's illness is not easy, as many traditional doctors have failed to diagnose it. Yi Ziming confidently replied, Huanqi definitely has acquired Yin Meridian. My diagnosis is absolutely correct. Kid, are you that confident? Tang Yingjia sneered. Of course. None of your medical skills can compare to mine. A flash of pride crossed Yi Ziming's face, a pride befitting a divine doctor, one that was engraved in his very bones. Tang Yingjia took a deep breath. Fine, let's put aside the matter of which Yin Meridian it is. Wang's illness dictates that she cannot roam freely, so I must take her home. No way, Yi Ziming flatly refused. Kid, that's my daughter. What right do you have to stop me from taking her away? Tang Yingjia shouted angrily. Yi Ziming said it will be safer for her to stay with me. Tang Yingjia sneered, do you really think your medical skills are higher than everyone in the Tang family? The Tang family is a lineage of traditional medicine holding a very high status in the entire Jiang City medical community. Yi Ziming looked at Tang Yingjia, his gaze unwavering, but without resolving the matter of Zhu Yin Grass. Tang Huanqi absolutely could not go home. Kid, for my daughter's sake, I don't want to resort to other means. The Tang family is not something you can provoke, and the Tang family's power is beyond your imagination. Tang Yingjia said angrily. Yi Ziming replied calmly, you can try. Yi Ziming, I absolutely do not agree to you being with my daughter, and in a few days I will take Huanqi home. I'll give you 2 more days to consider. If you still disagree, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying that, Tang Yingjia ignored Yi Ziming and turned to leave. Master, who is that old man? He's too arrogant. Once Yi Ziming returned to the car, Shan Tianyi couldn't help but ask, do you want me to take care of him? Yi Ziming shook his head, remaining silent. Just then his phone suddenly rang. Yi Ziming pressed the answer button, and a little boy's anxious voice came through. Uncle Yi, it's Tian Tian. Teacher Tang and Ninian have been taken by bad people. You need to think of something quickly. Boom. An incredibly cold aura erupted from Yi Ziming's body. That aura was terrifying, instantly filling the entire car. Shan Tianyi, sitting in the driver's seat, bore the brunt of it. He felt an icy chill all over his body, and even beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. After all, it was summer. And Master, what happened? Shan Tianyi swallowed his saliva and asked cautiously. Yi Ziming looked at Shan Tianyi and said, Ninian and Huanqi have been kidnapped. What? Who would dare to kidnap the mistress and the others? Could it be those bastards from the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect? Shan Tianyi exclaimed in shock. Yi Ziming initially suspected Shan Tianyi as well, but judging by his reaction, he probably didn't know about it. It couldn't be the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect either. They ran a martial arts school in Jiangsheng and had to abide by the law. Moreover, Yi Ziming felt that while these guys were good at scamming, they probably wouldn't dare to kidnap. With that thought, Yi Ziming took out his phone and started dialing. Yarao, my daughter has been kidnapped. Do me a favor and find out where they've been taken. Lingyue, Tianjiao. Yi Ziming made 3 consecutive calls, leaving Shan Tianyi dumbfounded. Fang Yarao, Zhang Lingyue, and Zheng Tianjiao. Not one of these 3 was an easy person to deal with. And Yi Ziming could actually get these 3 women to help him at the same time. That was simply incredible. After finishing the calls, Yi Ziming leaned back in his seat. Shan Tianyi sat in the driver's seat, afraid to speak. First, the phone calls from Yi Ziming had terrified him. Second, the aura emanating from Yi Ziming was simply too frightening. The icy aura made him dare not utter a single word. Within 10 minutes, 3 text messages arrived on his phone, all pointing to the same location, Pinghai Hotel. Go to Pinghai Hotel and make it fast. Yi Ziming said coldly. Master, just watch. Shan Tianyi rubbed his palms together, floored the accelerator, and the car shot forward like a rocket with a loud whoosh. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of Pinghai Hotel, Tang Huanqi slowly opened her eyes, feeling a headache. She looked around and realized she was in an unfamiliar room. She tried to get up from the bed, but found her limbs tied to the bed with cloth strips. To her greater horror, Nian Nian was also lying unconscious beside her. From outside the room, music blared continuously along with the frenzied shouts of several men and women. Huanqi, you're awake. At that moment, a familiar voice came from above Tang Huanqi. She looked up and saw Song Xian. Song Xian, how is it you? Tang Huanqi asked urgently. Where am I? Song Xian laughed. This is Pinghai Hotel Master Duan's territory. Song Xin's words made Tang Huanxi's face change. You kidnapped me and Nian Nian. I told you long ago that Master Duan is not someone you can afford to provoke. But you refused to believe me, and even humiliated Master Duan together with that Yi. At the mention of Yi Ziming, Song Xin's face was filled with disdain. Song Xian, you're committing a crime. Let us go quickly and don't make another mistake. Tang Huanqi urged. Song Xian sneered. Crime. You don't understand Master Duan's power. To him, with a bang, the room door was pushed open and Duan Tianyang, reeking of alcohol, walked in. Yo, little beauty, away. Duan Tianyang, let me go. Tang Huanqi shouted angrily. Let you go? Sure, as long as you serve me well, I'll naturally let you go. Duan Tianyang laughed triumphantly. Tang Huanqi gritted her teeth. You're dreaming. I'd rather die than let you succeed. Ha ha, little beauty, it's no longer up to you. I told you to be with me long ago, and you could have gotten a lot of money. But you insisted on being with Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming slapped me a few times, and I still remember it. He even made me kneel and apologize to him. Now I've captured his daughter too. Let's see what he can do. Duan Tianyang laughed triumphantly. Bastard, what do you want to do with Nian Nian? Tang Huanqi fumed. What do I want? I want to make Yi Ziming know the consequences of offending me. Don't worry, beauty, he'll take good care of you. He'll also record the process and share it with Yi Ziming. Oh, and he'll treat his daughter well too. Playing a little raising game wouldn't be bad. Duan Tianyang said with a cold sneer. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Xian walked in carrying a video camera. Duan Tianyang, let Nian Nian go right now or you'll regret it. Yi Ziming won't forgive you. Tang Huanqi shouted. Duan Tianyang sneered disdainfully. What is he? How can he compare to me? Don't think that just because he's latched onto that bitch Jiang Linjiu's coattails he can do whatever he wants. I can crush him with just one finger. Beauty, let's not waste time. The fun is just beginning. Duan Tianyang leered and reached his hand toward Tang. Just as Tang Huanqi was in despair, a loud bang was heard, followed by Yi Ziming's voice from outside. Shan Tianyi, I'll leave these people to you. Shan Tianyi laughed heartily. Don't worry, master. Dealing with a few punks is a piece of cake for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the sounds of a fierce fight came from outside the bedroom. Bang! Another sound. The bedroom door was kicked open and Yi Ziming walked in, his face icy as he glared at. Seeing Yi Ziming, Tang Huanxi's eyes filled with hope as she shouted to him, you don't have to worry about me, quickly save Nian. Tang Huanxi's words warmed Yi Ziming's heart. Even at this moment her concern remained for Nian Nian. I will take you all out with me. You want to take them out? Yi Ziming, do you even understand the situation? This is the Pinghai Hotel, my territory. Duan Tianyang looked at Yi Ziming with disdain. Yi Ziming's gaze was icy, radiating an aura that seemed to have emerged from hell. How do you want to die? Just because of you. A good for nothing who only knows how to squander money. Duan Tianyang sneered, having already investigated Yi Ziming's background. Yi Ziming remained silent, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This guy dared to touch Nian Nian. He must. Yi Ziming, you can't compete with young Master Duan. Moreover, this is young Master Duan's territory. With just one word from him, he can make your life worse than death. You are indeed strong, but this hotel is filled with young Master Duan's people. No matter how strong you are, can you take on dozens of them? I advise you to quickly apologize to young Master Duan. Considering Huanxi's face, perhaps he will spare you. At this moment, Song Xian said arrogantly. Duan Tianyang looked at Yi Ziming with satisfaction, his expression reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. Yi Ziming's expression was cold as he ignored Song Xin's words, turning to Duan Tianyang and coldly stating, you kidnapped my daughter. Is it too much to break your two legs? Duan Tianyang's face flashed with a cruel smile. Break my legs? Do you have that ability? There are over 100 security guards in this hotel. You should think about how to survive from them first. Duan Tianyang understood that his status was vastly superior to Yi Ziming's. In his eyes, Yi Ziming was merely a commoner. Stop! What are you doing? At that moment, angry shouts from the security outside echoed. Another group of worthless fools, take a punch from your grandpa. Dan Tianyi laughed loudly as cries of pain rang out from outside. Song Xian said triumphantly, Yi Ziming, I advise you to tell your friends to stop. Young Master Duan's people are ruthless. If something happens, it won't be good. Yi Ziming remained unmoved. If Dan Tianyi couldn't handle a few security guards, he was too useless. Bang! The bedroom door was pushed open by Dan Tianyi. His clothes were torn into rags, and he had several footprints on his body. The right side of his face was swollen with blood on his nose and mouth, exuding an intimidating aura that sent chills down people's spines. Dan Tianyi turned and spat out blood, his face twisted with rage. Master, I dealt with those people outside. How should we handle these two? Dan Tianyi's words surprised Duan Tianyang. He had heard at least 7 or 8 security guards outside. How could this guy have taken them all down? Yi Ziming replied coldly, I will handle it myself. Master, please, I won't compete with you for this. Dan Tianyi chuckled and quickly stepped aside. Yi Ziming, are you crazy? All of them are my people outside. Duan Tianyang shouted. At this moment Dan Tianyi sneered, don't wait for your people to come rescue you. I've blocked the door with a table, they won't be able to enter for a while. These words made a hint of fear arise in Duan Tianyang's heart. Yi Ziming, think carefully. Young Master Duan's father is the chairman of the Pinghai Chamber of Commerce, Old Master Liu. If you harm young Master Duan, Old Master Liu will definitely not spare you. Song Xian shouted sharply. Yi Ziming replied calmly, it doesn't matter who comes. Just as his words fell, he reached out and grabbed Duan Tianyang. I will fight you. Duan Tianyang gritted his teeth, pulling out a knife from his pocket and lunging at Yi Ziming. Be careful, he has a knife. Tang Wanshi cried out in alarm. Yi Ziming remained unfazed, raising his hand to knock the knife away with a loud clang, bending the blade with a single slap. Dan Tianyi gasped in shock, looking at Yi Ziming as if he were a god. With one slap, Yi Ziming knocked the knife from Duan Tianyang's hand and grabbed his arm. Applying slight pressure, Duan Tianyang knelt on the ground. Yi Ziming, you need to think carefully. Young Master Duan is not an ordinary person. If you injure him, not only will you be in trouble, but your family and friends will also suffer. Song Xian shouted loudly. Crack. Yi Ziming kicked and broke Duan Tianyang's left leg. What if Duan Tianyang couldn't help but scream loudly. Song Xian bit her lip, looking at Yi Ziming in disbelief. She had made herself so clear, how could this guy not understand? Angrily she said, Yi Ziming, you've caused trouble. Crack. Yi Ziming raised his foot and broke Duan Tianyang's right leg. So what? Song Xian dared not speak anymore, fearing that if she did, Yi Ziming would continue to torment Duan Tianyang. At this moment, Duan Tianyang had already fainted from the unbearable pain. Ignoring Duan Tianyang and Song Xian, Yi Ziming hurried over to embrace Nian Nian, discovering that she was still sound asleep, which relieved him. He then released Tang Wanshi, who quickly got up from the bed, anxiously asking, is Nian Nian okay? Yi Ziming shook his head, saying she's fine, still sleeping. Just at that moment, a loud crash echoed as the door to the suite was burst open and dozens of security guards rushed in. Dan Tianyi stood beside Yi Ziming, grinning. Master, the situation is dire. All the security guards glared at Yi Ziming and his companions, looking ready to strike at any moment. Shan Tianyi fearlessly faced them, saying, what's wrong? Do you guys want to play with me? Tang Huanshi instinctively clung to Yi Ziming's arm upon seeing so many people. Seeing the security guards arrive, Song Zin's courage surged as she smugly declared, Yi Ziming, you're finished. You've hurt Duan Xiao, they will definitely tear you to pieces. Yi Ziming remained indifferent, handing Nian Nian over to Tang Huanshi. Just a few dozen security guards were nothing. At that moment, footsteps suddenly echoed in the corridor as dozens of young men hurried over, startling the young men stood on either side of the corridor, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. Soon the sound of high heels approached, and Fang Yaolao entered the room, followed by Sister Lan Pang Dahai and Sun San. Upon seeing Yi Ziming, Fang Yaolao asked expressionlessly, are you okay? Yi Ziming pointed at Duan Tianyang, who was lying on the ground. I'm fine, he's the one in trouble. Then that means you're fine, Fang Yaolao replied coldly. She was here to help Yi Ziming, the others were irrelevant to her. Song Xian stared in disbelief at the striking woman before her, instantly recognizing her as the legendary beauty Fang Yaolao. How could she be here, and why would she help Yi Ziming? Wasn't Yi Ziming backed by Jiang Linyue? Tang Huanshi fixed her gaze on Fang Yaolao, a hint of subtle hostility flashing in her eyes. Although she didn't know who this woman was, she felt there was something special between her and Yi Ziming. As for Shan Tianyi, he was dumbfounded, instinctively looking at Yi Ziming with admiration. Yi Ziming casually said, while holding Nian Nian, you really don't need to come over, these people can't hurt me. Fang Yaolao coldly replied, I just happened to pass by. Sister Lan looked at Fang Yaolao in surprise. After being summoned by her, they rushed here without stopping, and now it somehow turned into a mere coincidence. Pang Dahai and Sun Sen exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat strange, but they didn't dare to speak. Let's go back. Yi Ziming nodded and said. He knew Fang Yaolao cared about her reputation, so he didn't call out her lie. The security guards of Pinghai Group could only watch helplessly as Yi Ziming and the others left. After all, they were outnumbered. What are you still looking at? Hurry up and take Duan Xiao to the hospital. After Yi Ziming and the others left, Song Xian hurriedly shouted. Biting her lip, Song Xian thought to herself, Yi Ziming, you're finished. Having hurt Duan Tianyang's sixth master will never let you off easily. As Yi Ziming and his companions walked out of the Pinghai Hotel, he was about to get into a car when Fang Yaolao coldly ordered, get in my car. Yi Ziming was taken aback, but quickly realized Fang Yaolao must have something to discuss with him. He gave Tang Huanshi a few instructions and got into Fang Yaolao's car. Inside the car, Shan Tianyi couldn't help but envy. No wonder you're the master. Even an ice-cold beauty like her can be charmed. Just as he spoke, he felt a chilling gaze on him. Looking up, he found it was Tang Huanshi. Master, I was just joking. Shan Tianyi stammered an explanation. Who is she? Tang Huanshi asked. Fang Yaolao, the vice president of Xinhua Group. Shan Tianyi's explanation made Tang Huanshi clench her teeth. So she was Fang Yaolao. Meanwhile, in Fang Yaolao's car, she asked, what happened to Duan Tianyang? Yi Ziming replied nonchalantly, in his next life, he can only sit in a wheelchair. As long as he intervened, no one in this world could heal Duan Tianyang's legs. You need to be careful from now on. A sixth master is not someone to be trifled with, Fang Yaolao said coldly. Yi Ziming remained indifferent. I wouldn't mind if the Pinghai Chamber of Commerce disappeared. If anyone else had heard Yi Ziming's words, they would surely think he was talking nonsense. But Fang Yaolao believed that if sixth master provoked Yi Ziming, the Pinghai Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly vanish from Jiangqing. For some reason, she always found herself believing what Yi Ziming said. After chatting for a bit, Yi Ziming got out of the car. Shan Tianyi drove to the villa and was just about to leave when Yi Ziming called out, come inside the villa with me. Shan Tianyi was startled. Master, what do you want me to do in the villa? You should be more careful around the master's wife. He glanced instinctively at the cold-faced Tang Huanshi. Yi Ziming smiled. You don't need to worry about my matters. Come in and I'll treat your injury so you can drive tomorrow. With that, he walked into the villa. Shan Tianyi was stunned, then excitedly followed him and saying, Master, does this mean you acknowledge me as your disciple? The next day at noon, Shan Tianyi arrived at Rainbow No. 1 villa driving his Mercedes G-Class. Master, where are we going today? Shan Tianyi eagerly asked as soon as he got out of the car. Yesterday, Yi Ziming officially took him as a disciple, and he had been so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. Where is the best Chinese medicine clinic in Jiangqing? Yi Ziming asked. Tang Huanshi was still taking her previous medicine, but if this continued, her acquired meridian would only worsen. Yi Ziming planned to buy some medicine for her to stabilize her condition. Jishan Tang, it's the best clinic in Jiangqing run by the famous healer Gu Yuan. Master, are you sick? Shan Tianyi asked in confusion. Yi Ziming smiled. I forgot to tell you my profession is a doctor. Shan Tianyi was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, Master, don't joke with me. Oh, which doctor is as skilled as you? Stop talking nonsense. Let's go to Jishan Tang. With that, Yi Ziming tossed the car keys for Tang Huanshi to Shan Tianyi. Soon they arrived at Jishan Tang, and as Yi Ziming got out of the car, a man in a suit approached him. Are you Yi Ziming? My boss wants to see you. The bodyguard said bluntly. Yi Ziming glanced at him and replied, I won't meet. The bodyguard's expression turned cold. Yi Ziming, don't force me to take action. Hey, who is this little brat flaunting in front of my master? Kid, who is your boss? What did you say? Dan Tianyi glared, ready to strike. The bodyguard didn't even glance at Dan Tianyi. You are not worthy to know. Tianyi, let's go. Yi Ziming said, stopping Dan Tianyi, whose temper was too explosive, always wanting to solve problems. He ignored the bodyguard and turned to walk towards the Jishan Hall. Dan Tianyi reluctantly put his hands down. Consider yourself lucky, kid. Since Yi Ziming didn't allow him to act, he couldn't. However, the bodyguard didn't want to let Yi Ziming go. He took a step forward, blocking Yi Ziming's path. Did you not hear me? My boss wants to see you. If you don't come with me, don't blame me for being rude. Master, this little brat is too annoying. Dan Tianyi couldn't hold back, clenching his fists with a fierce expression. Yi Ziming frowned, looking at the arrogant bodyguard, and nodded slightly at Dan Tianyi. Who were you just pretending to be tough in front of? With Yi Ziming's approval, Dan Tianyi shouted and threw a punch. A cold smile appeared at the corner of the bodyguard's mouth as he grabbed Dan Tianyi's hand and twisted it hard. He had broken many arms with this move, and in his eyes, Dan Tianyi was just a reckless fool who only knew how to Unfortunately, Dan Tianyi's combat power was not as simple as he imagined. Before the bodyguard could break his arm, Dan Tianyi kicked towards the bodyguard's stomach. His speed was quick, catching the bodyguard by surprise. With a thud, the bodyguard was kicked to the ground, clutching his stomach and unable to stand. Dan Tianyi didn't continue to strike, but disdainfully said, Weren't you just acting tough? Show me another one. Yi Ziming didn't look at the bodyguard and turned to leave. Yi Ziming, my boss, surname is Tang. Are you sure you won't meet him? The bodyguard lay on the ground, trying to endure the pain in his abdomen. Yi Ziming turned around. I can meet him, but he has to come see me. Surname Tang, specifically looking for him. He must be from the Tang family then. You don't be ungrateful. It's an honor for you that my boss wants to see you. Honor my ass. My master can be seen whenever he wants. Dan Tianyi was displeased and kicked out. If I come out of the Jishan Hall and do not meet him, then there's no need to meet. After saying that, Yi Ziming ignored the bodyguard and walked towards the Jishan Hall. Dan Tianyi disdainfully glanced at the bodyguard and hurried to catch up. The bodyguard lay on the ground, his face alternating between green and white, and finally had no choice but to take out his phone. Boss, Yi Ziming wants you to see him. Meanwhile, Yi Ziming and Dan Tianyi entered the Jishan Hall, a strong medicinal aroma filling their noses. Yi Ziming smiled slightly. This familiar scent lifted his spirits. Welcome, sir. Are you here for treatment or to pick up medicine? Just then a young nurse in a white coat walked over and asked, To pick up medicine. Then please give me the prescription. The young nurse stretched out her fair hand. I don't have a prescription, but I know what medicine to pick up, Yi Ziming replied. The young nurse looked a bit troubled. Sir, you need a prescription to pick up medicine, that's the rule. Yi Ziming was taken aback. Then he went to the counter, picked up a pen and paper from the table, wrote a prescription, and handed it to the young nurse. Now I have a prescription. The young nurse took the prescription and her face turned dark. Dan Tianyi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Master, I get it now. You're not here to pick up medicine, you're here to cause trouble, right? I really came to pick up medicine. Dan Tianyi quickly added, To pick up medicine at the Jishan Hall, you must have a doctor's prescription. If you just write a few strokes and want to pick up medicine, they definitely won't give it to you. They might even think you're causing trouble. Patients need to take medicine according to the doctor's orders, whether it's Western or traditional Chinese medicine. Otherwise, who will be responsible if something goes wrong? Yi Ziming smiled. I am the doctor. Oh, just fill the prescription I provided. This. The young nurse held the prescription, looking troubled. Just because you say you're a doctor, it doesn't make you one. If something goes wrong, she can't take responsibility. Just then a voice came over, and a handsome, slightly thin young man with an air of arrogance walked over asking. The young nurse hurriedly said, Dr. Gu, this gentleman gave me a prescription to pick up medicine, and he claims to be a doctor. Seeing the young man arrive, the young nurse breathed a sigh of relief. This young man was Gu Jinghuan, a traditional Chinese medicine doctor at the Jishan Hall, and the direct grandson of the renowned healer Gu Yuan. Gu Jinghuan took the prescription, glanced at it, and frowned as he looked at Yi Ziming. No, we cannot fill your prescription based solely on this. Dan Tianyi impatiently said, why can't you fill the medicine? Is there something wrong with my master's prescription? Although he had joked earlier that Yi Ziming was here to cause trouble, he fully supported Yi Ziming at this moment. Cannot fill means cannot fill. Is this a prescription? This is a piece of scrap paper. Gu Jinghuan said disdainfully. Yi Ziming shook his head slightly. That only means your skills are lacking. Gu Jinghuan's expression turned cold. What did you say? The young nurse said, Dr. Gu is personally trained by the old master. How dare you question his medical skills? Yi Ziming smiled. Lacking skills means lacking skills. If Gu Yuan could teach you to this extent, it proves that his medical skills are not that great either. Gu Jinghuan looked at Yi Ziming with a cold face. Are you here to cause trouble? Gu Jinghuan's words drew the attention of everyone around. Many patients looked at Yi Ziming and his companion with hostility, indicating that Jishintang had a good reputation among the patients. Yi Ziming replied calmly, I am here to get medicine. I will say this one last time, I cannot give you medicine. If you continue to cause trouble, get out of Jishintang. You are not welcome here. Gu Jinghuan exclaimed. How dare you speak to my master like that? Shan Tianyi glared and shouted angrily. What do you want to cause a scene? Security, throw these two out. Gu Jinghuan sneered. For security guards quickly walked in, looking unfriendly at Yi Ziming and his companion. Who are they to come and cause trouble at Jishintang? What were they thinking? Indeed, the doctors at Jishintang are highly skilled and the prices of the medicines are reasonable. Why would anyone want to pick a fight with such a fine traditional Chinese medicine clinic? I just heard that man say he is also a doctor. Perhaps he is here to create trouble as a rival. The patients around were discussing the scene below. Just as Gu Jinghuan was about to have the security throw Yi Ziming out, a heart-wrenching voice suddenly came from outside. Make way, someone needs emergency help. Everyone looked towards the sound and saw a middle-aged man rushing and holding a young boy in his arms and looking anxious. Doctor, please save the child. I don't know what happened, he suddenly couldn't breathe. A doctor who appeared to be in his 40s hurriedly cleared a bed and placed the child on it, examining the boy's condition. The child's little face had turned pale, appearing to be in critical condition. Did he choke on something? The doctor asked. The man quickly shook his head. No, the child hasn't eaten anything. He was just playing in the nearby park. The doctor checked the pulse, frowning, unable to determine the condition for a moment. Doctor, please save my son. Why are you just standing there? The man urged. Little Gu, come over and take a look. The doctor hesitated and quickly called for Gu Jinghuan. His medical skills were the best among them, and he would surely be able to tell what was wrong. Gu Jinghuan shot a glare at Yi Ziming, saying, I'll settle this with you later. He then quickly walked over to the child, expertly grasping the little boy's wrist. Yi Ziming followed, curious about Gu Jinghuan's medical skills. Soon Gu Jinghuan said, it's asthma. Quickly get the asthma medication. I will start acupuncture first. A nearby nurse hurried to fetch the medicine while the doctor handed a box of silver needles to Gu Jinghuan and lit the alcohol lamp. Gu Jinghuan was about to disinfect the silver needles when a voice interrupted. The patient's asthma is caused by an allergy. The asthma medication won't work and acupuncture won't help. We must first address the source of the allergy. Gu Jinghuan's hand paused, and he looked up to see that it was Yi Ziming who spoke. His expression darkened. It's you again, and are you never going to stop? Yi Ziming shook his head. I'm just trying to save lives. Gu Jinghuan scoffed. I've practiced medicine for 5 years without a mistake. What gives you the right to teach me? Don't interrupt. If you speak again, I will have security throw you out right now. Gu Jinghuan said, swiftly inserting the silver needle into the child's chest. As the needle went in, the child's expression of pain lessened significantly. Look, the child's complexion has improved. Little Gus' medical skills are truly miraculous. He saved the child with just one needle. Of course, little Gus' medical skills are recognized by all of us. Unlike some people who pretend to understand, but nearly caused a disaster. Fortunately, little Gu is highly skilled. If that kid had treated him, who knows what would have happened. The onlookers looked at Yi Ziming with disdain. Yi Ziming's expression remained unchanged. Shan Tianyi, hearing these words, was furious and wanted to explode, but seeing Yi Ziming's demeanor, he held back. Gu Jinghuan inserted 3 needles in a row, and the child's complexion improved a lot, even showing a hint of redness, but he was still struggling to breathe, and the asthma had not yet subsided. Soon the nurse returned with the asthma medication, saying, Little Gu, here is your medicine. Gu Jinghuan opened the medicine and was about to feed it to the child. Just then a large hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. It was Yi Ziming. If you give him the medicine, the child is sure to have problems, Yi Ziming said. Gu Jinghuan shook off Yi Ziming's hand, his expression turning cold. Are you still spouting nonsense here? Security, throw him out. Several security guards hurried over, surrounding Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming remained calm. If something happens to the child, even your grandfather won't be able to save him. Stop talking nonsense. The illness I treat cannot go wrong, Gu Jinghuan replied. Yi Ziming sneered. If something goes wrong later, don't come to me for help. Gu Jinghuan scoffed. Me ask you for help? You should look at what kind of person you are. He then fed the asthma medication into the security guards shouted at Yi Ziming, quick, get out of here, don't force us to take action. Shan Tiany's eyes widened, ready to move, but was stopped by Yi Ziming. Master, can you really tolerate this? Shan Tiany couldn't help but ask. Yi Ziming smiled. There will be a time when he needs to ask me for help. Shameless. If you need to ask my master for help later, you'd better kneel down and beg. Shan Tiany angrily retorted. Gu Jinghuan sneered, but before he could respond, the little boy on the bed suddenly turned pale, and his breathing became difficult again. Doctor, what is happening? The man asked, his expression changing as he hurriedly inquired. This chapter is under review. Chapter 101, I Am God. Yi Ziming felt helpless. Why was there always someone trying to prevent him from establishing himself in the medical field? He had heard this phrase so many times it felt like a sore spot. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Tang Ziyu, and turned to get into the car. Yi Ziming, didn't you hear me? Stop him. Tang Ziyu shouted angrily. Two bodyguards rushed forward, attempting to block Yi Ziming. Shan Tiany sneered and kicked one of the bodyguards. Though Shan Tiany was strong, the bodyguards were professionals, and he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Tang Ziyu coldly said, take him out. He'll take responsibility if something goes wrong. The bodyguards, encouraged by his words, became even more ruthless. Shan Tiany struggled to keep up. One bodyguard swung a punch at Shan Tiany, who dodged, but was met by another bodyguard's fist. Shan Tiany wanted to evade, but his body couldn't keep up. He could only watch helplessly as the fist came crashing toward him. Just then a large hand caught the bodyguard's fist. It was Yi Ziming. How can you not handle just these two? Yi Ziming asked. Shan Tiany kicked the two bodyguards away. Speechless, master, they are professionals, not the trash we dealt with a few days ago. If you were willing to teach me martial arts, I would definitely make them cry out. Yi Ziming shook his head. Let's wait until you can control your emotions. Shan Tiany liked to solve problems with his fists, which was not acceptable. If he taught him internal martial arts, what would happen if something went wrong? While the two were talking, Tang Ziyu's face turned ashen. What are you doing? Quickly take them out. The two bodyguards exchanged glances and, gritting their teeth, charged at Yi Ziming and Shan Tiany once more. This time Shan Tiany didn't move. Instead, it was Yi Ziming who acted. He raised his hand and slapped, making two loud sounds as the two bodyguards flew back 3 to 4 meters. Tang Ziyu was dumbfounded. These were bodyguards he had hired at a high price, capable of taking on 4 or 5 people easily, yet they were now sent flying by Yi Ziming with a single slap. After dealing with the bodyguards, Yi Ziming walked step by step toward Tang Ziyu, exuding a powerful aura. With each step he took, Tang Ziyu's heart trembled. What are you going to do? Don't come closer. Tang Ziyu was frightened, retreating a step each time. Eventually he was pressed against the car with no way to retreat, while Yi Ziming stood before him. Yi Ziming, you can't touch me. If you do, the Tang family won't let you go. Tang Ziyu's face was filled with fear as he shouted uncontrollably. Just a moment ago he had been arrogant, threatening to ruin Yi Ziming, but now he had turned into a coward. Seeing this, Shan Tiany spat in disdain. Yi Ziming coldly said, go back and tell the Tang family that I don't want to waste time on them. Next time I won't hold back. After saying that, he ignored Tang Ziyu and opened the car door to sit inside. Shan Tiany sneered, coward. Did you hear that? Next time you won't be so lucky. Next time you see my master, come to greet him first. Tang Ziyu lowered his head, filled with hatred, but dared not utter a word. Did you hear that? Shan Tiany suddenly. Tang Ziyu was startled, instinctively shouting, I heard. Shan Tiany patted Tang Ziyu's face. That's more like it. He then got into the driver's seat and started the car to leave. As the car drove away, Tang Ziyu's fear gradually faded, replaced by hatred. Yi Ziming, so what if you can fight? With your status, you are unworthy of Huanxi and won't be able to enter the Tang family. One day, I will make you understand the power of the Tang family. Tang Ziyu gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, Shan Tiany asked, while driving, master, are we going straight home? Yi Ziming shook his head. Let's check out another traditional Chinese medicine clinic. The Jishin Tang's Jian grass was bought by the president of the Chinese Medicine Association. Yi Ziming wanted to see if other Jian grasses would also be purchased completely. Shan Tiany opened the navigation and followed it to the nearest traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Soon he drove to a newly opened clinic. This clinic had just opened with a sign saying grand opening, and the plaque was new, displaying the words Baichao Pavilion. Master, how is this place? Shan Tiany asked. Yi Ziming nodded. Let's go in and take a look. The two entered Baichao Pavilion and saw many patients queuing for consultations and medicine. Oh, isn't this the great Dr. Yi? How come you have the time to come to our clinic? A voice came filled with sarcasm. Yi Ziming looked up and saw that it was Su Wending. Not far away, his uncle Zhou Wenjia was taking a patient's pulse. Yi Ziming suddenly remembered that his parents had mentioned his uncle had opened a traditional Chinese medicine clinic in Jiangxing. Yi Ziming replied calmly, I'm here to get medicine. Shan Tiany looked at Su Wending with disdain and asked, Master, who is this idiot? His words made Su Wending's expression even worse. Who are you to be so rude? Shan Tianyi looked at Su Wending with disdain and asked, Master, who is this idiot? His words made Su Wending's expression even worse. Who are you to be so rude? I am God. Who? Su Wending was taken aback. Not only he, but even Yi Ziming was momentarily. Shan Tianyi shouted loudly, haven't you heard that the customer is always right? Where's your boss? How do you do business with such an unruly staff? Shan Tianyi's voice captured everyone's attention, and soon the gazes of those around fell upon Yi Ziming, and Zhou Wenjie hurried over surprised to see Yi Ziming. Nephew, what brings you here? This time it was Shan Tianyi who was taken aback, realizing that this was indeed a matter involving the family of his master. Yi Ziming smiled and replied, Uncle, I came to fetch some medicine. Su Wendong angrily said, Dad, he's not here for medicine, he's just here to cause trouble. Zhou Wenjie frowned and said, Wendong, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Just look at the person beside him, it's obvious he's not a good person. If they're not here to create chaos, then what are they here for? Su Wendong clearly did not intend to let Yi Ziming off easily, and hurriedly spoke up. Is that how you speak to God? Shan Tianyi asked. His words frustrated Su Wendong. Ziming is not that kind of person. You should go back to work. Your company has been so relaxed lately, you come here every day to help me out. Zhou Wenjie understood his son's character, knowing that he was just looking for trouble with Yi Ziming, so he decided to let Dad, my company isn't busy lately, and I might as well stay and help you. Besides, one of my friends is coming over soon, and I need to entertain him. Su Wendong appeared a bit flustered and quickly changed the subject. Yi Ziming glanced at Su Wendong thoughtfully, realizing he hadn't informed his family about being expelled. Then you better behave. The clinic just opened and can't handle any turmoil, Zhou Wenjie said. Dad, you go ahead and get busy. I'll fetch medicine for Yi Ziming. Su Wendong said. Zhou Wenjie nodded and looked at Yi Ziming. Ziming, take a seat. You can take whatever medicine you need from the clinic. Your uncle will waive the fee for you. Thank you, uncle, Yi Ziming replied with a smile. After Zhou Wenjie left, Su Wendong looked at Yi Ziming with a pale face and said, Yi Ziming, my friend is coming soon. If you dare to leave, I will definitely expose your identity as a fraud. After saying that, Su Wendong's phone rang. He shot Yi Ziming a glare and stepped out of the clinic to take the call. Master, what's going on? Shan Tianyi asked in a low voice. Just wait, Yi Ziming replied softly. Soon Su Wendong entered with a young man, loudly declaring, Dad, look who I brought. Yi Ziming looked over, his expression strange. The person Su Wendong brought back was actually Gu Jinghuan. Zhou Wenjie hurried over, a hint of excitement on his face. It's little Gu, the divine doctor. I didn't expect. Gu Jinghuan is the grandson of the renowned Dr. Gu Yuan, and he is somewhat famous in the medical community. Today Gu Jinghuan came to Baichao Xian. If this news spreads, it would greatly enhance the reputation of Baichao Xian. Gu Jinghuan smiled and said, I am friends with Wendong. I heard that uncle's clinic opened, so I naturally came. Isn't that little Gu the divine doctor? He actually came to Baichao Xian. It seems Baichao Xian has quite a background to invite even the little Gu divine doctor. Little Gu divine doctor is the beloved grandson of the renowned Dr. Gu Lao. It is said that he has received true teachings from Gu Lao. If the little Gu divine doctor could treat me, that would be wonderful. Yi Ziming smiled. Why should I compete with you? He didn't want to waste time here with them. You dare not. Gu Jinghuan. Yi Ziming chose to ignore Gu Jinghuan and turned to look for herbs. Shan Tianyi beside him was getting anxious, wondering how his master could remain calm. If it were him, he would have already slapped someone. Seeing Yi Ziming's silence, Gu Jinghuan assumed he had conceded and taunted. I knew that your cure for the child's illness was just a coincidence. Why are you not confident now? Afraid to compete with me? Su Wendong coldly laughed from the side. Since you dare not compete, then tell everyone you are a fraud, and you can never use the title of traditional Chinese medicine to deceive others again. Don't you know what kind of person you are? Why pretend to be a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? You even deceived our chairman. Let's see how you manage from now on. Su Wendong sneered, inwardly thinking if Fang Guomin and Zhang Durong found out that Yi Ziming was a fraud, they would surely deal with him. He could already envision Yi Ziming's grim future. Yet Yi Ziming appeared not to have heard their words. He was searching for Jian grass, uncertain if Baichao Pavilion. Seeing Yi Ziming not speaking, Su Wendong continued, Forget it, Jinghuan, there's no need to waste time on such a fraud. Once this matter spreads, someone will take care of him. It's a pity for his daughter. With a wastrel like him as a father, she can't be doing well either. Yi Ziming turned his head, glaring fiercely at Su Wendong, emanating a cold aura. He could be ridiculed, but he would not allow anyone to speak ill of his daughter. The aura emanating from Yi Ziming startled Su Wendong. Was this still the fraud Yi Ziming? However, he quickly mustered his courage and said, What did I say? Something wrong? If you are unconvinced, then compete with Jinghuan. Yi Ziming coldly replied, How to compete? Just select 2 patients with the same illness from Baichao Pavilion. Whoever's treatment method is better wins. If you lose, you must tell everyone you are a fraud and cannot continue to deceive others under the guise of traditional Chinese medicine. Gu Jinghuan declared. All right. Yi Ziming agreed. Then let's begin now, Gu Jinghuan said. Just as he finished speaking, Shan Tianyi objected. Why should my master be called a fraud if he loses? What will happen? Gu Jinghuan arrogantly replied, I cannot lose. Don't talk nonsense with us. If you lose, you must bow 3 times to my master. Do you dare? Shansh Tianyi shouted. What is there to be afraid of? If I lose, I would even be willing to take him as my master, Gu Jinghuan casually remarked, not believing he would lose. Yi Ziming coldly declared, you are not worthy of being my disciple. Even sure UNC had to call him little ancestor, what qualifications did Gu Jinghuan have to be his disciple? You? Just wait and see how arrogant you can be later. Gu Jinghuan coldly snorted. Dad, how about you? Su Wendong asked Zhou Wenjie. Zhou Wenjie quickly shook his head. My medical skills are not as good as little Gus. I fear I cannot be the judge. He let this old man be the judge then. At that moment an old man walked in smiling. Seeing the old man, Gu Jinghuan was startled. Old Master Fu, why are you here? What? He is the medicine king, Fu Fengxue. I am so lucky today to meet not only little Gu, but also the legendary old Master Fu. The people around were astonished. Master, this is a big shot. You cannot let your disciple embarrass you. Shansh Tianyi couldn't help but say even he knew of the reputation of medicine king, Fu Fengxue. Medicine king Fu Fengxue, an elder of the Chinese Medicine Association, was rarely seen in person. Unexpectedly, he would appear at Baichao Pavilion today. I happened to pass by and heard someone arguing, so I came to take a look. Gu family boy, are you going to compete in medicine? Fu Fengxue asked. Yes, old Master Fu, this guy is parading around as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and deceiving people everywhere. Today I caught him, and of course I can't let him go, Gu Jinghuan stated. Fu Fengxue frowned, looking at Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming calmly regarded Fu Fengxue, unfazed by praise or blame. It's a bit premature to label him a fraud. Oh, let's see how the competition goes first. Who is the owner of the clinic? Fu Fengxue, surprised that he could not see through Yi Ziming, directed the question to the Zhou Wenjie. Hurriedly walked over. Old Master Fu, it is I. Fu Fengxue smiled. Would you mind if this old man looked at the cases? Of course not. Zhou Wenjie took the case files and promptly handed them to Fu Fengxue. Fu Fengxue took the files, glanced at them, and then said, patients number 15 and 23, please step forward. Soon 2 middle-aged men walked over. How about letting these 2 youngsters treat you? Fu Fengxue inquired. The 2 patients hesitated, glancing at Yi Ziming. They trusted Gu Jinghuan, but did not trust Yi Ziming. Seeing this scene, Gu Jinghuan's face flashed with smugness, while Su Wendong's expression was full of sarcasm. Fu Fengxue reassured them, don't worry, with this old man around nothing will go wrong. All right, for old Master Fu Sake, we will give it a try. The 2 nodded in agreement. Fu Fengxue handed the case files to Yi Ziming and the others. Let's begin. Gu Jinghuan took the 15th case file and disdainfully looked at Yi Ziming, saying, Yi Ziming, there won't be any coincidences like at Jishintang this time. It's still not too late to admit defeat. Yi Ziming glanced at Gu Jinghuan. You talk too much. You? Gu Jinghuan suppressed his anger, thinking to himself, Yi Ziming, I wonder how long you can keep up this facade. When you can't cure the patients, what will you say then? Who will treat the patient first? Fu Fengxue asked. Gu Jinghuan smiled and said, he'll go first, otherwise there won't be anything interesting to see. Let him go first then, Yi Ziming casually replied. Kid, open your eyes wide and watch carefully what true traditional Chinese medicine looks like. What seems to be the problem? Gu Jinghuan asked. Yi Ziming ignored him and continued, I have a herniated disc, little Dr. Gu, it's all in the medical record. The patient said. Gu Jinghuan nodded, asked the patient to sit down, lifted the patient's shirt, and began acupuncture. He swiftly inserted the sterilized silver needles into the patient's waist, and soon 3 silver needles appeared on the patient's back. 4 symbols needle technique. Little Gu, you must have learned the true teachings of old Gu. Fu Fengxue nodded from the side. He had known Gu Yuan for a long time and had naturally seen the 4 symbols needle technique before. It's indeed good, but unfortunately the force is too light. Yi Ziming shook his head. Just as he finished speaking, Gu Jinghuan's 4th silver needle went awry, and the man let out a cry. Don't move, it's okay, it will be over soon, Gu Jinghuan quickly comforted. In fact, that needle didn't hurt at all, it felt like a slight ant bite. Yi Ziming slightly shook his head. A skilled physician must be bold during acupuncture, careful and steady. Gu Jinghuan started with the high-difficulty 4 symbols needle technique, proving his boldness. His heart was also careful, otherwise he wouldn't have accurately found the patient's acupoints. But his hands were not steady enough. With one of the 3 lacking, it seemed that Gu Jinghuan was worse than he had imagined. Soon after finishing the acupuncture, Gu Jinghuan smiled and asked, how do you feel now? The patient cautiously twisted his waist and replied, it seems like it's not as painful as before. Stand up and try, don't be afraid, you can move a bit more. Gu Jinghuan encouraged. The patient stood up, turned around twice, and with a face full of surprise said, it doesn't hurt anymore. Little Gu, you are truly a miraculous doctor. My waist used to hurt as soon as I moved. Yes, rest well for 3 days and avoid strenuous activities during this time, Gu Jinghuan replied. The patient hurriedly thanked him, saying, thank you, little Gu, miraculous doctor. The joy of curing that pain spread to everyone, prompting those around to burst into applause. No wonder he's called Little Gu, miraculous doctor. He can cure such ailments. Of course, Little Gu is quite famous in Jishan Hall. That kid is really unlucky. He actually got challenged by Little Gu, miraculous doctor. People around couldn't help but discuss. Fu Fengxue nodded slightly. Little Gu did well. This 4 symbols needle technique has a fifth of your grandfather's skill. Hearing Fu Fengshue's words, Gu Jinghuan's face lit up with joy. Thank you for the praise, Fu Lao. After saying that, he looked at Yi Ziming with pride on his face. Hey Yi Ziming, it's your turn. Hurry up and treat him. I'm waiting for you to deceive me. At that moment, Su Wendong mocked. Gu Jinghuan provocatively added, Yi Ziming, isn't it time for me to see your superb medical skills? Yi Ziming lazily ignored Gu Jinghuan and Su Wendong, walking up to the patient. What seems to be bothering you? Similar to that brother's condition, my waist hurts whenever I move, the patient said. Yi Ziming casually replied, take off your clothes. Are you sure you can do this? I think I'd rather get treated by little Gu. Miraculous doctor. The patient hesitated when he saw Yi Ziming's indifferent demeanor. Yi Ziming confidently said, he's not as good as me. The patient seemed to be influenced by Yi Ziming's confidence, biting his lip and saying, all right, I'll be your little guinea pig this time, but you have to be gentle. Rest assured. Yi Ziming nodded, disinfecting the silver needles he always carried. As the patient took off his clothes, Yi Ziming suddenly inserted a needle towards his Fengqi acupoint. He lightly lifted and placed the needle, quickly withdrawing it 5 times. This was one application of the 5 elements dragon needle technique, the best method for treating herniated discs. Done. Yi Ziming put away the silver needles. The patient was stunned. That's it. I don't feel anything at all. What feeling could there be? I told you he was a fraud, and now his true colors are revealed. Su Wendong laughed loudly from the side. Gu Jinghuan looked at Yi Ziming with disdain. In his eyes, the latter's previous actions were not acupuncture at all. Fu Lao, please announce the result. Gu Jinghuan looked at Fu Fengxue, but he was surprised to find Fu Fengxue was looking at Yi Ziming with great excitement. Fu Lao. Gu Jinghuan called out again. Fu Lao ignored him and hurried over to Yi Ziming, asking, young friend, did you just use the 5 elements dragon needle technique? That's right. Yi Ziming nodded. I never expected to see such a technique in my lifetime. I announced that young Yi Wen. Fu Fengxue said excitedly. Gu Jinghuan was dumbfounded. Fu Lao, he just randomly poked the patient. The patient didn't even feel anything. How can you declare him the winner? Fu Fengxue replied. Little Gu Young, Yi knows the 5 elements dragon needle technique. You lost fair, but we still don't know if his acupuncture is effective. How can we? Gu Jinghuan's words were interrupted when the patient exclaimed, it's amazing. My waist doesn't hurt anymore. Saying this, the patient twisted his waist a few times, looking natural. The people around stared in disbelief at Yi. Gu Jinghuan was shocked. He could see that the patient was genuinely healed, not pretending. Su Wendong looked on in even greater disbelief. Yi Ziming ignored the gazes of those around him and looked at Gu Jinghuan, saying, bow down. Yi Ziming's voice was soft, yet everyone around heard his words and all instinctively turned to look at Gu Jinghuan. Bearing the weight of those gazes, Gu Jinghuan's face alternated between ashen and pallid, becoming exceedingly unpleasant. Impossible. How could he possibly know medicine? You must have colluded. Su Wendong roared in disbelief, stubbornly insisting that Yi Ziming was a fraud. Silence. Have you lost your mind? How could Master Fu be a fraud? Gu Jinghuan said with a dark expression. Su Wendong wanted to retort, but the icy glare from Gu Jinghuan forced him to shut his mouth. His face was ghastly, and his eyes brimmed with hatred as he glared at Yi Ziming. He must have used some trick. There's no other way. How could a gambler possibly understand medicine? Su Wendong roared inwardly. Yi Ziming ignored the imbecile and instead fixed his gaze on Gu Jinghuan, curious to see what the latter would do. Gu Jinghuan clenched his fists tightly, resentment burning within him. Yet even Master Fu had acknowledged Yi Ziming's medical skill. What more could he say? Gritting his teeth, Gu Jinghuan stepped before Yi Ziming and bent his knees, ready to kneel. But at that moment, a large hand grasped his shoulder. It was Shan Tianyi. Good lad, you honor the bet like a true man. Shan Tianyi patted Gu Jinghuan's shoulder. Yi Ziming added from the side, no need for kneeling or kowtowing. Just leave your contact info and be available whenever I call. Gu Jinghuan was taken aback, but quickly handed over his contact details. For him, kneeling would have been a tremendous loss of face, yet the Gu family's motto was to keep one's word. Yi Ziming had offered him a graceful way out, and he gladly accepted. At that moment, Fu Fengxue spoke to Yi Ziming. Young friend, would you be interested in joining my Golden Jade Hall? Gu Jinghuan was stunned, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Master Fu was actually inviting Yi Ziming to the Golden Jade Hall. He had never seen the old master treat a young man with such respect. Yi Ziming smiled. He'll come when I have the chance. Master Fu nodded. Here is my private number. Call me before you come. After pocketing the contact, Yi Ziming asked, Master Fu, does the Golden Jade Hall still have Jian grass? Jian grass. Someone bought up all the stock recently. Do you need this herb? Fu Fengxue inquired. Just asking, Yi Ziming replied. The Golden Jade Hall had run out of Jian grass, and he had checked the prescription list at Baichao Pavilion earlier. It too lacked that ingredient. It must have been bought up by someone. It seems someone had used various identities to purchase Jian grass. If he could find out who bought it, he would know who was trying to harm Tang Wanqi. Yi Ziming narrowed his eyes. Now Tang Wanxi's eldest uncle seemed the most suspicious. After the medical contest, Yi Ziming left Baichao Pavilion and returned home to brew medicine for Tang Wanqi. He also taught Shan Tianyi some techniques of external boxing, which the latter treasured like a priceless gem. That evening while Yi Ziming was decocting medicine for Tang, Wanqi's phone rang. It was Zheng Tianjiao. Master, you've become famous. As soon as Yi Ziming answered, Zheng Tianjiao's excited voice came through. He asked casually what happened. They'll send you the video link. Just watch it. With that, Zheng Tianjiao hung up. Soon Zheng Tianjiao sent a video via a messaging app. Yi Ziming opened it and saw an elderly man in a white Tai Chi suit around 60 years old. Greetings everyone. I am the Grandmaster of the Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi School. I am recording this video to declare to all of Jiangxing City that in 2 days I will challenge Yi Ziming of the Chuanjin Martial Arts Hall. Young man, you struck my closed-door disciple and stole my senior apprentice. This debt must be settled. In 2 days I will personally visit the Chuanjin Martial Arts Hall to seek instruction. I hope you accept my challenge. Young people should uphold martial virtue. Goodbye. Yi Ziming closed the video and ignored it. The man in the video was likely Feng Baoguo, the Grandmaster of the Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi School. What was he doing stirring up trouble now? Soon the phone rang again. Shantiani. Master, have you seen the video online? He asked anxiously. I saw it. Master, will you accept the challenge? That old fraud dares to challenge you. He's got some nerve. After practicing the techniques Yi Ziming had taught him at home, Shantiani had increasingly realized that Feng Baoguo's teachings were utterly useless. He understood now that the man was just a charlatan using the guise of traditional martial arts to swindle money. We'll see. He'll decide if I have time, Yi Ziming said nonchalantly. He still had to spend time with Nian Yin. He didn't have the leisure to fight Feng Baoguo. Don't be like that, master. That old geezer is so cocky. He needs a beating. Shantiani urged. Yi Ziming replied casually, if you have time, you go. With that, he hung up. Soon the day of the challenge arrived. Yi Ziming was at home playing with Nian Yin when Zheng Tianjiao suddenly burst and grabbed him and dragged him outside. Yi Ziming shook off her hand. Where are you rushing me off to? The challenge. Grandfather said he couldn't show himself, so you have to teach that fraud a lesson. Zheng Tianjiao replied. Yi Ziming had no choice but to ask Tang Wanqi to look after Nian Yin, then followed Zheng Tianjiao to the Chuanjin Martial Arts Hall. When they arrived, Yi Ziming saw that the hall was surrounded by layers of people, with Zhao Mingshu leading the crowd. Zhao Mingshu spotted Yi Ziming and sneered. Yi Ziming, you finally showed up. I thought you'd be a coward and hide. This time my master himself will fight you. You're finished. As his words fell, a luxury car pulled up. Zhao Ming's eyes gleamed as he looked at the vehicle. Soon the door of the driver's cabin opened, and the driver jogged to the back to open the car door. An elderly man dressed in pure white Tai Chi clothing stepped out of the luxury car, proudly surveying his surroundings. Zhao Mingshu led all the disciples to quickly line up, all kneeling on one knee, shouting in unison, "We greet you, master." Hundreds of voices echoed, carrying for dozens of meters. The people around couldn't help but look over their faces, showing signs of shock. Isn't that Master Feng Baoguo the head of the Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi sect? Why has he come here in person? You don't know? Yesterday Master Feng challenged a guy named Yi Ziming in a video, and today is the day of the challenge. Yi Ziming. Who is he? Master Feng actually challenged him. I've never heard of him, but that kid is definitely in trouble. Master Feng is a master who can easily take down 4 or 5 people. The surrounding people excitedly discussed. Soon more and more people gathered, many loudly calling out for Master Feng. Baoguo straightened his chest and strolled through the crowd like a transcendent figure, attracting countless gazes, his face unable to hide a sense of pride. He walked up to the front of the Quanjin Martial Arts School, where the people inside also came out. Which one is Yi? Feng Baoguo asked. Master, this is Yi Ziming. Zhao Mingshu pointed loudly at Yi Ziming. Without even raising his eyelids, Feng Baoguo sneered. So, it's just a little brat, who hasn't even grown up yet. Yi Ziming remained unfazed. He didn't want to waste time talking with Feng Baoguo, and just wanted to get on with the fight, so he could go home and accompany Nian Yin. Yi Ziming, you're finished. With my master here, I want to see how you can be arrogant. Do you really think that practicing for a few days makes you invincible? With my master around, you are like a mere infant in his eyes. Which daredevil dares to speak ill of my master? If you want to challenge my master, you must first get past me. Shantiani rushed out of his Mercedes-Benz G-Class, glaring and shouting. Unworthy disciple, you have strayed from the path. Come back to the right way with your master. Feng Baoguo glared. What straight path? What my master taught me is real skills, while what you teach is nothing but deceitful tricks, and you dare call it national martial arts. Shantiani retorted directly, showing no mercy. Zhao Mingshu angrily said, is this how you should speak to your master? I'm telling you, my master is here to teach this ignorant little brat a lesson. I can't wait to see him trampled underfoot by my master. Shantiani sneered. Who tramples, who is still uncertain of my master, is a true expert. The onlookers looked at Yi Ziming and couldn't help but discuss, is this the kid that Master Feng is challenging? He doesn't look like a martial artist at all. He isn't even muscular. Can he fight? That kid is doomed. Master Feng has even defeated strongmen from the Eagle Nation. An adult can't even move a finger with all their strength. He doesn't know his limits. How dare he fight against Master Feng? He's definitely going to lose. The people around sneered. Feng Baoguo listened to the discussions, a trace of pride flashing in his eyes. He looked down at Yi Ziming. Since you are here, let's get started. I'm in a hurry. That's just right, I'm also in a hurry. Yi Ziming nodded. Zheng Tianjiao interjected, let's go inside the martial arts school. That's suitable for fighting. Soon everyone entered the martial arts school, which was spacious enough to accommodate all the spectators. Shan Tianyi, just wait to see Yi Ziming trampled underfoot by my master, Zhao Mingshu said with a sneer. Shan Tianyi disdainfully replied, when did you little runt dare to make a fuss in front of me? Have you never been beaten? Be careful, or I'll smack you. His words rendered Zhao Mingshu speechless. He was no match for Shan Tianyi, and if it really came to a fight, he would only end up being beaten. Zhao Mingshu shot a venomous glance at Shan Tianyi, silently cursing, after my master deals with Yi Ziming, I want to see how you can be arrogant. Yi Ziming and Feng Bao was stood in the center of the martial arts school. Feng Bao was started, young man, I fear I might injure you, so he'll hold back, understand. As expected of Master Feng, still considering the younger generation, this truly is a great master. Master Feng is indeed Master Feng. His generosity is something we cannot compare to. I must go and sign up at Master Feng's martial arts school tomorrow. He is truly an otherworldly master. The crowd began to sing praises mindlessly. Feng Baoguo's disciples even started a live stream, shouting that their master would surely win. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of the Pinghai Chamber of Commerce, a middle-aged man dressed in a vest playing with a walnut sat in a chair exuding a commanding aura. He was Duan Heng, the sixth master of the Pinghai Chamber of Commerce. Next to him sat Duan Tianyong, but he was in a wheelchair, his face pale, fiddling with his fingers. Tianyong, is this the kid who crippled your legs? What do you want to do to him? Dad will help you take revenge. The sixth master's voice was filled with killing intent. Duan Tianyong slightly raised his head. Let's see if he can survive from Master Feng's hands. Master Feng is not the kind of character he has encountered before. This one is a true expert. At the Quanjin Martial Arts School, Zheng Tianjiao stood between the two. The match begins. As soon as Zheng Tianjiao's voice fell, Feng Baoguo made a peculiar starting gesture, appearing extremely profound. Good. Some in the crowd couldn't help but applaud. Feng Baoguo declared proudly, kid, this palm of mine contains 3 forces: receiving, transforming, and issuing. You must be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a shadow rushing towards him, and then his nose suddenly ached. Yi Ziming had punched him right in the nose. With a thud, Feng Baoguo fell to the ground, shouting, young man, you don't follow the martial ethics. Zhao Mingshu was dumbfounded, then shouted, sneak attack. Sneak attack. Referee, Yi Ziming has cheated. As Zhao Mingshu finished speaking, all the disciples of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect shouted in unison, a sneak attack is disgraceful. Yi Ziming, do you have any martial virtue at all? Exactly. My master wasn't ready, and you just attacked. Referee, are you just going to let this slide? Protest. We protest loudly. The referee Zheng Tianjiao said impatiently, Yi Ziming's attack doesn't count as cheating. Stop your noise. Her voice carried the force of internal martial arts, echoing clearly throughout the entire training hall. Just then Feng Baoguo stood up while holding his nose. Young man, you have no martial virtue. You sneak attacked me, a 6-9-year-old veteran, and I wasn't ready. I didn't even dodge. Let's have another round. Yi Ziming replied casually, fine. Feng Baoguo's nose was still bleeding, and Zhao Mingshu hurried over to staunch the flow. Once the bleeding stopped, Feng Baoguo resumed his air of a lofty master. He stood with his hands behind his back, sneering at Yi Ziming. A young man like you, not learning anything good, only knowing how to launch sneak attacks. He'll forgive you this time, but next time I won't be so lenient. Shan Tianyi couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, why don't you show us your leniency? What can't beat my master? Shut up, you worthless disciple. Who gave you the right to speak? Feng Baoguo glared at Shan Tianyi. Shan Tianyi fumed. Hey, you old fraud, just wait until my master tramples you underfoot. In his eyes, Yi Ziming was the strongest person he had ever met, and Feng Baoguo was nothing but a charlatan. How could he possibly be a match for Yi Ziming? Ignoring Shan Tianyi, Feng Baoguo turned to Yi Ziming. Young man, do you dare let me use a weapon? Yi Ziming glanced at him, wondering what the old man was up to. Seeing Yi Ziming silent, Zhao Mingshu shouted, Yi Ziming, are you scared? If you're afraid, just admit defeat and stop disgracing yourself here. That's right. If you don't dare to fight, just get lost. I told you this guy was a coward, but you wouldn't believe me. Feng Baoguo's disciples yelled. Yi Ziming said calmly, use whatever you like. I don't care. You said it yourself. Don't regret it later. Feng Baoguo replied. Hearing his words, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, then their eyes blazed with excitement. Is Master Feng about to unleash his ultimate technique? That's right. Master Feng's true power is finally about to show. This kid is doomed. When Master Feng pulls out his ultimate move, only Zheng Tianhao in the entire Jiangsheng can withstand it. The spectators around buzzed with heated discussion. Feng Baoguo stood still, silent as a transcendent hermit. The noise in the training hall gradually died down. Everyone fixed their eyes on Feng Baoguo, instinctively holding their breath, waiting for his next move. The moment the hall fell silent, Feng Baoguo suddenly bellowed. Heaven gave birth to me, Feng Baoguo, so that the whip's path would not be lost in eternal night. Whip come. As soon as he finished, all the disciples of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect knelt down and shouted in unison, we respectfully welcome the divine whip. One disciple reverently carried a white long whip in both hands and slowly approached Zhao Mingshu. Zhao Mingshu took the whip, knelt on one knee, and raised it above his head with both hands. Please, master, use the whip. A glint of sharp light flashed in Feng Baoguo's eyes. He seized the whip and turned to look at Yi Ziming. Zheng Tianjiao was utterly stunned by the scene. This guy's showmanship was off the charts. She had never seen anyone so ostentatious. Holding the whip, Feng Bao said coldly, "Young man, I advise you to give up. I won't go easy on you anymore." Yi Ziming laughed inwardly. When had this fellow ever gone easy on him? Seeing Yi Ziming unmoved, Feng Bao continued, "My lightning 5 whip strike can deliver 5 lashes in 1 second. No one in the entire Jiansheng can withstand those 5 strikes. Are you sure you want to try?" The lightning 5 whip strike. Heaven's Master Feng is actually using his ultimate technique. I've seen Master Feng's videos. He really does strike 5 times in a second, and it's even faster. If I were him, I'd have surrendered already. Going against Master Feng is just asking for death. The onlookers couldn't help but comment. Yi Ziming was tired of wasting time with Feng Bao. "Are you ready? I'm going to strike." "Come on," Feng Bao. The moment the words left his mouth, a dark shadow charged forward. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his nose. He had been hit again. Tears streamed from Feng Baoguo's eyes. He flailed his whip wildly, trying to drive Yi Ziming back. Yi Ziming shook his head slightly. This Feng Bao didn't know any martial arts at all. How had he managed to sit in the position of sect leader? Yi Ziming's right hand tapped directly on the acupoint on Feng Baoguo's shoulder. The latter cried out, dropped the whip, and fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Was this the legendary Master Feng? How had he lost so quickly? "Master!" Zhao Mingshu and the other disciples rushed over. Holding his nose, Feng Bao shouted at Yi Ziming, "Young man, you have no martial virtue. You sneak attacked me, a 6 to 9-year-old veteran. I advise you to mend your ways." Zheng Tianjiao was speechless. Now she understood why her grandfather couldn't be bothered with Feng Bao. Yi Ziming stepped forward and looked coldly at Feng Bao. "Do you still want to continue?" Yi Ziming gazed at Feng Bao, his presence radiating an overwhelming aura. Everyone who looked upon him felt an icy chill pierce their hearts. Feng Bao instinctively swallowed hard. Terrifying. Yi Ziming seemed like a demon lord risen from the abyss itself. "Yi Ziming, don't get cocky. I have my master." Zhao Mingshu tried to speak, but before he could finish, Feng Bao struck him sharply across the face. "Shut your mouth." Zhao Mingshu's cheek burned fiercely. Incredulous, he stared at his master. "Master, why are you speaking to Master Yi?" "Apologize to Master Yi immediately." Feng Bao barked in fury. Though he possessed no martial skill, even he could sense that Yi Ziming was a true master of unparalleled prowess. Such a man was not to be trifled with. "Master, I apologize." Feng Bao's face remained cold and unyielding. Zhao Mingshu clenched his teeth and said, "I'm sorry, Master Yi." Feng Bao scrambled hastily to his feet and laughed warmly. "Truly, heroes rise young. I am old. This era belongs to the youth. Master Yi, the future of martial arts rests in your hands." His expression was utterly earnest, diametrically opposed to the stern, domineering demeanor he'd shown moments earlier. Onlookers stood stunned. Such shameless hypocrisy was staggering. He'd just been bested, yet now pretended seniority, as if it granted him moral authority. Many inside the martial arts hall had already seen through the charade. The so-called solo defeat of a strongman, the lightning 5-strike whip, all were fabrications. Feng Bao was nothing but an aging fraud. "Young man, I concede this round, but we'll rematch another time," Feng Bao declared, sensing the tide turning against him and attempting to slip away. But Yi Ziming seized his arm firmly. "No need for another time. Let's settle it now." He had no intention of enduring another bout. "Fine, I yield. I won't challenge you again. You're stronger, all right." The 60-something man nearly burst into tears. What nonsense. If he didn't flee immediately, the crowd would tear him apart. At that moment, Shan Tianyi burst into hearty laughter. "Old fraud. Do you now understand how to behave when you meet my master?" Feng Bao nodded vigorously. Yes. I know exactly how to act. From now on, I'll give Master Yi a wide berth whenever I see him." With that vow, Yi Ziming deigned no further attention to him and released his grip. The moment Yi Ziming let go, Feng Bao bolted toward the gate of the martial arts hall. Despite his age, he sprinted without stumbling, outpacing even many youths. "Stop right there, you fraud. Return my tuition." That lightning 5-strike whip. That defeat of the strongman. All lies and smoke. Feng Bao, don't run. Spectators surged after him along with his own disciples. Whether to protect their master or demand refunds remained unclear. "Master, now that you've defeated Feng Bao, you'll surely become famous." Zheng Tianjiao approached Yi Ziming with a smile. "I'm leaving." Yi Ziming ignored her entirely. He had to return home to accompany Nian. "Already leaving?" Zheng Tianjiao muttered under her breath, then added, "Hey, be careful. You crippled Duan Tianyang, his father's 6th master will certainly retaliate." Yi Ziming waved dismissively, acknowledging her warning. As he stepped into his car, a glint of frosty resolve flickered in his eyes. 6th master. He'd better remain obedient. Otherwise, Yi Ziming wouldn't hesitate to erase the Pinghai Commerce Association from existence. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of the Pinghai Commerce Association, even Master Feng couldn't prevail. This Yi Ziming possesses genuine ability. 6th master's face darkened. Duan Tianyang remained silent, idly twisting his fingers while seated. "Tianyang, rest assured. I've summoned the Dragon Tiger Leopard trio from out of town. Your father will exact vengeance for you. The Dragon Tiger Leopard trio were sixth masters, three most formidable lieutenants, men of extraordinary power. When he founded the Pinghai Commerce Association, they handled all its shadowy operations, even earning warrants from law enforcement. Yet under sixth master's protection, those warrants meant nothing. At the mention of Dragon Tiger Leopard, Duan Tianyang's fingers stilled, and for the first time a flicker of emotion stirred in his eyes. Father, I want Yi Ziming to suffer beyond death. That evening Yi Ziming was cooking when Tang Huanqi entered the kitchen. Tomorrow accompany me to Apollo Western Restaurant. No, I'll stay home with Nian Nian. Yi Ziming refused outright. Tang Huanqi retorted exasperated. You won't even ask what it's about before refusing. It doesn't matter what it is, I won't go. Song Xin came to apologize to me. You're still refusing. Fine, I'll go alone. Tang Huanqi huffed. Song Xin apologized to you. Yi Ziming paused surprised. Tang Huanqi nodded. Yes, she admitted she'd been bewitched by Duan Tianyang and now sincerely regrets her actions. She's coming specifically to apologize to both of us. So will you go? No. And neither should you. Something's off. Off. She merely succumbed to worldly temptations. We must offer her a chance at redemption. If you won't go, fine. I'll drive there myself tomorrow. Tang Huanqi declared. Seeing her determination, Yi Ziming relented. I'll accompany you tomorrow. I'll entrust Nian Nian to Pang Dahai. He was certain Song Xin was scheming, likely acting on Duan Tianyang's orders. The next noon, after handing Nian Nian over to Pang Dahai, Yi Ziming drove straight to Apollo Restaurant. The instant they stepped inside Apollo Restaurant, 6 or 7 men sealed the entrance. Inside, Song Xin wheeled Duan Tianyang forward. Duan Tianyang locked eyes with Yi Ziming. Hatred flared in his gaze. Yi Ziming. We meet. Duan Tianyang looked at Yi Ziming as if he were a cat eyeing a mouse, his eyes brimming with mockery. Behind him, Song Xin stared coldly at Yi Ziming and Tang Huanqi. Song Xin, you deceived me. Tang Huanqi couldn't help but say upon seeing Song Xin. She had actually believed that Song Xin wanted to apologize to them, only to realize it was a trap to lure her in. Yi Ziming's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this scene all along. Song Xin pleaded, Huanqi, don't keep making this mistake. I truly came to persuade you this time. If you just submit to young Master Duan, I won't let him harm you. Tang Huanqi gritted her teeth. Dream on. Alas, Huanqi, why are you so stubborn? Who is young Master Duan? He's the general manager of the Pinghai Chamber of Commerce and the heir apparent to the next presidency. And Yi Ziming. He's nothing but a spendthrift wastrel who only knows how to squander money. What future can you have with someone like him? He can't stand against young Master Duan. Do you see all these people? They all obey young Master Duan. With just one order, Yi Ziming is finished. Moreover, young Master Duan has a formidable background behind him, someone Yi Ziming could never provoke. Song Xin spoke earnestly, trying to reason with Tang Huanqi. But Tang Huanqi acted as if she hadn't heard a word, ignoring Song Xin entirely. Seeing her reaction, Song Xin couldn't help but sigh. Since that's the case, even I can't protect you anymore. You're so stubborn. Song Xin fell silent. Duan Tianyang, his face pale, spoke up. Yi Ziming, we meet again. Yi Ziming glanced at him. It seems you want to have both arms broken again. Those words immediately twisted Duan Tianyang's face into a snarl. Yi Ziming, you're asking for death. Do you know this restaurant is filled with my men? So what? Yi Ziming said calmly. Do you think these are the same security guards from Pinghai Group? You're wrong. These are elites trained by my father, each one capable of defeating 10 opponents. I know you're a fighter, so I prepared them specially for you. No matter how strong you are, can you take on over a dozen of them? This is the gap between us. Even though my leg is broken, I can still end your life with a wave of my hand. Duan Tianyang laughed arrogantly. Yi Ziming couldn't be bothered to waste words on Duan Tianyang. He took a step forward, but the moment he moved, over a dozen men surrounded him. Tang Huanqi's face turned pale. She clung tightly to Yi Ziming's arm, filled with regret. She regretted not listening to advice and trusting Song Zin's words, and now she had dragged Yi Ziming into this. Feeling Tang Huanqi's trembling body, Yi Ziming couldn't help but shake his head. He reached out and pressed a point on the back of her neck. Tang Huanqi's vision went dark and she fainted. Yi Ziming carefully laid her on a chair. The next scene was not something he wanted her to see. What are you standing there for? Get him! Duan Tianyang roared. The dozen men shouted in unison and charged at Yi. Yi Ziming remained calm. He threw a punch, and with a thud 3 men were sent flying 3 meters away. 2 weeks of cultivation had honed his mastery of internal boxing. 8 dozen men were no match for him. In less than 2 minutes, all the men lay on the ground groaning in pain. Duan Tianyang and Song Xin stared at Yi Ziming in disbelief, unable to fathom that he was such a formidable fighter. Duan Tianyang in particular was wide-eyed. No one knew better than him the strength of these men. They were elites trained by his father. Yet they couldn't even last 2 minutes against Yi Ziming. Duan Tianyang looked at Yi Ziming and suddenly laughed. Interesting. I didn't expect you to be this strong. But that makes it more fun. I found you a worthy opponent. As Duan Tianyang finished speaking, a tall man stepped forward. He seemed to carry a faint scent of blood, with a scar running across his face. He gave a cruel smile. Not bad. I like this opponent. Duan Tianyong turned to Yi Ziming. Do you know who he is? He's my father's prized warrior, who? Even he doesn't know how many people he's killed. Yi Ziming kneel and beg for mercy now, and maybe you'll be lenient, and have a who spare you some suffering. Yi Ziming replied indifferently, just trash. Ahu's eyes flashed with anger. I was already killing people while you were still in diapers. Young Master Duan, do you want him dead or alive? Duan Tianyong sneered, leave him with a breath. Ahu nodded, flashed a cruel smile, and swung his fist toward Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming's expression shifted. He threw a punch in return, and their fists collided. With a thunderous crack, Ahu felt a tremendous force surge through his arm, sending him stumbling back 5 steps. He looked up incredulous. You know internal boxing. Too much talk. Yi Ziming stepped forward, pressing the attack. Ahu shouted, this guy's tough. What are you waiting for? Move. As his words fell, 2 more tall, bloodthirsty men appeared and charged at Yi Ziming together. Seeing this, Duan Tianyong, who had been worried, now sneered coldly. No one had ever survived the combined assault of the Dragon Tiger and Leopard brothers. Yi Ziming would be no exception. The 3 brothers Long Hu and Bao attacked Yi Ziming from 3 directions simultaneously, their eyes flashing with a cruel glint. In their view, Yi Ziming was undoubtedly destined to die. Feeling the strong winds coming from both sides, Yi Ziming remained unfazed, delivering a punch that sent Ahu flying, while simultaneously twisting his body, his legs striking a Long and a Bao with fierce blows. Thud! The 3 brothers were sent flying, simultaneously crashing into several tables and chairs. Clutching their chests, they spat out blood in disbelief, staring at Yi Ziming, who had managed to make them vomit blood with a single move. Duan Tianyang's eyes widened in shock, his heart screaming in disbelief. He understood the strength of the Long Hu and Bao trio better than anyone out. Together, they could handle dozens of opponents, yet they were now being sent flying by Yi Ziming's single strike. What are you doing? Show some real skills. Duan Tianyong shouted angrily. The Long Hu and Bao brothers gritted their teeth and prepared to stand up, but at that moment, Yi Ziming raised his palm, and 3 silver needles shot like cold rays directly towards their thighs. The silver needles pierced the knees of the Long Hu and Bao brothers, causing each of them to feel a sudden numbness in their knees, and with a thud they fell to the ground again, completely losing sensation below their knees, unable to stand. Ahu's expression changed, gritting his teeth as he shouted, Duan Shao, hurry and run, we are no match for him. Duan Tianyong was dumbfounded. The Long Hu and Bao trio was his strongest card, yet now they had all been defeated. We're leaving, Duan Tianyong said through gritted teeth, turning to Song Xin. As Song Xin pushed the wheelchair to leave, Yi Ziming unexpectedly appeared in front of them. Where do you think you're going? Duan Tianyong shouted angrily. Yi Ziming, what are you trying to do? Yi Ziming smiled and kicked Duan Tianyong directly, sending him off the wheelchair. Yi Ziming stepped on Duan Tianyang's arm, saying, you want someone to kill me? I'll disable both of your arms. Duan Tianyang's face changed. No. Yi Ziming, you should stop while you can. Song Xin shouted loudly, determined not to let her benefactor be so easily harmed. She pointed at Yi Ziming angrily, stating, Duan Shao has power and influence, and the Pinghai Chamber of Commerce is a huge entity. As long as they are willing, they can hire countless masters to deal with you. The bodyguards of the Pinghai Chamber of Commerce are licensed to carry firearms. No matter how skilled you are, can you fight? Moreover, Duan Shao has friends in the police department. How can you compare to Duan Shao? If you injure him, his friends will definitely not let you go. Do you dare to go against a violent machine? I just called 6th Yi, and he's bringing people over right now. You know who 6th Yi is, right? He's the president of the Pinghai Chamber of Commerce, not someone you can provoke. Take my advice and hand over Huanxi to Duan Shao, that way you might have a chance to survive. I can guarantee that if you do as I say, I will ensure Duan Shao lets you go. Song Xin looked down at Yi Ziming with an air of arrogance, saying, Duan Shao is not as simple as you think. With a crack, Yi Ziming stomped down, breaking Duan Tianyang's arm. So what if he's not simple? Song Xin looked at Yi Ziming in disbelief, astonished that despite her warnings he still dared to act. Just then, over 20 cars blocked the entrance of the Apollo restaurant, displaying an overwhelming presence. More than 100 bodyguards dressed in black suits emerged from the cars, surrounding a man in a blue vest. The man wore a green ring on his finger and had a piece of jade around his neck, appearing as an elegant scholar, yet his face was filled with fury. The man led a dozen others into the Apollo restaurant, walking confidently, exuding a chilling aura, clearly embodying the presence of someone in power. He was Duan Heng, the president of the Pinghai Chamber of Commerce, known as 6th Yi. Dad, come save me. Seeing 6th Yi, Duan Tianyong seemed to see hope and shouted loudly. Yi Ziming slapped his hand towards him. Shut up. Seeing Duan Tianyong being humiliated like this, 6th Yi was enraged. Daring to touch my son, kid, you have guts. If you dare to touch him again, I'll make you wish you were dead. Yi Ziming chuckled, stepping on Duan Tianyang's other arm, applying slight pressure. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed in everyone's ears. Duan Tianyong screamed again, his arm rendered useless. Once Yi Ziming made his move, no one in this world could heal his arms. This kick left everyone wide-eyed. The Long Hu and Bao brothers felt a chill in their hearts. This guy was truly ruthless. Song Xin looked at Yi Ziming, shock mingled with a hint of cold laughter. She knew Yi Ziming was finished offending. Sixth, Yi meant he could never walk out of the Apollo restaurant alive. Kid, you're very arrogant. Do you know you've gotten yourself into big trouble? Sixth, Yi said coldly. Yi Ziming responded nonchalantly. I'm very curious to know. Then I'll let you see my methods. Just as Sixth Yi finished speaking, the dozen men he brought drew their guns, aiming at Yi Ziming. They would shoot if Yi Ziming made any sudden moves. Sixth Yi coldly stared at Yi Ziming. Although shooting here would cause trouble, seeing his son's tragic state, he no longer cared. He wanted Yi Ziming dead. Song Xin looked at Yi Ziming with a smug expression, as if to say that he was doomed. But just then dozens of cars suddenly arrived outside, and a voluptuous woman stepped out. It was Fang Yaolao. Sixth Yi, you can't touch this person today. Fang Yaolao walked into the hotel, speaking coldly. Fang Yaolao walked into the Apollo restaurant, exuding an icy aura. Behind her, sister Lan and Sun San followed closely, protecting Fang Yaolao. Fang Yaolao stood beside Yi Ziming, her expression still cold. What brings you here? Yi Ziming asked. Fang Yaolao replied coldly, just passing by. Yi Ziming chuckled inwardly, just passing by. This woman is quite charming, even her lies are unconvincing. We've prepared everything, you just need to do your part. Fang Yaolao spoke. Yi Ziming nodded, knowing that she was ready to face the Qinghai Chamber of Commerce. Fang Yaolao, do you intend to stop me? Master Liu's expression turned cold. Fang Yaolao said icily, I want to take him away. Impossible. He has beaten my son to this state, he cannot leave the Apollo restaurant alive. Fang Yaolao, before you act, you should consult your father. Be careful not to make a mistake. Master Liu said. Fang Yaorao's expression remained unchanged. This is also my father's intention. Master Liu laughed in anger. So you're saying Xinhua Group is going to war with my Qinghai Chamber of Commerce? Fang Yaorao replied. You can understand it that way. Don't think you can pressure me. If you declare war, my Qinghai Chamber of Commerce will respond. With your capabilities, you won't be able to protect him. Master Liu scoffed. What if I join in? At that moment, a sultry voice emerged as Jiang Linyue entered the Apollo restaurant with a dozen bodyguards standing beside Yi Ziming. What brings you here? Yi Ziming asked. The Apollo restaurant is one of my enterprises. If something happens here, I naturally have to come and see. Do you know that as soon as I heard you were in trouble, I rushed over. Jiang Linyue glanced at Fang Yaorao. What a pity I still couldn't beat that ice queen. Fang Yaorao ignored Jiang Linyue and stood coldly to the side. Seeing that Fang Yaorao did not respond, Jiang Linyue ceased her chatter and looked at Master Liu. Master Liu, if you want to harm Yi Ziming, our Mingwei Group will be the first to oppose it. So Mingwei Group is also going to be my enemy. Master Liu said coldly. Master Liu, we've been enemies since the moment you sent someone to harm my father. Although Jiang Linyue smiled, there was a glint of murderous intent in her eyes. Master Liu had sent Gong Sun Song to supplement Jiang Durong's strength, and if it weren't for Yi Ziming, Jiang Durong might have met his end. Master Liu was taken aback, and then said, It seems you all know about it. Jiang Linyue smiled. If it weren't for Yi Ziming, you would have succeeded. Master Liu looked at Yi Ziming coldly. You've given me another reason to kill you. Even if your two groups join forces against me, what can you do? At worst, we'll perish together. Master Liu said fiercely. Perish together. Master Liu, you overestimate yourself. Look outside. Jiang Linyue laughed. Master Liu was taken aback and instinctively looked outside. He saw a group of people in the uniforms of the Quanjin Martial Arts School overpowering all the bodyguards he had brought, and among them, he even spotted the police. The restaurant door opened, and Zheng Tianjiao and Xie Yu walked in. She looked at Master Liu and sneered. Master Liu, I advise you to give up. Today our Zheng family is protecting the master. Master Liu stared intently at Fang Yaorao, Jiang Linyue, and Zheng Tianjiao. His previously imposing demeanor now darkened. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said to Yi Ziming with difficulty, I underestimated you. These words made Song Zin's heart tremble. Could it be that even Master Liu couldn't deal with Yi Ziming? Duan Tianyang couldn't help but raise his head. Dad, what's wrong? You have to avenge me. Ahu couldn't help but shout, President, we must kill him. He could see that Yi Ziming was no ordinary person, but today they had suffered such a big loss. If they didn't kill Yi Ziming, their hatred would not be resolved. At worst, after killing Yi Ziming, they could flee. He had done this many times before. Master Liu said nothing, only clenched his fists tightly, his expression as dark as a storm cloud. He was furious and unwilling. He wished he could kill Yi Ziming right now. But he could not. Currently, Xinhua Group, Mingwei Group, and Quanjin Martial Arts School were all on Yi Ziming's side. Even if Master Liu had a vast family business, he could not simultaneously confront these three behemoths. He knew that if he acted against Yi Ziming today, he would be the one lying here tomorrow. Master Liu was a prominent figure outside, but if Fang Yaorao and the others joined forces, even he would have to retreat. President, take action. We have guns and absolute confidence. Yes, President, don't hesitate any longer. We must kill this kid today. The Longhu Leopard brothers shouted loudly. Song Xian bit her lip, her eyes filled with hatred as she looked at Yi. Why could Yi Ziming repeatedly crush her pride? Why did the three stunning beauties Fang Yaorao stand by Yi Ziming's side? Now all her hopes were pinned on Master Liu. She wanted Yi Ziming dead. Master Liu's expression was complex as he shook his head. We cannot act. Boom. Those simple three words sounded like a thunderclap, shocking everyone into silence. They looked at Yi Ziming in disbelief, all dumbfounded. Even Master Lu has backed down. How is this possible? Can't move. Anyone can hear the anger and resentment in Sixth Master's tone. The Longhu leopard trio exchanged glances. Could it be that even Sixth Master has to bow down? Sixth Master gritted his teeth, suppressing the fury within. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh without him noticing. As long as you know you can't move, let your son think twice. From now on, whenever he sees my master, he should take a detour. Oomph. Zheng Tianjiao scoffed. Sixth Master's face darkened as he fought the urge to pull the trigger. This time I admit defeat. Can you return Tianyang to me now? Yi Ziming moved his right foot, kicking Duan Tianyang to Sixth Master's feet. Duan Tianyang let out a miserable scream, looking extremely disheveled. Sixth Master trembled in anger as he looked at Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming, we will meet again. He vowed to avenge. Yi Ziming, I will remember what happened today. Don't let me catch a chance. Duan Tianyang lay on the ground, his expression sinister. Yi Ziming looked at him coldly. You're looking for death. Ha ha ha, looking for death. Do you dare to kill me? You said so much just now, but you still didn't dare to kill me. Yi Ziming, this is the gap between you and me. No matter how angry you are, you can only beat me up, cripple my limbs, but do you dare to kill me? But for me, just give me the opportunity, and I can kill you, and your family will all die too. As for Tang Huanqi and your daughter, don't worry, I will treat them well. Once I get tired of them, I will sell them to the nightclub and have them use their bodies to earn money for me. Duan Tianyang laughed wildly. No matter how strong Yi Ziming was, he still could not defeat him. Meanwhile, Song Xian breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Yi Ziming mockingly. What's the use of making such a big scene? In the end, he still had to retreat timidly. Yi Ziming's expression was indifferent as he looked at Sixth Master. Your son threatened me. My son is talking nonsense, I can't control him. Sixth Master knew that Yi Ziming didn't dare to kill, so he said coldly. He couldn't touch Yi Ziming, but Yi Ziming also didn't dare to do anything to him. In that case, Yi Ziming stepped forward, his expression indifferent. Then the Pinghai Chamber of Commerce is no longer necessary. Hearing Yi Ziming's words, Duan Tianyang couldn't help but laugh. Just because of you. Do you know how big the Pinghai Chamber of Commerce is? You, a spendthrift, can make it disappear. Sixth Master looked at Yi Ziming, his eyes filled with disdain. At that moment, a phone rang, its tone echoing loudly and harshly in the quiet restaurant like the sound of a death knell. Sixth Master took out his phone and found it was his office secretary calling him. Sixth Master, the chamber is simultaneously being attacked by 3 forces. We lost over 500 million in just 5 minutes. The elders in the chamber are also planning to sever ties, and all the companies cooperating with us have unilaterally cut off their partnerships. The police have also come knocking, saying we are evading taxes and harboring criminals, and they even brought out arrest warrants. What should we do? One despairing piece of news after another reached Sixth Master's ears. With every word the secretary spoke, Sixth Master's face grew darker. He simply hung up the phone, glaring at Yi Ziming in fury. This is all you're doing. Yi Ziming replied calmly, I will kill you. Sixth Master went completely mad, snatching a gun from a subordinate and aiming it at Yi Ziming, ready to pull the trigger. Just then a flash of cold light appeared, causing pain to shoot through Sixth Master's wrist, and the gun fell to the ground with a silver needle embedded in his wrist. Shoot, kill him. Ahu roared, and all the bodyguards around immediately aimed at Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming waved his hand, and dozens of silver needles flew out. In the next second, everyone felt a numbness in their wrists, and the guns fell to the ground, each of them with a silver needle embedded in their wrists. The Longhu leopard trio stared wide-eyed, never expecting that Yi Ziming could use silver needles so effectively. Wasn't this guy just an ordinary person? How could he have such high combat power? Yi Ziming picked up the gun that had fallen at his feet and said coldly, You want to use this against me? Crack. Yi Ziming's words had barely finished when the gun in his hand was crushed into a ball of iron. Everyone looked at Yi Ziming in shock, never imagining he had such tremendous strength. Zhang Linyue covered her mouth in surprise, while Zheng Tianjiao's face was filled with excitement. Fang Yaolao remained calm, but a strange glimmer flickered in her eyes. Sixth Master and the others were dumbfounded. He could break a gun with bare hands. What kind of existence had they provoked? In the face of Yi Ziming's overwhelming power, all schemes and tricks turned to dust. The police outside came in and arrested Duan Tianyang and his son. Song Xian was also taken to prison, while those subordinates had criminal records, and some were even fugitives. Harboring fugitives is a serious crime. Duan Tianyang and his son were completely finished. After resolving everything, Yi Ziming picked up the still sleeping Tang Huanqi and prepared to leave. At that moment, Fang Yaolao, Zhang Linyue, and Zheng Tianjiao blocked his path. What are you doing? Yi Ziming was taken aback. Zhang Linyue smiled charmingly. Little brother, I have something to discuss with you. How about getting in my car? Zheng Tianjiao scoffed. Does my master know you well? Master, get in my car. Your barehanded gun-breaking method is simply too cool. When will you teach me? Fang Yaolao stood aside, without speaking, merely looking at Yi Ziming, her intent clear. She wanted to have a few words with him. At this moment, Yi Ziming faced a very difficult choice. Whose car should he get into? Yi Ziming thought for a moment, and ultimately got into Fang Yure's car. Zhang Linyue looked at Yi Ziming's back, her expression filled with reluctance. How was she any less than that ice-cold figure? Master is such a scoundrel forgetting his disciple for a beautiful woman, Zheng Tianjiao grumbled discontentedly. Hearing Zheng Tianjiao's words, Jiang Linjia's eyes lit up. Tianjiao, do you have a moment later? What for? Zheng Tianjiao asked warily. She knew this woman was not to be underestimated. You wouldn't want to see Yi Ziming getting too close to Fang Yaro, would you? How about we collaborate? Zhang Lingyue said with a charming smile. Zheng Tianjiao was taken aback, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes as she slightly nodded. That's a good proposal. Yi Ziming, oblivious to Zhang Lingyue and Zheng Tianjiao's scheming, placed Tang Wanqi between himself and Fang Yaro, allowing her head to gently rest on his shoulder. Fang Yaro frowned slightly as she observed the closeness between Tang Wanqi and Yi Ziming. What's going on? Yi Ziming asked. My dad wants to give you the Xinghua nightclub, Fang Yaro said coldly. She didn't know why, but a wave of irritation inexplicably surfaced in her heart, and her tone changed considerably. Xinghua Group, Mingyue Group, and Quanjin Martial Arts Hall worked together to crush the Pinghai Chamber of Commerce, and the resources of the Pinghai Chamber were divided among the three, all thanks to Yi Ziming. What do I need that for? It's a waste of time, Yi Ziming replied. He still needed to accompany Nian Nian and had no time to manage a nightclub. I will transfer the nightclub to your name. Fang Yaro acted as if she hadn't heard Yi Ziming's words. Troublesome. Yi Ziming waved his hand casually. Just cash it out. Sister Lan is used to handling these matters. I've said what I needed. Get out of the car. Fang Yaro said coldly. Yi Ziming replied. I can't be bothered to drive anymore. Take me back. I told you to get out. Fang Yaro's tone grew even colder. Not getting out. Hurry and take me back. Tang Wanqi could have single Tianyi pick up the car tomorrow. Bang. Fang Yaro opened the car door, her pretty face icy as she got out, seemingly unwilling to share a car with Yi Ziming. What's up with this woman? Yi Ziming looked at Fang Yaro outside the car with a hint of confusion. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, so why did she suddenly change her attitude? Not wanting to deal with Fang Yaro, Yi Ziming turned to the driver and said, Take me to Rainbow No. 1. Yes, young Master Yi. The driver nodded hurriedly, not daring to say another word. Having worked as Fang Yaro's driver for so many years, this was the first time he saw a man daring enough to talk back to the boss. This guy had some guts. Half an hour later, Yi Ziming carried Tang Wanqi into the villa. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Pang Dehai blindfolded playing hide and seek with Yi Nian Nian. Little ancestor, where are you? I've come to find you. He looked like a creepy uncle. Yi Ziming cleared his throat, and Pang Dehai immediately reacted, hurriedly removing the blindfold from his face. Yi, young Master Yi, you're back. Daddy. At that moment, Yi Nian Nian ran out from a corner. Yi Ziming placed Tang Wanqi on the sofa. Did you have fun playing with Uncle Dehai? Yes. Yi Nian Nian replied happily. Yi Ziming patted her little head, then turned to Pang Dehai. Thanks to you for taking care of Nian Nian. No problem, no problem. Pang Dehai scratched his head. Young Master Yi, you go ahead with your business. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Nian Nian. Goodbye, Uncle Dehai. Yi Nian Nian waved her little hand. After Pang Dehai left, she looked at Tang Wanqi on the sofa and quietly asked, Daddy, what's wrong with Teacher Tang? Teacher is asleep, Yi Ziming replied with a smile. After saying that, he moved closer and pressed the acupoint at the back of Tang Wanxi's neck. Tang Wanqi slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was in the villa with Nian Nian right beside her. She held her forehead, trying hard to recall what had happened earlier. How did I get back to the villa? Where's Duan Tianyang? Yi Ziming replied indifferently. The police came and arrested all of them. Good job catching them. Tang Wanqi gritted her teeth. They should face legal consequences. And Song Xian, I can't believe I trusted her so much. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Yi Ziming, her pretty face full of apologies. I'm sorry this time. Think more carefully in the future. I can't help you every time. Yi Ziming replied coldly. You? Tang Wanqi glared at Yi Ziming. She had already apologized, so what more did he want? Didn't he know how to... You? Tang Wanqi glared at Yi Ziming. She had already apologized, so what more did he want? Didn't he know how to... What? You're coming to see me tomorrow morning. No way, I haven't even had my vacation yet. Tang Wanxi's expression turned panicked as she tried to refuse, but it was futile. After hanging up, Tang Wanqi bit her lip tightly, as she hadn't expected her mom to come visit her suddenly, and this time, she would definitely be pressured into a blind date, just like usual. She looked up at Yi Ziming. Last time I helped you deceive uncle and aunt, this time it's your turn to help me. Not helping your dad knows me. Yi Ziming flatly refused. Tang Wanqi hurriedly said, Your business, my dad won't tell my mom about it, just help me out this once. Yi Ziming still shook his head, not helping. Yi Ziming. Tang Wanqi glared with wide eyes, directly pouncing on him and biting hard on his arm. The next morning, when Single Tianyi brought the car, Yi Ziming drove straight to the airport. The two waited at the airport for more than 10 minutes when they saw a good-looking woman dragging a suitcase toward them. She was Tang Wanxi's mother, Yu Jing. Mom, you're here. Tang Wanqi hurriedly greeted her. Wanqi, I've missed you so much. Yu Jing embraced Tang Wanqi and casually handed her suitcase to Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming didn't take it. He wasn't a servant. Yu Jing looked at Yi Ziming with displeasure. Wanqi, where did you find this driver? So lacking in manners. Yi Ziming's attire was quite ordinary, making him appear very much like a driver next to the elegantly beautiful. Tang Wanxi's face turned awkward as she replied, Mom, he's not a driver, he's my friend. Yu Jing's expression became serious. Friend. Your boyfriend. Tang Huanqi blushed, but quickly concealed it, saying, Mom, what are you talking about? We're just friends. Yu Jing didn't notice Tang Huanqi's shyness and sighed with relief. It's good that he's not. If you were to find someone like this as a boyfriend, it would drive me crazy. Is Mom wrong? Look at how ordinary he dresses. He must come from a poor family. Marrying him would certainly be hard. You are my daughter. How can you be with someone like this? You should be marrying into a wealthy family. Yu Jing insisted. Mom is only looking out for your best interests. Our Tang family is not an ordinary family, and your future circle will inevitably be different from that of common folks. After saying this, Yu Jing cast a disdainful glance at Yi Ziming as if her words were meant for him. Unfortunately, Yi Ziming remained unfazed as if he hadn't heard anything. All right, Mom, stop it. You've come back after so long, let me take you out to eat. Yi Ziming quickly find a restaurant. Tang Huanqi said as she grabbed her suitcase. Yu Jing smiled and said, No need, I've already found a place to eat. What's his name? Take us to the Cold Moon Western Restaurant. Yi Ziming remained silent as he followed the navigation to the Cold Moon Western Restaurant. Upon arriving, just as Yi Ziming was about to get out of the car, Yu Jing spoke up. That one. Mom, his name is Yi Ziming. Tang Huanqi hurriedly interjected. Yu Jing shrugged nonchalantly. Why remember his name? You won't see him again anyway. Mom, Yu Jing said helplessly. Okay, I got it. Yi Ziming, just wait here or find a fast food place to eat, but don't wander too far. We'll be back after we finish eating. Yi Ziming said nothing, but Tang Huanqi was unwilling. Mom, Ziming specifically came to pick you up. How can you make him go eat fast food? No, he has to go with me. Oh dear daughter, that's a high-end restaurant. With his attire, the staff probably won't even let him in. Besides, there will be other guests coming soon. It wouldn't be convenient for him to tag along. Yu Jing explained. Tang Huanqi paused, feeling a bit angry. Mom, are you trying to set me up on a blind date again? Huanqi, don't blame Mom. This time you'll definitely like the person who's coming. He's from the Zhang family. Do you know the Zhang group? He's the general manager there. You should know about the Zhang family in Jiangxing. They are a true wealthy family. Marrying him would surely make you happy, Yu Jing hastily added. The Zhang family is one of the top families in Jiangxing, not any weaker than the Xinhua group. Tang Huanqi said angrily, I'm not going. No way, you must go today or don't recognize me as your mother. Yu Jing said sternly. Yu Jing knew how to handle Tang Huanqi. As long as she adopted a stern demeanor, Tang Huanqi would certainly compromise. This tactic had never failed her. Tang Huanqi's expression changed as she was most afraid of her mother saying such things. However, her eyes suddenly lit up as she approached Yi Ziming and said, I can go, but Ziming must go with me. Why should he go? Yu Jing shot a glance at Yi Ziming. If he doesn't go, then I won't go either, Tang Huanqi insisted. All right, then let him come along. Yu Jing conceded, helplessly nodding her head in agreement. As Yu Jing walked ahead, Tang Huanqi leaned close to Yi Ziming and whispered, Just say you're my boyfriend later, okay? Why should I say that? You jerk, do you want me to get married off? Tang Huanqi exclaimed in frustration, feeling the urge to bite Yi Ziming. Seeing Tang Huanqi's small tiger teeth, Yi Ziming instinctively rubbed his arm. She had bitten him yesterday, and there were still bite marks on his arm. All right, I'll help you, Yi Ziming nodded. Zhang Mingjia wore a smug smile. Dispatching a penniless young man was effortless given his status and influence. I don't have a job, Yi Ziming replied calmly. Upon hearing Yi Ziming's words, Zhang Mingjia's gaze turned even more disdainful. A man without employment simply won't do. How about I recommend one for you? Our Zhang group happens to have openings. Would you like to consider it? Tang Huanqi interjected gently. Ziming holds a medical license. He likely can't take a position at your company. Oh, that's a pity. Zhang Mingjia glanced briefly at Tang Huanqi. Her tone toward Yi Ziming was unmistakably unusual. Yu Jing chuckled beside them. Xiao Jie, you're here to meet Huanqi, not to recruit staff. Besides, the Zhang group only hires top-tier talent. Look at him. Does he truly seem qualified to join us? Zhang Mingjia smiled lightly. You're quite right. I spoke too hastily. Let's order first. We'll talk while we dine, Yu Jing suggested. Zhang Mingjia nodded and called out, Waiter. An elegantly dressed waiter approached immediately. Sir, how may I assist? 4 servings of foie gras and 4 portions of medium-rare steak, Zhang Mingjia ordered. Yu Jing laughed softly. Xiao Jie, 3 portions would suffice. Yi Ziming smiled faintly. Yu Jing clearly intended to sideline him. Tang Huanqi frowned. Mother, there are 4 of us. Why order only 3? Do you know how much a single portion costs? 5,000 yuan. Serving it to him would be sheer waste. Yu Jing retorted, her eyes flashing with irritation. I'll cover his share. Waiter, bring 4 portions. Tang Huanqi declared firmly. Zhang Mingjia grinned. Don't worry, auntie. I can easily afford it. And I'm a diamond member here. With that, he produced a gleaming diamond card. Also add some desserts. And a bottle of 1982 Chateau Lafite Rothschild. Xiao Jie, you really shouldn't go to such expense. Yu Jing's cheeks flushed with excitement. 1982 Lafite cost 70 or 80,000 yuan per bottle, far beyond what she'd ever dare sip in daily life. The waiter accepted the card with deference. Sir, as a diamond member, our restaurant manager will personally deliver your... After the waiter departed, Yu Jing's eyes shimmered with envy. She couldn't resist asking, Xiao Jie, so you're a diamond member here. Do you frequent this place often? I don't come regularly. But I know the owner, which is how I acquired the card, Zhang Mingjie replied with quiet pride. Yu Jing's smile widened further. Yet when she glanced at Yi Ziming, his expression remained utterly unchanged. She inwardly scoffed, what an ungrateful pauper. She resolved to make him retreat, defeated and humbled. Judging by your demeanor, Xiao Jie, you must regularly mingle with influential figures. Nothing extraordinary, Zhang Mingjie said modestly. I know most CEOs and general managers in Jiangqing. Fang Yaorao of Xinhua Group, Jiang Linyue of Mingyue Group, occasionally sharing drinks and conversation. His tone was casual, but beneath it surged unmistakable self-satisfaction. Yi Ziming nearly laughed aloud. Though he knew nothing of Jiang Linyue, Fang Yaorao would never casually drink or chat with someone like Zhang Mingjie. Clearly Xiao Jie moves among elite circles. Some people, however, ought to recognize their own limitations. Sitting here without merit is sheer audacity. Yu Jing shot Yi Ziming a contemptuous glance. Mother, what are you saying? Tang Huanqi's expression darkened. Yu Jing scoffed, am I wrong? If not for you, he'd never set foot in such an exclusive establishment, even in his wildest dreams. As mother and daughter argued, Yi Ziming sat motionless. His features serene, his posture unruffled, as though the entire exchange had never touched him. To Zhang Mingjie, however, Yi Ziming's silence could mean only one thing: he'd been paralyzed by the exorbitant prices, too intimidated to utter a word. Such a man wasn't worth wasting time on, he should simply be ejected. At that moment Gao Cheng, the restaurant's manager, wheeled in a silver service trolley. Welcome to Hanyu Restaurant, Mr. Zhang. To ensure your utmost satisfaction, I've arranged a special pre-dinner dessert prepared by our finest chef. Complimentary, of course. Gao Cheng treated Zhang Mingjie with meticulous courtesy. A diamond member demanded nothing less. I brought friends today. You've done well. I'll mention it to Linyue later. Zhang Mingjie nodded casually, exuding the effortless authority of a man accustomed to command. His poise made Yu Jing's eyes gleam. Yes, this was indeed a golden match. Gao Cheng's heart leapt with delight. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Ignoring the dessert, Zhang Mingjie beckoned him closer. Gao Cheng hurried over. Mr. Zhang, how may I serve you? Gao Cheng, this is an elite establishment. Not everyone possesses the privilege, or the right, to enter. Might some guests lack that qualification? As he spoke, Zhang Mingjie cast a subtle pointed glance toward Yi Ziming. Gao Cheng, a master of reading between the lines, instantly grasped the implication and smiled smoothly. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang. He strode directly to Yi Ziming and loomed over him. You leave. This restaurant does not admit individuals lacking proper attire. Yi Ziming looked at Gao Cheng with indifference, seemingly wanting to drive him away to please Zhang Mingjie. Tang Huanqi interjected. Ziming is a guest. Oh, what right do you have to expel him? Gao Cheng smiled and replied, Miss, we are a high-end restaurant. His presence will affect the dining mood of other guests. Huanqi manager Gao is right. Just look at how he is dressed. He doesn't belong here. I didn't let him in earlier, but you insisted on bringing him. This time, even mom can't help you. Yu Jing chimed in. Zhang Mingjie remained silent, merely looking at Yi Ziming with mockery. What if I don't leave? Yi Ziming asked. Gao Cheng sneered. Don't leave. Then don't blame me. Security, throw him out. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 tall security guards entered the restaurant ready to take action. Tang Huanqi reached out to block Yi Ziming. No, he can't leave. Huanqi, why are you keeping him? It's not that we want to expel him, but he doesn't meet the restaurant standards. Who told him to dress so poorly? If he had dressed like Xiaojia, manager Gao wouldn't have chased him away. Yu Jing cast a disdainful glance at Yi Ziming. Hearing Yu Jing mention him, Zhang Mingjie raised his head proudly, but unfortunately Tang Huanqi didn't even glance at him. Zhang Mingjie's expression darkened, and there was a hint of gloom in his eyes as he looked at Yi Ziming. Since Tang Huanqi valued that guy with the surname Yi so much, he would show her the gap between that poor boy and himself. At this moment, Gao Cheng was already growing impatient. With a wave of his hand, the 4 security guards moved to grab Yi Ziming and throw him out. Tang Huanqi hurriedly said, if he leaves, I won't stay here either. Wait. As soon as he heard Tang Huanqi was leaving, Zhang Mingjie spoke up, not wanting to easily let go of such. Mr. Zhang, do you have any instructions? Gao Cheng asked. Zhang Mingjie chuckled. Let him stay. Gao Cheng, how can I not understand Mr. Zhang's meaning? Gao Cheng pretended to be troubled. Mr. Zhang, this is a rule set by our boss. I cannot change it, but, however, since Mr. Zhang is a diamond member, he can recommend this kid to become a bronze member, and then he can stay. But to become a bronze member, he needs a recommendation from an existing member and pay a membership fee of 500,000. Gao Cheng's words were left unfinished, but his gaze towards Yi Ziming was filled with disdain. He didn't believe that a poor boy like Yi Ziming could come up with such a sum of money. Tang Huanqi was stunned, as she hadn't expected that becoming a bronze member would cost so much. Beside her, Yu Jing was also taken aback, and then she became excited. Just to be a bronze member costs 500,000. How much would a diamond member cost? No, she had to get Tang Huanqi and Zhang Mingjie together. If they got married, she would essentially be entering a wealthy family. Just thinking about her future lavish spending made her tremble with excitement. Huanqi, don't waste time on this poor kid. He can't possibly come up with 500,000. Let him get lost, or we need to eat quickly, or otherwise the steak will get cold. Yu Jing hurriedly added. Zhang Mingjie also laughed and, is right, let's ignore him. I can recommend him to become a member, but he needs to come up with 500,000 first. Of course there's another way. Yi Ziming begged me. Who knows, if I'm happy I might cover that 500,000 for you. Hearing Zhang Mingjia's words, Yu Jing laughed. Xiaojia, you are still kind-hearted. 500,000 just like that. Hey, did you hear? Hurry up and beg Xiaojia, or the security will throw you out. Yi Ziming coldly said, does he even deserve me to beg him? The surroundings fell silent. No one expected Yi Ziming to say such a thing. Zhang Mingjia's face darkened. Gao Qing, throw him out. Gao Qing sneered and waved his hand. Several security guards marched towards Yi Ziming. Tang Huanqi wanted to intervene, but was pulled back by Yu Jing. Sit down. What's so good about that poor kid? It's not worth you doing this for him. If you put this effort into Xiaojia, then I can rest assured. Tang Huanqi tried to break free from Yu Jing's grip, but Yu Jing held her hand tightly. Tang Huanqi didn't want to embarrass her mother in public, so she could only look anxiously at Yi Ziming. Just as the security guards were about to grab Yi Ziming, a series of exclamations echoed through the restaurant. Zhang Mingjia and the others instinctively turned their heads to see a woman in a red long dress exuding a deadly allure appearing in their line of sight. Xiaojia, who is that woman? Yu Jing asked, captivated by the woman's charm, unable to help but look a few more times. A flash of heat crossed Zhang Mingjia's eyes. Jiang Lingyue, vice president of Mingwei Group. This Cold Moon Western restaurant belongs to her. She's quite a big deal too. Xiaojia must know her, right? Yu Jing remarked. Zhang Mingjia replied proudly, of course, we've collaborated before. I'll call her over to introduce you. Saying this, Zhang Mingjia shouted loudly, Lingyue. Jiang Lingyue turned her head to glance, her eyes brightening as she walked over briskly. Zhang Mingjia's heart stirred. He had only been trying his luck since he wasn't that close with Jiang Lingyue, but unexpectedly Yi Ziming crossed his legs, watching this scene with great interest. Jiang Lingyue walked over quickly. Zhang Mingjia stood up and smiled. Lingyue, I didn't expect you to come in person. I heard that Mingwei Group has acquired some assets from the Pinghai Chamber of Commerce. Congratulations. Jiang Lingyue's enchanting face flashed with a hint of confusion. Who are you? Zhang Mingjia was taken aback. Jiang Lingyue actually did not recognize him. Could it be that Jiang Lingyue wasn't here to find him? An awkward atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Zhang Mingjia forced a smile and said, Lingyue, I am Zhang Mingjia from the Zhang family. Don't you remember me? Jiang Lingyue pondered for a moment and replied, there are too many people from the Zhang family. I can't be bothered to remember each one. I am the eldest grandson of the Zhang family. These words were almost bitten out from Zhang Mingjia's teeth. His face turned ashen. Just moments ago he had been boasting to Yu Jing about how well he knew Jiang Lingyue, but unexpectedly she didn't recognize him at all. Oh, now I remember. Do you have something to discuss? Jiang Lingyue said casually. Zhang Mingjia was stunned. Aren't you here to find me? Jiang Lingyue smiled, and although her smile was beautiful, anyone could tell the disdain behind it. Zhang Mingjia, you are not yet qualified for me to come find you personally. Only your father or grandfather would have that privilege. I came here to see a more distinguished guest, so don't block the way. One sentence made Zhang Mingjia's face turn from blue to white, but what concerned him even more was who that most distinguished guest Jiang Lingyue was referring to. Certainly the one who could elicit such treatment from Jiang Lingyue was no ordinary person. What Zhang Mingjia failed to notice was that Tang Huanqi was watching Jiang Lingyue with hostility in her eyes. She recognized this woman who always took the initiative to get close to Yi Ziming. In her heart, she was a key target to guard against. Even Tang Huanqi herself didn't realize that she had already placed Yi Ziming in her heart, and because of him, she began to harbor resentment towards the women around him. Jiang Lingyue couldn't be bothered with Zhang Mingjia and approached. Gao Cheng, have you neglected my most distinguished guest? Boss, I. Gao Cheng was dumbfounded. How could he know who Jiang Lingyue's guest was? At that moment, Yi Ziming spoke up. He just tried to throw me out. Gao Cheng's face turned cold, and he snarled, shut up, this is not your place to speak. Smack. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a slap to the left cheek from Jiang Lingyue. Her charming face held a hint of coldness. Is this your attitude toward guests? Gao Cheng was stunned, or rather he was frightened by Jiang Lingyue's aura, and didn't dare to speak, only looking at Zhang Ming. Zhang Mingjia spoke up. Lingyue, manager Gao has been here the whole time, and has not seen the distinguished guest you mentioned, so please do not blame him. Jiang Lingyue turned her head, and coldly said, you think you can call me Lingyue? Besides, I'm dealing with my people, what does that have to do with you? After being rebuffed by Jiang Lingyue twice in a row, Zhang Mingjia's face was somewhat embarrassed, and he said, Jiang Lingyue, I am a member of the Zhang family. Is this how you speak to me? If you want me to speak to you politely, you are not qualified. Jiang Lingyue replied with disdain. In Zhang Lingyue's eyes, the only members of the Zhang family who were qualified were Zhang Mingjia's father and grandfather. As for Zhang Mingjia himself, he was no different from a worthless person. Zhang Mingjia's face changed, and he gritted his teeth, saying, if I am not qualified, then who is? In this restaurant, who has a status more distinguished than mine? Jiang Lingyue smiled as she strolled over to Yi Ziming, her jade hand resting on his shoulder. Of course, it is young Master Yi. Did you want to know who my most distinguished guest is? It is young Master Yi. I did not come here for you, Zhang Mingjia, but for young Master Yi. The slap I just gave Gao Cheng was also because he disrespected young Master Yi. In this restaurant, no one can make me treat them politely except for young Master Yi. Starting today, there will be a top-tier membership card at Hanyue Western Restaurant. With this card, all expenses in Hanyue Western Restaurant will be waived, and it can even command any staff member in the restaurant, and the owner of this card can only be young Master Yi Ziming. Once Zhang Lingyue finished speaking, everyone around was stunned. They looked at Yi Ziming in disbelief, never expecting his background to be so immense. Zhang Mingjie stared at Yi Ziming, certain that there was no prominent family with the surname Yi in Jiang City. Where did this Yi Ziming come from? Yu Jing also looked at Yi Ziming in disbelief, wondering if she had misjudged him. Could it be that Yi Ziming was actually from a prominent family? Tang Huanxi knew some inside information. She glared at Yi Ziming, wanting to explode, but upon seeing Yu Jing she held back. This way she could avoid her mother pushing for marriage. The most devastated was Gao Cheng, whose forehead was covered in sweat, and even his back was soaked. His legs trembled continuously. This ordinary-looking guy turned out to be his boss' distinguished guest. Oh my god, what had he just done? He clearly remembered that he had arrogantly told Yi Ziming to get lost. At that moment, Zhang Lingyue looked over Gao Cheng. Did you just tell young Master Yi to get lost? Thud. Gao Cheng could no longer control his trembling legs and sat down on the ground. He said in horror, boss, I didn't know he was your distinguished guest. I was wrong. I accept my punishment. Zhang Lingyue coldly replied, the one you should apologize to is not me. Gao Cheng immediately reacted, summoning what little courage he had to crawl in front of Yi Ziming. I'm sorry, young Master Yi. I failed to recognize a mountain beyond a mountain. I looked down on you. For the sake of the boss, please forgive me. Gao Cheng pleaded loudly. Watching Gao Cheng kneel on the ground begging for mercy, Yi Ziming's expression remained indifferent. Gao Cheng lowered his head, not daring to lift it again until Yi Ziming spoke. I don't want to see him anymore, Yi Ziming said softly. He despised those who fawned over the powerful. Yi Ziming's words made Gao Cheng tremble. He quickly lifted his head and pleaded, young Master Yi, didn't you hear, young Master Yi? Throw him out, Zhang Lingyue said. For security guards immediately grabbed Gao Cheng and dragged him outside. Gao Cheng struggled and shouted, young Master Yi, boss Zhang, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. His voice grew fainter until he was thrown out, and then it vanished completely. Young Master Yi, are you satisfied with my work? Zhang Lingyue smiled seductively, her jade-like hand gently wrapping around Yi Ziming's neck as she prepared to sit in his lap. Zhang Mingjie across the table turned green with envy. In their circle, Zhang Lingyue was renowned as an though she always appeared alluring, no one had ever heard of her being intimate with anyone. But now she was acting so close to Yi. Tang Huanxi watched Zhang Lingyue getting closer to Yi Ziming, her expression souring as anger surged. Just then, Yi Ziming reached out and grabbed Zhang Lingyue's arm, exerting a slight force to lift her up, preventing her from sitting in his lap. Hee, little brother, are you shy, or is it inconvenient with someone here? She glanced at Tang Huanxi and deliberately blew a warm breath into Yi Ziming's ear. Want to come see me tonight? She spoke loudly on purpose, ensuring Tang Huanxi and the others heard clearly. You all enjoy your meal. I'm leaving. Zhang Mingjie could no longer stand it. Today he had lost face because of Yi Ziming. Take care, Xiao Jia. Surprisingly, Yu Jing, who had wanted Zhang Mingjie as a wealthy son-in-law, did not chase after him. Her gaze was now fixed on Yi Ziming, as if she were trying to see through him. Yu Jing thought to herself, even a figure like Zhang Lingyue calls Yi Ziming young Master Yi, which means he must also be from a wealthy family. If Huanxi could marry him, she too would enter high society. Tang Huanxi could no longer bear it and gritted her teeth. Zhang Lingyue, are you ever going to stop? Oh, getting angry. Zhang Lingyue glanced at Tang Huanxi. Caught off guard, Tang Huanxi felt nervous. Why would I be angry at him? Then why do you care about Ziming? He's not your boyfriend, Zhang Lingyue said triumphantly. I am her boyfriend, Yi Ziming suddenly interjected. Tang Huanxi's pretty face flushed. She hadn't expected Yi Ziming to say such a thing. Her heart raced with both nervousness and sweetness. Struggling to suppress her shyness, she whispered, since when were you my boyfriend? Yi Ziming froze. Didn't you ask me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Yi Ziming. Tang Huanxi was furious. She had indeed asked him to pretend, but only in front of Zhang Mingjie. Now that Zhang Mingjie was gone, why keep up? And she had just felt a flutter of emotion. Haha, I can't help it. Little brother, you're just too adorable. Zhang Lingyue covered her mouth, laughing heartily. Seeing this, Yu Jing finally understood. Huanxi, do you know boss Jiang? Before Tang Huanxi could speak, Yi Ziming said, Annie, we all know each other. Lingyue just owes me a favor. She was only repaying it. Yu Jing's expression shifted. So you're not from a wealthy family at all? Yi Ziming replied calmly, I never claimed. Yu Jing realized she had been deceived. What young Master Yi? What wealthy family? These three had been putting on an act. Mom, what's wrong? Tang Huanxi noticed Yu Jing's strange expression and asked hurriedly. Tang Huanxi, do you know you just gave up the chance to marry into a wealthy family? Come with me now. Let's go after Xiao Jia. He shouldn't be far yet. Yu Jing reached out to grab Tang Huanxi and chase after Zhang Mingjie. Just then Yi Ziming pulled Tang Huanxi to his side, causing Yu Jing to miss. Auntie, listen to me. Yi Ziming, listen to what? You poor boy, don't waste my time. Huanxi, come with me now. Yu Jing interrupted him and reached for Tang Huanxi again. Yi Ziming shielded Tang Huanxi behind him. Auntie Huanxi doesn't want to date Zhang Mingjie or marry into wealth. You should consider her happiness. This is our family matter. What does it have to do with you? You'd better stay away from my daughter. Huanxi is destined for a wealthy family. You two are from different worlds. Yu Jing said angrily. Mom, I don't want to see Zhang Mingjie. Tang Huanqi mustered the courage to say, "You have to see him whether you like it or not. I'm doing this for your own good. What's so good about him? With him you'll struggle to make ends meet. Huanqi, listen to me. You're not right for each other. A poor boy like him can't give you happiness." Yu Jing fumed. "Who says I can't give Huanqi happiness?" Just then, Yi Ziming suddenly spoke. After saying this, he froze. He was annoyed at Yu Jing for setting up Tang Huanqi, but the words had slipped out before he knew it. Tang Huanqi couldn't help but look at Yi Ziming, her eyes filled with gratitude, sweetness, and a trace of doubt. After all, she didn't know if Yi Ziming was being sincere. Jiang Linyue watched the three of them, a slight curve forming on her crimson lips. This was getting more and more. Hearing Yi Ziming's words, Yu Jing's face flashed with disdain. "What can you offer Huanqi for happiness? You have no money and no status. How can you compare to Zhang Mingjie? He is the eldest grandson of the Zhang family, and if Huanqi marries him, she becomes a wealthy lady. What if Huanqi doesn't want to?" Yi Ziming asked. "How could she not want to? Being a wealthy lady. You don't know how many people wish to be one, but have no chance. Huanqi, come with me." After saying that, Yu Jing reached out to pull Tang Huanqi's arm. Tang Huanqi instinctively took a step back towards Yi Ziming, avoiding Yu Jing's hand. Yu Jing's face turned cold. "What do you want to do?" Tang Huanqi bit her lip. "Mom, I don't want to see Zhang Mingjie anymore." "Tang Huanqi, are you still my daughter?" Tang Huanqi shook her head again. "Mom, would you really push your daughter into a fire pit?" Yu Jing angrily pointed at Yi Ziming. "I am your mother. How could I harm you? Following him is what will lead you to the fire pit. If you still consider me your mother, come with me now. At least being with Yi Ziming makes me very happy, Mom. Please don't Tang Huanqi said. Yu Jing was stunned. She didn't expect Tang Huanqi to be so resolute. In the past, even when she rejected her requests, she eventually yielded. But now looking at Tang Huanqi, she showed no signs of yielding. It's all because of this kid. Yu Jing glared at Yi Ziming, her eyes burning with anger. If it weren't for him, how could Huanqi have become like this? Tang Huanqi, you'll say this one last time, are you coming with me or not? Yu Jing was thoroughly enraged, asking sharply. Tang Huanqi bit her lip tightly, her pretty face filled with difficulty. Seeing Tang Huanqi's expression, Yi Ziming felt an unexpected pang of heartache, and said, "It's just a Zhang family. Auntie is overestimating them. Just a Zhang family. Do you know what status the Zhang family has in Jiangqing? They are a top family in Jiangqing. What are you compared to them?" Yu Jing scoffed. "Auntie, you're mistaken here. Young Master Yi is a distinguished guest of my Mingwei group, of Zhang Mingjie, that good for nothing can't compare to young Master Yi." At this moment, Jiang Lingyue, who was on the side, spoke with a smile. Yu Jing sneered. "Even now you are still putting on an act. For a poor kid, does your Mingwei group dare to go against the Zhang family?" Zhang Linjiu's alluring red lips curved into a smile. "What's there to fear? It's just a Zhang family. As long as young Master Yi is willing, the Mingwei group can employ all means to assist him." Although Jiang Lingyue was smiling, her demeanor did not suggest she was joking. Yu Jing was taken aback, as she never expected Jiang Lingyue would say such a thing for Yi Ziming. What's so good about this kid that Jiang Lingyue treats him this way? Yu Jing had no idea that with Yi Ziming's current strength, a mere Zhang family was not worth his attention. "Huanqi, I'll ask you one last time, are you coming with me or not?" Yu Jing, not daring to offend Jiang Lingyue, could only look at Tang Huanqi. Tang Huanqi lowered her head, remaining silent and not looking at Yu Jing. All right, you are truly my good daughter. I tell you, as long as I am alive, you will never be able to be with him." After saying that, Yu Jing glared at Yi Ziming angrily and left. Once Yu Jing left, Jiang Lingyue cheerfully approached Yi Ziming. "Little brother, I performed quite well, right?" Yi Ziming nodded. "Thank you this time." "What thanks? It's a pity though that you already have a girlfriend. If you flirt with anyone in the future, you'll have to hide from her. I feel so sorry for myself, who I've done so much and ended up with no benefits." Jiang Lingyue put on a pitiful look. "Who is his girlfriend?" Tang Huanqi said, her pretty face flushed. Jiang Lingyue looked at Tang Huanqi meaningfully. "I didn't say you, why are you so agitated?" Under Jiang Linjiu's gaze, Tang Huanqi's face reddened even more. "You all chat, I'll wait for you outside." After saying that, Tang Huanqi covered her face and ran away. Seeing Tang Huanqi suddenly run off, Yi Ziming was stunned. Jiang Lingyue playfully punched Yi Ziming. "Why are you still standing there? Go chase her." "I'll go first." Yi Ziming nodded and hurriedly chased after her. Watching Yi Ziming's figure, Jiang Lingyue couldn't help but smile. "Fang Yarwei, I wonder what your reaction would be if you knew about today." "Hee, I can't wait to see your expression then." Yi Ziming chased out of the restaurant and immediately saw Tang Huanqi standing by the car, the blush on her face still not fading. He approached Tang Huanqi, unsure of what to say. Just now in the restaurant, in a moment of urgency, he had said so much, and only then did he realize how significant a place Tang Huanqi held in his heart. Tang Huanqi also lowered her head, not daring to look at Yi Ziming. "You?" As Yi Ziming was about to speak, unexpectedly Tang Huanqi also raised her head, ready to say something. Both of them simultaneously shut their mouths, and the atmosphere became awkward again. "Huanqi, actually." Just as Yi Ziming was about to speak, a figure suddenly rushed over and hugged Yi Ziming. "Ziming, I finally found you. I was wrong, Ziming, it was my fault back then. Please forgive me, I love you." The one hugging Yi Ziming was a woman with an alluring figure and exquisite features. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Tang Huanqi, she was still quite attractive. Seeing this scene, Tang Huanqi, who was just shy, immediately turned ugly. Since you have business, I will leave first. She felt as if her heart was pierced by a steel needle. Huanqi, wait a moment, Huanqi. Yi Ziming hurriedly called out, but Tang Huanqi seemed not to hear and drove away. Yi Ziming hurriedly pried the woman's hand away, just about to hail a taxi to chase after Tang Huanqi, when he was firmly held back by the woman. How could it be you? When the woman embraced him, he couldn't see her face clearly and didn't know who she was. But when he saw her face, a memory surfaced in Yi Ziming's mind. The woman was Yi Ziming's ex-wife, Song Xinhui. Back then, Song Xinhui had ruthlessly abandoned Yi Ziming and Yi Nianyan because of his gambling, taking all their belongings with her. Yet for some unknown reason, she had returned to Jiangxing to find Yi Ziming. Ziming, it was my fault back then. I was foolish to leave you. Please forgive me. I truly know I was wrong. Song Xinhui's face was streaked with tears, looking pitifully vulnerable. Yi Ziming said coldly, why did you come back? Ziming, let's remarry. From now on, we'll live well together. They'll definitely take good care of you and our daughter. Song Xinhui quickly said, we're doing just fine now, we don't need your care. Yi Ziming said coldly. Ziming, I know I was too harsh back then, but Nianyan can't be without a mother, right? I don't want Nianyan to grow up without maternal love. I beg you. Song Xinhui kept pleading. Yi Ziming suddenly laughed, but his smile was laced with a hint of anger. When you abandoned Nianyan, why didn't you think of that? Do you know how heartbroken Nianyan was the day you left? Other kids all have parents, but what about her? Her mother abandoned her, and her father was a scumbag. Yi Ziming was completely enraged. He could hardly imagine how hard Nianyan's life had been during that time. The mother who protected her was gone, and her father only cared about gambling. At just 4 years old, she had to take care of herself, and even cook for her scumbag father. If Yi Ziming hadn't been reborn into this body, Nianyan would have been sold off by the original owner. Without him, Nianyan's future would have been nothing but darkness, without a single ray of light. Every time he thought of this, Yi Ziming's heart was filled with fury. I know it all, that's why I came back to atone for my sins. Ziming, please forgive me. Song Xinhui said tearfully. Yi Ziming shook his head and said, I can't forgive you. Then he walked away without looking back, ignoring Song Xinhui's loud sobs behind him. Song Xinhui watched Yi Ziming's retreating figure through tear-filled eyes, muttering in a voice only she could hear, I can't give up. This is my last resort. He'll go see his mother. She'll definitely help me. Yi Ziming is mine, and no one else can take him away. Getting into a taxi back to the villa, Yi Ziming tried to call Tang Huanqi on the way, but her phone was off. When he returned to the villa, he found Nianyan sitting on the sofa, crying loudly. Nianyan, what happened? Yi Ziming asked hurriedly. Yi Nianyan sobbed. Dad, Miss Tang is gone. Does she not? Yi Ziming quickly comforted her. Nianyan is such a good girl, how could Miss Tang not like you? She has something to take care of at home. I shall be back in a couple of days. His words stopped Yi Nianyan's tears. Really? Of course, how could Dad lie to Nianyan? Yi Ziming said quickly. After comforting Nianyan, Yi Ziming tried calling Tang Huanqi again, but then he discovered that his number had been blocked. Women are such a hassle. Seeing that the call wouldn't go through, Yi Ziming gave up and went to cook for Nianyan. In the evening, while he was putting Nianyan to bed, Zheng Tianjiao called. Master, do you have time tomorrow? Jiangxing is hosting the martial arts tournament, and grandfather invites you to be a special guest. Yi Ziming nodded and said, tell me the time. He happened to need Zheng Tianjiao's help to investigate information about Tang Huanqi and Song Xinhui. Tang Huanqi had left so abruptly he was worried. As for Song Xinhui, her sudden return was definitely suspicious. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning at Nanyang Hall. Just mention my grandfather's name, and you'll be let in, Zheng Tianjiao said. Yi Ziming hung up and sent text messages to Shan Tianyi and Pang Dehai telling them to come to the villa tomorrow. He planned to take Shan Tianyi to the martial arts tournament while Pang Dehai would stay home with Nianyan. The next morning, both Shan Tianyi and Pang Dehai arrived. Yi Ziming rode in Shan Tianyi's car straight to Nanyang Hall. Master, where is the mistress? Why haven't I seen her? Shan Tianyi asked curiously when he saw Yi Ziming alone. What's with all the questions? Yi Ziming said. Shan Tianyi laughed. Had a fight, huh? Let me tell you, master, couples bicker, but make up easily. Even though a man needs to stand his ground, sometimes you just have to give in. As the saying goes. Before Shan Tianyi could finish, Yi Ziming cut him off. Shut up. Master, I'm just teaching you how to win women over. Say one more word, and you're expelled from the sect. Yi Ziming said coldly. Shan Tianyi fell silent, not daring to say another word. Soon they arrived at Nanyang Hall. Shan Tianyi parked the car and followed Yi Ziming to the entrance. There were a dozen security guards at the door. After all, it was the martial arts tournament, so security had to be thorough. Just as Yi Ziming was about to take Shan Tianyi inside, a voice came from behind. Isn't this Yi Ziming? What right does a poor kid like you have to come to Nanyang Hall? Yi Ziming turned around. The speaker was Zhang Mingjia, whom he had met yesterday, just stepping out of a luxury car. Yi Ziming couldn't be bothered to respond and was about to go inside when suddenly a familiar figure emerged from the other side of the luxury car. It was Tang Huanqi. She was actually with Zhang Mingjia.